Chang'an, White Birch Forest Community.
In a dimly lit basement, a handsome young man, about 1.8 meters tall, suddenly woke up, looking around.
In confusion. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Isn't this the basement I rented off campus before the apocalypse? How am I here? The young man instinctively sprang to his feet. Wasn't I surrounded and killed by the alien army, ultimately devoured by countless aliens? Could it be?
Zhang Fan suddenly slapped himself hard on the face. A sharp pain came from his left cheek, so real that it filled him with doubt. It wasn't an illusion, nor a dream.
I'm back?
Muttering softly, Zhang Fan's eyes flickered with an incredulous expression.
I actually didn't die at the hands of the alien army, but was reborn back in my rental room? What time is it now?
Zhang Fan turned over and grabbed his phone from the bedside table, seeing the time displayed as 9:29 p.m. on August 18, 2023.
His heart trembled. August 18th? The apocalypse has already begun. August 15th, 2023, is a day that countless Earthlings will remember forever.
On this day, the apocalypse arrived. This apocalypse was not the catastrophic end depicted in 2012, nor was it a zombie outbreak, and it certainly wasn't the monster apocalypse seen in Pacific Rim.
Instead, it was an alien apocalypse.
On the afternoon of August 15, 2023, at 6:12 p.m., a strange black rain suddenly fell across the globe.
Black rain. It was black-colored rainwater.
No one knew what this black rain was, nor did anyone understand why it
suddenly started raining black under seemingly normal circumstances. But it did.
At first, people were surprised and intrigued, taking selfies, posting on social media, sharing short videos, and having a great time. However, within just a few minutes, no one was laughing anymore. This black rain had the ability to decompose and restructure DNA.
Those most severely infected were completely disintegrated,
those moderately infected experienced necrosis, and those lightly infected underwent mutations, transforming into alien lifeforms or alien-like creatures. This terrifying black rain caused the global population to plummet by more than half in just one day, with countless people dying tragically.
Among the survivors, 2/3 mutated, while only 1/3, those lucky enough to stay indoors, avoided infection. But do you think they escaped unscathed? Absolutely not. The real disaster was only just beginning. All the animals that were infected but miraculously survived eventually turned into alien lifeforms. These alien creatures are extremely ferocious, attacking and chasing humans on sight, brutal, bloodthirsty, and insane. The appearance of these aliens is similar to the xenomorphs in the movie Alien, yet not entirely the same.
They possess similar bodies, agile defenses,
tough skin, intelligence, cunning, and skilled hunting techniques.
Just like the xenomorphs in the movie, they are the ultimate killing machines. The difference lies in this: these aliens have blank DNA chains within their bodies, which they specifically fill with high-quality DNA to strengthen themselves. Because of this trait, the aliens go on a frenzy, attacking any living creature. By devouring the flesh and blood of these creatures, they select the DNA that suits them best, evolving in the process. The terrifying part is that these monsters, capable of self-selecting superior genes and evolving continuously, spell disaster for the survivors. They have become nothing more than food for the aliens to grow stronger, their numbers dwindling rapidly.
In
just a few days, the population has plummeted to less than 1/10.
The entire world has descended into chaos. Power outages, water shortages, raging fires, food scarcity, gas leaks.
Order has collapsed, society has crumbled.
This is the true apocalypse. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world.
The vast majority of animals die or turn into mutants after being infected by the black rain, which is considered a bad mutation. However, a very small number of lucky ones not only survive the black rain infection but also undergo a good mutation.
This good mutation is the birth of superpowers.
Some people infected by the black rain, after enduring excruciating pain, discover that they neither die nor turn into mutants but instead awaken certain special abilities.
For example, some awaken the ability of petrification, making
their skin as hard as rock and impervious to blades and bullets. Some can control flames and use them to launch attacks. Others, like Deadpool, possess extraordinary regenerative abilities, making them virtually indestructible.
Different lucky individuals awaken different superpowers.
It is precisely by relying on these bizarre and diverse superpowers that the survivors manage to stay alive amidst the alien hunts.
My current strength is weak, and the primal energy in my genes is completely depleted. There's no doubt that I'm back. Right now, not to mention a ferocious alien, even an ordinary kitchen knife could easily kill me.
Zhang Fan sighed, but he didn't feel dejected because of it. Instead, his heart was filled with joy,
because he was still alive.
Once on the brink of death, torn apart by countless alien hordes, the feelings of unwillingness and despair had been his constant companions.
Now that he was alive, what more could he ask for? Life is more precious than anything, and being alive is the most important thing.
It's August 18th now, and 3 days have passed since the apocalypse began. At this point in time, the xenomorphs have already spread on a massive scale. Zhang Fan murmured, although the xenomorphs now are merely at the weakest level 1, I still can't contend with them.
The evolution speed of xenomorphs is was incredibly fast, capable of selecting superior DNA to fill the gaps in their own genes. In the previous life, by the second year after the apocalypse broke out, terrifying level 10 xenomorphs had already appeared. Level 10 xenomorphs were utterly devastating monsters, capable of flying and burrowing. Even Earth's gravity couldn't restrain them. However, this is still the early stage of the apocalypse, and the xenomorphs are at their weakest phase. But even at their weakest, it's all relative. Compared to 2 years later, the xenomorphs now are indeed weaker, but compared to the current survivors, they are still overwhelmingly powerful. I'm in the basement, temporarily safe, but sooner or later the alien will find me. As his thoughts deepened, Zhang Fan's gaze grew sharper, and two flames ignited in his pupils. The most urgent thing now is to quickly awaken superpowers. Ordinary humans are completely incapable of fighting aliens. These creatures possess astonishing defensive exoskeletons, impervious even to bullets, coupled with extremely agile bodies and exaggerated movement speed, making them impossible for ordinary people to kill. To deal with aliens, the only solution is to awaken superpowers. And the only way to awaken superpowers is to be infected by the Black Rain. There is no other method. Black Rain, Zhang Fan murmured softly. Since the Black Rain began to fall on August 15th, it had never stopped, not even until the day he died. The Black Rain kept falling, endlessly, for more than 2 years. When it would stop, Zhang Fan had no way of knowing, but it was highly likely to continue, perhaps until some unknown day in the future. So, there was no shortage of Black Rain now. It could be seen everywhere outside. However, the prerequisite was stepping out of the basement. Yet, leaving the basement inevitably came with great risks, as no one could be certain whether there were aliens outside. The Baishalin residential community where Zhang Fan rented his apartment was quite large, with over 5,000 households and about 20,000 residents. Even if half of the people had died, 2/3 of the remaining 10,000 would have mutated into aliens, which meant there would be over 6,000 aliens. With more than 6,000 aliens scattered throughout the community, there was practically one alien for every 100 square meters, so the outside is extremely dangerous. To obtain the Black Rain, one must not act rashly but instead look for an opportunity. Zhang Fan checked the time. It was almost 10 p.m., and the sky had already darkened. If I remember correctly, around 2 a.m. in my previous life, a few superhumans appeared near Building 23. Because of the commotion they caused, they almost attracted all the mutants in the neighborhood. I went out to check at that time, accidentally got caught in the Black Rain, and that's how I awakened my superpower. If nothing unexpected happens, 2 o'clock in the morning is my only chance. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Since he could obtain the Black Rain smoothly, he naturally wouldn't take unnecessary risks. He decided to wait patiently. But before that, Zhang Fan planned to eat something to fill his stomach and adjust his body to its best condition. He carefully searched around the room. The 30 square meter basement was divided by the landlord into a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Though small, it had everything he needed. Due to the 3-year pandemic, Zhang Fan had developed the habit of stockpiling food at home, so there were still some reserves. After searching for a while, Zhang Fan found a large bag of instant noodles, 2 packs of dried noodles, and a 5 kilograms bag of wuchang rice. These were his usual stored supplies, enough to last half a month. At this moment, the natural gas supply was still intact, but Zhang Fan didn't dare to light a fire, fearing it might attract the aliens. He could only eat instant noodles dry. He chewed through 2 packs of instant noodles in a row and drank a bottle of mineral water. After filling his stomach, Zhang Fan leaned back on the sofa to rest. There were still 4 hours until 2 o'clock. Zhang Fan could have taken a short nap, but he didn't dare to, fearing he might oversleep. He also didn't dare to set an alarm, worried that the sound might attract the aliens. He could only wait patiently. Time passed bit by bit. Zhang Fan leaned on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed, resting with his eyes shut. Waiting through the night might be a torment for ordinary people, but for Zhang Fan, it was just routine. After 2 years of life and death trials in the apocalypse, Zhang Fan had long grown accustomed to this state. Sometimes, to evade alien pursuit, he could even stay motionless underwater with a breathing tube for over 10 hours. At this moment, sitting on the sofa and waiting felt almost like a luxury. Time slowly ticked away. Zhang Fan was like a statue, completely still. Every now and then, he would pick up his phone to check the time. Finally, the clock struck 2 a.m. Rumble. A faint rumbling sound came from afar, followed by piercing roars and hurried footsteps. Zhang Fan's eyes snapped open, a glint of sharpness flashing through them. They're here. He tiptoed to the door, pressing his ear tightly against it, carefully listening to the commotion outside. Thud, thud, thud. Hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, clearly indicating that the creatures upstairs had been drawn over and were rushing down. Zhang Fan held his breath, straining to listen. After about 6 or 7 minutes, the hallway finally fell completely silent, with not a single sound remaining. Zhang Fan waited another 2 minutes, ensuring there was no movement, then took a deep breath and decisively opened the door. A pungent stench surged into the basement, like the odor from a pig carcass left to rot in a sewer for 10 days. It was the stench of corpses. Countless people had died. Over the past 3 days, And with summer temperatures soaring above 30 degrees Celsius, the bodies decayed even faster. Zhang Fan didn't pay it much mind. He poked his head out to take a look around, then quietly slipped out. He wasn't carrying any weapons. Although there were knives at home, Zhang Fan hadn't bothered to bring one. They were useless. The xenomorph's tough exoskeletons couldn't even be pierced by bullets, so it was laughable to think a kitchen knife would do any good. After stepping outside, Zhang Fan carefully observed his surroundings as he slowly made his way up the stairs, quickly reaching the first-floor hallway. The corridor looked like hell itself. 5 or 6 corpses lay sprawled across the floor in grotesque positions. Some had gaping holes in their chests, staggering to witness. Others were nothing but white bones, still others were charred black, like burnt logs. Dried, blackened blood was splattered across the floor and walls. Coupled with the unbearable stench and the swarms of flies and mosquitoes buzzing everywhere, it was enough to make anyone nauseous. Yet Zhang Fan's face remained expressionless, as if none of this bothered him in the slightest. He carefully skirted around the corpses and made his way toward the building's entrance. There were no signs of xenomorphs in the hallway, nor on the walls or ceiling. Xenomorphs excelled at climbing, able to move along walls and ceilings like geckos, sometimes even lurking overhead, silently waiting for prey. That meant he had to watch not only his step and what was ahead, but also keep an eye on the ceiling and walls above. Perhaps the xenomorphs really had been lured away, because Zhang Fan advanced cautiously and didn't encounter any. At last, he reached the building's entrance. The black rain drizzled down, pattering on the leaves and the ground, producing a series of soft sounds. The sky was dim, making it hard to discern the color of the black rain. Only with the faint light not far away could one vaguely make out a thick layer of black water covering the ground. That black water was like ink, so dark it was dazzling and eerie, sending chills down one's spine. Zhang Fan took a deep breath, a trace of hesitation flashing across his face, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He reached his hand outward. Once in contact with the black rain, one would be immediately infected. An infection led to 3 possible outcomes. First, instant collapse and disintegration. Second, bodily necrosis. Third, mutation occurs. Mutation is divided into 2 scenarios, either transforming into an alien form or awakening superpowers. Among these many possibilities, the chance of awakening superpowers is less than 10%, meaning that in most cases, death is likely. This was precisely why Zhang Fan hesitated slightly. Although he successfully awakened superpowers in his previous life, proving he was one of the lucky 10%, the past was already behind him. What if something went wrong this time? Would he die? No one could guarantee it. Zhang Fan understood that if he couldn't awaken superpowers, he would eventually die anyway, either from starvation or being killed by aliens. Whether he faced it head-on or avoided it, the outcome was the same. It seemed like the choice was in his hands, but in reality, he had no choice at all. As Zhang Fan extended his hand into the rain, the cold raindrops instantly hit his skin. After coming into contact with the black rain, Zhang Fan immediately withdrew his hand and returned to the basement without looking back. This black rain must not be touched excessively, at least not before awakening superpowers. The black rain has the ability to decompose and restructure DNA, and excessive exposure would lead to complete decomposition. Only minimal infection could potentially trigger mutation, which is why Zhang Fan dared not let himself come into too much contact with the black rain. Zhang Fan rushed into the basement, closed the door tightly, and locked it. Then, he quickly darted into the bathroom, grabbed a towel, and returned to the living room to sit on the sofa. Infection after contact with the black rain was almost immediate, and he had just been exposed, though he hadn't noticed at all. Now, all he could do was wait. Would he turn into a xenomorph? Or awaken some superpower? Everything would be revealed with time. Minute by minute, time ticked by. About 3 hours after being infected by the black rain, Zhang Fan began to feel unwell. A faint tingling sensation started at his spine and gradually spread throughout his body, the pain growing more intense by the minute. Another hour passed, and the tingling turned into a dull ache, which swept over his entire body like a tidal wave. Bones, muscles, blood vessels, skin, heart, brain, intestines, fascia, every part of his body hurt, pain clinging to him like a shadow. The agony was unbearable, a torture worse than death. Even though Zhang Fan had weathered countless storms and possessed unyielding willpower, his face twisted in pain, and cold sweat poured down. He bit down hard on the towel, desperately suppressing any sound, his heart filled with terror. If he made a noise, the xenomorphs would be drawn to him, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The mutation process dragged on for more than 6 hours before finally coming to an end. The dull pain throughout his body slowly subsided like the ebbing tide. It's over. The hardest stage is finally over. Zhang Fan managed a faint smile, then slumped over and passed out right there on the sofa. He was utterly exhausted. No matter how strong his will, his body was still only human. How could he endure such torment? He slept deeply for a full 7 hours. When Zhang Fan awoke again, it was already 9 in the morning. Getting up, he felt aches all over, his muscles sore, bones throbbing faintly, and a burning thirst and hunger gnawing at him and
unbearable combination. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down greedily. Burp. He let out a satisfied belch, then plopped back onto the sofa and eagerly opened his attribute panel.
Anyone who successfully awakened a superpower would gain an attribute panel, which allowed them to view their personal stats.
However, the panel was only for reference. Apart from checking your own attributes, it had no other function. In my previous life, the superpower
I awakened was mind control.
If nothing unexpected happens, it should be mind control again this time.
Mind control was an extremely practical mental ability, similar to the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique in Naruto. It allowed one's consciousness to possess another's body, control their mind, and even kill them. In one-on-one situations, mind control was incredibly powerful, but when facing thousands of xenomorphs, its usefulness was limited. A dreamy virtual light screen suddenly appeared. It was a golden, game-like panel, clearly displaying Zhang Fan's personal attributes. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 1. Mental, level 1, 1/100. Physique, level 1, 1/100. Superpower, infinite plunder, SSS.
Note, infinite plunder allows unrestricted plundering of the target creature's superpowers.
In infinite plunder,
Zhang Fan stared intently at the attribute panel, his face displaying a kaleidoscope of emotions: shock, ecstasy, incredulity, disbelief, all intertwined.
I actually awakened this kind of superpower.
He gasped for breath, his body trembling slightly. Zhang Fan came from 2 years in the future and was far from being an ignorant rookie. He was well aware of what infinite plunder signified. In his previous life, survivors categorized superpowers into several types: control, physical, mental, and a separate category known as special superpowers. This category of superpowers was extremely unique, unable to fit into other classifications, yet extraordinarily powerful, thus listed separately.
Special
superpowers included creation, deletion, sharing, devouring, teleportation, and more. Among them, plunder was one such special type of superpower. As the name suggests, this ability could plunder others' superpowers and make them one's own, a truly exceptional ability.
Such a power was utterly astonishing.
It must be understood that once a person undergoes mutation and awakens, they typically possess only one superpower for their entire life.
While some individuals are special and may awaken two, the number never exceeds 2.
This is akin to the principle that a person can only have one head in their lifetime. It's impossible to grow an additional one.
However, the plunder ability breaks this convention.
It can seize others' abilities and add them to oneself, enabling the acquisition of diverse powers. Zhang Fan encountered a person with copying ability in his previous life, but that person's ability had significant limitations. It could only be used 3 times, and the cooldown period was as long as 10 years. In other words, every time that person used the copying ability, they had to wait 10 years before using it again. This ability was clearly somewhat impractical, yet relatively powerful. It could at least allow them to acquire 3 abilities in their lifetime, provided they lived past 30 years.
This is truly a great opportunity. This time, I've truly struck it rich. Zhang Fan couldn't contain the wild joy in his heart. What exactly makes the xenomorphs so terrifying? Defense, strength, agility? No.
None of these are the most terrifying aspects.
The most frightening
thing about xenomorphs is their ability to actively absorb superior genes, filling the gaps in their own DNA, making themselves stronger and more perfect over time.
A chameleon can change its color at will? I'll seize your color changing gene. A salamander has powerful regenerative abilities? I'll seize your regeneration gene. You can control fire? I'll seize your fire controlling gene. This ability is essentially a unique form of plundering, isn't it? It is precisely because of this gene optimization ability that xenomorphs can continuously grow stronger and more perfect.
Now, Zhang Fan has also acquired this ability, and it's an even more perfect plundering ability.
The future is truly full of hope.
He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze intense. As long as I keep seizing new abilities, I can definitely survive.
Survive? Yes. Zhang Fan's ultimate goal was simply to stay alive. There was no other choice. The alien army was
truly terrifying, unpredictable, and endless.
Just staying alive was a luxury.
After a moment, Zhang Fan calmed down and began to think about his current situation and the next steps.
Only 3 packs of instant noodles left.
Without cooking, the food at home will only last for 2 days at most. If no new food is found within 2 days, we'll have to eat raw
rice and noodles.
Eating raw rice and noodles wasn't something Zhang Fan couldn't accept. He'd experienced such situations many times
in his previous life.
When food was scarce, even moldy food had to be eaten.
Eating raw food? That was a luxury. But if cooked food could be found, who would want to eat raw?
In such circumstances, getting sick, that would be fatal.
To find new food, I must go out. But there are aliens outside, and going out will be extremely dangerous.
The ability of infinite plunder is undoubtedly powerful, but it has a very awkward limitation. It cannot be directly used in combat, nor can it directly enhance defense, let alone improve speed or survival capabilities.
It can only plunder others' superpowers, so before plundering abilities, it is essentially useless. At this moment, Zhang Fan was no different from before he awakened his superpower. He was still as weak as a chicken, and a single bullet could take his life. This was even worse than in his previous life. At least back then, Zhang Fan could use mental control to suppress a single alien. To resolve this predicament, he had to fully utilize the function of infinite plunder to seize new abilities. However, to seize new abilities, he still had to go out. Superpowered individuals wouldn't come knocking on his door. Staying in the basement forever meant never plundering new abilities. But once he stepped outside, he might encounter danger. Having faced countless dangers in his previous life, Zhang Fan was not afraid. This level of danger couldn't scare him, so going out wasn't a big issue. The most critical question now was, who should he plunder? Since he was risking his life to go out, he had to plan in advance rather than running around aimlessly. That would be courting death. I remember that after awakening my superpower in my previous life, I ventured into this building to scavenge for food. On the 18th floor, I encountered the first superpowered individual of my life. Because it was his first encounter with a superpowered individual, Zhang Fan had a very deep impression of that person, one he would never forget for the rest of his life. At the time, he had scavenged a lot of supplies but happened to run into that guy, which led to a confrontation and a subsequent conflict. During the clash, Zhang Fan used mental control to suppress the opponent and ultimately succeeded in killing him. Although that guy died, Zhang Fan's impression of his superpower remained vivid, a memory that lingered to this day. Because the superpower that person possessed was wall phasing. Among the many superpowers, wall phasing isn't considered an extremely powerful ability. However, in a post-apocalyptic world teeming with aliens and fraught with danger, it is an incredibly strong survival skill. Imagine, when faced with an alien, simply slipping into a wall. What could the alien do to me? Therefore, this ability to save one's life is extremely powerful. I must get it. Zhang Fan's gaze was resolute, but before setting out, he needed to make some preparations. He took out the last 3 packs of instant noodles, ate one to fill his stomach a bit, and kept the remaining 2 for later. Before finding food, Zhang Fan dared not waste anything lightly, as the feeling of hunger was truly unbearable. After eating instant noodles and drinking water, he took out 2 towels and wrapped his sneakers. The hearing, vision, and sense of smell of the alien creatures were extremely terrifying, so when going out, it was necessary to minimize his scent and sound. To muffle the noise, Zhang Fan wrapped his shoes with towels so that walking wouldn't make any sound. As for masking his scent, that wasn't too difficult. Once everything was prepared, Zhang Fan went to the door, listened carefully, confirmed there was no movement outside, and quietly stepped out. In fact, the commotion last night was quite loud, and most of the alien creatures in the neighborhood had been drawn away. Even though the incident was over, many aliens were still wandering elsewhere, and there weren't many on the upper floors, which was why Zhang Fan dared to venture out. Stepping out of the basement, Zhang Fan cautiously made his way to the first floor. He looked around carefully, ensuring there were no xenomorphs in sight, then quietly approached a corpse. The chest of the corpse had been torn open, leaving a gaping hole. It was already decayed and reeking, with maggots crawling over it. Zhang Fan squatted down, tore off a piece of rotting flesh from the corpse, and began rubbing it all over his body. The flesh emitted a pungent, nauseating stench, and after smearing it on himself, his entire body was enveloped in the foul odor. Zhang Fan started with his arms, then moved to his legs, and finally his neck and cheeks, leaving no spot untouched. Throughout the process, his expression remained unchanged, as if he were merely performing a trivial task. Moments later, his entire body was cloaked in the stench of decay. Satisfied, he nodded, and discarded the piece of flesh. This was his method of masking his scent, disgusting but crude and effective. The xenomorphs had an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, even more acute than that of dogs. Any trace of scent on him could potentially attract them. Though this method was revolting, it was highly effective, as the entire building was already permeated with the stench of corpses. After finishing all this, Zhang Fan tiptoed his way upstairs. To avoid making any noise that might attract the xenomorphs, he moved with extreme caution, taking one step, pausing to observe his surroundings, then continuing. He crept along carefully, and finally made it safely to the 18th floor. Zhang Fan let out a quiet sigh, feeling some of the tension in his body begin to ease. The moment he relaxed, he realized his calves were shaking uncontrollably, both legs were trembling. Climbing from the first floor all the way to the 18th was exhausting enough on its own, but the constant high tension along the way had drained both his physical and mental strength. He didn't knock on the door right away. Instead, he hid in the stairwell to rest for a bit. Once his energy had recovered a little, he took out the prepared woven sack, found some pieces of corpses, and stuffed them inside. After zipping it up, the sack bulged with its grisly contents, looking as if it held quite a lot. Then, Zhang Fan walked up to apartment 1803 and gently knocked on the door. At this moment, Zhang Fan was extremely nervous because he couldn't be sure if that person was home. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had come to room 1803 with a snakeskin bag to search for supplies, and happened
happened to encounter the person. But now, he couldn't determine whether the person was home or not. That individual had the ability to phase through walls and might have gone out to look for supplies. Everything was uncertain. If they were home, things would be easier. If not, it would be troublesome. The room was silent, with no sound at all. Not home? Zhang Fan's heart sank. Just then, a soft click sound came. Zhang Fan's spirits lifted. It was the sound of the peephole cover being flicked down, which meant the person was home, and they were very likely peeking at him through the peephole. Since the person was home, the next steps became much simpler. Zhang Fan deliberately placed the snakeskin bag in a conspicuous spot, making it easy for the person to see. In his previous life, this guy had started a conflict with him after seeing that he had collected a lot of supplies, and this time would probably be no exception, right? Sure enough, the person proved to be just as greedy as before. No matter how many times it happened, they would still open the door. After half a minute, the door indeed opened. A fat man wearing a tank top, his large belly wobbling, poked his head out and whispered, "Get in quickly." This was the moment Zhang Fan had been waiting for. Without hesitation, he picked up the snakeskin bag and slipped inside. The fat man glanced outside to ensure there was nothing unusual, then gently closed the door and locked it from the inside. After doing all this, the fat man was just about to turn around when he suddenly realized he was being grabbed from behind. What the hell? The fat man was stunned, his brain lagging for a moment. But his reaction was quick, and he whispered sharply, "What are you doing?" At the same time, he activated his superpower, phasing through walls. At such a dangerous moment, Fatty actually dared to let Zhang Fan in so openly. Clearly, he had something to rely on. That reliance was his wall-phasing ability. No matter what unexpected situation arose, Fatty firmly believed he could escape quickly by phasing through walls. It was thanks to this power that, over the past 3 days, he had already escaped death at the hands of xenomorphs 7 or 8 times. Because of this, Fatty had absolute confidence in his ability. However, this time, something went wrong. A searing pain suddenly erupted inside him, as if countless sharp knives were slicing his flesh bit by bit, trying to separate his muscles from his bones. The agony was no less than being flayed alive. Fatty instinctively tried to scream, but his neck was being strangled so tightly that he couldn't even breathe, let alone cry out. He struggled desperately, trying to pry Zhang Fan off his back, but Zhang Fan clung on with an almost embarrassing grip. Zhang Fan's legs were wrapped tightly around Fatty's waist, and his arms locked around Fatty's neck, making escape impossible. Fatty tried to activate his wall-phasing ability to break free using his power, but it was useless. The ability that had always responded instantly to his thoughts now gave no reaction at all, as if it had simply vanished. How could this be? Fatty thought in disbelief. The excruciating pain crashed over his nerves like a tidal wave. In the end, unable to endure it, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. Zhang Fan continued to plunder Fatty's superpower. He wouldn't let go until the ability was fully taken, even if Fatty had already lost consciousness. Currently, the infinite plunder skill could only be triggered through direct contact, which was exactly why Zhang Fan held onto Fatty so tightly. Otherwise, why would he force himself to embrace Fatty in such a humiliating position? It's not like he was into men. The entire plundering process lasted a full 3 minutes before finally coming to an end. Zhang Fan released Fatty and collapsed to the floor, feeling utterly exhausted and weak. He'd woken up hungry, only managed to eat a packet of instant noodles, then climbed all the way to the 18th floor, fought with Fatty, and then used his power to plunder Fatty's ability. All of this had completely drained his strength. At this moment, Zhang Fan felt sapped and frail. He sat limply on the ground, gasping for breath, and only after a long rest did he recover a little energy. Wall-phasing ability plundered successfully. Next up, fusion. Fusion will take a lot of time and is extremely painful. Being disturbed at this point would be the worst possible scenario. The plundered abilities, after all, are not something awakened by oneself. Therefore, merging new abilities is extremely difficult, not only time-consuming, but also having a significant impact on both the body and mind. Throughout the entire fusion process, Zhang Fan had almost no ability to resist. It was also the most vulnerable and helpless moment for him. If an alien appeared, or if the fat man woke up, both would pose a fatal threat to Zhang Fan. The alien was unstoppable, but the fat man. Zhang Fan forced himself to stand up, then dragged the fat man and threw him off the balcony. "Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame this damned world." Zhang Fan stared out the window. In the old society, people were turned into ghosts. In this cursed apocalypse, people could be turned into demons. Zhang Fan didn't know whether he was a human or a ghost, but it didn't matter. He didn't care about such things. He only wanted to live, to survive. Next, let's begin the fusion. Zhang Fan returned to the living room. A wave of excruciating pain, like a raging storm, instantly swept through his entire body. Zhang Fan let out a miserable scream and immediately passed out. He didn't know how long he had been asleep. Zhang Fan slowly woke up, opening his eyes to complete darkness. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Zhang Fan shook his head and blinked hard. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a faint glimmer of light. Is it already
already nighttime?
Zheng Fan found himself lying on the floor, his whole body aching terribly, with discomfort everywhere.
Moreover, he was both exhausted and starving, his stomach growling loudly, feeling even hungrier than after undergoing mutation and awakening the ability of infinite plunder. Zheng Fan didn't rush to find food.
The first thing he did was pull up the attribute panel to check his personal stats.
Name, Zheng Fan. Spirit, level 1, 1/100. Physique, level 1, 1/100. Superpowers, infinite plunder, SSS-level, wall penetration, B level. It worked!
Zheng Fan looked at the superpower column, his face lighting up with joy.
All my efforts have finally paid off. I've successfully
acquired the ability to pass through walls. Although the ability to pass through walls was just an ordinary B-level superpower, its usefulness in this apocalyptic world surpassed that of many S-level superpowers.
Let's give it a try.
Zheng Fan carefully sensed the changes in his body, attempting to perceive the newly acquired superpower. Soon, he noticed something unusual. Zheng Fan focused his thoughts. A strange surge of heat rose from his heart, quickly sweeping through his entire body. In an instant, it enveloped every corner of his being, from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, without exception.
Zheng Fan reached
out to touch the ground, and to his surprise, his hand passed through the floor, plunging deep into it. The floor remained unchanged, as solid as ever, yet it seemed to transform into air, becoming intangible and ethereal.
So this is what passing through walls feels like. Truly amazing.
Zheng Fan continued experimenting, pulling his hand out and inserting it again, trying the same with his foot, then withdrawing it. He even attempted it with his head and body, testing each one in turn. He had an exceptional ability to comprehend, mastering the skill of passing through walls in just a few minutes and using it with remarkable proficiency.
This ability is really handy.
Zheng Fan leaned against the sofa. Although his body was weak and his vision was starting to blur, a smile lingered on his lips.
Using any superpower would consume
physical energy, and his recent attempt had quickly drained what little strength he had left.
I need to find something to eat and recover my energy as soon as possible.
Struggling to stand, Zheng Fan began searching around the room. Being unfamiliar with the house, especially in the dark of night, made finding food extremely
challenging.
He could only grope around in the darkness, rummaging through each room carefully, trying to move as quietly as possible to avoid making any noise. A few minutes later, he finally found some food. This fat guy really did have the ability to pass through walls, and he had stockpiled quite a bit of supplies. There was an abundance of staples like rice and flour, as well as meat, eggs, milk, dried goods like wood-ear mushrooms and dried bean curd sticks. What tempted Zheng Fan the most were the ready-to-eat foods, such as instant noodles, sausages, nuts, chips, bread, biscuits, and chocolate. This guy hoarded so many supplies and still wants to steal my stuff.
Truly heartless.
Zheng Fan complained helplessly, casually picking up a piece of chocolate, tearing open the wrapper, and stuffing it into his mouth. Chocolate, being a high-calorie food, was perfect for him right now, helping him quickly regain his strength. Chocolate, bread, chips. In the pitch-black night, the surroundings were eerily silent, with only the occasional blood-curdling screams, like wails of vengeful spirits, breaking the stillness and sending chills down one's spine. These sounds came from other survivors in the buildings. The neighborhood wasn't short of survivors like Zheng Fan, but some were unfortunate enough to be discovered by the aliens and became prey.
In the quiet living room, the only sound was the occasional crunch of chewing. Zheng Fan was thoroughly enjoying his snacks.
After the apocalypse, society had collapsed, and no new food was being produced.
If you wanted to eat, you could only rely on what was already available.
However, food wasn't like stone. Once past its expiration date, it would spoil and lose its edibility. By the second year of the apocalypse, the vast majority of food had already expired. Therefore, Zheng Fan now eats a lot of expired food, and the taste is far from commendable.
However, the good news is that the survivors
who have made it this far have extraordinarily strong digestive systems. They could digest even stones, let alone expired food. As a result, even eating expired food every day does not have any adverse effects on the body, except for the taste. Having gotten used to expired food, eating fresh food now feels like a world of difference. For Zheng Fan, every bite is a pleasure, and any random food item
tastes incredibly delicious.
Just as he opened a can of potato chips and fed himself a piece, chewing enthusiastically, his ears suddenly twitched.
Rustle, rustle.
A faint sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by steady breathing.
Zheng Fan couldn't be more familiar with this sound. There was an alien outside the room.
He quietly put down the bag of chips in his hand, perked up his ears, tensed his entire body, and became highly alert. The footsteps stopped at the door. The alien outside seemed to be listening to the sounds inside the room, standing silently at the door without moving. Zheng Fan didn't dare to make any noise. Even slightly heavier breathing could be detected by the alien outside. If discovered, his life would be in danger.
Either it would burst in through the door or break in through the window. For aliens adept at climbing and possessing incredible attack power, they had plenty of ways to get in. After waiting for a full minute, it seemed there was no sound, and the footsteps gradually faded away. Zhang Fan did not let his guard down. Aliens were extremely intelligent and cunning creatures, skilled at hunting. When you think they've left and relax your vigilance, they often strike back unexpectedly, and by then, it's truly over. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of something climbing suddenly came from the balcony. The next second, a tail as sharp as a scimitar suddenly pierced through the glass, and an alien broke in through the window. Due to the darkness, its appearance was unclear, only a dark shadow swayed before his eyes. There is no doubt, what lies ahead is an alien. This alien broke through the window and stood firmly on its four legs. Then, it moved swiftly like a dog, pouncing on Zhang Fan like lightning. The surrounding darkness seemed to have no effect on it. This is an alien. Not only does it possess extraordinary night vision, but it also has a keen sense of smell and an exceptional thermal sensing system. Observing its four-legged crawling, it is evident that it mutated from an animal. Considering this is a city, the most common animals are pet dogs, so this alien is likely a dog alien. Aliens come in many varieties. These creatures can inherit the superior genes of their hosts, so the type of animal they mutate from greatly influences the form of the adult alien. Those mutated from humans are called human aliens, while those from animals are animal aliens. The alien before us belongs to the dog alien category, naturally inheriting the advantages of a dog: sharper sense of smell, stronger night vision. At the same time, it is extremely agile and moves at lightning speed. The dog alien appeared in front of Zhang Fan in a flash, its side-like sharp tail stabbing toward him like a javelin. Aliens rely on two main weapons. One is the secondary jaw that can shoot out of their mouths at high speed. Why is the alien's head so long, resembling a curved piece of rubber? It's not filled with brain cells. It's packed with muscles. The alien's elongated head functions more like a propulsion system, with its powerful internal muscles providing the force to rapidly launch and retract the secondary jaw, much like a chameleon's tongue. The secondary jaw is the alien's close combat weapon, only deployed when it gets close enough to attack. The other weapon is its tail. The alien's tail is not only long but also extremely flexible, serving as its long-range attack weapon. The tail of the alien creature was like a spear, swiftly thrusting toward Zhang Fan. Just as it was about to pierce his chest, it passed through him as if stabbing into thin air. "I'll remember you." Zhang Fan cast a cold glance at the alien before sinking into the floor and disappearing. Seeing Zhang Fan vanish, the dog-like alien seemed to grow frantic, slamming its claws furiously at the spot where Zhang Fan had disappeared. The floor tiles shattered instantly. However, Zhang Fan was gone. After passing through the floor, he didn't dare linger and continued descending. Creatures like aliens were not only ferocious but also vengeful. Zhang Fan was certain that this dog-like alien had memorized his scent. For a long time to come, it would relentlessly hunt him down until it caught and killed him. Therefore, he had to escape as far as possible, as quickly as possible. Zhang Fan understood that at this stage, he had no power to fight back against the alien. Though filled with frustration, he had no choice but to flee. Preserving his life was the top priority. Zhang Fan pressed on without stopping, phasing through 10 floors in one go before finally halting on the 7th floor. He exhaled deeply and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The room was pitch black, with not a sound to be heard. After listening intently for a moment and confirming there were no aliens nearby, Zhang Fan plopped down on the floor. The wall phasing ability is indeed useful, but it's so exhausting. Zhang Fan, already low on stamina, had completely drained himself, escaping through 10 floors in one breath. He felt utterly fatigued and longed to find a place to sleep. However, he couldn't. Until he was sure that the dog-like alien wasn't pursuing him, Zhang Fan didn't dare return to the basement, lest he lead it there. At that moment, a warm liquid suddenly dripped onto Zhang Fan's face. It was hot and carried a foul, fishy smell. Zhang Fan's expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he activated his wall phasing ability. Just as he triggered his power, a side-like tail stabbed down from above. Swish, the tail passed through Zhang Fan's body and struck the floor with a heavy thud. Accompanied by a crack, the floor tiles shattered on impact. There's actually an alien hidden in this room. Zhang Fan cursed inwardly and didn't dare to linger, continuing to rush downstairs. Facing an alien now would only mean certain death, so he had to escape quickly. He dashed to the 2nd floor in one breath, hid in a room, and cautiously waited for a long time. Finally, no alien came after him. Only then did Zhang Fan breathe a sigh of relief, dragging his nearly exhausted body back to the basement. The basement wasn't entirely safe, although it had no windows and only one door connecting to the outside. This door was enough for aliens to enter. If they discovered his hiding place, they could easily break in. Based on his experience from his previous life, the safest place was underground. Only by digging a cave underground and burrowing inside could one ensure basic safety. However, digging a cave was no easy task, not to mention the lack of tools to break through the hard concrete floor. Even if tools were available, who would dare use them? them. Any slight noise would attract a swarm of aliens. Even if aliens weren't attracted, the resources and manpower required to dig a livable cave were astonishingly immense. Relying on just one person to dig a cave was practically impossible, unless you have the superpower to control Earth. Zhang Fan muttered to himself. In his previous life, he knew that almost all survivors lived underground. It wasn't that they didn't want to live above ground, everyone wished to live in spacious houses, large flats, or villas, but there was simply no choice now. With aliens everywhere, who could live peacefully above ground? Earth controlling ability. Zhang Fan picked up the remaining 2 packs of instant noodles, chewing silently while pondering his next plan. Surviving in the apocalypse required careful planning. Blind actions were a surefire way to court death. In the apocalypse, 2 things are crucial. First, having a safe and hidden shelter. A shelter wasn't just a place for training and resting, it was also where food was stored and energy replenished, making its importance self-evident. The surface was full of dangers, so the safest shelter was naturally an underground cave. However, digging a cave wasn't easy, it required tools, consumed a lot of time and energy, and even posed risks. The ideal scenario would be having the ability to control Earth, which would allow easy manipulation of soil, perfectly suited for digging caves. I have the ability to plunder infinitely, so I can completely plunder an Earth-controlling ability. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. But to acquire such a superpower, I first need to find someone who possesses it. He carefully recalled the Earth-controlling ability users he had encountered in his previous life, and several names instantly surfaced in his mind. Zheng Tian, Lu Feng, Mali, Xiao Xiang, Lu Zhuangzhuang. Xiao Xiang. It seems he lives in the neighboring Chang'e Shiyuan community, and he and I have some grudges. With his target instantly confirmed in his mind, a resolute glint flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. It's you, Xiao Xiang. However, he only knew that Xiao Xiang lived in Building 17 of the Chang'e Shiyuan community, but he had no idea which specific unit he was in. This was truly troublesome. Zhang Fan took out a small notebook and wrote down the first task: find Xiao Xiang. As long as he found him, he could seize his Earth-controlling ability, dig a cave, and establish a shelter. Therefore, finding Xiao Xiang was the key. The second important thing is to enhance my strength. The aliens are constantly evolving and will soon reach an extremely terrifying state. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world surrounded by aliens, one must possess great strength. But how strong is strong enough? Of course, the stronger, the better. The greater the strength, the higher the chances of survival, and the more comfortable life will be. If one's strength is too weak, they could be killed by aliens at any moment. Thus, one cannot afford to be too weak, at least not so weak as to be left far behind by the aliens, otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. For superhumans, there is only one way to enhance their strength, and that is by absorbing alien crystal cores. Aliens are a very peculiar species. They can make themselves more perfect by selecting high-quality DNA. However, selecting high-quality DNA only enhances their abilities, but does not increase their level. Aliens increased their level by absorbing black rain. Black rain is a deadly poison to humans, but for aliens, it is a miraculous elixir that enhances their strength. By absorbing black rain and refining its energy essence, aliens eventually form alien crystal cores within their bodies. These crystal cores contain vast and pure energy. For humans, this energy is not harmful. On the contrary, it strengthens the body, enhances the mind, and makes one more powerful. In Zhang Fan's previous life, the survivors continuously enhanced their strength by absorbing alien crystal cores, battling aliens, and struggling to survive in the cracks between countless aliens. Therefore, alien crystal cores are of critical importance to humans. Only by obtaining them and absorbing their energy can one become stronger. However, to acquire alien crystal cores, one must kill aliens. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely difficult task. With my current strength, whether it's a frontal assault, an ambush, or setting traps, any conventional method, it's almost impossible to kill an alien. Zhang Fan shook his head and sighed. Although the current aliens were the weakest first-tier ones, without heavy weaponry, it was nearly impossible to kill them. Their defenses were simply too terrifying. However, this did not mean that killing aliens was entirely impossible. Some superhumans could achieve this. For example, with abilities like Death Ray, Absolute Zero, Moisture Stripping, Transmutation, or Super Vibration. These superpowers can easily kill the alien. I must hunt the alien as soon as possible and seize a powerful offensive superpower. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan wrote down the second sentence in his notebook: find offensive superpower users and seize offensive superpowers. In my previous life, I encountered quite a few offensive superpower users, and I still remember the situation in these nearby neighborhoods. Zhang Fan carefully recalled. Given his current situation, he couldn't go too far and could only operate within the nearby neighborhoods. Going any farther would be too dangerous. Zhang Chang, capable of controlling metal. Ma Mao's ability seems to be annihilating gray smoke. Lu Baiwen possesses the ability of a death ray. Li Weili's ability is laser eyes. Among these people, Zhang Chang, Ma Mao, and Li Weili had a fairly good relationship with me in my previous life. Only really Lu Baiwen?
A trace of coldness flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes.
There was deep hatred between him and Lu Baiwen.
In his previous life, he and a few companions had hunted alien creatures, only to be ambushed by Lu Baiwen's group, resulting in near-total annihilation.
The enmity between them was cemented. Later, Lu
Baiwen, relying on the powerful superpower of the Death Ray, joined a survivor organization and held a rather high position.
Zhang Fan and his group never had the chance to kill Lu Baiwen.
Even 2 years into the apocalypse, when Zhang Fan died, Lu Baiwen was still living well, carefree and unscathed.
It's you, Lu Baiwen. Level 1. Zhang Fan wrote Lu Baiwen's name in his notebook. Setting aside the deep hatred, Lu Baiwen's Death Ray had a terrifying lethality against alien creatures.
This was because the Death Ray's superpower did not attack the physical body, but rather, the soul.
In other words, the Death Ray was a form of soul attack.
Therefore, no matter how strong the alien is or how sturdy its exoskeleton, it cannot withstand the Death Ray.
First target, Xiao Xian. Second target, Lu Baiwen. Xiao Xian lives next door in Chang'e West Garden. Boom. Lu Baiwen lives next door in the Evergrande International City. Get a good rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll go find them. With the plan finalized, Zhang Fan felt much more at ease.
After eating something, he moved the sofa to the doorway to block it, then returned to the bedroom to sleep.
Zhang
Fan knew that using the sofa to block the door wouldn't truly stop the xenomorphs, but it would buy him a few moments, and during that time, he could prepare to respond. When he slept, he didn't dare take off his clothes or shoes, only casually covering himself with a blanket and sleeping fully dressed.
He had long since gotten used to this. The purpose of
doing so, of course, was to make it easier to escape in the event of a xenomorph attack.
Otherwise, the time wasted putting on clothes and shoes would cost him precious moments to flee.
Fortunately, there was no alien attack that night, so Zhang Fan slept exceptionally well. When he woke up the next morning, he was full of energy, refreshed, and his strength had fully recovered, reaching his peak condition.
Not bad.
Zhang Fan stretched his body and was very satisfied with his condition. To survive in the apocalypse, one must always maintain peak condition to increase the chances of survival. Simply ate a little something, Zhang Fan used his wall-passing ability to walk out of the basement and directly plunged into the black rain. The weather was gloomy, with thick, black clouds covering the sky like a dark quilt, and the black rain drizzled incessantly. The black rainwater, like ink, dyed the ground, lawns, buildings, everything black. In the residential compound, there were almost no corpses to be seen, but sets of clothes, shoes, and phones were scattered around. These clothes consisted of shirts, pants, and shoes, clearly once worn by someone, but the people were nowhere to be found.
This was actually a very normal phenomenon.
The black rain had a terrifying decomposition ability. Any corpse soaked in it for a long time would
be dissolved. As a result, corpses exposed to the black rain would eventually leave behind only clothes, shoes, bags, and phones. Through the pitch-black curtain of rain, Zhang Fan could see many alien creatures in the courtyard, standing silently like sculptures, letting the black rain wash over them without moving an inch. These aliens were in a state of dormancy. Dormancy referred to the process where the aliens absorbed the black rain while refining its energy essence. In fact, they were cultivating, apart from hunting. For living beings, aliens spent almost all their time cultivating, which was one of the reasons they could evolve so quickly. Zhang Fan sprinted rapidly through the black rain, as if he were in another dimension. Though he was clearly present, it was as if he didn't exist at all, with the black rain effortlessly passing through his body. This was the wall-passing ability. When using the ability to pass through walls, Zhang Fan's body was enveloped by a mysterious energy, as if he had dematerialized. As a result, although Zhang Fan could be seen, he couldn't be touched. Truly incredible. However, using the wall-passing ability consumed an extreme amount of stamina, so Zhang Fan dared not waste even a second and rushed at full speed toward Chang'e West Garden.
He ignored obstacles and moved in a straight line, passing through vehicles, trees, walls. Zhang Fan went through them all. He walked on water without leaving a trace, moving silently and without a single splash. Many mutants noticed Zhang Fan, and like revived sculptures, they began to stir and move. Immediately, they began to frantically chase Zhang Fan.
These xenomorphs were covered in jet-black exoskeletons, resembling shells that shimmered with a dark metallic luster.
They had elongated, banana-shaped heads, tails as long and slender as spines, and razor-sharp claws. Agile and swift, their running speed was astonishingly fast, catching up to Zhang Fan in the blink of an eye.
However,
when the xenomorphs lunged at him, attempting to attack, they found themselves passing right through his body.
Idiots!
Zhang Fan sneered coldly before diving headfirst into the ground and disappearing. With his abundant stamina, he had no fear of these xenomorphs. At his peak, Zhang Fan could maintain his phase-through ability for at least 10 minutes, so why would he fear their pursuit?
Chang'e Shiyuan was adjacent to the Birchwood community, separated only by a wall.
In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Fan arrived at
Chang'e Shiyuan.
He only knew that Xiao Xian lived in Building 17 of Chang'e Shiyuan, but he had no clue about the specific apartment. Thus, he could only search room by room.
This process was both time-consuming and physically exhausting, but there was no no other choice, it was the only way. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had plenty of patience. He arrived at Building 17 and began his search from the first floor, going through each unit one by one, 101, 102, 103. Changdal Shiyuan was a resettlement housing complex, with most residents being elderly or tenants, resulting in a dense population.
After the black rain struck, many people died on the spot, while others perished after returning home or
underwent mutations.
As Zhang Fan searched each apartment, he encountered corpses in nearly every room.
The scenes were horrifying beyond words. Some bodies had turned completely black, resembling zombies. Others had gaping holes in their chests, as if something had burst out from within. Still others had been gnawed to the point of being mere remnants. The overwhelming stench of blood and decay filled the entire building, suffocating anyone who entered. During his search,
Zhang Fan took occasional breaks to replenish his energy, as conserving some stamina at all times was crucial. After a grueling process of stopping and starting, he finally found Xiao Xiang in Unit 1602 on the 16th floor.
Come out.
Xiao Xiang lay under the cabinet, gripping the mop handle in his hand. He jabbed forcefully at the gaps beneath the cabinet while cursing under his breath. You bastard, just wait. When I get you out, the first thing I'll do is skin you alive, eat your flesh, drink your blood, and make dog meat hot pot out of you.
I'll stab you to death. Stab you to death. Scream. Let's see you scream again. I'll stab you to death. Shut up.
Xiao Xiang was small and thin, standing at 1.6 meters tall, around 40 years old, with dark skin and rugged features. Each time he jabbed, a piercing dog yelp and
a desperate howl came from under the cabinet.
Zhang Fan silently appeared behind Xiao Xiang and witnessed the scene, feeling speechless.
This guy really wasn't afraid of death. Making such a racket, wasn't he worried about attracting aliens? But on second thought, if Xiao Xiang had already awakened his earth-controlling ability, he indeed wouldn't fear aliens much. Just as there are no two identical eggs in the world, superpowers also vary. Each earth-controlling ability user's powers
are unique, with every ability having its own distinct characteristics.
The strongest earth-controlling abilities could reach SSS level, while the weakest might not even qualify as sea level. The disparity was enormous. Xiao Xian's earth-controlling ability was exceptionally strong, reaching SS level, allowing him not only
to manipulate soil and sand on a large scale but also to transform himself into soil and sand.
Large-scale manipulation could be used for attacks, while turning himself into sand was an excellent survival skill. If aliens came, he could simply turn into a pile of sand. What could the aliens do to him? Clearly, nothing at all.
Therefore, for someone like Xiao Xiang, the apocalypse, while dangerous, was far less life-threatening than it was for others. In fact, in a world where order had collapsed and laws no longer applied, people like Xiao Xiang might even thrive. Some fell into despair, while others thrived, creating a stark polarization. Such was reality.
Bark, bark, bark. Bark at your mother. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death.
Xiao Xiang forcefully jabbed the dog under the cabinet with the handle of a mop, making the little creature yelp and squeal chaotically.
Suddenly, Xiao Xiang felt a weight
on his back, as if something was pressing down on him. At the same time, his mouth and entire head were covered by something, and his vision instantly plunged into darkness. Xiao Xiang struggled desperately, but his small frame and lack of strength, combined with Zhang Fan pinning him down, made it impossible to break free. He was unwilling to be captured and continued to fight with all his might.
However, at that moment, a
piercing pain suddenly struck him, like a heavy hammer mercilessly pounding his body. The pain was so intense that his vision darkened, and he nearly passed out. He had no idea what had happened, but there was no doubt he had been attacked in some way.
In this critical moment, Xiao Xiang instinctively activated his soil transformation ability, attempting to use it to evade the attack.
His control over soil was exceptionally strong, so much so that manipulating it came as naturally as breathing.
With just a
thought, he could command vast amounts of sand and soil, even transforming himself into soil. However, this time, his ability failed
him.
What used to require only a single thought to transform his body into soil now elicited no response. His body remained unchanged.
What's going on? Xiao Xiang looked around in terror, panic surging in his heart.
He tried once more to summon his superpower, but again, he failed.
Damn it! Damn it!
Anger and despair intertwined within him as he struggled desperately, but his body was firmly pinned down, leaving him unable to turn over.
Waves of excruciating pain continued to assault him, and gradually, Xiao Xiang's strength to resist began to wane.
In the end, he completely lost consciousness.
After about 10 minutes, the plundering finally ended. Zhang Fan stood up from Xiao Xiang's body, ready to leave quickly.
He needed to find a hidden and safe place to merge the newly acquired superpower.
This process was painful and extremely time-consuming, so he absolutely couldn't linger here. Zhang
Fan activated his wall-passing ability, and his body slowly sank into the ground.
Just as he was about to completely disappear into the ground, with only
his head still visible, he suddenly noticed a small dog hiding under the cabinet. The poor little dog had just been stabbed repeatedly by Xiao Xiang.
Ha! Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim softly.
It was a small black dog dog, about the size of a house cat, entirely black, clearly a puppy of the Chinese rural dog breed.
Nowadays, city dwellers
mostly kept breeds like Teddy, Golden Retriever, Samoyed, or Labrador, while those who raised rural dogs were few and far between.
Moreover, it was quite rare to see such a puppy in the city.
However, what caught Zhang Fan's interest wasn't the fact that it was a rural dog, but its appearance. This rural dog is entirely black, with only its forepaws snow white.
Could it be that dog?
A glimmer of light flashed in Zhang
Fan's eyes.
Having lived in the post-apocalyptic world for 2 years, he had seen many things, terrifying alien creatures and powerful superhumans. Among these superhumans, while the vast majority were human, there were also a few animals. The animal that left the deepest impression on Zhang Fan was a dog named Black King, entirely black in color. The reason it was so memorable was that Black King had awakened an extremely unique superpower, the sleep domain.
This ability meant that as long as Black King fell asleep, a sleep-inducing area would form around it.
Any creature entering this area, be it human, alien, or even snakes, rats, insects, or ants, would uncontrollably fall into slumber. At first glance, this ability doesn't seem particularly special, just sleeping, nothing worth mentioning. But in reality, the role of the sleep domain is incredibly significant.
First of all, with the Black King by his side, he can sleep soundly without worrying about alien attacks.
Because as long as the Black King falls asleep, any alien that dares to approach will involuntarily fall into slumber. Secondly, this ability is also a powerful auxiliary skill for hunting aliens.
In his previous life, the Black King's master used this ability to hunt aliens, with astonishing efficiency.
First, create some noise to attract a group of aliens, then let the Black King lie down and sleep.
As long as the aliens enter
the range of the sleep domain, they will fall asleep one after another.
As long as the Black King remains asleep, these aliens will not wake up. Aliens in
their waking state are extremely terrifying, but sleeping aliens pose no threat at all. They're like fish on a chopping board, ready to be dealt with at will. Thus, the Black King became the perfect assistant for hunting aliens. For this reason, it was called the treasure dog, coveted by countless survivor organizations.
However, the Black King had long been adopted and was fiercely loyal to its owner.
Even if other organizations killed the Black King, they wouldn't be able to claim it. In the apocalypse, animals are in an even tougher situation than humans, with lower survival rates and fewer numbers. Zhang Fan pondered in his heart.
So the number of surviving animals is extremely small, and the Black King is a black mutt with snow-white paws. His gaze fixed firmly on the Black King.
I'm almost certain you are the Black King. In the city of Xi'an, native dogs are already rare. Black native dogs are even rarer, and those with 4 snow-white paws are almost impossible to find. Now that it's the apocalypse, animals are dying in large numbers, and survivors are few and far between. So, the little black dog in front of him was undoubtedly the Black King. Having discovered this treasure of a dog, there was no way Zhang Fan would
let it slip away. He cautiously approached and gently stroked the Black King. Due to Qiao Xian's influence, the Black King was somewhat fearful of humans.
It bared its teeth at Raymond, shrank back, and trembled slightly, its eyes filled with terror.
Good dog, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you.
After all, it was still a puppy, simple-minded.
After a few minutes of Zhang Fan's soothing, the Black King's emotions gradually calmed down.
Zhang Fan carefully picked up the Black King, then wrapped it in his wall-passing energy and quickly left the area. The ability to pass through walls could carry people, as evidenced by Zhang Fan's ability
to pass through walls while wearing clothes.
If clothes could pass through, so could a person. Fundamentally, there was no difference. Carrying the Black King, Zhang Fan traversed through walls and soon found an extremely quiet basement. This basement seemed to be a storage room, with piles of clutter outside blocking the entire staircase.
Without Zhang
Fan's wall-passing ability, it would have been impossible to open the basement door and enter. The basement itself was also crammed with clutter, but it barely had enough space for Zhang Fan and the Black King to hide.
This will do.
Zhang Fan looked around the basement, packed to the brim, and said, the outside is piled with junk, so even if the aliens find this place, it will be hard for them to break in from outside. This place should be safe enough for me to merge with the earth-controlling ability. But before that, I need to feed the Black King. Otherwise, if it gets hungry and starts barking, it will attract the aliens. Animals, after all, are not humans and cannot understand the current situation.
A puppy like the Black King would definitely bark if it got hungry, which would draw the aliens.
Zhang Fan patted the little black dog, which blinked its shiny black eyes and curiously looked around. Zhang Fan took out some sausages he had just scavenged, unwrapped one, and handed it to the Black King. The Black King was clearly starving. After sniffing the sausage, it immediately began devouring it ravenously, eating 3 in a row before finally being full and stopping.
Now stay here quietly, don't make any noise.
Zhang Fan gently stroked the Black King's head and unwrapped a few more sausages, placing them aside as
a backup.
Merging with a new ability would take a long time, so Zhang Fan needed to prepare some food for the Black King to prevent it from barking. Once everything was ready, Zhang Fan took a deep breath, stuffed a towel into his mouth, and began merging with the new ability.
Boom! Zhang Fan was still still too weak. During this fusion, he once again couldn't avoid passing out. When he woke up again, it was already dark outside. His whole body ached terribly, and his stomach was empty. Looking at the Black King, it was curled up tightly against him, sound asleep. Of the sausages he had unwrapped, only one was left. It seems a lot of time has passed again. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and pulled out his phone to check the time. August 21st, 6:38 p.m. I actually passed out for over 8 hours. Zhang Fan rubbed his temples. When he started merging with the earth-controlling ability, it was a little after 10 in the morning. Now it was already past 6 in the evening, taking a full 8 hours. Merging with new abilities takes too much time. This is definitely a major drawback. Zhang Fan sighed and eagerly opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 1. Spirit, level 1, 1/100. Physique, level 1, 1/100. Superpowers, Infinite Plunder, SSS-level. Wall passing, B-level. Earth Mastery, SS-level. Earth Mastery? Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, no wonder Qiao Xiang's earth-controlling ability was so powerful. It turns out his true superpower is called Earth Mastery. From the names alone, it was clear that Earth Mastery and Earth Controlling were not on the same level. Earth Control. Zhang Fan unwrapped a sausage for himself, eating it quietly to replenish his energy while studying his new ability. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan had gained a completely new understanding of this SS-level ability, Earth Control. Earth Control granted the user an extraordinary ability to manipulate the Earth, far surpassing ordinary Earth manipulation. The weight, volume, and even the precision of the soil and rocks that could be controlled were far beyond the capabilities of regular Earth manipulation. Moreover, Earth Control endowed the user with two unique and powerful abilities. The first was soil transformation. As long as the user was standing on the ground, they could instantly transform their body into soil to evade attacks. The second was ground compression. While standing on the ground, the user could compress the distance beneath their feet, taking a single step to cover a vast distance, achieving an effect similar to teleportation. Soil transformation, ground compression. Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, this ability is simply too powerful. It can't even be compared to ordinary Earth manipulation. Ordinary Earth manipulation merely involved simple control over soil, with no other uses, making it incomparable to Earth control. Zhang Fan finally understood why Qiao Xiang from his previous life had been so successful. The Earth control ability, which seemed singular on the surface, was actually a combination of three abilities. These three abilities included Earth manipulation, soil transformation, and the near teleportation effect of ground compression. With such a powerful superpower, even a feather could soar to the skies, right? After finishing his sausage, Zhang Fan had a thorough understanding of Earth control. He planned to leave this place and return to the birch forest residential area. Now that he had acquired the Earth manipulation ability, the next step was to quickly dig a shelter and move in as soon as possible. Black King, let's go home. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan returned to the basement with Black King. On the way back, he stopped by the convenience store in the residential area and bought some food. Instant noodles, potato chips, spicy strips, crispy noodles, compressed biscuits, sunflower seeds, peanuts, a whole pile of snacks. Why wasn't Zhang Fan in a hurry to collect more supplies? Because the streets were full of supplies. In this disaster, the survival rate of people was extremely low. 9 out of 10 were already gone. However, supplies remained abundant, and theoretically, the existing resources were enough to sustain the survivors for a long time. Moreover, due to the threat of the alien creatures, few dared to risk their lives to gather supplies. As a result, the supplies just sat there quietly, with no need to rush to collect them. Once the shelter was built, it wouldn't be too late to gather supplies slowly. Besides, the shelter wasn't ready yet, and there was no place to store the collected supplies. Let's get started. Zhang Fan walked into the bedroom and began digging the shelter. He decided to dig the shelter in the basement bedroom, as it was the safest choice. Poof, 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 along with a stream of soil condensed into an earthen flow, it gushed out like a fountain from the circular pit in the center of the bedroom. The pit wasn't large, with a diameter of only about 1 meter, but its depth reached 5 or 6 meters. As the soil continued to surge out, the depth kept increasing, 7 meters, 8 meters. Fresh soil scattered around the pit like flowing water, making the previously tidy floor somewhat messy. This wasn't a big deal, although it looked dirty now. Once the hole was fully dug, Zhang Fan would clean up all the soil, and the bedroom would naturally return to its pristine state. During the digging process, Zhang Fan became increasingly adept at using his new ability to control the earth, from unfamiliarity to rough handling, then from rough handling to proficiency, and finally entering the stage of fine operation. He gradually mastered the skill. It was like writing or drawing. The more you practice, the more skilled you become, though it was also very physically demanding. Currently, Zhang Fan was only at level 1, with limited stamina, making it impossible to use his superpower for extended periods. He had to rest periodically to recover his strength. After 2 days of repeated operations, he finally completed the initial excavation of the underground shelter. The entire shelter was located 30 meters below the basement, with a modest area of about 100 square meters. The hole was shaped like a wine bottle, with a sturdy base and a slender exit. The bottom had a radius of 6 meters, while the narrowest part at the top had a diameter of less than 10 centimeters. Initially, the pit was 1 meter wide to facilitate soil removal, but once the hole was completed, such width was no longer necessary. Zhang Fan embedded a vertical drainage pipe in the center of the pit as a ventilation shaft and then buried the pit with soil. This way, the underground shelter and the basement were connected only by a single 10-centimeter thick plastic pipe. Even if the aliens discovered Zhang Fan in the underground shelter, they wouldn't be able to harm him unless they could burrow through the earth or pass through walls. Such aliens did exist but were extremely rare and posed minimal threat. Zhang Fan never expected the shelter to be absolutely safe. Even living in a building carried the risk of collapse. Absolute safety was unrealistic. Blocking 90% of alien threats would already be considered a success. Additionally, all the excavated soil was transferred by Zhang Fan to the stairwell outside the basement. The soil piled up high, completely burying the stairwell and even blocking the basement door. From the outside, the stairwell leading to the basement was entirely concealed, making it impossible to enter. This was intentional on Zhang Fan's part. Once the stairwell was completely buried, aliens naturally couldn't enter the basement, let alone discover the hole beneath it. This approach was foolproof. Subsequently, Zhang Fan spent another day moving his bed, mattress, and bedding into the hole for resting. The remaining items were left in the basement, as aliens had no interest in them, so there was no need to worry. The time was now 9 p.m. Zhang Fan had just finished dinner and was relaxing on the basement sofa, with Black King squatting at his feet. Black King was still young, and puppies at this age were particularly prone to drowsiness. It leaned against Zhang Fan, its eyes drooping sleepily, but it couldn't fall asleep just yet. Black King, the underground shelter has been successfully built. Zhang Fan picked up Black King, gently stroking its head while taking out a plastic bottle from his bag. Now we're completely safe. Tonight, we're going to awaken your superpower. The Black King had always stayed inside the building, never coming into contact with the black rain, and thus had not been infected. However, to awaken superpowers, a small amount of black rain infection was necessary and unavoidable process. The Black King blinked its shiny black eyes, looking at Zhang Fan with an adorably clueless expression, as if it didn't understand its owner's words. Let's begin. Zhang Fan twisted open the bottle cap. It was a mineral water bottle containing a small amount of black water. He carefully poured out a few drops onto the Black King. The Black King didn't dodge, letting the black water drip onto its body. The black water seeped through its fur and penetrated into its body. After finishing this, Zhang Fan tightened the bottle cap and casually tossed the bottle into the nearby trash can, planning to dispose of it properly the next day. Infection was a slow process, so the Black King didn't feel any discomfort. Sleep now. Zhang Fan placed the Black King into its doghouse and then lay down on his bed, falling into a deep sleep. Zhang Fan didn't check his phone because the power had long been out. Today marked the 8th day since the apocalypse began. By now, not only was there no water or electricity, but even natural gas was gone. The internet was also down. Without the internet or electricity, the phone was nothing more than a useless piece of metal, no longer functional. Zhang Fan didn't mind. Ever since the apocalypse started, the internet had been dominated by a single topic: aliens. Even if he could go online, all he would see were scenes of devastation, cries for help, or other negative information, so it didn't matter whether he could access it or not. Exhausted from the day's events, Zhang Fan soon fell into a deep sleep. However, in the middle of the night, Zhang Fan was jolted awake by the Black King's piercing cries of agony. The Black King was lying on the ground, convulsing violently, writhing in pain, and letting out heart-wrenching howls, even losing control of its bodily functions. Zhang Fan watched silently, knowing that the Black King was going through the most excruciating phase. Success would mean the awakening of superpowers. Failure would result in mutation into an alien. Hang in there, Black King. Zhang Fan silently cheered it on. No one can help you. This is something you must face on your own. The entire awakening process lasted several hours. By the time dawn was approaching, the Black King finally stopped struggling. It was clear that it had endured immense suffering. Its body was covered in dirt, its once sleek fur was now disheveled, and it was foaming at the mouth, having lost control of its bodily functions. Its condition was truly pitiful. It worked. Zhang Fan smiled. The Black King didn't look much different from before, but its eyes were clear, and its consciousness had returned. It was evident that it had successfully awakened. However, whether it had gained the ability of the dormant domain still needed further verification. At this moment, Zhang Fan saw the Black King shake its head, wobbling like a drunkard for a few moments before collapsing headfirst and falling into a deep sleep. It was utterly exhausted. Buzz, as the Black King fell asleep, an invisible wave quietly
spread out from its body, enveloping the entire underground cave. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Fan felt a wave of dizziness in his head, an overwhelming drowsiness washing over him as if he hadn't slept in decades. His head became fuzzy, his body severely uncomfortable, his limbs weak, and he couldn't even keep his eyes open. The domain of slumber. Zhang Fan muttered these words before collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. It was unclear how long he had slept, but Zhang Fan felt something licking his face, soft and slippery, tickling him. He slowly woke up to find the Black King lying by the bedside, sticking out its pink little tongue to lick his face. Seeing the Black King, a radiant smile immediately appeared on Zhang Fan's lips. He scooped up the Black King in his arms, rubbing its furry head. Black King, you really didn't let me down. Although he had long been certain that the Black King was the extraordinary treasure dog from his past life, Zhang Fan couldn't fully relax until it awakened its ability to control the domain of slumber. Now, he could finally rest easy. Woof woof, the Black King barked twice, its eyes gleaming with a human-like intelligence, making it seem more like a little person. Zhang Fan knew that the Black King had become smarter. In fact, when animals awaken superpowers, their intelligence undergoes a tremendous leap. If an adult animal awakens superpowers, its intelligence, apart from the inability to speak, would be on par with humans. For a puppy like the Black King, its intelligence might not match that of a normal human, but it could rival that of a young child. Let's go. First, let's eat something, then we'll head to Evergrande International City. After eating something to fill their stomachs, Zhang Fan took the Black King and headed out. He was about to execute his second plan, to hunt down Lu Baiwen and seize the superpower of the Death Ray. Although Zhang Fan already possessed 3 superpowers, among his offensive abilities, only Earth Control was the most powerful. However, in terms of lethality against the xenomorphs, the Death Ray was superior. Xenomorphs were covered in exoskeletons, making their defense incredibly formidable. Physical attacks were almost ineffective against them. Mental attacks were the best way to deal with them, and the Death Ray was precisely such a mental attack. Zhang Fan was determined to obtain it. Zhang Fan slung a backpack over his shoulders, placed the Black King inside, and then used his wall-passing ability to quickly head toward Evergrande International City. The black rain continued to pour heavily, with raindrops falling like ink. Zhang Fan walked slowly through the neighborhood, the rain hitting him as if passing through air without any resistance. Although his steps were slow, each one seemed like a teleportation, covering 10 meters in an instant. This was the effect of shrinking the ground into inches, one of the 2 subsidiary skills of the SS-level superpower, Earth Control. Zhang Fan moved swiftly and soon disappeared from the view of Building 9. Evergrande International City was adjacent to the Birch Forest neighborhood, separated only by a road. Stepping out of the neighborhood, Zhang Fan was greeted by the sight of vehicles scattered haphazardly across the road. Some were parked by the roadside, some had flipped over, and others had been severely damaged in collisions. Despite the abundance of cars, there wasn't a single person in sight. Only the sound of raindrops echoed, making the world seem eerily quiet, a silence so profound it sent chills down one's spine. There were no honking horns, no roaring engines, no chatter of people, and none of the lively noise from elderly folks dancing in public squares. The dead silence of the surroundings evoked a sense of fear. A normal person might struggle to adapt to such an environment, feeling lonely, fearful, and at a loss. But Zhang Fan was long accustomed to it. Carrying the Black King, he quickly crossed the road and entered Evergrande International City. Time to get busy, Zhang Fan muttered as he looked at the towering buildings. Although he knew Lu Baiwen lived here, he had no clue which specific building it was. To find Lu Baiwen, he would have to search building by building, a task that was bound to take time. Fortunately, Evergrande International City wasn't very large, with only 9 buildings in total, making the search relatively manageable. Zhang Fan first went to the supermarket outside the neighborhood and grabbed some supplies, including chocolate, chips, instant noodles, and Red Bull, to prepare for any eventualities. Once ready, he entered the neighborhood and began his search from Building 1, going door to door. Evergrande International City was home to many aberrations. Some were silently cultivating in the courtyard, absorbing the black rain, while others hid inside the buildings, searching for traces of living humans. Still others lingered on the rooftops. Zhang Fan's sudden intrusion was like a gazelle entering a crocodile pool, immediately drawing the attention of many aberrations. They roared and lunged at Zhang Fan, eager to tear him to pieces, but as they approached, Zhang Fan mysteriously vanished. Zhang Fan possesses the ability to pass through walls. As long as he remains in this state, he emits no scent and makes no sound. Coupled with his ability to ignore obstacles like walls, catching him is nearly impossible. While searching house by house, he unexpectedly found several survivors before locating Lu Baiwen. Zhang Fan discovered a total of 6 survivors, an old man, 2 elderly women, and a family of 3. These 6 survivors were neither infected nor awakened with superpowers. They had been hiding in their homes all along. Today marked the 9th day since the apocalypse began, and they were almost out of food. Zhang Fan's appearance brought them immense joy, and they they pleaded for his help. Unfortunately, they were destined for disappointment, as Zhang Fan could not assist them. He couldn't stay to ensure their safety, nor could he take them to the underground shelter, let alone care
for them like a nanny.
The only thing Zhang Fan could do was inform them that being infected by the Black Rain carried a certain chance of awakening superpowers.
That was all he could do.
He understood that in this apocalyptic world, ordinary people had no real hope of survival, even if they managed to cling to life for now. Once their food ran out or the alien creatures grew stronger, death would be inevitable. Only by awakening superpowers and
becoming superhumans could one have a chance to survive in this apocalypse.
As for whether these 6 survivors were willing to take the risk of
infection, that was their own choice.
Zhang Fan was powerless to help. The apocalypse was harsh, and he simply couldn't take care of others. He continued searching, resting when tired, eating when hungry, and drinking when thirsty. After an entire day of effort, he finally found the long-awaited Lu Baiwan near dusk.
Evergrande International City, Building 8, Room 2802.
Room 2802 is sandwiched between 2801 and 2803, and it's a small 2-bedroom apartment. In the master bedroom, a 2-meter-wide bed is placed horizontally, and a beautiful woman lies on it, covered with a quilt. At this moment, her red and swollen eyes are brimming with tears as she looks pleadingly at a short, chubby middle-aged man who is getting dressed. Her voice chokes as she says, "Brother Lu, I beg you, don't leave. Whatever you want, I'll do it, just please don't abandon me." The short, chubby middle-aged man leaned down, kissed her on the forehead, and said with a smile, "Silly girl, what are you thinking? Even if you enjoy delicacies every day, there will always come a time when you get tired of them. What's more, you're not exactly a stunning beauty. At best,
you're just a moderately attractive internet celebrity. How could I possibly give up an entire forest for you? Besides, we've been together for 7 or 8 days, and I've taken care of you for 7 or 8 days. I'd say I've done more than enough.
Don't give me that nonsense about a night as a couple, 100 nights of grace. You and I both know very well that our relationship is nothing more than a transaction." The short, chubby middle-aged man said while putting on his pants, "Oh, by the way, I found another girl.
She's even a post-2000s. That figure, those legs, TSK. I'm not bragging, but she's really much prettier than you.
Therefore, I have to go protect her.
As for you, well, you're free now." The woman on the bed gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes red as she shouted, "Lu Baiwan, you scumbag. Are you even human? Have you forgotten what you said these past few days?" Faced with the woman's curses, the short, chubby middle-aged man was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed even more cheerfully. "You're right, I'm a scumbag, but you're no saint either. We're two of a kind. Let's go." "Alright, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I have to go now.
The little girl upstairs is still waiting for me." After speaking, the short and stout middle-aged man turned and walked out of the bedroom. Just as he reached the living room, he suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, as if he had played poker
for 3 days and nights.
His head was heavy, his eyelids drooped, and all he wanted was to collapse into sleep.
Didn't I just wake up? Why am I so tired? Could it be that I've been attacked?" Lu Baiwan shook his head desperately, trying to force himself awake, but it was futile. The drowsiness grew even stronger. Bang! Lu Baiwan collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly as he instantly fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, the floor beneath Lu Baiwan suddenly began to wriggle, then detached and separated from the surrounding floor. This section of the floor slowly rose, carrying Lu Baiwan, and moved directly into room 2803 across the way. Zhang Fan was standing in the living room of 2803, quietly watching Lu Baiwan being delivered by the floor. "Lu Baiwan, we meet again." Zhang Fan's lips curled slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. In his previous life, Lu Baiwan, despite being a scumbag with poor character, selfishness, and low morals, had managed to thrive thanks to his superpowers, becoming the second-in-command of a survivor organization. This survivor organization ranked among the top 10 in all of Xi'an. To have risen to the position of second-in-command in such an organization was a testament to Lu Baiwan's former glory. "In your past life, you relied on the Li Long organization, and I couldn't do anything to you, but now, you've finally fallen into my hands, haven't you?" In his dazed state, Lu Baiwan no longer posed any threat. Zhang Fan easily plundered Lu Baiwan's death ray ability. After completing this, Zhang Fan threw Lu Baiwan out of the window, watching as he was dissolved into black water by the black rain, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. In his past life, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kill him, but in this life, he finally put an end to this regret. Afterward, Zhang Fan woke up the Black King, who was still unconscious in room 2802. After discovering Lu Baiwan earlier, Zhang Fan had quietly placed the Black King in the living room of room 2802 and then put him into a deep sleep. Sure enough, Lu Baiwan fell into the trap. Although the sleep domain ability was useful, it had 2 drawbacks. First, the Black King had to fall asleep first to activate the sleep domain and attack the creatures within the domain. Because of this limitation, Zhang Fan chose not to plunder the sleep domain ability for himself. If he had taken this ability, he would have to fall asleep first when hunting aliens. How could he kill aliens while asleep? Clearly, it wouldn't work. So Zhang
Zhang Fan did not seize this ability but instead let the Black King use it to provide support for him.
Second, the attacks within the sleep domain are indiscriminate. Anyone who enters the range of the sleep domain cannot escape.
The Black King is currently at level 1, and the range of the sleep domain is 10 meters around it.
In other words, anyone who approaches within
10 meters of the Black King will fall asleep. Because of this, Zhang Fan first removed Lu Baiwen from room 2802 before proceeding with
the seizure.
If he had recklessly rushed in earlier, the result would likely have been the same as Lu Baiwen's, falling into sleep.
After the Black King awakened, Zhang Fan took it and left.
Zhang Fan did not rush to integrate the new ability but returned to the underground shelter to ensure safety before
starting the integration process.
As with the previous 2 times, the process of integration was painful and torturous. The dull, piercing pain felt as though all the flesh and blood in his body were being stripped away, making life seem worse than death. Fortunately, due to Zhang Fan's poor physical condition, he did not endure for long before fainting. When he woke up again, it was already the next day, and the integration had long been completed.
Zhang Fan immediately opened the attribute panel to check the new ability. Name, Zhang Fan. Spirit, level 1, 1/100. Physique, level 1, 1/100. Superpowers, Infinite Plunder, SSS-level. Wall phasing, B-level. Earth control, SS-level. Death ray, S-level. Finally got the Death ray.
Zhang Fan revealed a smile.
Don't underestimate the Death ray just because it's an S-level superpower. It must not be taken lightly. Its destructive power against aliens surpasses that of most SS-level abilities and even some SSS-level abilities. Lu Baiwen, that scum, relied on this superpower in his previous life to rise to prominence. With the Death ray, I can finally start hunting aliens, obtaining alien crystal cores for cultivation. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with hope.
For a superpower user, level is far more important than the superpower
itself. But to level up, alien crystal cores are indispensable.
Zhang Fan glanced at the time. Although the underground shelter was safe, being underground made it impossible to judge the time by the sky.
9:42.
Zhang Fan let out a long breath. Another night has passed since I fused with the Death ray. He didn't feel well, his whole body aching terribly, with no energy to move at all. However, his stomach was empty, and he started to feel hungry again.
Woof woof.
Black King jumped around on the ground, barking at Zhang Fan while wagging his tail vigorously, looking at him eagerly.
Hungry? I'll get you something right away.
Zhang Fan got out of bed and peeled 2 sausages for Black King, who immediately began devouring them with great enthusiasm.
Eat slower, there's more.
Zhang Fan smiled, took some food for himself, and began eating slowly. He had 2 pieces of bread, a slice of cake, a tub of chips, and a can of Red Bull, barely filling his stomach. By then, the discomfort in his body had completely disappeared, and he was back in peak condition.
Black King was also full, blinking its dark eyes as it looked at its master.
Zhang Fan patted its head. Black King, starting today, we officially begin hunting the aliens.
But during the operation, you must follow my orders, understand?
The Black King nodded its little head, completely understanding Zhang Fan's words and displaying remarkable intelligence. This was normal. As it grew, its intelligence would increase. Zhang Fan slung on his backpack, placed the Black King inside, grabbed a recording speaker, and set off. Leaving the underground shelter, Zhang Fan flew straight upstairs and eventually arrived at room 803 on the 8th floor. Zhang Fan placed the backpack and the Black King in the center of the living room in 803.
Black King, start sleeping.
Zhang Fan rubbed the Black King's head and gave it the command. Woof. The Black King was very obedient. It tilted its body and immediately fell asleep. Seeing this, Zhang Fan quickly teleported 10 meters away to avoid being affected by
the Black King and also drifted into a deep sleep.
Ever since the Black King awakened its ability to create a slumber domain, it had gained the power to fall asleep.
Anytime, anywhere. In no time, the Black King's snores began to echo.
Zhang Fan knew it was time to start attracting the xenomorphs. He turned on the pre-prepared recording speaker and began playing the recorded song, The Lonely Warrior.
After the beautiful and melodious prelude, Eason Chan's deep and resonant voice followed.
Love you walking alone through dark alleys, love you for not kneeling, love you for confronting despair. Zhang Fan pried up a floor tile from the ground and placed the recording speaker on it. The tile floated into the air, carrying the speaker toward the Black King, eventually
landing in front of it. The recording speaker continued playing music, but the Black King remained completely unaffected, still snoring away.
Zhang Fan quietly observed the scene, his heart filled with anticipation. Xenomorphs were extremely sensitive to sound, making the music played by the recording speaker the perfect bait to lure them in.
As soon as a xenomorph dared to approach the Black King,
it would be affected by the slumber domain and fall into a deep sleep, becoming nothing more than fish on a chopping board. Now, the recording speaker and the Black King were both in position, but whether things would unfold as Zhang Fan had envisioned remained uncertain.
He waited quietly.
As it turned out, the aliens were indeed highly sensitive to sound.
After just 3 minutes, the first alien appeared.
It was a very small alien, moving on all fours, petite and delicate, resembling a civet cat in its movements. Zhang Fan, being experienced and knowledgeable, immediately recognized it as a cat alien. Cat aliens originated from mutated cats. Though not very strong, they were exceptionally agile and incredibly fast, making them quite troublesome to deal with. This cat alien smashed through the glass and burst into the living room, its mouth filled with sharp fangs, saliva dripping intermittently. Strangely, its eyes had no pupils, replaced instead by two dark, hollow sockets that sent chills down one's spine. The cat alien spotted the slumbering Black King, and with a flash of its body, it pounced toward the Black King like a shadow. However, just as it was about to launch its attack, its movements suddenly faltered, staggering like a drunken man, wobbling unsteadily before collapsing headfirst and falling into a deep sleep. It worked! Zhang Fan was secretly thrilled. The ideal scenario he had envisioned, though never realized in reality before, had finally come true. The first alien had fallen into the trap. Could the second, the fourth, be far behind? He manipulated the floor to bring the cat alien before him, then activated the death ray. A trace of black light flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes. At first, the black light was only the size of a needle tip, but it quickly expanded like a small flame, instantly filling his pupils and turning his eyes completely black. Swish! In the next second, two black beams of light shot out from his eyes, striking the cat alien. The black beams ignored the cat alien's tough exoskeleton, piercing straight through its head and attacking its soul. The sleeping cat alien immediately convulsed, its body tensing up before finally going completely limp. It was dead. It had died silently in its sleep, without even a scream, and without any visible wounds on its body. Its life ended quietly and peacefully. Zhang Fan quietly watched the cat-like alien, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This was the death ray, a perverse mental attack skill. No matter how strong your defense or how hard your exoskeleton, it couldn't resist the all-pervasive mental attack. The result was the same: death. Zhang Fan grabbed the hind legs of the cat alien and threw it out the window. Bang! The cat alien landed heavily in the yard, rainwater dripping onto its body. A miraculous thing happened. The cat alien's body began to disintegrate silently, like ice and snow under a blazing sun. A few minutes later, the cat alien had completely dissolved, turning into a puddle of black liquid that merged with the rainwater and flowed into the sewer. Only a walnut-sized white crystal remained, quietly soaking in the rainwater, standing out conspicuously. This white crystal was the essence of the black rain condensed within the alien's body after absorbing it, and it was the only resource for superhumans to enhance their powers. Zhang Fan was in no hurry to collect the crystal. He figured it wouldn't be too late to gather them all after hunting down every alien. He wasn't worried about anyone stealing it. Bang! Another thud echoed. Zhang Fan turned toward the sound and saw another alien collapse to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. This one was clearly a humanoid alien, walking upright on its hind legs, with a tall and slender figure. Walking upright was a typical characteristic of humanoid aliens and their biggest distinction from animal-like aliens, which usually moved on all fours, crawling like animals. Come here! Zhang Fan manipulated the floor to drag the unconscious alien over, then activated the death ray to kill it. Afterward, he threw it downstairs to let the black rain dissolve it. Aliens were truly fascinating creatures. While alive, they could run freely in the rain, absorbing the black rain to cultivate, completely unafraid of it. However, once dead, they became like any other animal, unable to resist the disintegration caused by the black rain. This peculiarity was something superhumans in the previous era had exploited to dissolve alien corpses and retrieve their crystal cores. Otherwise, dealing with alien corpses would have been an incredibly troublesome task. It was well known that alien exoskeletons were extremely tough and usually hard to break. Moreover, their blood was a super strong acid capable of corroding even the hardest metals on Earth. Without the disintegration effect of the black rain, extracting the crystal cores from alien bodies would have been unimaginably difficult. The second crystal core. Zhang Fan's face lit up with joy. Getting this crystal core was so easy. Thinking back to his previous life, the difficulty of obtaining an alien crystal core back then made the ease of the current situation feel incredibly stark in contrast. In the time that followed, aliens repeatedly walked right into his trap. Although these creatures were clever and cunning, they were not yet smart enough to see through the sleeping domain, and thus they kept falling victim to it. In just one morning, Zhang Fan killed 11 aliens and successfully obtained 11 alien crystal cores. He found a bucket, filled it with clean water, and placed the 11 alien crystal cores inside. Crystal cores soaked in black water must be thoroughly cleaned before absorption, otherwise, they cannot be absorbed at all. After a round of cleaning, the crystal cores were finally clean. Zhang Fan picked up the crystal cores, woke up Black King, and returned to the shelter. The underground shelter was pitch dark, so Zhang Fan turned on a desk lamp to dispel the surrounding darkness. This lamp was battery-powered and could be used simply by inserting batteries. Zhang Fan had specifically prepared it for lighting purposes. He sat on the sofa and took out the 11 alien crystal cores from his bag. These crystal cores were shaped very much like walnuts, with uneven surfaces and deep grooves. They resembled both walnuts and human brains, machines, but their entire bodies were milky white, like solidified milk, and they emitted a unique rice fragrance, as if they were oversized grains of rice carved into shape.
Black King stared longingly at the alien crystal cores in Zhang Fan's hand, its shiny little eyes full of desire. Yes, desire. This was entirely normal, as any creature that saw an alien crystal core would instinctively feel a sense of longing. Just like how a man feels a surge of conquest when seeing a beautiful woman, or how someone starving for 3 days would feel an intense craving upon seeing a meat sandwich. These are all normal physiological reactions. Zhang Fan took out 2 alien crystal cores and placed them in Black King's food box. Black King, these are yours. Based on merit, they should have been split evenly, but Black King was too small to absorb so many crystal cores. Overeating could be troublesome, and 2 cores were already his limit. Black King grabbed 1 alien crystal core in his mouth and eagerly swallowed it, then quickly devoured the second one. Zhang Fan did not stop him. Using alien crystal cores was very simple. As long as they came into contact with the body, they worked. Whether swallowed or held in the hand, both methods were effective. Animal-type superhumans generally chose to eat them directly, as it was convenient and straightforward. However, human superhumans usually avoided this method, finding it disgusting. Wolf. After swallowing the 2 crystal cores, Black King looked at his master with eager eyes, clearly wanting more. No more. Zhang Fan refused decisively. This stuff wasn't like sausages, eating until full was enough. Overeating could cause an explosion. Whimper, whimper. Black King let out 2 pitiful cries, then turned and went back to his doghouse, lying down to sleep. Now you're acting all aggrieved. Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh, casually turned off the desk lamp, and lay down on the bed. Holding a crystal core in each hand, he began to absorb them. Warm energy flowed into his body through his palms, traveling through his wrists, upper arms, chest, waist, abdomen, brain, legs, and feet. Wherever it passed, his body felt warm and extremely comfortable. However, this comfort didn't last long and was soon replaced by an intense itching sensation. From head to toe, inside and out, from the outer layer of his skin to the depths of his heart, a tingling itch spread throughout his body, as if countless ants were crawling chaotically all over him, making the itch unbearable. Zhang Fan lay quietly, unfazed by the itching that felt like a life and death curse. He was already used to it. He knew this was caused by the rapid division and proliferation of his cells under the stimulation of the crystal core's energy, similar to the itching sensation when a wound heals. About an hour later, the 2 crystal cores in his palms had completely disappeared, and Zhang Fan felt his entire body brimming with strength, as if he could kill a bull with a single punch. At the same time, his thoughts became exceptionally clear, his consciousness unprecedentedly lucid, and his mind as tranquil as a clear lake. The strength of aliens varied, and the energy contained in their crystal cores differed as well, resulting in varying absorption times. From noon at 12 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Fan spent 8 hours to finally absorb all 9 crystal cores. Although it took a long time, the results were remarkable. Zhang Fan could clearly feel that both his physical body and spirit had undergone earth-shattering changes. He then looked at his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Spirit, level 1, 5 out of 100. Physique, level 1, 10/100. Superpowers, infinite plunder, SSS-level, wall penetration, B-level, earth control, SS-level, death ray, S-level. Mental strength increased by 5 points, physical constitution increased by 10 points. What an astonishing improvement. Just as I expected. Zhang Fan stared at the attribute panel. The apocalypse has just begun, and the aliens are currently at their weakest stage, so the energy in their alien crystal cores is naturally minimal. Absorbing 1 alien crystal core can increase physical constitution by an average of 1 point and mental strength by 0.5 points, which seems reasonable. The growth rate of physical constitution and mental strength always maintains a 2-to-1 ratio. In other words, absorbing 1 alien crystal core increases physical constitution by 2 points, while mental strength only increases by 1 point. This was the case in the previous life. With my current strength, I should be able to face the aliens head-on. Zhang Fan muttered to himself. His initial physical constitution was 1, but it has now risen to 10, a tenfold increase. At this stage, the physical constitution of aliens generally remains around 5 or 6 points. Although they are stronger than ordinary humans, compared to Zhang Fan now, they are clearly inferior. However, Zhang Fan had no intention of confronting the aliens head-on. If something can be resolved easily, why complicate it? He certainly didn't want to appear overly dramatic. Afterward, Zhang Fan and Black King had a simple meal. By then, it was already 9 p.m., and the sky had darkened. Instead of choosing to hunt aliens, he began tidying up the underground shelter. The shelter was only partially completed and still had many details to address, such as compacting the ground, smoothing the walls, and adding furniture. To live more comfortably, these chores were necessary. Zhang Fan had no intention of living like an ascetic. Worked for more than 3 hours, until midnight. Zhang Fan still felt full of energy, as if his entire body was brimming with inexhaustible strength, without the slightest hint of fatigue. This was normal.
normal, with his physique enhanced tenfold. Not only had his strength and speed improved, but his stamina and endurance had also significantly increased. Now, his physical strength was exceptional, and even sprinting at full speed for an hour wouldn't tire him out. However, it was late, and time to sleep. He needed to recharge tonight, as he had to hunt aliens early the next morning.
Black King, sleep. Zhang Fan lay down on the bed and called out to Black King. Black King responded with a sound and immediately fell asleep.
As the sleep domain activated, Zhang Fan felt a strong wave of drowsiness wash over him, his
head becoming groggy.
Although he tried to resist for a while, he realized that the sleep domain's effect on him was no longer as strong as before.
While he still felt sleepy, he could now withstand it and wouldn't fall into an unguarded slumber like before.
Clearly, with his enhanced physique, Zhang Fan's resistance to the sleep domain had also improved. After sorting through these thoughts, Zhang Fan stopped resisting and allowed the drowsiness to envelop him. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep until dawn. The next morning, he had a simple meal and headed out with Black King. This time, Zhang Fan arrived on the 8th floor of Building 11.
As
usual, he let Black King fall asleep and then used a loudspeaker to play music.
Shortly after the music started, the first alien appeared.
Once again, it was a humanoid alien, tall and slender, agile and nimble. As soon as it appeared, it lunged at Black King.
However, it didn't get far before it was completely caught in the trap and fell asleep.
Zhang Fan immediately killed it and threw it downstairs. Next came the second, third, fourth. In less than an hour, Zhang Fan successfully hunted 17 xenomorphs, reaping a bountiful harvest.
Such rapid hunting filled Zhang Fan with immense joy and excitement. When had life ever been this easy in his previous life? Back then,
it took a large group of people ambushing, luring, and encircling the prey for an entire day, and even then, each person would only
get a few xenomorph crystals. But now, he could hunt so many xenomorphs in just an hour all by himself. It was simply too effortless. Keep going.
Zhang Fan was still full of energy. Just as he was about to continue hunting, an unexpected event occurred.
A xenomorph entered the sleep domain but was completely unaffected, continuing to charge toward the Black King.
This was an animal xenomorph, with a massive build, moving on all fours, an extremely thick waist, and equally sturdy legs.
Its body length exceeded 4 meters, and its shoulder height
was over 2 meters, making it appear incredibly powerful. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, with saliva constantly dripping from the corners.
Its robust and enormous body exuded an intense sense of
oppression, and its pitch-black body shimmered with a cold metallic luster. Most strikingly, on either side of its elongated banana-shaped head were 2 curved horns, resembling the second form of Lord Frisia,
a bull xenomorph.
Zhang Fan, well-versed in such matters, immediately identified it as a xenomorph mutated from a bull.
Although there weren't many bulls in Xi'an City, slaughterhouses and zoos had them, so encountering a bull xenomorph in the city wasn't surprising. However, what puzzled Zhang Fan was that this bull xenomorph was completely unaffected by the sleep domain, which was truly baffling.
It was known that the sleep domain, like the death ray, was essentially a mental attack skill, a type of skill that was particularly effective against xenomorphs.
How could the bull xenomorph ignore this?
Zhang Fan's mind raced, and a fiery fighting spirit began to ignite within him. Mental attacks were among the most mysterious, subtle, and difficult to defend skills of all.
If this bull xenomorph truly possessed some kind of superpower to resist mental attacks, its value would be immeasurable. If I could acquire such an ability, I'd never have to fear mental attacks again. Capture it first.
Zhang Fan struck without hesitation.
At this moment, the bull xenomorph had entered the slumber domain, completely unaffected, and its heavy steps
charged toward the Black King. Compared to the cat xenomorph, dog xenomorph, and human xenomorph, its speed seemed slow, its body cumbersome, taking
several steps to approach the Black King.
Just as it opened its bloodthirsty maw, ready to bite the Black King to death, the ground beneath the Black King suddenly split open, and the Black King fell through. The crack quickly sealed, and the Black King disappeared just like that.
Roar! The bull xenomorph, burning with rage, raised its thick, sharp forepaw and slammed it down onto the floor. Boom!
It was as if a heavy hammer had struck. The floor tiles shattered on impact, fragments flying in all directions, and the entire floor shook violently.
From this simple strike, one could see how terrifying the bull xenomorph's strength was. If it were
allowed to attack a few more times, the living room floor would likely collapse completely. Zhang Fan would never allow such a thing to happen.
The Black King was still downstairs. If the floor collapsed, how could the Black King survive? Splat!
A massive hand formed of cement and rubble suddenly burst out from the floor, resembling the palm of the Buddha, and fiercely grabbed at the bull xenomorph.
The bull xenomorph reacted swiftly, leaping to escape.
Zhang Fan, however, activated his shrinking ground into inches technique, ghosting behind the bull xenomorph and stomping down hard with his right foot. This stomp was anything but light. Relying on his physique of 10 points, his strength exceeded 1,000 pounds. The heavy stomp pinned the bull xenomorph to the ground, and the cement hand
seized the opportunity to grab hold of it. Immediately after, the surrounding walls seemed to come alive, extending cement tendrils tentacles that wrapped toward the bull xenomorph. Roar! The bull-shaped alien struggled desperately, its strength astonishing, easily breaking free from the cement hands. However, more and more tentacles frantically wrapped around it. For every one it broke, 10 more appeared. The more it struggled, the more they multiplied. In the blink of an eye, the bull alien was tightly bound by dozens, even hundreds of tentacles, resembling a trapped silkworm cocoon. Zhang Fan did not stop there. He continued to manipulate the surrounding walls, extending more cement tentacles to wrap the bull alien layer upon layer until it was completely immobilized. Can't move now, can you? Zhang Fan appeared in front of the bull alien, gazing at the massive creature. Aliens viewed humans as food and never hesitated to attack them, so naturally, humans harbored deep hatred for aliens, and Zhang Fan was no exception. As long as he could kill one more alien, he would never hold back. When dealing with such creatures, Zhang Fan always believed in eradicating evil completely. Roar! The bull alien glared with its abyss-like eyes, growling as it roared at Zhang Fan, while once again struggling desperately. Unfortunately, it was entirely encased in cement tentacles, like Sun Wukong trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain. All its struggles were in vain, unable to break free. Zhang Fan placed his hand on the bull alien and activated his infinite plundering ability. The commotion here was enormous, likely to attract other aliens. Therefore, he had to plunder this alien's abilities quickly and leave as soon as possible. Buzz! In an instant, a strange energy fluctuation enveloped the bull alien, beginning to strip away its superpowers. The pain from this stripping process was as excruciating as being cut by 1,000 blades or executed by slow slicing. The bull alien roared in agony, its face twisted in a demonic grimace, as if it were a devil from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Zhang Fan tightly gripped the power of plunder while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. He had already turned off the recording speaker, but the bull alien's roars could still potentially attract other aliens. Therefore, time was of the essence. Time slipped away quietly, and after 7 or 8 minutes, the plundering process was nearing its final stage. However, aliens arrived, and, shockingly, it was 2 humanoid aliens. After barging into the living room, they lunged at Zhang Fan from the left and right sides. While using the plundering skill, Zhang Fan couldn't spare any attention to fend off these 2 aliens. He could only activate earth control, creating a cement wall around himself to firmly enclose his position. Zhang Fan hoped to buy himself some time with this method. As long as the plundering process was completed, he would be free to eliminate these 2 aliens, but for now, he couldn't afford any distractions. The 2 aliens roared repeatedly, furiously attacking the cement wall. Although the strength of these 2 humanoid aliens was not as great as the bull aliens, their destructive power was still not to be underestimated. One of them struck the cement wall with its sharp claws, causing it to shake violently and shed large chunks of cement. The other swung its tail, which was like a javelin, instantly piercing through the cement wall and aiming directly at Zhang Fan inside. Fortunately, Zhang Fan activated the accompanying skill of earth control, soil transformation. The pierced area quietly turned into soil, so he was not injured. While speeding up his plundering, Zhang Fan continuously reinforced the cement wall, holding his ground against the 2 xenomorphs. Unable to break through the cement wall for a long time, the 2 xenomorphs became increasingly agitated, and their attacks grew more frenzied. The cement wall shook violently under the fierce impacts, riddled with holes, while Zhang Fan repeatedly reinforced it. Between destruction and reinforcement, both sides were locked in a tug-of-war. Finally, 10 minutes had passed, and Zhang Fan successfully plundered the ability. Die! He let out a cold snort and directly unleashed the death ray, first killing the bull-shaped alien whose superpower he had plundered. Then, he activated another skill attached to earth control, shrinking the ground to inches, and appeared behind the 2 aliens. The death ray fired again. 2 black beams shot out, striking one of the humanoid aliens and instantly killing it. The other humanoid alien, upon seeing this, leapt fiercely, transforming into a streak of black light and lunging at Zhang Fan. Having already used the death ray once, Zhang Fan could not use it consecutively to face the incoming alien. He chose to retreat, disappearing silently through, shrinking the ground to inches. The humanoid alien missed its target, turned to search for Zhang Fan, only to face a direct attack from the death ray. 2 black beams pierced through its brain, shattering its already weak soul, scattering its spirit. The humanoid alien collapsed heavily to the ground, limp and unable to move. Faced with a mental attack capable of instantly destroying the soul, even the exoskeletal defense of the alien was useless, ultimately unable to escape death. Lu Baiwen's death ray is indeed highly effective against aliens, a one-hit kill. Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The death ray is a mental attack that ignores physical defenses, coupled with its lightspeed velocity, making it impossible to evade and highly effective against aliens. However, the only drawback of the death ray is that using this ability not only consumes physical strength but also mental energy, placing a significant burden on the user's spirit. Mental energy is different from physical strength. While physical strength can recover with a short rest, mental energy is much harder to restore. Therefore, Zhang Fan would hunt aliens in the morning morning and choose to absorb crystal cores in the afternoon to recover. Absorbing crystal cores is the fastest way to restore mental energy.
Zhang Fan threw the corpses of the 2 humanoid aliens and the bull alien downstairs, leaving them to be slowly decomposed by the Black
Rain. He went downstairs to look for Black King.
Black King had already awakened and was anxiously pacing in circles in room 703. Seeing Zhang Fan return, Black King was overjoyed, let out a howl, and rushed over with its little legs. Zhang Fan reached out to hold it in his arms, gently stroking Black King's head, and said with a smile, "It's all fine now."
Black King wagged its tail vigorously. "Black King, let's go back." It was only a little past 10 in the morning, and logically, they shouldn't be heading back yet. But having just acquired a new ability, it was necessary to return and integrate it. Zhang Fan, along with Black King, went downstairs to collect the alien crystal cores and quickly returned to the underground shelter. Fusion. The process of fusion was still painful, even more intense than the previous times, because
Zhang Fan had become stronger. The enhancement of his physique and spirit had significantly increased all his attributes, including his perception of pain. His mind was more resilient and no longer as prone to fainting as before. As a result, during this fusion process, Zhang Fan remained conscious the entire time.
His perception of pain became even sharper, and he
experienced the entire fusion process from beginning to end. The excruciating fusion, lasting 8 hours, was simply a torment worse than death. After the fusion ended, Zhang Fan was utterly exhausted, the towel in his mouth bitten to shreds, and his sweat had soaked through the bedsheet.
Lying on
the bed, gasping for breath, he recalled this fusion experience with lingering fear. If he could help it, he never wanted to endure such torment again. But this is obviously wishful thinking, unless Zhang Fan never uses infinite plunder again and stops plundering new abilities.
But how is that possible?
In the future, try not to plunder unnecessary abilities to avoid suffering, Zhang Fan complained while opening the attribute panel.
Name, Zhang Fan. Spirit, level 1, 5 out of 100. Physique, level 1, 10/100. Superpowers, infinite plunder, SSS-level, wall phasing, B-level, earth control, SS-level, death ray, S-level, soul shield, SS-level. Soul shield? Just from the name, you can tell it's a soul defense type skill. However, this soul shield turned out to be an SS-level superpower, which really surprised me a bit.
When Zhang Fan plundered this ability from the bull-shaped alien, he speculated that it might be a soul defense skill, and the facts proved that his guess was correct. But Zhang Fan did not expect that the soul shield would actually be an SS-level ability, which made him feel incredulous.
Superpowers above S-level are extremely rare, and SS-level and SSS-level are even more astonishingly scarce.
So far, among the superpowers he had encountered, apart from the wall-passing ability, all were S-level.
To possess an SS-level ability, wasn't his luck just too good?
Of course, none of this mattered. The most crucial thing was the soul shield's ability itself.
Level 1. Black King, activate your slumber domain.
Zhang Fan wanted to test the power of the soul shield, so he said to the Black King. Woof! Black King responded with a bark, then immediately lay down and fell asleep, quickly sinking into a deep slumber. Soon, the sound of snoring arose, and the domain of slumber was activated. Zhang Fan instantly felt an overwhelming drowsiness sweep over him. His entire body became groggy, and he started to feel weak, as if he hadn't slept for 10 days or more, so exhausted that he was on the verge of suffocation.
Soul shield. He activated his new ability.
In an instant, Zhang Fan felt a strange wave envelop him, and the overwhelming drowsiness vanished without a trace. His mind cleared, and he felt completely refreshed. At that moment, the effects of the domain of slumber disappeared entirely.
What an amazing ability. Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel delighted.
Soul-based attacks are the most bizarre and indefensible type of superpower.
90% of superpowered
individuals are almost powerless when faced with soul-based attacks, finding it nearly impossible to resist. Whether confronting alien beings or superpowered individuals of the same
level, they are almost always suppressed.
Zhang Fan deeply understood the terrifying nature of soul-based attacks, which made him even more aware of the rarity and value of soul defense.
Abilities.
Such abilities might rarely be used in ordinary circumstances, as soul-based attacks are extremely uncommon, but when encountered, the consequences are often fatal.
Therefore, having a soul defense type of superpower is extremely necessary. It's like airbags and window breakers, rarely used in daily life. Many people drive their entire lives without ever using them, but in critical moments, they can save lives. The fusion ability had been used for over 8 hours, and it was now 6 o'clock in the evening, yet the sky had not darkened. However, Zhang Fan had no intention of going out.
The afternoon's fusion of the soul shield had almost cost him his life, and now he just wanted to rest well, not wanting to move at all.
In the evening, he had a simple dinner, still consisting of bread, chips, and spicy snacks. These foods were fine at first, but eating them every day recently had made
Zhang Fan a bit tired of them. He longed for a hot meal, like steamed rice and a couple of stir-fried dishes, not necessarily lavish, just ordinary home-cooked food would
be great. However, it was simply too troublesome.
Today was August 25, 25th, the 10th day since the apocalypse began, and water, electricity, internet, and natural gas had
long been cut off.
To eat a hot meal now, you'd either need electricity or fire. Electricity could be generated using a generator, so first, he would need to collect one.
As for making a fire,
considering the relatively enclosed nature of the underground shelter, using firewood or coal was definitely not an option.
Due to the excessive smoke,
the best tool for making a fire was actually a gas cylinder, as gas burns with almost no smoke, making it ideal for an
underground shelter.
After some deliberation, Zhang Fan decided to go out tomorrow to collect some gas cylinders filled with gas, as well as pots,
pans, and other utensils.
Finding gas cylinders wouldn't be difficult, just pick any restaurant on the street, and they usually have them in stock.
It's just very inconvenient to carry.
Zhang Fan frowned slightly. 1 or 2 gas cylinders are fine, but if there are more, it's simply impossible to carry. The same goes for other supplies. Bringing a small amount is fine, but when the quantity increases, it becomes hard to handle.
Sigh, if only I had the ability to carry a portable space. Zhang Fan thought silently.
The portable space ability, as the name suggests, is a superpower that allows one to create a portable alternate space. This ability is like carrying a spatial ring, where all items can be stored in the portable
space, making travel extremely convenient.
With this ability, one could easily empty out a supermarket, a shopping mall, or a vegetable market. Therefore, this superpower is hailed as a divine skill for
collecting supplies and is highly sought after.
However, people with the portable space ability are extremely rare. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had only heard of 2 such individuals over the span of more
than 2 years,
but he only knew their names and the survivor organizations they had joined. As for which district they were from, where they lived, what they looked like, or how old they were, he had no idea. Therefore, finding them was practically as difficult as reaching the heavens.
Let me think, what other abilities could help me gather supplies?
Zhang Fan rubbed his temples.
With his enhanced mental attributes,
his thinking had become sharper, and the memories buried deep in his mind had become clearer. Past experiences, things he had seen and heard, and even trivial matters from long ago could now be easily recalled.
Point-to-point teleportation counts as one.
This ability is similar to the flying thunder god technique in Naruto. It can directly teleport supplies back to the underground shelter.
However, not many people possess this ability.
I remember someone in the Battle Tiger Survivor organization could do it, but I'm not sure exactly who it is, so this ability can only be ruled out.
Sealing ability is also pretty good.
Sealing ability allows materials to be sealed in containers like wine bottles or water cups, and they can be taken out for use when needed. But in my previous life, I had only heard of this ability.
I don't know exactly who possesses it.
And then there's the ability to create spatial passages. This ability can open a spatial passage between 2 places, making it very convenient to gather resources.
But unfortunately, just like the abilities of fixed-point teleportation and sealing, I also don't know who possesses this one. Finally, it seems there's only one ability left. A glint of light flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes, the ability to miniaturize. As the name suggests, the ability to miniaturize can shrink any object. Once an item is miniaturized, it naturally becomes much easier to carry.
I remember Wan Yanlong possesses this ability, and his miniaturization ability is extremely powerful. No 2 abilities in the world are exactly the same, and the ability to miniaturize is no exception. The miniaturization abilities awakened by different superhumans vary. Some can only shrink objects a few times, while others are far more exaggerated. Wan Yanlong's miniaturization ability happens to belong to the exaggerated category. He can shrink objects up to 1,000-fold.
In other words, Wan Yanlong's ability can reduce objects to 1,000th of their original size. This means
a 100-meter-tall building can be shrunk to 10 centimeters, a 5-meter-long sedan can be reduced to a maximum of 5 millimeters, becoming about the size of a soybean.
This is incredible.
It means that all items in real life can be turned into soybeans and carried away in your pocket. From this, it's clear that this ability is incredibly convenient for collecting supplies, allowing everything to be packed up and taken away at once.
Wan Yanlong.
Zhang Fan carefully recalled all the information about Wan Yanlong.
Wan Yanlong and I were once in the same organization.
I remember he mentioned that before the apocalypse, he worked as a security guard at the Emperor Hotel on Fengcheng 9th Road. Without a doubt, there's a high chance Wan Yanlong is still at the Emperor Hotel.
No, he must be at the Emperor Hotel.
It's raining black rain outside every day, and with a large number of alien creatures lurking around, it's very difficult to move about under normal circumstances.
Unless you have superpowers like phasing through walls or teleportation, you're stuck in one place, unable to move. Whether Wan Yanlong is at the Emperor Hotel or not, I have to go and check.
There's no choice, the shrinking ability is just too tempting. With this ability, collecting supplies in the future would become much easier.
Moreover, storing the supplies at home wouldn't take up any space in the underground shelter. A single refrigerator could hold a lot of items.
I'll train tonight and set off tomorrow morning, Zhang Fan silently planned. After eating a a little to fill his stomach, he took out the 21 alien crystal cores he had collected today.
Although the time spent hunting aliens today
wasn't long, the number of crystal cores collected was quite substantial, 10 more than yesterday.
Zhang Fan set aside 3 cores for Black King, leaving
the remaining 18 for himself. Black King was too small, 3 cores were already sufficient. After distributing them, Zhang Fan held a crystal core in each hand, lay on the bed, and began to absorb them silently. Threads of warm energy flowed into his body through his arms, spreading to every limb
and corner of his body.
His cells divided and multiplied rapidly, and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, soon engulfing him entirely.
The feeling was indescribably intense. Finally, Zhang Fan couldn't resist cleaning the remaining crystal cores and swallowing them all in one go.
Then, he had Black King activate the sleep domain, and he drifted off into a deep slumber. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. Zhang Fan felt refreshed, light as a feather, and as if his entire body had been reborn, with all shackles removed. He glanced at his attribute panel.
Name, Zhang Fan. Spirit, level 1, 14 out of 100. Physique, level 1, 28/100. Superpowers, infinite plunder, SSS level, wall phasing, B level, earth control, SS level, death ray, S level, soul shield, SS level. Physique increased by 18 points, spirit increased by 9 points. The changes are truly astonishing. Zhang Fan could clearly feel that.
His entire body seemed to be brimming with endless energy, with strength powerful enough to punch through a planet.
At the same time,
vision became sharper, able to capture many subtle details, ears could hear faint sounds, and the nose could detect scents previously unnoticed. Awareness and thinking became more agile, with more flashes of
inspiration in the mind, and memory grew astonishingly strong. Many forgotten memories now surfaced clearly in his mind. With my current strength, even with just an ordinary kitchen knife, I could easily deal with an alien.
Zhang Fan was very satisfied with his transformation. He understood well that he didn't need to be invincible. As long as he was slightly stronger than the aliens, his chances of survival were
significantly higher.
Judging by the current progress, his performance was quite impressive, and in terms of evolution speed, he had left the aliens far behind. Next, he just needed to maintain this momentum. The black rain drizzled continuously, and thick dark clouds shrouded the entire sky, making the world appear tranquil yet pitch black. Virum, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed through the street as a motorcycle, like an untamed wild horse, sped forward at an incredible pace. The street was packed with countless vehicles, forming layers of obstacles, yet they couldn't hinder the motorcycle's advance. It seemed as if this motorcycle existed in another dimension, effortlessly passing through any obstacle, truly miraculous.
The rider was none other than Zhang Fan.
Early this morning, he had set out with Black King to reach the Imperial Hotel as quickly as possible. Zhang Fan specifically found a motorcycle and rode it at high speed. His ability to disregard vehicles and other obstructions was
naturally due to his wall-passing ability.
With Zhang Fan's current stamina reserves, he could even carry the motorcycle through walls
for an extended period. Traveling unimpeded, it took him less than 10 minutes to arrive at the Imperial Hotel on Fengqing 9th Road.
The Imperial Hotel was just an ordinary hotel, neither star-rated nor luxurious. At this moment, its main entrance was tightly shut, with a pile of vehicles stacked in front of the glass doors, forming a wall of cars that completely blocked the hotel. Seeing this, Zhang Fan understood that there were definitely people inside the hotel, and possibly
even a metal-manipulating superhuman.
Even if Wan Yanlong isn't here, just encountering this metal-manipulating superhuman makes this trip worthwhile,
Zhang Fan muttered to
himself as he rode the motorcycle straight into the Imperial Hotel. The outer wall of vehicles and the hotel doors were mere decorations to Zhang Fan, posing no obstacle at all. Entering the first-floor lobby, Zhang Fan parked the motorcycle, then exited his wall-passing state and looked around. The lobby was empty, with no bodies or bloodstains, clearly having been cleaned, further proving that there were people in the Imperial Hotel.
Zhang Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
His biggest worry was that no one would be here,
making the trip a waste. As long as there were people, things would be easier to handle, and the likelihood of Wan Yanlong being in the hotel was very high. The only trouble was that he would need to search floor by floor. Fortunately, the Imperial Hotel wasn't very tall, with only about 13 floors. When Zhang Fan reached the 11th floor, he finally found someone. Room 1101.
As Zhang Fan approached the room, he heard some inappropriate, seductive sounds, accompanied by a man's heavy breathing and a woman's alluring moans. Clearly, there
was an intense battle going on inside. Having so much fun, aren't you afraid of attracting the aliens?
Zhang Fan muttered to himself, then knocked on the door.
Bang, bang,
bang. The seductive sounds inside the room abruptly stopped, followed by a dissatisfied growl. Who is it?
You have 1 minute to get dressed. After 1 minute, I'm coming in,
Zhang Fan said unceremoniously.
Who the hell are you? 59 seconds left. Damn you, came the man's angry curse from inside. About 10 seconds later, the door was opened.
A skinny man in his underwear stood at the door, sizing up Zhang Fan Fan with a wary look in his eyes. "Who are you?" he asked. Lu Jixiang, who was familiar with the people in the hotel, had never seen Zhang Fan before, which made him instinctively more cautious. "You don't need to know," Zhang Fan replied. "You just need to answer a few questions honestly. Who the hell do you think you are, acting all high and mighty with me?" The skinny man, Lu Jixiang, was enraged and pointed toward the staircase, shouting, "Right now, get out of here, immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. You won't cry until you see the coffin." Zhang Fan shook his head, then lightning fast, he reached out, grabbed Lu Jixiang by the neck, and lifted him off the ground. Let me go." Lu Jixiang struggled violently, only to find that Zhang Fan's grip was like an iron clamp, completely unmovable. Let go of me now." Lu Jixiang's face turned bright red as he frantically pounded Zhang Fan's hand with his fists, but it was as if he was merely scratching an itch for Zhang Fan. "If you say one more word, I'll throw you out the window," Zhang Fan said coldly. Lu Jixiang couldn't help but shiver. The height of the 11th floor was no joke. Falling from there would surely result in a shattered body. Moreover, it was raining black rain outside. Even if he didn't die from the fall, the black rain would corrode him into black water. Over the past few days, he had seen too many examples of people being corroded into black water by the black rain, so he was well aware of how terrifying it was. Lu Jixiang panicked, his voice trembling. "Big brother, let's talk this out. Ask me anything you want to know, and I promise to tell you everything." Zhang Fan released his grip on his neck, threw him to the ground, and casually asked, "How many people are still in the hotel right now?" Lu Jixiang rubbed his neck, which had turned red from Zhang Fan's grasp, and quickly replied, "Big brother, including me, there are a total of 27 people left in the hotel." "So many people?" Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. Logically, the more people there are, the more noise there should be. "With so many of you gathered in the hotel, haven't the aliens attacked you?" "A hotel this large, housing so many people, would be like a feast for the aliens. How could they not attack, and yet everyone in the hotel remains unharmed?" There was only one possibility. Someone in the hotel was a powerful or uniquely capable superhuman. Hearing this, Lu Jixiang immediately said proudly, "With Brother Wan here, what are a few aliens to us?" "Brother Wan?" Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Brother Wan," Lu Jixiang continued to explain. "Brother Wan's full name is Wan Yanlong. He's an incredibly powerful superhuman. It's precisely because of Brother Wan that the aliens can't harm us." So it really was him. Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief and asked again, "Besides him, are there any other superhumans?" "Yes." Lu Jixiang spilled the beans like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. "I have superpowers too." "Oh, and Brother Zhang, he has them as well. Tell me more." Zhang Fan perked up, his curiosity about all superpowers growing stronger by the moment. "My superpower is rather useless, it's superhearing, allowing me to hear distant sounds and subtle movements," Lu Jixiang said without reservation. "As for Brother Zhang's superpower, it's mental manipulation." "Superhearing?" "This ability is indeed somewhat underwhelming, but it can still be quite useful in daily life." Mental manipulation, on the other hand, is an impressive offensive ability, one of the most powerful among control-type abilities. However, the question remains, what level is this Brother Zhang's mental manipulation? Just like the difference between ordinary soil control and SS-level earth mastery, the gap between A-level and SS-level mental manipulation is enormous. Ordinary mental manipulation isn't much, but SS-level mental manipulation is incredibly valuable. "What else?" Zhang Fan continued to ask. "With so many people in the hotel, it can't be just the three of you who have superpowers, right? It's like eating crabs, once the first person confirms it's safe, others will follow suit, leading to the awakening of superpowers." Lu Jixiang hesitated, seeming to have some difficulty speaking. "What's the matter?" Zhang Fan's expression darkened. Lu Jixiang gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Big brother, there are only 3 men in the hotel, the rest are all women. Brother Wan has already issued strict orders forbidding Zhang and me from revealing the method of awakening superpowers. The others don't know about it. Is that so?" With Lu Jixiang's explanation, Zhang Fan gradually understood some of the secrets of the Emperor Hotel. Before the apocalypse broke out, the Emperor Hotel was bustling with people, guests, security guards, service staff, altogether numbering in the hundreds. When the black rain fell and the apocalypse began, many in the hotel either died or mutated, leaving almost no survivors. However, there were a few lucky ones. According to Lu Jixiang, 8 people, including Wan Yanlong, Brother Zhang, and Lu Jixiang, were fortunate enough to awaken superpowers. Under the leadership of these 8 individuals, the remaining people in the hotel united to actively resist the alien creatures and fight for survival. Level 1. As the xenomorphs in the hotel and surrounding area were wiped out, conflicts gradually erupted among the 8 superpowered survivors, dividing them into 2 factions. One faction consisted of Wan Yanlong, Brother Zhang, and Lu Jixiang, the 3 hotel security guards. The other was made up of the remaining 5 people. Eventually, the conflict became irreconcilable and both sides came to blows. Relying on began. Their powerful abilities, Wan Yanlong and Brother Zhang killed everyone in the opposing faction, taking complete control of the hotel. And then, Lu Jixiang's gaze flickered, as if he found it hard to speak. What happened next? Zhang Fan pressed, his tone turning colder. After that, the nightmare for everyone in the hotel began. Wan Yanlong turned into a devil, slaughtering all the men in the hotel, leaving only Brother Zhang and Lu Jixiang alive. Besides that, he also executed any woman who dared defy him. The only survivors now were women who had submitted to Wan Yanlong's tyranny, enduring humiliation just to survive. To stay alive, they had become nothing more than playthings for Wan Yanlong, Brother Zhang, and Lu Jixiang, subject to their whims, torment, and abuse. These women dared not resist. They couldn't even show anger, reluctance, or shame. In front of the three men, especially Wan Yanlong, they had to greet them with smiles and do their best to please them. Otherwise, the consequences were dire. At best, they'd be locked in a dark room and starved nearly to death. At worst, they'd be tortured or even thrown out to be fed to the xenomorphs. In short, Wan Yanlong was king of the hotel. His word was law, no one dared defy him. After finishing, Lu Jixiang looked miserable and pleaded, "Big brother, I swear I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I was forced by Wan Yanlong. I only did these stupid things because I was threatened." "Where is Wan Yanlong?" Zhang Fan asked coolly, his eyes showing not the slightest ripple at Wan Yanlong and the others' atrocities. He'd seen too much of this in his previous life. He was numb to it by now. In this world, the most terrifying thing wasn't monsters, nor wild beasts, but the unpredictability of the human heart. Deep inside, people might conceal kindness and goodness, or they might hide monstrous evil. Under normal circumstances, with law and morality in place, human society could maintain order. But once law and morality were stripped away, the demons within were unleashed, and humans reverted to the most primitive, chaotic, and lawless social state. That was exactly what happened in his previous life. After the apocalypse broke out, survivors lost all legal restraint, the law of the jungle took over, and all resources, including weak men and women, were distributed by force. There were countless tragic cases of women being reduced to toys and men to slaves, caged, abused, oppressed, and exploited. Zhang Fan had seen it all, and his heart was long since unmoved. "Brother Wan, Lu Jixiang stammered. Zhang Fan let out a heavy grunt. Lu Jixiang shuddered in fear and immediately said, "Brother Wan is on the top floor. The entire top floor is his territory." The hotel housed a total of 24 women, and Brother Wan alone monopolized 12 of them, all of whom were the most beautiful. Of the remaining 12, Brother Zhang had 8, leaving the 4 ugliest and least desirable ones to Lu Jixiang. Lu Jixiang, however, was quite content with this. Before the apocalypse, he had been a bachelor in his 30s, relying on his own hand to satisfy his needs, late at night. Now, being able to have 4 women in his arms, what more could he ask for? Ugly? No problem, just turn off the lights. Lead the way. Zhang Fan's voice was indifferent. "Why yes," Lu Jixiang quickly responded, then took the lead out the door. With his back to Zhang Fan, the humility and flattery on Lu Jixiang's face instantly vanished, replaced by anger. "Just you wait. When you meet Brother Wan later, let's see how arrogant you can be. I'll make sure you don't get out of this alive." He secretly made up his mind that later he would have Brother Wan shrink Zhang Fan, preferably down to the size of a teddy. By then, Zhang Fan would understand the consequences of offending Lu Jixiang. The two went upstairs one after the other and soon arrived at the top floor, stopping in front of room 1313. Lu Jixiang explained in a low voice, "Room 1313 is the best room in the Emperor Hotel, with top-notch decor and facilities. As such, this room has become Brother Wan's exclusive suite, while the other rooms on the top floor are where Brother Wan's women stay." "Knock on the door," Zhang Fan said calmly. "Yes." Lu Jixiang immediately knocked on the door of room 1313. "Who is it?" A man's lazy voice came from inside the room. "Brother Wan, it's me, Xiaolu." Lu Jixiang said respectfully, "Someone is looking for you." "Looking for me? Who's looking for me?" A lazy voice sounded again, tinged with a hint of confusion. "It's Big Brother from outside." Lu Jixiang answered cautiously. "From outside?" The voice carried a trace of surprise, and moments later, the door was opened. The one who opened the door was a stunning woman dressed in a sheer garment, her graceful figure captivating. Through the thin fabric, her voluptuous and alluring body was faintly visible, and her appearance was equally remarkable. "Go in," the woman said calmly, her gaze lingering on Zhang Fan, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Zhang Fan came from outside? Outside, not only was there black rain falling, but a large group of alien creatures was roaming around. The people in the hotel dared not go out, and those outside could not come in. Zhang Fan actually came from outside? How did he manage it? Could it be that he also possessed superpowers? Various speculations flashed through the woman's mind. "Big brother, please." Lu Jixiang made a gesture of invitation. Zhang Fan, however, ignored him and walked straight into the room, his gaze landing on Wan Yanlong, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. This room was indeed quite spacious, with an extremely luxurious decor. The expensive carpet, the movable LCD
LED TV wall and the Italian imported leather sofa all exuded an air of opulence. At this moment, a tall and thin young man was lounging on the sofa. He was dressed in the hotel's signature white bathrobe, wearing slippers, and sprawled casually on the leather sofa. On either side of him were several women, dressed in sheer, transparent fabrics, surrounding this young master like stars around the moon. These women were all quite beautiful, with excellent looks and figures. If they were to post short videos on Kuaishou with a bit of beautification, they would undoubtedly attract a large following. Wan-gu, it's him. It's this idiot who's looking for you. Lu Jixiang hurriedly approached the tall, thin young man, as if he'd found his backbone, angrily glaring at Zhang Fan. Wan-gu, this idiot came out of nowhere and specifically asked for you. Clearly, he has bad intentions. Wan-gu, you need to be careful. Oh, Wan Yanlong raised an eyebrow slightly, tilted his head, and looked at Zhang Fan with interest, a faint smile on his face. Xiao Lu says you're here to cause trouble? Don't tell me that's true. Before the apocalypse, Wan Yanlong, like Lu Jixiang, was a security guard at the Imperial Hotel. At that time, Lu Jixiang was the security team leader, so Wan Yanlong respectfully called him Lu Gu. But now, their statuses have undergone a dramatic change, and the titles have shifted from Xiaowan to Wan Gu, while Lu Gu has become Xiao Lu. What he said is correct. I am indeed here to cause trouble. To be precise, I'm here for you, Zhang Fan said leisurely. Looking for me? Wan Yanlong raised an eyebrow, sizing up Zhang Fan, and asked in surprise, if I remember correctly, I don't seem to know you, do I? It doesn't matter if you don't know me, it's enough that I know you, Zhang Fan responded. Wan Yanlong chuckled lightly, appearing indifferent. Fair enough. So, what do you want from me? For your superpower, Zhang Fan said bluntly. Wan Yanlong's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at Zhang Fan, his tone turning serious. Explain yourself. Your superpower is miniaturization, right? It's a good ability, and I want it. Zhang Fan stated his purpose without hesitation. Wan Yanlong's expression instantly darkened, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, what do you mean? His guard was immediately raised, ready to activate his ability at any moment to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Fan. Wan Yanlong thoroughly enjoys his current life, loves this era, and is full of anticipation for the future. What others see as an apocalypse and disaster, he views as a groundbreaking era, a great transformation where fish leap over the dragon gate and destinies are changed. Are kings and nobles born to their status? After the apocalypse, the vast majority of people perished and human society was reshuffled. With such powerful superpowers, why shouldn't Wan Yanlong seize the opportunity to rise and establish a great legacy? He firmly believes he can, because his confidence stems from his formidable superpowers. Therefore, to Wan Yanlong, his superpowers are his reverse scale and forbidden treasure, absolutely not to be coveted by others. Anyone who dares to target his powers will be mercilessly killed by him. I've explained it so simply, and you still don't get it? Zhang Fan shook his head. What I mean is very straightforward. Scum like you don't deserve to have the ability to shrink. So, hand over your superpower to me. As soon as Zhang Fan spoke, the room erupted in an uproar. Lu Jixian looked at Zhang Fan with a strange expression. The 8 women around Wan Yanlong were all staring at him in shock, as if looking at a madman. Scum doesn't deserve the ability to shrink. What exactly is this guy trying to do? Everyone was baffled. Wan Yanlong was indeed a shameless scoundrel, that much was undeniable, but the question was, is this really about deserving or not? After all, he had already awakened this superpower, so what could you do about it? Moreover, how could such a power in Wan Yanlong's possession possibly be handed over to you? And what method could you possibly use to take it from him? Ha ha ha. Wan Yanlong laughed in fury, coldly staring at Zhang Fan, his eyes as chilling as a venomous snake. I'm not worthy of the miniaturization ability, and you are? Scum, I don't care who you are. I don't want to know what superpower you have, and I care even less about how you plan to take my superpower from me. Just because of what you said earlier, today I will make sure you can never leave the doors of the Imperial Hotel. He laughed insidiously while fixing his venomous snake-like gaze on Zhang Fan, as if he wanted to devour him. How dare you speak to Brother Wan like that? Who do you think you are? Lu Jixiang also blared angrily at Zhang Fan and said coldly, if you know what's good for you, get on your knees and apologize to Brother Wan, beg for his forgiveness. Otherwise, you're just asking for trouble. Zhang Fan shot Lu Jixiang a glance, dark energy surging in his eyes and transforming into 2 rays of death that shot straight out. The death ray struck Lu Jixiang's head in an instant. He collapsed as if struck by lightning, dead before he hit the ground. The women beside Wan Yanlong screamed in unison, their voices filled with immense fear. Wan Yanlong was burning with rage. Lu Jixiang was his subordinate, and Zhang Fan had killed Lu Jixiang right in front of him. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face. If he didn't kill Zhang Fan today, where would he put his dignity? Wan Yanlong let out a cold snort and immediately activated his superpower. His ability was extremely unique. As it was triggered, a blood-red light rapidly spread out from him as the center, instantly enveloping the entire room. The room seemed to be covered with a layer of blood-colored glass, and everyone's face was reflected with a layer glare of crimson red. Kid, shrink for me. Wan Yanlong sneered, snapping his fingers lightly.
A streak of blood-red light instantly enveloped Zhang Fan. His shrinking ability, called the shrinking domain, was essentially a domain skill.
As long as one was covered by
the shrinking domain, whether living or non-living, steel or plastic, even stationary flames or high-speed bullets, Wan Yanlong only needed a single thought to shrink them all. It was precisely because of this ability that Wan Yanlong killed all the other superhumans in the Imperial Hotel, becoming the absolute ruler of the establishment. He didn't know what abilities Zhang Fan possessed, but since Zhang Fan was clamoring to take his abilities, it was evident that he had powers related to plundering or exchanging. Although Wan Yanlong was surprised, he didn't care in the slightest. He thought to himself, no matter how powerful your superpower is, if I turn you into an ant, what kind of waves can you stir up? The other 5 superpowered individuals in the hotel earlier had all been killed by Wan Yanlong after being turned into tiny creatures. Wan Yanlong was confident that he could easily take down Zhang Fan this time as well.
However, this time he miscalculated.
A blood-red glow swirled around Zhang Fan, but he didn't shrink, nor did he undergo any changes at all.
Wan Yanlong was greatly shocked, still refusing to believe in the impossible, and continued to activate his ability.
More blood-colored light tried to shrink Zhang Fan, reducing him to the size of dust.
The result, it failed again.
Zhang Fan stood quietly in place, letting the blood-colored light envelop his entire body, yet he remained completely unchanged.
You, who exactly are you? No, what kind of ability do you possess to actually be immune to my attacks? Wan Yanlong was in utter disbelief, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Fan.
He didn't care who Zhang Fan was, as he didn't know him anyway.
How Zhang Fan was immune to his attacks was the real issue, as it completely overturned his understanding.
The women around Wan Yanlong, some widened their beautiful eyes, while others covered their small mouths, looking at Zhang Fan with uncertainty and suspicion. They knew better than anyone how powerful Wan Yanlong was. In recent days, whether it was other superhumans or ferocious aliens, as long as they dared to oppose Wan Yanlong, with just a single thought, he could turn them into insignificant specks. It is no exaggeration to say that nothing, no creature, could be immune to Wan Yanlong's attacks. Precisely because they understood his cruelty and strength, they had submitted to Wan Yanlong's tyranny.
But now, he actually failed? You're a dying man, why bother knowing so much? Zhang Fan's face remained expressionless.
As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared like a phantom behind Wan Yanlong, pressed down on his shoulder, and activated infinite plunder. Wan Yanlong was about to resist, but a searing, excruciating pain instantly swept through his entire body, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, the blood-red glow that had enveloped the entire room quietly dissipated and then vanished without a trace. The women in the room turned pale with fear, retreating from Wan Yanlong and Zhang Fan. Their hearts were filled with terror, yet no one dared to step forward to stop Zhang Fan. No woman dared to stop him, nor did any woman want to. Amid their fear, the women secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. Over the past few days, they had suffered Wan Yanlong's wanton
abuse and humiliation, enduring immense physical and emotional torment. They hated Wan Yanlong to the core, wishing they could tear him to pieces to vent their anger. Seeing Wan Yanlong's misfortune at this moment, the women could hardly resist clapping in delight. Why would they willingly help him? The entire plundering process lasted only 10 minutes before it concluded. Wan Yanlong, now powerless, lay on the ground like a dying dog, his breathing weak, inhaling more than exhaling. In truth, Wan Yanlong was not dead, merely exhausted. With proper rest, he could recover, but from now on, he would have to live as an ordinary person. Each person can only awaken once in their lifetime, and even if Wan Yanlong were infected by the Black Rain again, he could no longer awaken. Superpowers. In the apocalypse, the fate of an ordinary person was best exemplified by the experiences of these women before him. However, even so, Zhang Fan did not spare Wan Yanlong. He opened the window and threw Wan Yanlong out. Before long, Wan Yanlong was dissolved by the Black Rain, reduced to a puddle of black water. After finishing everything, Zhang Fan glanced at the women present, then turned to leave. Although he sympathized with what these women had gone through, he would never feel pity to the extent of staying to help them. That was impossible. The more complicated the world, the more troubles there were, involving countless entanglements. Zhang Fan could live comfortably on his own, but taking so many people with him would undoubtedly become an enormous burden. Therefore, Zhang Fan decided to ignore them. As for their fate, it had nothing to do with him. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth, and honor by the heavens. Zhang Fan couldn't take care of others, he could only look after himself. Which room is Brother Zhang in? Zhang Fan suddenly asked. The women were intimidated by Zhang Fan's methods and appeared cautious. One of the bolder ones mustered the courage to say, Brother Zhang is on the 12th floor, but I don't know the exact room. Of course, they didn't know, because Brother Zhang had taken over 8 women. Each woman had her own room, and Brother Zhang could appear in any of them, favoring any one of them. Thank you. Zhang Fan expressed his gratitude, turned around, and prepared to leave. Just before departing, he suddenly said, Wan Yanlong is dead. If you want to survive, you must awaken superpowers.
superpowers. He then told the women how to awaken superpowers and left without hesitation. Zhang Fan ultimately felt a twinge of compassion, which led him to share the method for awakening superpowers. Including the women on the 12th and 11th floors, there were now a total of 24 women in the Imperial Hotel. After all, these were 24 living lives. If he could save them, he would try to do so. It was, after all, just a matter of a few words. Whether they had the courage to expose themselves to the Black Rain was their own decision. Zhang Fan had said all he could, fulfilling his moral obligation. A small exposure to the Black Rain can awaken superpowers? Really? He wouldn't be lying to us, would he? Yeah. The Black Rain is so dangerous, it can dissolve people into black water. I wouldn't dare touch the Black Rain. Do you think he needs to lie to us? For him, killing us is just a matter of a thought. That's true, but I still don't dare to try. What if, then what? We have no choice. Wan Yanlong, that beast, is already dead. We've completely lost our protection. If we want to survive from now on, the only way is to awaken superpowers as much as possible. That's the only way out. That beast Wan Yanlong toys with us at will, yet we can't leave him. What a great irony. Stop saying useless things. Hurry up and discuss, should we get infected with the Black Rain or not? I don't dare. Zhang Fan had no idea that his simple parting words had caused a huge commotion among the group of women. Zhang Fan arrived on the 12th floor and eventually found Zhang Gu in room 1219. Zhang Gu was a short, chubby man with a protruding belly, lying on the bed and comfortably enjoying massages from several women. One woman was even straddling him, sharing the pleasures of the mortal world with him. Zhang Fan kicked the door open, startling everyone in the room. The women screamed and hurriedly covered their bodies with blankets. Zhang Gu jolted upright and sat up. When he saw who had come in, a sinister expression appeared on his face as he angrily demanded, "Who are you?" Anyone would be in a bad mood if disturbed during their moment, let alone Brother Zhang, who had been feeling quite pleased with himself lately. Recently, he had been strutting around like a king at the Emperor Hotel with Wan Yanlong, being addressed as Brother Zhang by women left and right. The constant flattery had made him a bit conceited, his confidence swelling to the extreme, to the point where he didn't take anyone seriously except Wan Yanlong. Now that Zhang Fan had interrupted his good time, he naturally wasn't in the mood to be polite. "I don't care who you are. Get out of here right now," Brother Zhang shouted angrily, pointing at Zhang Fan's nose. "Ha! Level 1. Zhang Fan's response was very simple, a loud slap. Smack. Brother Zhang was instantly stunned by the slap, his head buzzing. Zhang Fan grabbed Brother Zhang by the neck and lifted him up. Despite weighing nearly 200 pounds, Brother Zhang was left dangling in mid-air, unable to break free. Let me go." Brother Zhang's face turned bright red, his breathing became labored, and he struggled desperately. How could our Zhang family produce someone as despicable as you? You're nothing but trash. Zhang Fan spat phlegm onto Brother Zhang's face and said coldly, "Tell me, what level is your metal control ability? Why are you asking this?" Brother Zhang's heart was filled with humiliation, but even more so with fear and panic. Zhang Fan was too strong. He had defeated him in a single move, making Brother Zhang acutely aware of the vast gap between them. "Stop wasting time and answer the question honestly." Zhang Fan's voice was icy, his face full of impatience. B level. Brother Zhang answered with difficulty. "You really are trash." Zhang Fan was deeply disappointed upon hearing it was only a B-level ability. Without hesitation, he unleashed a death ray, sending Brother Zhang to his demise. The process of fusing superpowers was extremely painful, so Zhang Fan was particularly cautious when choosing abilities to fuse. He wouldn't randomly fuse just any mediocre superpower. Only A-level abilities or special ones like wall passing would be considered for fusion. As for the rest, they were simply not worth it. After finishing off Brother Zhang, Zhang Fan felt no attachment and quickly left the Imperial Hotel, heading home. A dozen minutes later, Zhang Fan returned to the underground shelter, grabbed a towel to bite down on, and began fusing his new ability. The process of fusion was unbearably painful, especially when unable to lose consciousness. The passive suffering was worse than death. Zhang Fan had the Black King activate the sleep domain, attempting to alleviate the pain of fusion through sleep, but it failed. In such extreme pain, even the hypnosis of the sleep domain made it impossible to fall asleep. Sleep was nothing but a luxury. Zhang Fan could only grit his teeth and endure. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, but by around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, the fusion finally ended, and the pain disappeared. Zhang Fan, not wanting to move even a finger, had the Black King activate the sleep domain and fell into a deep sleep. Upon waking, all discomfort had vanished, and his body had returned to its peak condition, though his stomach was extremely hungry. Zhang Fan eagerly opened the attribute panel to check his new abilities. Name, Zhang Fan. Spirit, level 1, 14 out of 100. Physique, level 1, 28/100. Superpowers, Infinite Plunder, SSS-level. Wall Phasing, B-level. Earth Mastery, SS-level. Death Ray, S-level. Soul Shield, SS-level. Shrinking Domain, SS-level. Shrinking Domain? Zhang Fan was somewhat surprised. So Wan Yanlong's shrinking
shrinking ability is actually a type of domain ability? Domain abilities are a rather rare category of superpowers, with their area of effect usually covering a specific region. Within this region, the superpower user can freely wield their abilities to strike targets. Domain type. Superpowers are somewhat similar to group-based abilities, but they surpass them, being more flexible and significantly more powerful. Zhang Fan recalled the scene when Wan Yen Long used this ability and suddenly understood. Judging by the characteristics of its activation, Wan Yen Long's shrinking ability indeed fits the traits of a domain-type ability. Let's test its effect. Zhang Fan's gaze swept over to the sofa not far away. To make his life more comfortable, Zhang Fan had collected quite a bit of furniture to place in the underground shelter: bed, sofa, wardrobe, shoe cabinet, dining table, chairs. All of these were scavenged from the rooms upstairs. Zhang Fan focused his thoughts. A crimson light burst forth from his body, radiating outward from him as the center and spreading in all directions. In no time, it enveloped a 10-meter radius, encompassing everything around it. Zhang Fan fixed his gaze on the sofa and activated his superpower. Shrink. Swish. In an instant, the crimson light surged, wrapping around the sofa like a tornado. A miraculous scene unfolded. The sofa seemed to be enchanted, shrinking visibly to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the originally 2-meter-long sofa had become a tiny object just 20 centimeters in size. But it wasn't over yet. The sofa continued to shrink, and in the next moment, it had become as small as a walnut. With a casual wave of his hand, the soil beneath the sofa rose up, carrying the sofa toward him and suspending it in midair before his eyes. At this point, the sofa looked like a miniature toy. Zhang Fan toyed with it, marveling at how it had just been a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-high piece of furniture large enough for someone to lie on comfortably. This is incredible. Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim. He casually placed the tiny sofa back in its original position and then deactivated his superpower. Swish, the sofa instantly returned to its original size, reverting to its former dimensions. Restoration happens in an instant. This is truly amazing. With this ability, collecting supplies in the future will be much more convenient. He imagined that whether it was gas cylinders, pots and pans, or large items like refrigerators and wardrobes, even mountains of rice, flour, grains, oil, and bottled water, everything could be shrunk to the size of sand, easily packed into a bag and carried away. It was simply too convenient. I endured the torment and finally fused with this ability. It truly lived up to my expectations. Zhang Fan was extremely satisfied with the ability of the shrinking field, his heart filled with anticipation and hope. For offense, I have the death ray. For defense, I have wall piercing. For mobility, I have earth control. For carrying supplies, I have the shrinking field. Plus, with the assistance of Black King, my abilities are basically sufficient now. He silently thought to himself that the next step should focus on enhancing his strength and stockpiling supplies. Enhancing strength required hunting aliens and collecting alien crystal cores, while gathering supplies was particularly crucial. Many supplies were prone to spoilage and expiration, so Zhang Fan had to collect as much as possible and store them properly to extend their shelf life. He glanced at the time. It was already past 10 p.m., and the sky outside was dark. After an afternoon of ability fusion and a deep sleep, his stomach began to growl. Woof woof, Black King barked, its shiny black eyes staring intently at Zhang Fan, tail wagging happily. Clearly, it was hungry, too. Come on, let's have dinner. Dinner was once again bread, chips, instant noodles, and sausages. Eating these every day, Zhang Fan was starting to feel a bit tired of them. He secretly decided that no matter what, he would collect a few gas cylinders tomorrow morning and cook a hot meal. After dinner, Zhang Fan went to bed. The next morning, he got up early. Black King, let's go. Zhang Fan slung on his backpack, took Black King, and walked out of the underground shelter into the courtyard of the residential complex. Outside, the black rain was still falling. It was August 26th, and the black rain had been pouring for 11 days straight. The rainwater had pooled into deep ponds in the courtyard. This was actually considered fortunate, as lower-lying areas had long been submerged, forming large water pits 1 to 2 meters deep. Zhang Fan entered a phase-shifting state, as if stepping into another dimension. He moved swiftly, covering 10 meters in a single step. The drizzling black rain couldn't leave a single drop on him. In this state, Zhang Fan made no sound and left no scent, but he was still visible. As a result, his appearance quickly attracted nearby alien creatures, who rushed toward him. Black King. Zhang Fan patted his backpack. Woof. Black King barked once and immediately fell asleep, activating the sleep domain. Instantly, a sleep-inducing area with a 10-meter radius formed around Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan deliberately slowed his pace, quietly waiting for the aliens to pounce. Roar. The first to attack was a humanoid alien. Since cities had the highest human population, humanoid aliens were the most common. Typically, out of 100 aliens, 90 would be humanoid, while the remaining 10 would be animal-based. Animal aliens included dog aliens, cat aliens, rat aliens, snake aliens, turtle aliens, and so on. Near zoos, other types of animal aliens might also appear. Watching the humanoid
alien that lunged at him first. Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered to make a move and simply observed quietly. Sure enough, as soon as the alien entered the sleep domain, its body began to wobble before collapsing with a loud thud, falling into a deep sleep. Death Ray. Zhang Fan unleashed two black beams of light, completely ending the humanoid alien's life. Once lifeless, the humanoid alien could no longer resist the disintegration caused by the black rain. In less than 2 minutes, the alien dissolved into a puddle of black water, leaving behind a milky white crystal core shaped like a walnut. Zhang Fan picked up the crystal core and casually tossed it into a pre-prepared bucket, then headed toward the northern gate of the residential area. Outside the northern gate of the residential area were rows of shops, convenience stores, spicy chicken platters, chicken soup with knife-cut noodles, lamb soup, chengdu skewers, Lanzhou beef noodles. By the time Zhang Fan reached the northern gate, the bucket in his right hand already contained 5 alien crystal cores. The aliens were simply too numerous. Zhang Fan left the underground shelter and hunted down 5 xenomorphs along the road leading to the north gate. Upon reaching the north gate, he discovered that the number of xenomorphs had not decreased but had actually increased. Some of them crouched under trees, others lay on car roofs, and some simply sprawled in dark puddles, all silently absorbing the nourishment of the black rain. Zhang Fan's appearance was like that of a defenseless lamb among a pack of wolves, instantly stirring the previously silent xenomorphs into a frenzy. Roar! 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 The xenomorphs opened their ferocious jaws, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and charged at Zhang Fan with deafening roars. Zhang Fan showed no fear, allowing the xenomorphs to rush at him while calmly watching them fall one by one. Not all xenomorphs were like the bull xenomorph, possessing defensive skills such as the soul shield. Against the sleep domain, these xenomorphs had no resistance whatsoever. 10 minutes later, the bucket held 11 more walnut-shaped crystal cores. Zhang Fan was very satisfied with this. His cooperation with the Black King made killing ordinary level 1 xenomorphs incredibly easy. Whether it was the sleep domain or the death ray, both were soul attack skills that were highly effective against xenomorphs. Carrying the bucket, Zhang Fan leisurely walked toward the shops on the left side of the north gate. The first shop on the left was a convenience store. He walked in and found the store relatively tidy. Xenomorphs had no interest in goods, and survivors couldn't leave their shelters, so the items in the convenience store remained intact. Zhang Fan immediately activated his shrinking domain ability, enveloping the entire convenience store. Then, he began selecting items. He first went to the instant noodle section. Instant noodles, being long-lasting with a shelf life of over 6 months, were perfect for stockpiling. Shrink. Zhang Fan focused his thoughts, and instantly, a blood-red glow enveloped the shelves of instant noodles. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, the instant noodles shrank visibly until they were the size of soybeans. Zhang Fan carefully placed the soybean-sized instant noodles into his backpack. Dozens of these tiny instant noodle packs barely filled the bottom of his backpack. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Fan smiled with satisfaction. He then moved on to the dairy section, the beverage section, the grains and oil section, and the daily necessities section, shrinking and collecting items one by one. Except for vegetables, fruits, and meats that had already rotted and become inedible, Zhang Fan left nothing behind that could be eaten or used. After thoroughly scavenging, Zhang Fan almost emptied the entire convenience store, yet his backpack was only half full. After leaving the convenience store, he went to the skewer shop next door. Don't think a skewer shop wouldn't have supplies. Zhang Fan found plenty of gas cylinders inside. Although they were the small 6.8 kilogram type, there were so many of them that every table had one underneath. After a round of scavenging, Zhang Fan found a total of 59 gas cylinders. While these cylinders weren't completely full, their sheer quantity was enough to last him several years. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan shrank them all down and packed them away. Next, Zhang Fan went to a second restaurant, a chicken soup knife-cut noodle shop. There, he found 4 large gas cylinders and 2 generators. Generators were a great find since they could provide electricity. With the constant rain these days, relying on solar power was completely unrealistic. Generating electricity would depend on these machines. So, he shrank them down and took them as well. After more than an hour of wandering around, Zhang Fan collected a large amount of supplies from all the shops near the residential area. These included, but were not limited to, gas cylinders, generators, snacks, rice, bottled water, dairy products, beverages. Zhang Fan gathered almost everything he could possibly need for daily life. The only things he gave up on were vegetables, fruits, and fresh meat, as they were prone to spoilage. Additionally, Zhang Fan collected 28 alien crystal cores as a bonus during his scavenging. Satisfied with his haul, Zhang Fan returned to the underground shelter, his steps lighter than usual. Once back in the shelter, he first set down his backpack full of supplies, then took out a gas cylinder, a cup of instant noodles, and a bottle of water. The long-awaited hot meal made Zhang Fan's heart leap with joy. He planned to cook some instant noodles to reward himself. Zhang Fan cooked a total of 5 packs of instant noodles, all White Elephant brand. He even splurged by adding 3 eggs, eggs, 5 sausages, and finally 2 packets of Woojang pickled mustard greens. Before long, the enticing aroma of instant noodles filled the underground shelter. To Zhang Fan, who had been surviving on snacks for so long, this was the ultimate culinary delight. Ignoring the heat, he tore open a pair of disposable chopsticks, picked up the pot he had used to cook the noodles, and began eating in big mouthfuls. So delicious. In no time, Zhang Fan had polished off the noodles completely. Brr! He plopped down on the sofa and let out a satisfied burp. Although instant noodles weren't exactly a gourmet delicacy and could get tiresome if eaten every day, having them occasionally was undeniably enjoyable. After resting for a while, Zhang Fan prepared some food for Black King and then carefully cleaned the 28 alien crystal cores. Black King, these are for you. He gave Black King 3 of them, keeping the remaining 25 for himself. Black King happily swallowed the 3 crystal cores that belonged to him and then returned to his doghouse to digest them. Zhang Fan continued with his tasks. It was just past 11 o'clock, still early, so he decided to organize the supplies he had collected in the morning. He found a cardboard box and neatly arranged all the gas canisters inside. Over 100 gas canisters of various sizes, which under normal circumstances might not even fit in a large truck, were now the size of soybeans. A shoebox was more than enough to hold them. Next came the rice, grains, cooking oil, beverages, milk, snacks. After spending the entire afternoon, Zhang Fan finally sorted all the supplies into categories and placed them one by one into cardboard boxes. Lastly, he labeled each box for easier identification in the future. Once everything was done, Zhang Fan stacked all the boxes in the corner of the wall. Looking at the neatly arranged rows of boxes, he felt a deep sense of accomplishment. This was the result of a day's hard work. With these supplies, he wouldn't have to worry about hunger or water shortages for a long time. Zhang Fan suddenly felt much more at ease. Even if he stayed in the underground shelter without going out, he could survive for a long time. He plopped down on the bed, stretched lazily in comfort, and then picked up his phone to check the time. Time flies, it's already 6 p.m., dinner time again. At this moment, he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Ever since his physique improved, his digestion naturally became much more efficient, and regular instant noodles clearly couldn't sustain him for long. Time to cook, what a hassle. Like most men, Zhang Fan loved good food but disliked cooking and washing pots. Every time he thought about cooking, his head would start to ache. Should I hire a cook? Or maybe a housekeeper who specializes in cooking? This thought suddenly popped into his mind. Who wouldn't want a life where clothes are handed to you and meals are served? Like a giant baby, Zhang Fan was no exception. After a night of cultivation, as Zhang Fan's strength continued to grow, his appetite also increased significantly, and his absorption rate of crystal cores became faster. In just one night, he absorbed all 25 alien crystal cores, causing his strength to skyrocket. His mental power instantly reached level 1, 27 out of 100, and his physique also reached level 1, 53/100. Compared to the beginning, Zhang Fan's mental power had increased 27-fold, and his physique had improved 53-fold, which was truly astonishing. Imagine what it would feel like when your body and mind become so powerful. The answer is, like a superhero. From the perspective of an ordinary person, Zhang Fan now seemed like Superman. He could punch a full-grown elephant to death, leap onto a 10-story building, and kick a car flying. However, Zhang Fan was not satisfied with this. He yearned to become even stronger. After a simple breakfast, Zhang Fan set out again with Black King. This time, he planned to visit a gas station to see if he could collect some gasoline and diesel for storage. The purpose of storing gasoline and diesel wasn't for driving but for using a generator to produce electricity. Electricity has extremely broad applications in daily life. Boiling water, steaming rice, watching TV, using refrigerators, air conditioners, and so on all require electricity. Without it, these appliances would become useless scrap metal, causing great inconvenience to Zhang Fan's life. He remembered his past life, where the competition for gasoline had always been fierce. Many survivor groups often fought violently over it. Zhang Fan stepped out of the basement and pulled a miniature motorcycle from his pocket, tossing it casually. The motorcycle, originally the size of a soybean, expanded in the wind and grew to normal size in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan mounted the motorcycle, activated its wall-passing ability, and entered the wall-passing state with the bike. Then, he twisted the throttle and charged into the vast rainstorm. This motorcycle was now Zhang Fan's exclusive ride. He used it for every outing. Although he could drive a car, there were cars everywhere on the streets, including luxury ones. He chose not to. The larger the vehicle, the more physical energy it consumed to pass through walls, and he didn't want to waste his strength unnecessarily. The motorcycle was smaller, and taking it through walls consumed less energy. Leaving the residential area, Zhang Fan headed toward the nearest gas station, his motorcycle speeding down the street and passing through various obstacles. The streets were crowded with numerous mutants, and Zhang Fan's appearance naturally drew the attention of the surrounding zombies. Some mutants charged out from shops along the street, others leaped down from buildings, and still others crawled out of vehicles. Zhang Zhang Fan was completely unafraid, even deliberately slowing his pace, moving at a leisurely speed in front of the mutants.
While he couldn't shake them off, they couldn't catch up to his motorcycle either.
As he continued forward, more and more mutants were drawn to him. By the time he approached the gas station, over 30 mutants had gathered around him, creating a chilling scene.
Imagine this, a group of pitch-black aliens with elongated, banana-shaped heads and ferocious faces lunging at you. How would that feel?
If you can't picture it, try imagining 30 Siberian tigers charging at you.
Would you be scared? An ordinary person would definitely be terrified to the point of losing control.
However, the destructive power of these 30 aliens is far more terrifying than the same number of Siberian tigers. Zhang Fan stopped his motorcycle and quietly watched the aliens rushing toward him.
Puff, puff, puff. These 30 pitch-black aliens were like 30 ravenous wolves, darting toward him like lightning. Their ferocious and horrifying expressions seemed as if
they wanted to tear Zhang Fan to pieces. Yet, the moment they touched Zhang Fan, it was as if they had encountered air passing directly by him.
Black King.
Zhang Fan patted his backpack.
Woof woof. Black King inside the backpack barked twice, then immediately fell asleep.
The slumber domain quietly activated, enveloping a radius of 10 meters.
The xenomorphs were instantly affected, shaking their heads and staggering before collapsing to the ground one after another.
Black King was also absorbing crystal cores, gradually enhancing its spirit and physique. Naturally, the power of the slumber domain grew stronger, leaving these xenomorphs with no chance to escape its effects.
Kill.
This time, Zhang Fan did not use the death ray but instead pulled out a kitchen knife, wielding it as he charged at the xenomorphs.
An ordinary kitchen knife would naturally be unable to penetrate the exoskeletal defense of the xenomorphs.
However, under Zhang Fan's strikes, the speed of the knife reached its peak, and such extreme speed brought about extreme destructive power.
The knife sliced through the air, instantly slashing across the neck of a xenomorph.
Its formidable exoskeleton was surprisingly unable to withstand the sharpness of the knife, and the xenomorph was immediately
decapitated.
Remarkably, not a single drop of blood stained the knife. Clearly, the speed of the knife was so fast that the blood had no chance to seep out. At this moment, blood began to seep from the severed neck of the alien, corroding the ground and emitting a sizzling sound.
Before long, the ground was eroded into a large pit. The alien's blood is highly acidic.
Even the hardest metals on Earth would be corroded, so it must not come into contact with even a trace, or it would immediately burn through into a hole. Zhang Fan followed suit, continuing to wield the kitchen knife, slicing through the necks of one alien after another, killing them one by one. Physical attacks are still easier.
He casually tossed the kitchen knife aside. Although the death ray was effective, each use caused significant mental strain on him.
If he could avoid using it, Zhang Fan would try not to, as the dizziness in his brain each time was quite uncomfortable. As more than 30 aliens died one after another, their bodies were quickly dissolved by the black rain, turning into pools of black water. Only walnut-sized milky white crystals remained. These were the aliens' crystal cores.
Zhang Fan picked up the alien crystal cores one by one, tossed them into a plastic bag, and planned to clean them slowly after returning. Let's go.
Zhang Fan mounted his motorcycle, ready to continue forward. Unexpectedly, just as he started the motorcycle, a sudden urgent cry for help reached his ears. Help! Help!
Whom?
Zhang Fan turned toward the sound and discovered that the cry for help was coming from a dormitory building at the neighboring Chang'an University. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered near
Chang'an University, right next to the dormitory building where he had grown up.
From a window on the top floor, a girl stuck her head out, waving her arms and shouting excitedly at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan initially had no intention of paying her any attention, but when he got a clear look at the woman's face, his eyes narrowed involuntarily.
Ha! It's actually her?
At this moment, Zhang Fan's physical condition was astonishing, with his vision, sense of smell, hearing, and touch all enhanced to an extraordinary degree.
His eyesight was sharper than an eagle's, capable of clearly seeing ants crawling on the ground hundreds of meters away.
Therefore, even though the girl was on the top floor and quite far from him, Zhang Fan could clearly make out her appearance.
Zhang Fan was extremely surprised to encounter someone he knew. That face, it really is her, he thought to himself in astonishment. In his previous life, the superpower he possessed was consciousness control, which allowed him to easily immobilize alien creatures, but that was the extent of his ability. Just like Yamanaka Ino in Naruto, Zhang Fan does not possess other lethal abilities, so he cannot defeat the aliens and is at best a supporting character. For someone like him, surviving alone is clearly difficult, and the wisest choice is to join a survivor organization. Zhang Fan indeed joined several survivor organizations, which is quite normal among survivors. Survivor organizations are gathering places for survivors, and with more people, they naturally attract alien attacks. If the organization is not strong enough, it can easily be wiped out.
Therefore, for the vast majority of survivors, wandering from place to place has long become the norm.
Having joined multiple organizations, Zhang Fan naturally met many people.
The woman currently calling for help happens to be someone Zhang Fan knows, a friend from his previous life.
Her name is Li Shu. Zhang Zhang Fan has a very deep impression of Li Shu.
Not because of her beauty, although she is indeed very beautiful, at the level of a
campus queen or department beauty.
What truly made Zhang Fan remember her was her extraordinary superpower.
Li Shu's superpower is extremely unique and rare, called Ultimate Enhancement. Ultimate Enhancement is a freakish support ability with an extremely simple function, enhancing other superpowers. Simply put, Ultimate Enhancement is a superpower that can boost other superpowers. For example, Ultimate Enhancement can upgrade a C-level ability to B-level, and B-level can be elevated to A-level. The most critical point is that the level of Ultimate Enhancement is extremely high, on the same tier as Zhang Fan's Infinite Plunder SSS level. This means that all superpowers below SSS level can be enhanced by Ultimate Enhancement. Even SS level abilities are no exception. For any superpower user, superpower level and personal rank are the two key factors influencing strength. The higher the superpower level and personal rank, the stronger the superpower user naturally becomes. The improvement of one's own level is relatively simple. It only requires continuously absorbing alien crystal cores. However, superpowers are much more troublesome. The level at awakening is the level that remains, much like height or appearance. Once you reach adulthood, it doesn't change. A C-level superpower remains C-level, a B-level remains B-level, and no method can ever enhance it. Ultimate Enhancement is the only means to alter the level of a superpower.
Therefore, Li Shu's value is self-evident.
In her previous life, it was precisely because of this abnormal Ultimate Enhancement ability that her fate was tragic.
Initially, she and Zhang Fan were in the same survivor organization.
However, her superpower became known to the
outside world, attracting covetous attention, and other survivors scrambled to seize her. The organization Zhang Fan belonged to was quickly destroyed,
and Li Shu was captured and turned into a tool for enhancement. In the days that followed, countless conflicts revolved
around her, and Li Shu changed hands multiple times, treated like a tool or plaything. The last time Zhang Fan heard news of her, it was the tragic report of her choosing to commit suicide to escape humiliation.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but lament that the saying beauty often meets a tragic fate was perfectly exemplified by Li Shu. Historical beauties suffered due to their looks, but Li Shu's tragedy stemmed entirely from her superpower.
Unfortunately, her ability was simply too enticing, inevitably drawing others' greed. Zhang Fan never expected to encounter Li Shu again here, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of joy, though it was quickly followed
by troublesome concerns.
Li Shu was like Gao Yuan in history, a pure femme fatale. Whoever possessed her would face misfortune and
ultimately meet a violent end.
In her previous life, more than 200 survivor organizations were destroyed because of her, earning her titles such as Organization Destroyer, the Apocalypse's Greatest Femme Fatale, and the Apocalypse's Lone Star of Misfortune.
At this moment, Zhang Fan faced two choices. First, save Li Shu.
As long as her Ultimate Enhancement ability wasn't revealed, keeping her hidden might not cause problems.
Second, don't save her. This woman's ability was too abnormal.
Once her superpower became known, the future would be filled with endless trouble. It's a pity that Ultimate Enhancement can't enhance oneself, otherwise, seizing her superpower would eliminate all future threats.
Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. In fact, not only can Ultimate Enhancement not be used on oneself, but almost all superpowers are incapable of self-use. For example, Zhang Fan's Infinite Plunder cannot plunder superpowers he already possesses, and the Black King's Sleep Domain cannot make him fall asleep. Ultimate Enhancement is the same.
Even if Zhang Fan plundered Ultimate Enhancement, he still wouldn't be able to use it to improve his existing superpowers.
Unable to strengthen oneself, then what is the point of such an ability? Forget it, I'll save her.
After a brief hesitation, Zhang Fan decided to save Li Shu first and deal with the rest later. He firmly believed that as long as Li Shu's existence was not exposed, it wouldn't bring about the disaster of his previous life.
Even if it were exposed, so what? If he could protect her, he would. If not, he would abandon her.
Regardless of what the future held, he decided to keep her by his side for a while. Zhang Fan activated the shrinking field, reduced the size of the motorcycle, placed it in his backpack, and then used his ability to traverse distances quickly, heading toward where Li Shu was.
Dormitory Building 17, Room 1712.
Inside the dormitory were 4 girls, a short, chubby girl with thick legs, a short-haired girl standing just over 1.5 meters tall, a girl with a face full of freckles, and the tall, slender, and exquisitely featured Li Shu. The 4 girls gathered by the window, their faces lighting up with joy as they saw Zhang Fan approaching. At that moment, a boy suddenly appeared and slammed the window shut. This boy was tall and broad-shouldered, with flowing long hair and earrings on his ears.
Bai Hong, what are you doing?
The short, chubby girl with thick legs, Zhou Junmei, looked at her boyfriend with dissatisfaction. Li Shu and 2 other girls also stared at the suddenly appearing young
man in confusion.
Bai Hong, Zhou Junmei's boyfriend, had followed her to the dormitory before the apocalypse, and after the outbreak he had been trapped there ever since. Bai Hong was considered lucky because he he accidentally came into contact with the black rain and awakened a superpower. Although his ability wasn't particularly strong, it was extremely unique. It was precisely because of this ability that they managed to survive in the apocalypse. Li Shu and the others were grateful to Bai Hong, but in truth, Li Shu didn't like him and even found him somewhat annoying. Despite being Zhou Juanmei's boyfriend, this guy often harassed Li Shu, which irritated her greatly. Of course, Bai Hong harbored lustful thoughts toward Li Shu. Li Shu was tall, strikingly beautiful, and the campus belle of the humanities college. Even though Bai Hong coveted her, he knew he had no chance. However, after the apocalypse broke out and Bai Hong was trapped in dormitory 1712, coupled with his awakening of superpowers, he realized this might be his opportunity. In recent days, Bai Hong had solved many practical problems for the dormitory using his abilities. He thought Li Shu would be grateful to him for this, but to his surprise, she still kept her distance, far less close to him than his girlfriend and the other two girls. This made Bai Hong very dissatisfied, and he gradually lost patience, already planning to use force. He intended to wait until his girlfriend and the other three were sound asleep tonight, then quietly climb onto Li Shu's bed and force her. Unexpectedly, before nightfall, Zhang Fan arrived first, completely disrupting his plan. Facing the puzzled looks of the four women, Bai Hong was furious inside but put on a serious face and scolded, "Foolish, have you forgotten the news online from a couple of days ago? You mean?" Zhou Junmei stared intently at her boyfriend. "The whole world has collapsed now, the law no longer exists, order is in chaos, and society is in complete disarray." Bai Hong stared at Li Shu's beautiful face and continued, "Who can guarantee that this guy outside is really a good person? What if he has malicious intentions toward you?" The four women's expressions instantly turned serious, and they couldn't help but recall the news circulating online a couple of days ago. In the first few days after the apocalypse broke out, the internet and electricity were still functioning, allowing survivors to go online. During those days, the internet was flooded with all kinds of negative information: who was killed by aliens, who took the opportunity to commit crimes, engaging in rape, plunder, vandalism, and robbery. The dark side of human nature was revealed in an instant, and society descended into chaos. Li Shu and the others realized that while aliens were terrifying, their fellow humans could be just as dangerous. What if that guy is a bad person and has malicious intentions toward us? The short and stout Zhou Junmei said worriedly, then looked at Li Shu with a face full of complaints. "Li Shu, you're too reckless. How could you ask for help without discussing it with us first?" Zhou Junmei had long been dissatisfied with Li Shu, partly because she envied her beauty, and partly because she disapproved of her personality. Although they lived in the same dormitory, Li Shu usually kept to herself and didn't have a good relationship with them. Moreover, recently she noticed that her boyfriend Bai Hong showed excessive concern for Li Shu, often checking on her like a devoted admirer, while becoming impatient with her. All of this made Zhou Junmei harbor strong hostility toward Li Shu. Exactly. Now that the law is gone, what if that guy really tries to harm us? What would we do? The short girl began to complain. "Li Shu, you're so beautiful and have enhanced abilities. Men might hesitate to kill you, but we're not the same. Li Shu, you're so selfish." The freckled girl angrily pointed at Li Shu's nose and scolded, "Li, if we get hurt because of you, I won't let you off even as a ghost." Li Shu's face turned red with anger, and she shouted, "Now you're blaming me? Who was the one yelling for me to hurry up and call for help? Wasn't it you, Zhou Junmei?" She then glared at the short girl. "Who was the one shouting about wanting to leave, saying they didn't want to stay here for even a moment? And who said I was good looking, claiming the person I called for help would definitely come?" Zhou Junmei and her friends were momentarily speechless, rendered mute by the rebuke. They had been trapped in the dormitory for too long, dreaming of escape, but the endless black rain outside and the lurking monsters made leaving a mere fantasy. Witnessing Zhang Fan slaughter the monsters earlier had stirred them up. Zhang Fan's ability to move freely in the black rain indicated he had a way to block it. His effortless killing of the monsters showed his immense strength. If Zhang Fan was willing to help, they could escape. Thus, Zhou Junmei and the other two immediately urged Li Shu to call for help. Li Shu was so beautiful, what man wouldn't like her? However, they had forgotten the harsh truth of the apocalypse. Human nature had changed. It was only after Bai Hang's reminder that they suddenly realized the danger. If Zhang Fan turned out to be a bad person, wouldn't they be doomed? Yet admitting their mistake was clearly out of the question. "So what if we told you to call for help? In the end, you're the one who called him, so you bear full responsibility." Zhou Junmei retorted, her neck stiffened in defiance. "Snap. Exactly. No matter what, you're the one who called him." The other two girls also began to criticize, completely shifting the blame onto Li Shu. Bai Hong watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly delighted inside, though his face displayed a righteous and solemn expression. "Nini, and you too, stop talking so much. Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. The most important thing right now is to quickly figure out how to deal with that guy. He's coming up soon." Zhou Junmei snorted coldly. Although she was unhappy with her boyfriend defending Li Shu, she didn't say much more. Suppressing her anger, she asked, "So what do you suggest we we do. The two girls also looked at Bai Hong expectantly. Over the past few days, they had completely relied on him and already regarded him as their backbone. Now that there was a problem, of course, they thought of relying on him.
I have a plan,
Bai Hong said in a low voice.
Nini, your superpower is hypnosis. It should be very effective against that guy.
When he comes up, watch for my signal and be ready to hypnotize him at any moment.
Got it. Zhou Junmei quickly nodded. Xiaolan, your superpower is controlling vines. Once Nini hypnotizes him, you immediately create vines to bind him tightly.
Bai Hong then turned to the shorter girl.
Understood. Hung Ji. The shorter girl also nodded in response. As for you, Tian.
Bai Hong turned to the freckled girl and instructed, you and Li Shu stay on the side and focus on keeping yourselves safe.
Don't act recklessly.
Although the freckled girl had awakened her superpower, it was practically useless.
Got it.
She nodded repeatedly.
It's settled then.
After finishing his arrangements, Bai Heng's gaze swept over the four girls, finally resting on Li Shu.
Follow my orders later. Any questions?
Zhou Junmei and the other two shook their heads, indicating no objections. Li Shu, however, frowned and said, the other party is very strong, killing aliens as easily as slicing vegetables.
I think we should avoid acting rashly and try to resolve the issue peacefully.
She also didn't want to stay here any longer. 5 people crammed into one dormitory was truly inconvenient. Bai Hong had already lost much of his patience with her, and Li Shu knew staying here was dangerous. Therefore, she had to leave, and Zhang Fan was her only hope. If Zhang Fan turned out to be a decent person, she wouldn't mind leaving with him. She didn't want to antagonize Zhang Fan and silently pondered her options. Bai Hong frowned slightly, wanting to make a sarcastic remark, when suddenly a cool breeze swept through, and another person appeared in the dormitory. Bai Hong quickly turned his head and saw Zhang Fan standing there, startled. His eyes locked onto Zhang Fan, instantly on high alert. Li Shu, Zhou Junmei, and the other two stared intently at Zhang Fan, their eyes revealing a mix of wariness, unease, and anticipation.
Was it you asking for help just now?
Zhang Fan looked at Li Shu and asked.
Yes, it was me.
Li Shu, though extremely nervous, mustered up the courage to say, we want to leave here, and we hope you can help us.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly and said bluntly, you can leave, but not the other 4.
As soon as these words were spoken, Li Shu was stunned, while Bai Hang and Zhou Junmei exchanged glances, looking somewhat at a loss.
Li Shu could leave, but they couldn't? What was the reason behind this? Why only take Li Shu? Was it just because she was beautiful? Can I know the reason?
Li Shu asked with a frown.
The reason is simple. Zhang Fan shrugged. Because the 4 of them are useless to me. This was the honest truth. Zhang Fan had a solitary personality.
Whether in his previous life or this one, he preferred to act alone. In his previous life, due to his superpowers, he couldn't
fight solo and had to join a survivor organization to survive.
But in this life, he possessed the ability of infinite plunder, allowing him to gather various superpowers and choose to act alone. Therefore, in this life, Zhang Fan never considered cooperating with others.
He only wanted to fight solo.
His willingness to save Li Shu was purely because her abilities were unique and held immense value.
As for the other 4, what do they even count for?
Bai Hong never expected to leave with Zhang Fan, and even felt that Zhang Fan's appearance disrupted his plans, making him quite resentful. But upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Bai Hong still felt displeased in his heart. He said coldly, think we're useless? You think we want to leave with you? You're overestimating yourself. After Bai Hong finished speaking, his gaze turned hostile as he pointed to the door. No one here will leave with you.
You can go now.
Whether you want to leave or not has nothing to do with me, and I couldn't care less. Zhang Fan glanced at him indifferently, then turned his gaze to Li Shu. But you must come with me. Li Shu immediately frowned. Although she had thoughts of leaving, she would never leave alone with Zhang Fan. She was completely unfamiliar with this stranger, so how could she
just go with him like that?
Now that Zhang Fan was showing such special attention to her, it only made Li Shu more wary, suspecting that he might be interested in her beauty. Bai Hong saw this and immediately stood in front of Li Shu, glaring angrily at Zhang Fan. I'll say it again, no one here wants to leave with you.
You can get lost now.
Zhang Fan ignored Bai Hong and continued to stare at Li Shu. Are you sure you won't leave with me?
If we leave, the 5 of us will go together. Otherwise, I won't leave with you.
Li Shu said cautiously.
Looks like there's nothing more to discuss. Zhang Fan shrugged.
I originally planned to take you away politely, but since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Li Shu's expression changed slightly.
Impolite? Could it be that he intended to use force? Mei, take action.
Bai Hong suddenly shouted.
Yes.
Zhou Junmei immediately activated her superpower, hypnosis. Buzz, her eyes instantly turned gray, with gray pupils spinning as if they were 2 vortices capable of devouring everything. Boom! 2 gray beams shot out from the vortex-like eyes, darting toward Zhang Fan like lightning. However, just as the beams were about to hit Zhang Fan, he suddenly vanished without a trace.
Where is he? Zhou Junmei asked anxiously.
Bai Hong, Li Shu, and the other 2 girls were also searching everywhere for Zhang Fan's whereabouts. Buzz, at that moment, a blood-red light screen quietly spread out, enveloping the entire dormitory.
Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. A cold loud snort came from above. Several people immediately looked up, surprised to find Zhang Fan hanging upside down on the ceiling like a bat. This guy, Bai Hong and the other four were utterly shocked. A person could actually stand like that? How did he manage to do it? Small. Zhang Fan pointed at Zhou Junmei. In an instant, a blood-red light wrapped around Zhou Junmei. Bai Hong and the others were horrified to see that Zhou Junmei's entire body began to shrink bizarrely, continuously getting smaller. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Junmei, who was over 1.6 meters tall, turned into a palm-sized tiny figure. This. The four of Bai Hong were stunned, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Nini, how did she shrink? What kind of ability is this? It looks like the ability of Ishiki Otsutsuki from Boruto Sukuna Hikona, which can shrink objects. What should we do? What now? How can Nini recover? The three girls were filled with fear, their minds in chaos, while Bai Hong remained the calmest and most resourceful. Xiaolan, Bai Hong shouted at the shorter girl. Understood. The shorter girl suddenly dropped to her knees, pressing both hands against the floor. Whoosh, 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 the floor suddenly cracked open, and thick brown vines, as thick as wrists, shot up like venomous snakes, whistling as they lunged toward Zhang Fan. Controlling vines? Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled. Controlling vines also fell under the category of control-type superpowers, making it highly practical. Not only did it excel in defense, but its offensive capabilities were also formidable. Most importantly, it could entangle and restrain enemies, making it a powerful superpower. At this moment, he pondered silently, wondering what grade this girl's vine-controlling ability belonged to. C level, B level, A level, or perhaps S level, or even SS level. No, the level doesn't matter. With Li Shu here, even D level abilities can be enhanced to SS level. Zhang Fan suddenly thought of Li Shu beside him, his confidence in her unwavering. Seeing the short girl summon vines to attack him, Bai Hong didn't remain idle. A strange glow flickered on his body, and two identical clones of himself mysteriously appeared. These two Bai Hangs were indistinguishable from the original appearance, physique, height, weight, even their clothes and shoes were exactly the same. This ability, Zhang Fan murmured in amazement, his eyes lighting up once again. Kill him for me. Bai Hong roared furiously, and the two Bai Hangs immediately lunged at Zhang Fan. Die for me. The two Bai Hangs pounced in front of Zhang Fan, one throwing a punch and the other delivering a kick. At the same time, the brown vines summoned by the short girl coiled toward Zhang Fan like venomous snakes. Taking advantage of the chaos, Bai Hong grabbed Li Shu and turned to flee toward the door. He was actually planning to escape amidst the commotion. At this critical moment, Bai Hang's mind was solely fixated on Li Shu, the beautiful girl. As for his girlfriend and the other two girls, they had long been cast aside in his thoughts. What are you doing? Let go of me. Li Shu struggled desperately, but her strength was too weak to break free. The palm-sized Zhou Junmei was frantic, shouting hoarsely, Bai Hong, what are you doing? You can't leave me behind. Although Zhou Junmei had shrunk, her thoughts and consciousness remained unchanged. Seeing Bai Hong escape with only Li Shu at such a critical moment, Zhou Junmei was both anxious and furious, heartbroken, and enraged. She was Bai Hang's official girlfriend, and after more than 3 years of dating, this betrayal left her feeling an unbearable sense of loss and heartbreak. However, Bai Hong ignored her cries, pulling Li Shu as he continued to run frantically. The short girl hadn't expected Bai Hong to take advantage of the chaos to escape, and if he was going to flee, he could at least take them all. Instead, he only took Li Shu, leaving the three of them completely abandoned. The short girl was both angry and anxious, dropping the vines attacking Zhang Fan and chasing after Bai Hang. Brother Hong, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. The uncontrolled brown vines instantly withered, collapsing limply to the ground. At this moment, the two Bai Hongs continued to attack Zhang Fan, but Zhang Fan remained still, merely waving the kitchen knife in his hand lightly. The kitchen knife turned into a flash of cold light, swiftly slicing across the necks of the two Bai Hongs. The two Bai Hongs immediately dissolved into two puffs of smoke and disappeared. Meanwhile, Bai Hong, pulling Li Shu, had already reached the doorway. Just as Bai Hang grabbed the doorknob to open the door, two massive cement hands suddenly emerged from the wall, reaching out to grab Bai Hong and Li Shu. These two cement hands easily grabbed Bai Hong and Li Shu. Let me go. Bai Hong struggled hard, but it was futile, although he had also awakened superpowers. He had not absorbed alien crystal cores, so his physical strength was no different from that of an ordinary person, making it impossible to break free from the cement hands created by Zhang Fan. Stop struggling, it's useless. Zhang Fan walked over step by step, a faint smile on his face. I originally thought only Li Shu could surprise me, but I didn't expect a clever person like you to be waiting for me. What a pleasant surprise. What do you want? Bai Hong blared angrily at Zhang Fan. If I'm not mistaken, your superpower should be some kind of ability to create clones, right? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. So what if it is? Bai Hong remained defiant. Zhang Fan's guess was correct. His superpower was indeed shadow cloning, identical to the shadow clones in the anime Naruto. The clones he created were not only physical entities but also had self-awareness, capable of acting independently and fighting enemies.
enemies. Moreover, when the shadow clones dissipated, the memories and experiences carried by the clones would return to the original body. It was precisely because of this ability that Bai Hong had resolved countless troubles during this time, expelling aliens, searching for supplies, and guarding against dangers. It could be said that without the shadow clones, Bai Hong and his group would have been doomed long ago.
Of course it is. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, placing his palm gently on Bai Heng's shoulder and activating infinite plunder. What exactly are you trying to do?
Bai Hong glared angrily at Zhang Fan, his heart filled with vigilance. Li Shu, the short girl, the freckled girl, and the shrunken Zhou Junmei all stared nervously at Zhang Fan. From the moment Zhang Fan appeared, he had always presented himself as a villain. And now, at the moment that would decide their fate, what exactly would Zhang Fan do to them?
You'll know soon enough.
Zhang Fan smiled faintly, but the expression on his face made people feel uneasy. In the next moment, Bai Heng felt a pain 1,000 times worse than being cut by 1,000 knives sweep through his entire body. Bai Heng's face twisted in agony, his whole body convulsing, spasming, and trembling, appearing utterly tormented.
Stop, stop.
Even due to the severe pain, Bai Heng couldn't even utter a complete sentence, only managing to squeeze out one word at a time.
Li Shu and the four girls watched this scene in horror, their eyes filled with fear and unease. What is he doing? How could Brother Hung be in such agony? I don't know. Help him. Hurry, save him. Yes, hurry and save them. If I were you, I'd stand there obediently and not move.
Zhang Fan suddenly turned his head to look at them. Being stared at like that by Zhang Fan, the four women immediately shivered, too frightened to move a muscle. The entire plundering process lasted 10 minutes, during which Bai Hong endured torment. Even after his superpower was seized, Zhang Fan didn't spare him, casually throwing him out the window to his death. Zhang Fan did not crave slaughter nor desire to take lives, but he had no choice because Li Shu must never be exposed.
After finishing all this, Zhang Fan looked at the short girl. Your ability is controlling vines? Why you? What do you want to do?
The short girl's face turned pale, her teeth chattered, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She was already terrified to the extreme.
What do you think I want to do? Underground shelter.
The shelter was pitch dark, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Zhang Fan pressed the switch, and the light from the bulb dispelled the darkness. He casually placed his backpack on the table, then poured the alien crystal cores he had
collected today into a plastic bucket. The bucket was half filled with clean water, and soaking the alien crystal cores in it could wash away the black liquid on their surface.
After finishing these tasks, Zhang Fan plopped down on the sofa, picked up his backpack, and took out a bottle from inside.
The bottle looked
like an ordinary mineral water bottle, nothing special about it, but what it contained was extraordinary: a thumb-sized little person. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the little person was none other than Li Shu. At this moment, the thumb-sized Li Shu was using her tiny hands to pat the inner walls of the bottle, trying
to open it and escape.
However, she was too small to pry the bottle open. Although there were many small ventilation holes on the bottle cap, they were far too small for her to squeeze through. Li Shu cried anxiously, her tears streaming down like raindrops on pear blossoms, making her look incredibly pitiful. Seeing her like this, Zhang Fan smiled helplessly, twisted open the bottle cap to release her, and then lifted her miniaturized state, restoring her to her true form. Li Shu cried while looking at Zhang Fan in terror, then glanced around at her surroundings like a frightened bird. Where is this?
This is the underground shelter I built, located more than 30 meters below the surface.
Zhang Fan stated bluntly, the shelter is connected to the surface by only a 10-centimeter diameter plastic pipe. The purpose of saying this was to let Li Shu know not to think about escaping. There was no way she could get out with her abilities.
Li Shu's face instantly turned pale, choking as she said, what exactly do you want?
Normally, she was seen as a cold and aloof person by her roommates and classmates, but in front of Zhang Fan, she couldn't maintain her composure at all.
Zhang Fan's cruelty filled her with fear.
Just now in the dormitory, he not only killed Bai Hang but also didn't spare her three roommates, Zhou Junmei, Li Chaolan, and Ma Lily. In other words, of the 5 people previously trapped in dormitory 1712, only Li Shu remained.
Bai Hong and the other 4 were all dead.
In Li Shu's eyes, Zhang Fan was a devil, a merciless killer. She was terrified, worried that Zhang Fan might target her next. However, Zhang Fan's next words left Li Shu somewhat bewildered.
Zhang Fan said indifferently, you should thank me. Li Shu laughed bitterly in anger. Thank you for putting me in a bottle? Thank you for kidnapping me here? Thank you for killing my 3 roommates?
These words, however, she dared not say aloud, as her fear of Zhang Fan had already taken deep root in her heart. Zhang Fan seemed to see through her thoughts, but he didn't care. He took out 2 cans of miniature cola from the box and released their shrunken state, causing the cola to return to normal size. Zhang Fan casually tossed 1 can to Li Shu, but she didn't catch it, letting the cola fall to
the ground.
Zhang Fan was unfazed by this, pulled the tab, took a hearty sip, and then let out a satisfied burp.
Only then did he say to Li Shu, if I remember correctly, your superpower should be ultimate enhancement, right?
Li Shu stopped crying, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him as she sniffled.
How do you know about my ability? Does it matter?
Zhang Fan retorted. Li Shu was speechless. Ultimate enhancement is a top-tier SSS-level superpower that can strengthen all the superpowers in the world. Zhang Fan said, seemingly explaining to Li Shu, yet also as if talking to himself, don't you think this ability is too overpowered? So what if it's overpowered? Li Shu countered softly. How is it? Ha, a man without guilt may still be guilty for what he possesses. Zhang Fan took another sip of cola and continued, if the other survivors knew you had this kind of bug-like ability, what do you think they would do? Li Shu was stunned. The apocalypse has come, and the entire society is in chaos. The peaceful and stable environment is long gone. Zhang Fan said calmly, for people like us, the most important thing is to survive. But to survive, how easy is that? The black rain outside keeps pouring, and no one knows when it will stop. Not to mention the alien creatures lurking around. Living in such a world sounds simple, but in practice, it's incredibly difficult. Li Shu remained silent. The experiences of the past half-month had made her deeply realize how hard it was to survive in such a world. Setting aside the two major threats of alien creatures and black rain, even the trivial matters of daily life already made survival feel like an uphill battle. To survive, one has to eat, drink, and take care of basic needs every day, right? But the problem is, what to eat, what to drink, where to defecate, where to urinate. These are all very practical yet extremely tricky questions that have stumped countless people. The 4 girls in their dormitory have been trapped here for so long that, if it weren't for Bai Heng's shadow clone helping to find food and water, they would have starved or died of thirst long ago. Not to mention the two major threats of the alien creatures and the black rain. As Zhang Fan said, surviving in such an apocalyptic world is just too difficult, too difficult, too difficult. The most direct way to increase the chances of survival is, of course, to enhance our strength. Zhang Fan looked at Li Shu. What do you think is the best way to enhance our strength? Li Shu fell silent again. At this moment, few people could kill the alien creatures. The method of enhancing strength by absorbing alien crystal cores had hardly been discovered, let alone popularized. For her, the only way to enhance her strength was through fortification, using her fortification ability to strengthen her superpowers. Once the level of her superpowers increased, their power would naturally grow significantly. But to carry out fortification, she first needed fortification abilities. Were there really that many fortification abilities out there? I can tell you, enhanced abilities are extremely rare. An ultimate enhancement, an SSS-level enhanced ability like this, is truly one of a kind. Unmatched. Zhang Fan said leisurely, you're a smart person, you should understand what would happen once your superpower is exposed, right? Li Shu was frightened, her delicate face gradually turned pale, and her large eyes were filled with fear. As I said before, a common saying goes, a man without sin may be guilty for possessing a treasure. Zhang Fan shrugged, I'm not a homicidal maniac, nor do I have a penchant for killing. Who would want to kill someone for no reason? Li Shu bit her lip, tears streaming uncontrollably. So you killed Mimi and the others, all because of me? Yes, it's all because of you. Zhang Fan unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto her. Get this straight, I have no grievances with them. Why would I kill them? There's absolutely no reason. But to protect you from being exposed, I had no choice but to eliminate them completely. Ugh, ugh. Li Shu hadn't expected things to escalate to this point and couldn't help but sob. Zhang Fan remained silent. What he said was the truth. Although he was the one who killed them, it was indeed to prevent Li Shu's identity from being revealed that he had to resort to such measures. While the responsibility wasn't entirely hers, Li Shu undoubtedly bore the majority of it. Even if that responsibility was meaningless, the fact remained. If it weren't for Li Shu, how could he have possibly gone after Bai Heng and his group? I've said everything I needed to say. Think it over yourself. Zhang Fan waved his hand, shrinking. Li Shu backed down and placing her into the mineral water bottle. What are you doing? Li Shu cried out in terror. What was he doing? Of course, he was going to integrate the new abilities he had seized. During this process, Zhang Fan would become extremely vulnerable. To avoid any potential risks, he had no choice but to keep Li Shu in the bottle temporarily. Although Li Shu might not necessarily take advantage of the situation, Zhang Fan wasn't willing to take that chance. He absolutely refused to place his fate in someone else's hands. Let me out. Li Shu angrily pounded on the bottle's walls, her heart filled with grievance and fear. She couldn't understand why Zhang Fan had put her back into the bottle again for no apparent reason. What was he trying to do? In the next moment, Li Shu suddenly saw Zhang Fan biting down on a towel, collapsing to the ground in pain, and rolling around in agony. What is he doing? Li Shu was both terrified and confused. However, no one could give her an answer. Hey, what's wrong with you? Li Shu was starting to panic. She wasn't worried about Zhang Fan, but rather afraid that if he died, wouldn't she be trapped here forever? Zhang Fan didn't respond. You bastard, what's wrong with you? Li Shu frantically pounded on the bottle. Let me out right now. The entire fusion process was the same as before, lasting 7 to 8 hours before it finally succeeded, and the pain subsided. Zhang Fan slumped to the ground, silently recovering while eagerly opening the attribute panel to check his new
abilities. Spirit, level 1, 27 out of 100. Constitution, level 1, 53/100. Superpowers, infinite plunder, SSS level, wall phasing, B level, earth control, SS level, death ray, S level, soul shield, SS level, shrinking domain, SS level, shadow clone, S level. Sure enough, it's shadow clone. This ability is somewhat similar to the shadow clone technique in Naruto. It can create clones, and these clones possess consciousness and autonomous action capabilities independent of the original body. Therefore, the clones can act and fight just like the original body. Once a clone is dispelled, the memories and experiences it carries return to the original body and become known to it. Additionally, the clones can use all the superpowers of the original body to engage in combat with enemies. From this perspective, the shadow clone ability is incredibly powerful. However, this does not mean it is invincible. Creating clones consumes stamina. Creating one clone will consume a portion of stamina. The exact amount consumed is determined by the ability user. The more stamina consumed, the more stamina the clone carries. The longer it exists, the less stamina consumed. The less stamina the clone carries, the shorter its existence. Suppose Zhang Fan has a total of 100 stamina points. He can consume 100 points to create one clone or consume just 1 point to create one. The former naturally has 100 stamina points, can exist for a long time, and can use Zhang Fan's various superpowers. The latter has only 1 stamina point, exists for a short time, and is greatly limited in using superpowers. If overused, the clone will disappear. With my current stamina reserves, I can create at least 1 clone, at most. The maximum number of clones that can be created, with each clone allocated the minimum stamina, is inevitable. Zhang Fan pondered in his mind and decided to create clones at the lowest stamina limit. As soon as his thoughts settled, several clones flew out from his body and landed on the ground. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, dozens of identical clones had appeared on the ground. These clones were densely packed, almost filling the room. Inside the water bottle, Li Shu, who had been dozing off, was startled awake and stared in shock at the floor full of Zhang Fans. This, Li Shu was stunned. Isn't this Bai Heng's shadow clone ability? How? She couldn't help but recall the scene of Bai Heng's painful struggle in the dormitory and Zhang Fan's previous agonized expression. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Could it be? Could he copy or plunder other people's superpowers? As soon as this thought emerged, Li Shu immediately felt it was highly possible. Zhang Fan was simply too abnormal. Others only had 1 superpower, but Zhang Fan? The abilities he had displayed so far included several. The ability to shrink, the ability to pass through walls, the ability to manipulate cement, and the ability to create clones? How could one person possess so many superpowers? Unless he had the ability to steal others' powers. This guy is simply a monster. Li Shu was shocked, as if struck by lightning. She suddenly understood why Zhang Fan had captured her. Zhang Fan possessed multiple superpowers, and unsurprisingly, his abilities would only increase in the future. As for her, she had the ability to enhance superpowers. If she were Zhang Fan, she would undoubtedly want her to strengthen these abilities for him, making him even more powerful. If this is true, won't I be under his control forever? Thinking of this terrifying possibility, Li Shu couldn't help but feel a wave of despair, her future seeming bleak. She didn't want to be imprisoned here, nor did she want to be under Zhang Fan's eternal control, but she was trapped in a cage with no way to escape. Zhang Fan was unaware of this. If he knew, he would definitely laugh and say, "You guessed it right." To be honest, Zhang Fan did indeed have such plans. He wanted to keep Li Shu by his side forever, having her serve him exclusively. In his view, this approach was not only reasonable but also a way of saving Li Shu. She should be grateful to him. Thinking of Li Shu's turbulent past life, shouldn't she be thankful to him? 51, 52, 53 in total. In other words, with my current stamina reserves, I can create up to 53 clones. 53? It's exactly the same as my physical stats. Is this just a coincidence? Or? Zhang Fan stared at the dense crowd of himself in front of him, feeling a strange sensation in his heart, as if gazing at a reflection in the mirror, an incredibly unique experience. Moreover, creating so many clones has completely drained all my stamina. At this moment, Zhang Fan felt extremely weak, as though his body had been hollowed out, without even the strength to move a finger. Come back, hurry back. Zhang Fan ordered the dissolution of all the clones. The clones disappeared one by one as they merged back into Zhang Fan's body. With each clone's return, Zhang Fan regained some physical strength and acquired more memories. Once all the clones had returned, Zhang Fan felt his strength fully restored, and his mind was filled with additional memories. These memories naturally came from the clones, and since their existence was brief, the amount of information was not overwhelming, allowing Zhang Fan to easily process them. He let out a long sigh, turned over and sat up, picking up the bottle of mineral water containing Li Shu. Swish! Li Shu fell to the ground, then expanded with the wind, instantly returning to her original form. At this moment, Li Shu stared at Zhang Fan warily. Don't be nervous. Zhang Fan casually tossed the mineral water bottle into the trash can and asked, "Can you cook? I'm hungry."
As soon as cooking was mentioned, Li Shu's stomach involuntarily growled and her face instantly turned red.
She replied softly, "Yes."
She hadn't eaten in a long time and was already starving. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, pointing to the gas cylinder, pots and pans, and a pile of boxes filled with ingredients, speaking casually, "Everything's here.
Go ahead and cook whatever you want."
Li Shu nodded and silently walked toward the boxes. As a captive, she understood the mindset she needed to have, knowing that defying Zhang Fan's wishes would bring her no benefit. At this moment, the only thing she could do was obey, endure humiliation, and bear the burden, unless she wanted to die.
"Black King, here's your dinner."
Zhang Fan poured a bowl of meat soup with rice into Black King's bowl. Black King immediately wagged its tail and started eating, savoring every bite, making it seem especially
delicious. "Good dog."
Zhang Fan patted Black King's back. Black King usually wasn't picky about food and ate whatever was given, but meat soup with rice was its favorite.
"I should eat too."
Zhang Fan returned to the dining table, ready to start his meal. On the table were 2 dishes and 2 bowls of white rice.
The
dishes were stir-fried eggs with onions and wood ear mushrooms, and spicy and sour shredded potatoes, both common homemade dishes, yet cooked
to perfection in color, aroma, and taste, making them incredibly appetizing.
Zhang Fan couldn't remember the last time he had eaten hot dishes, so he immediately picked up his rice and started eating.
"Not bad, not bad. The taste is excellent. The shredded potatoes are delicious. The stir-fried eggs are great too."
Hearing Zhang Fan's praise, Li Shu felt a slight sense of relief. She had been worried earlier about what to do if Zhang Fan wasn't satisfied with her cooking, but now it seemed he quite liked it. After the meal, the 2 dishes were completely finished, and the pot of rice was eaten clean. Zhang Fan, still unsatisfied, remarked, "Next time, double the amount of rice we steam today. For the dishes, at least 3 should be cooked for each meal. 2 dishes are definitely not enough to eat."
Li Shu's heart tightened instantly, secretly thinking, "Do you really take me as a nanny?"
"What?" Seeing her remain silent, Zhang Fan
raised an eyebrow and asked.
Li Shu took a deep breath, stared straight at Zhang Fan, and asked, "What do you plan to do with me?
Do you intend to keep me imprisoned here forever?" Zhang Fan leaned back, resting against the chair, and looked at her with a smile. "You want to leave here? Sure, I can let you go right now. You can go wherever you want."
"Really?" A trace of surprise flashed in Li Shu's eyes.
"Would I lie to you? But the question is, where can you go?"
Zhang Fan retorted.
"Go where?"
Li Shu suddenly fell silent.
Where could she go?
Her parents and relatives had long lost contact, likely facing a grim fate.
Even if they were still alive, how could she possibly find them? The continuous black rain outside and the endless stream of alien
creatures made it impossible for her to take even a step forward. Searching for them was nothing short of a luxury.
Zhou Junmei and the others were also dead.
Where else could she go? Li Shu sadly realized that despite the vastness of the world, she had nowhere to go, no home to return to, and no path to follow. Overcome with sorrow, tears streamed from her eyes like a kite with its string cut. Whoa. The more Li Shu thought about it, the sadder she became, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Zhang Fan shook his head, neither mocking nor comforting her. In fact, compared to her previous life, Li Shu's luck in this life was relatively good. At least he was there to protect her. Compared to the unfortunate Bai Hong, Li Shu was equally fortunate. At the very least, she was still alive. Compared to the billions who had tragically perished in the apocalypse, Li Shu could be considered
extraordinarily lucky.
Not only was she alive, but she had also awakened superpowers.
How could such luck not be considered remarkable?
So, from Zhang Fan's perspective, Li Shu should feel grateful. But clearly, Li Shu hadn't realized this, and Zhang Fan didn't insist, letting her adjust her emotions on her own.
Time would prove everything. Time to cultivate.
Zhang Fan ignored Li Shu, allowing her to slowly adjust
her mood. He took the soaked alien crystal cores out of the bucket, drained the water, and placed them on a plate.
Although the time spent hunting
aliens this morning was short, the abundance of aliens along the way meant a fruitful harvest.
Zhang Fan had obtained a total of 31 alien crystal cores.
Black King, these are yours. Zhang Fan separated 4 alien crystal cores and placed them in Black King's food container. Black King wagged his tail and barked happily twice before swallowing them all. With continuous absorption, Black King's mental and physical
strength grew stronger by the day, and the number of crystal cores he could consume daily increased as well. Now, swallowing 4 cores posed
no problem.
Zhang Fan then separated 1 core and placed it in front of Li Shu. "This is for you. Consider it your wages for today's meal."
Zhang Fan regarded Li Shu as a tool, but even tools need to eat and cultivate.
The stronger she becomes, the better she can enhance her superpowers.
Li Shu stopped crying, her tear-streaked face looking confused as her big eyes stared at the walnut-shaped alien crystal core. "What is this?" "An alien crystal core, something extracted from alien creatures."
You can think of it as the spirit stones in cultivation novels or the magic crystals in
fantasy worlds.
Zhang Fan casually explained, "It can enhance the mental and physical abilities of superpowered individuals, allowing us to grow stronger."
Li Shu was shocked and incredulous. Something like this this exists? Try it and you'll see. Zhang Fan didn't say much more. Right in front of Li Shu, he ate all 26 remaining alien crystal cores. Li Shu's eye twitched, and she felt a wave of nausea, almost wanting to vomit. Can this stuff really be eaten? The thought of taking something out of an alien's body was enough to make anyone feel sick. If you don't want to eat it, you can just hold it in your hand. As long as it touches your body, it's fine. Zhang Fan explained briefly, then walked to the bed and started taking off his clothes. You, what are you doing? Seeing this, Li Shu couldn't help but jump in fright, taking a few steps back and staring at Zhang Fan warily. Sleeping, of course. Zhang Fan gave Li Shu a look as if she were an idiot. It's already 11 p.m. What else would I be doing if not sleeping? After merging with the shadow clone ability and spending 7 or 8 hours on it, followed by dinner, it was naturally time to sleep. Zhang Fan planned to absorb the alien crystal core for cultivation while sleeping. He had been doing this for the past few days, eating the alien crystal core, letting his body absorb it and waking up the next day with improved physical and mental strength. Zhang Fan took off his clothes, revealing a well-proportioned and slender figure with smooth and perfect muscle lines, especially those 8 impeccably defined abs, so flawless they were impossible to look away from. Li Shu stared in a daze, unconsciously swallowing hard, but she quickly realized something was off, cursed herself inwardly, and hurriedly turned her head away, her cheeks flushing red, her face completely crimson. Where should I sleep? Li Shu asked softly. Either on the bed, the sofa, or make a floor bed. Zhang Fan replied casually. The bed? Li Shu naturally wanted to sleep on the bed, but when she saw the spacious underground shelter with only the bed beneath Zhang Fan, she instantly felt a surge of anger. Sleep on the bed? Wouldn't that mean sharing the same bed with him? You're a grown man, can't you let me have it? Do you really have the nerve to make me sleep on the sofa? Li Shu said angrily. Why should I feel bad about it? Zhang Fan asked in confusion. You're not my dad, not my mom, and certainly not my girlfriend. Why should I let you have it? Li Shu was momentarily speechless. What kind of man is this? He's practically a steel-hearted straight man. Zhang Fan ignored her, pulled up the blanket, and went straight to sleep. You? Li Shu gritted her teeth in anger, her chest heaving as she glared fiercely at Zhang Fan. What about a blanket? If you're making me sleep on the sofa, at least give me a blanket, she demanded. The blankets are in the box labeled bedding. I've labeled everything, find it yourself, Zhang Fan replied indifferently. Li Shu had no choice but to start searching and indeed found a box labeled bedding. When she opened it, she discovered many miniature compressed blankets inside and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This guy actually thought of using this method to store supplies. It's quite creative, but it really is practical. She picked out a thin air conditioning blanket from the many miniature ones and said to Zhang Fan, help me enlarge it. Bring it over. Zhang Fan responded. Li Shu hesitated for a moment but eventually mustered the courage to walk to the bed with the tiny blanket in hand. Here. Zhang Fan reached out to take it, but the moment he touched the blanket, he grabbed Li Shu's wrist and pulled her over. Li Shu let out a startled cry and fell directly onto Zhang Fan, her face filled with shame and anger. You, what are you doing? Why sleep on the sofa? Isn't a 2-meter wide bed big enough for you? Zhang Fan chuckled mischievously and flipped over, pressing her down. When faced with the choice between being a beast and being less than a beast, a normal man will always choose to be a beast. If he chooses the latter, either his sexual orientation is abnormal or his sexual function is abnormal. In any case, it's not normal. Zhang Fan was a normal man, so naturally, he chose to be less than a beast. Li Shu initially resisted but eventually gave up, struggling, unable to fight back. The creaking sounds of the bed turned into melodious notes in the dim underground shelter. Coupled with the soft moans emanating from the depths of the girl's soul, it was like a symphony, exceptionally moving. It wasn't until midnight that the room gradually quieted down. Li Shu lay on the bed, her gaze unfocused, her eyes vacant, muttering, beast, you're truly a beast. Sleep. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Li Shu woke up feeling as though her entire body had fallen apart, worse than running a marathon, and she had no desire to move. Get up and make breakfast. I'm hungry. Zhang Fan patted her on the butt. Li Shu felt both embarrassed and angry, glaring at Zhang Fan with indignation. Big brother, can you act like a human being? Yesterday had been her first time, and after being tormented all night, now he wanted her to cook breakfast. What kind of situation was this? Zhang Fan glanced at the specks of red on the bedsheet and felt he might have gone too far. Where's the alien crystal core I gave you yesterday? Zhang Fan asked. I don't know. Li Shu, still upset, responded stiffly. Zhang Fan didn't bother arguing with her. Turning around, he found the alien crystal core on the bedside table. It's on the bedside table. Make sure to absorb it. This thing can help you recover physically. Zhang Fan casually remarked, flipping out of bed, grabbing some snacks for breakfast, and preparing to leave. I won't take Black King with me. Let it stay home to keep you company. If you encounter danger, Black King can protect you. Zhang Fan gave a brief reminder before diving into the ground and disappearing. Moments later, he arrived at the lobby downstairs. The lobby was eerily quiet, the corpses in
increasingly decomposed, emitting a pungent stench that almost made Zhang Fan vomit the breakfast he'd just eaten. He realized the stronger smell wasn't due to the corpses but because his sense of smell had become more sensitive. After absorbing energy all night, he had successfully transformed. Li Shu naturally wanted to sleep in the bed, but looking at the spacious underground shelter, there was only the bed. Beneath Zhang Fan's butt, an anger flared in her heart.
Sleep in the bed? Wouldn't that mean sharing the bed with him? You're a grown man, can't you let me have it? Asking you to sleep on the sofa, do you even have the decency?
Li Shu said furiously. Why should I feel decent? Zhang Fan asked, puzzled. You're not my father, you're not my mother, and you're certainly not my girlfriend. Why should I let you? Li Shu was momentarily speechless.
What kind of man was this?
He was the epitome of a straight-laced guy. Zhang Fan ignored her, pulled up the blanket, and fell asleep without looking back. You! Li Shu gritted her teeth in anger, her chest heaving as she glared fiercely at Zhang Fan.
What about a blanket?
If you're making me sleep on the sofa, at least give me a blanket, she demanded indignantly.
The quilt is in a box labeled bedding.
I've already labeled it, go find it yourself, Zhang Fan said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Li Shu began searching and indeed found a box labeled bedding. Opening it, she discovered many miniature quilts inside and couldn't help but secretly admire. This guy actually thought of using this method to store supplies. Truly a clever idea.
But it is indeed practical.
She picked out a thin air conditioning quilt from the many miniature quilts and said to Zhang Fan, help me enlarge it.
Bring it here.
Zhang Fan responded coldly. Li Shu hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to walk to the bed, holding the tiny quilt in her hand. Here. Zhang Fan reached out to take the quilt, but at the moment of contact, he suddenly grabbed Li Shu's wrist and pulled her over. Li Shu let out a startled cry and fell onto Zhang Fan, her face a mix of shame and anger. What are you doing?
Sleep on the sofa? A 2-meter wide bed isn't big enough for you?
Zhang Fan chuckled and flipped over, pressing her down. When faced with the choice between being a beast and being worse than a beast, a normal man would naturally choose to be a beast.
If you choose the latter, then either your sexual orientation is abnormal or your sexual function is abnormal. In any case, it's not normal.
Zhang Fan was a normal man, so he unhesitatingly chose to be worse than a beast. Li Shu initially resisted, but her arm was no match for his leg, and she eventually gave up struggling completely. Creak, creak, the sound of the bed creaking transformed into melodious notes in the dim underground shelter, accompanied by the deep murmurs from the depths of the girl's soul, as if forming a symphony.
Exceptionally moving. It wasn't until midnight that the bedroom gradually quieted down.
Li Shu lay on the bed, her gaze unfocused, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself, beast,
you're nothing but a beast.
Sleep. The next day, when Li Shu woke up, it was already 10 a.m. Her whole body felt as if it had fallen apart, worse than running a marathon, and she had no desire to move.
Get up and make breakfast. I'm hungry.
Zhang Fan patted her on the butt. Li Shu was both embarrassed and angry, overwhelmed with indignation. She glared at Zhang Fan with wide eyes. Big brother, I beg you to act like a human being. Yesterday was her first time, and not only had she been tormented all night, but now he wanted her to cook.
Was this even something a person could endure?
Zhang Fan glanced at the specks of red on the bedsheet and realized he might have gone too far. Where's the alien crystal core I gave you yesterday? He asked.
Don't know.
Li Shu was upset, and her tone sounded stiff.
Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with her.
Turning around, he glanced at the
bedside table and found the irregular crystal core. It's on the bedside table. Remember to absorb it. This thing can help you recover your body.
After saying that, he flipped out of bed, grabbed some snacks as a simple breakfast, and prepared to head out. I won't take Black King with me, let it stay
home to keep you company.
If you encounter danger, Black King can protect you.
Zhang Fan gave a brief reminder and then dove into the ground, disappearing. Moments later, he arrived at the first-floor hall.
The hall was eerily quiet, with several corpses already rotting and emitting a pungent stench that almost made Zhang Fan vomit the breakfast he had just eaten.
He knew it wasn't because the stench had grown
stronger, but because his sense of smell had become more sensitive. After absorbing crystal cores throughout the night, he had successfully digested 26 irregular crystal cores, increasing his mental value by 13 points and his physical constitution by 26 points. As a result, Zhang Fan's mental value reached level 1, 40 out of 100, while his physical constitution soared to level 1, 79/100. The improvement in physical constitution meant an all-around enhancement of attributes like strength, speed, sense of smell, and
vision.
Now, Zhang Fan's sense of smell was even more sensitive than the night before, allowing him to detect subtler and weaker scents.
The stench of corpses in the first-floor hall was now magnified dozens of times for him, making it utterly unbearable.
A flash of light appeared on Zhang Fan's body, and 3 shadow clones immediately materialized in the hall.
Clean up the corpses in the hall, Zhang Fan instructed. Understood, main body.
The 3 shadow clones nodded and quickly began cleaning. Cleaning up the corpses was actually quite simple, they just needed to move them outside, where the
black rain would decompose them.
While the 3 shadow clones were busy cleaning, Zhang Fan waved his hand and created 10 more more shadow clones. The number of shadow clones wasn't necessarily the more, the better. If too many shadow clones were created, Zhang Fan would have to allocate very little energy to each one. As a result, the shadow clones would not only have a shorter existence but also significantly reduced combat effectiveness. 10 shadow clones were just right. Go hunt the aliens. Zhang Fan issued the combat order: eliminate as many as you can, extract the crystal cores, and lure the ones you can't handle here. While hunting the aliens, you can also keep an eye on other survivors and learn about their superpowers. If you encounter suitable superpowers, remember to report to me. Yes, main body. The 10 shadow clones obeyed and departed. Zhang Fan watched their backs, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. These 10 shadow clones he had created each possessed considerable stamina, capable of hunting aliens on their own without much trouble. With them out hunting aliens, they should be able to earn him a significant number of alien crystal cores, leaving him to simply wait for the harvest. Zhang Fan could already imagine the abundant alien crystal cores these 10 shadow clones would bring him. If everything goes smoothly, today, my physique might just break through to level 2. Zhang Fan muttered to himself. Whether it was superhumans or aliens, every level up brought a tremendous boost in combat power. A level 2 superhuman was far stronger than a level 1. Main body, the corpses in the first floor lobby have been cleaned up. 3 shadow clones walked over. That's it? Zhang Fan was slightly stunned. How about this, you guys go collect gasoline and diesel. Yesterday, Zhang Fan had planned to gather these supplies, but was delayed because of Li Shu and the others. Gasoline and diesel still needed to be collected, so he decided to leave it to his shadow clones. 3 shadow clones accepted the task and set off. Shadow clones for hunting aliens, shadow clones for gathering supplies. This ability is just too useful. Zhang Fan was very satisfied with this power. Originally, fighting alone, he often felt overwhelmed. Looking at the survivor organizations from his previous life, which of them wasn't composed of dozens or even hundreds of superpowered individuals? Some large survivor organizations even had several hundred superpowered individuals and survivors. The power of numbers was terrifying. Ordinary superpowered individuals wouldn't dare to challenge these survivor organizations. They could only choose to avoid them. Zhang Fan had previously worried about what to do if he encountered other survivor organizations in the future. How should he handle conflicts? He had thought that if he could avoid them, he would, and if he couldn't, then he would face them head-on when the time came. Survival was the most important thing. But now, Zhang Fan was no longer afraid. With the ability of shadow clones, Zhang Fan alone was equivalent to a survivor organization. What was there to fear? So, it should be others fearing him, not the other way around. Time to go back. Leaving everything to the shadow clones to handle, Zhang Fan could naturally relax. He returned to the underground shelter. Li Shu was lying on the bed, sound asleep, still clutching the alien crystal core in her hand. Zhang Fan didn't disturb her. After all, it was her first time, and they had been busy until late last night. It had been quite intense, so he decided to let her continue sleeping. Zhang Fan began to examine the shelter. The underground shelter was newly built and not yet complete. For instance, it lacked a kitchen, a toilet, and a bathroom. A kitchen and a toilet were absolutely essential. Since the shelter was underground and lacked ventilation, the fumes from cooking or the odors left after using the toilet could easily pollute the environment. Therefore, a toilet and a kitchen were indispensable. As for the bathroom, it went without saying, during summer, if you didn't bathe, your body would become unbearably smelly in just 2 days. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Fan finally decided on the locations for the toilet, kitchen, and bathroom, and then got to work. He started with the kitchen. With a single thought, the soil on the wall began to fall away. Swish, swish, swish. In less than half an hour, a kitchen measuring 6 meters in both length and width, covering an area of over 30 square meters, was completed. To effectively vent cooking fumes, Zhang Fan deliberately dug a 10-centimeter wide duct at the top of the kitchen to connect it to the outside. This duct was intended for the exhaust pipe of a range hood. When cooking, the range hood could be turned on, and the fumes would be expelled through the duct, preventing pollution of the shelter. As for the excavated soil, Zhang Fan shrank it to 1/1000th of its original size and casually tossed it aside. Next was the toilet. Busy until noon, the toilet and shower room were finally dug out. Above the toilet, a ventilation pipe leading outside was connected, while below, it was linked to an oversized sewage pool. This septic tank was specially excavated by Zhang Fan, standing 10 meters high with a radius of 10 meters and a capacity of over 3,000 cubic meters. With such a massive septic tank, relying on the waste production capabilities of Zhang Fan, Li Shu, and Black King, it would likely take 100 years to fill it up. Beneath the shower room, there was also an oversized drainage pool, allowing bathwater to flow smoothly into it. After completing these tasks, Zhang Fan was thoroughly exhausted. He gulped down a can of cola and finally let out a satisfied sigh. "You're awake?" Zhang Fan glanced at Li Shu on the bed and burped. "Awake." Li Shu seemed somewhat hesitant to look directly at Zhang Fan, her gaze shifting uncertainly. "What time is it now?" "Almost 12 o'clock. Zhang
Zhang Fan took another sip of cola. Did the alien crystal core get absorbed?
Upon hearing this, Li Shu instinctively looked at her left hand. Before going to sleep, she had held the alien crystal core in her palm, which caused an itching sensation all over her body, making her feel unbearably uncomfortable, as if she had been afflicted by a life and death curse. Afterward, she had fallen into a dazed sleep. Now, as she looked at her left hand again, there was no trace of the alien crystal core. Li Shu exclaimed in surprise, "Where did that thing go?" "You absorbed it," Zhang Fan said calmly. "Open your attribute panel and take a look. Your spirit and physique should have changed." Li Shu immediately opened the attribute panel. Sure enough, spirit plus 0.5, physique plus 1. It actually changed. Li Shu felt incredulous. "No wonder I felt something was off when I woke up." So that's what it was. She was as excited as if she had opened the door to a new world. These days, they had been stuck in the dormitory, repeatedly discussing how to enhance their abilities. They believed that since the attribute panel displayed mental and physical attributes in the form of data, it must be possible to increase them. However, after researching for over 10 days, they still had no clue how to do it. Unexpectedly, today, the problem that had troubled them for so long was solved so easily. Li Shu was filled with curiosity and wanted to know why Zhang Fan knew that alien crystal cores could enhance abilities, but she didn't ask. At this moment, she felt a complex emotion toward the domineering man in front of her. She should hate Zhang Fan, but a trace of inexplicable affection arose in her heart, which made her feel ashamed and think of herself as despicable. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Zhang Fan said indifferently. "If there are no questions, let me try your ultimate enhancement." Bastard! Zhang Fan had always coveted Li Shu's ultimate enhancement, and it could even be said that he had desired it since his previous life. Unfortunately, in his past life he was insignificant and powerless. No matter how much he wanted it, he could only dream about it silently. Li Shu, this precious treasure, was the object of contention among major figures, and he had no qualifications to even touch it. But now, the opportunity to monopolize Li Shu made Zhang Fan eager to experience the allure of ultimate enhancement. "You forcefully infringed upon me, and now you want me to help you enhance your superpowers?" Li Shu felt deeply aggrieved, but there was a part of her that was eager to try. Ever since meeting Zhang Fan, she had always been the one bullied, and the bullying was unbearable. Li Shu was very dissatisfied with this situation. She wanted to change. She wanted Zhang Fan to recognize her strength, understand her value, and treat her better. Thinking of this, Li Shu also hoped to help Zhang Fan enhance his superpowers, so he could witness her capabilities. This conflicting emotion left her feeling helpless. "What? Unwilling?" Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Name, Zhang Fan. Level 1. Li Shu snorted lightly. "Is this the attitude of someone asking for help?" Zhang Fan immediately laughed, suddenly pulling Li Shu into his arms, making her lie across his lap, then raised his hand and slapped her full, rounded buttocks hard. Li Shu let out a delicate cry, both embarrassed and angry, her face turning as red as fire. "Let me go, you scoundrel!" "Scoundrel?" Zhang Fan delivered another slap. Slaps fell one after another, leaving Li Shu humiliated and furious, until she finally burst into tears, crying loudly, "Stop hitting me. I'll help you, okay? You won't cry until you see the coffin. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier?" Zhang Fan let out a light snort, stroked her hip twice, and reluctantly withdrew his hand. "Come on." Zhang Fan lay on the bed. "Pervert, scoundrel, beast, brute, scum, all you do is bully me." Li Shu sobbed softly, cursing non-stop. "Hurry up, you're dawdling like a woman," Zhang Fan said discontentedly. "I am a woman." Li Shu responded briefly and then fell silent, quietly activating her superpower, ultimate enhancement. She clasped her hands together, and golden light gathered in her palms, gradually forming a golden sphere. Li Shu slowly released her hands, and the golden sphere rapidly expanded, instantly growing to over 2 meters tall. "Don't resist." She shot Zhang Fan a glare, and the golden sphere immediately flew toward him, enveloping his entire body. Li Shu closed her eyes, feeling the surge of power. Moments later, she opened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, staring at Zhang Fan in disbelief. "You actually have so many superpowers?" Now it was Zhang Fan's turn to be surprised. He asked in amazement, "You can see my superpowers?" Other people's superpowers are invisible to outsiders. It's like skills such as writing, drawing, or swimming, only when someone demonstrates them can others know. The fact that Li Shu could see superpowers left Zhang Fan utterly shocked. "I can only see how many superpowers you have and their respective levels, but I can't discern exactly what they are," Li Shu explained in a low voice, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Fan, with an unmistakable look of shock in her gaze. She could see that Zhang Fan possessed 1 SSS-level superpower, 3 SS-level superpowers, 2 S-level superpowers, and 1 B-level superpower, though she couldn't discern the specific abilities. With so many insane powers combined in one person, no wonder Bai Hong and the others are no match for you. Li Shu's expression was complicated. "You're just outright bullying people. Stop wasting time, hurry up and enhance it," Zhang Fan said impatiently. Li Shu pouted. "Which superpower do you want to enhance?" Zhang Fan thought for a moment and replied, "Let's start with with the lowest level 1, wall phasing.
This one should be easy to enhance. Alright,
Li Shu said no more and began to operate. Buzz, 9 golden tendrils extended from the golden light sphere, instantly piercing into Zhang Fan's body, locking onto his soul B-level superpower, and starting the
enhancement.
During this process, Zhang Fan felt a tingling electric current coursing through his entire body, leaving him feeling itchy and covered in goosebumps, but there was no other discomfort. On the other hand, Li Shu herself closed her eyes and focused all her energy on the enhancement, sweat continuously beating on her crystalline
forehead.
Clearly, enhancing superpowers consumed a great deal of physical strength.
The entire enhancement process lasted for over 10 minutes before it finally concluded.
Li Shu collapsed onto the sofa as if drained of all energy, panting heavily and looking utterly exhausted.
Take a good rest,
Zhang Fan said, then eagerly opened his attribute panel to check his abilities.
Superpowers, Infinite Plunder, SSS-level, Wall Phasing, S-level, Earth Control, SS-level, Wall Phasing, S-level. Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, it actually upgraded the wall phasing ability from B-level to S-level in one go, skipping 2 levels? Wall phasing was the first superpower Zhang Fan had plundered.
Although it was only a B-level ability, it had been immensely helpful to him, evading aliens, traversing through black rain, all thanks to this ability.
Zhang Fan's survival up to this point owed much to wall phasing,
but no matter how useful it was, the fact remained that wall phasing was just a B-level superpower. Now, it had suddenly been upgraded to S-level, which truly surprised him. He immediately began testing it, eager to find out the differences between S-level and B-level wall phasing. Upon trying it out, Zhang Fan instantly felt the distinction.
S-level wall phasing activated more swiftly, more efficiently, and consumed less stamina.
The most significant difference, however, was that in the S-level wall phasing state, he felt as though he had entered another dimension.
This space is void, shrouded in gray, with nothing in it, yet closely connected to the real world. The two spaces are like the difference between the world inside a
mirror and the world outside it. One is illusory, the other real.
An S-level wall phase actually brought me to such an illusory world, so real it's astonishing.
A B-level wall phase turns the body into a phantom state, allowing it to easily pass through walls and other obstacles.
An S-level wall phase, however, directly
enters an illusory world where the body resides, naturally ignoring any obstacles. This comparison clearly highlights the gap between B-level and S-level. This illusory world is so vast, it feels as big as the real world.
Let's call it the void realm. The void realm and the real world are separated by only a thin membrane.
This membrane is like the surface of water, being below the surface places one in the void realm, while emerging above the surface returns one to reality.
Truly fascinating. This ability is incredibly life-saving.
Zhang Fan thought to himself, if danger arises, I can just hide in the virtual realm.
Who can harm me? No one.
Zhang Fan was very satisfied with the change that allowed him to pass through walls. He couldn't help but glance at Li Shu, a smile appearing on his face. He had gone to great lengths to rescue her, and her first enhancement had brought him such a pleasant surprise. When Li Shu saw Zhang Fan smiling at her, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she muttered softly, "What are you looking at?"
"What? Can't I look?"
Zhang Fan moved slightly and was instantly beside Li Shu, then plopped down next to her.
"What are you doing?" Li Shu was startled and jumped up as if shocked by electricity, instinctively trying to distance
herself from Zhang Fan, but he grabbed her. Zhang Fan wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pulled her onto his lap.
Li Shu struggled desperately, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. "What are you doing?"
Li Shu's pretty face turned bright red. Although the two had shared an intimate moment the night before, she still couldn't accept being so close to Zhang Fan. She thought to herself that this man was simply too shameless.
"Thanks,"
Zhang Fan suddenly said. Hearing the word thank, Li Shu's delicate body trembled slightly.
She stopped struggling and asked softly, "You know how to say thank you? I thought you were an unreasonable, downright scumbag." "Being a scumbag and expressing gratitude aren't mutually exclusive."
Zhang Fan shrugged, not denying Li Shu's assessment of him. In fact, after more than 2 years of torment in the post-apocalyptic world, Zhang Fan himself had begun to lose track of whether he was human or a ghost. If he were human, his hands were stained with countless lives, and by pre-apocalypse standards, he would have been executed without question. If he were a ghost, he still had compassion, never killing the innocent indiscriminately, and always maintaining a certain moral baseline.
So, was he human or a ghost? It was hard to say. Li Shu didn't dwell on the question further and instead asked, "What is your SSS-level superpower?"
She had previously sensed that Zhang Fan possessed several superpowers and their respective levels, but she couldn't discern their specifics. While the other superpowers were of little concern, Li Shu was particularly curious about Zhang Fan's SSS-level ability.
"You want to know?" Zhang Fan said meaningfully, "This is my ultimate trump card. If you find out, you'll have to stay by my side obediently for the rest of your life. Without my permission, you won't be able to leave."
Li Shu immediately stopped talking and, after a long pause, snorted lightly, "You talk as if you'd actually let me go."
"That's true."
Zhang Fan indeed had no intention of of letting Li Shu go, at least not at the moment. As for the future, perhaps when he became invincible, or found a similar ability, or when Li Shu became completely useless to him, Zhang Fan might consider letting her go.
For now, not a chance. It's almost noon. You go cook, and I'll take care of the generator, water heater, toilet, all that stuff. Let me rest for a while. I'm exhausted.
Li Shu snorted lightly.
Alright.
After a busy morning, the generator, range hood, water heater, toilet, and other items were finally installed.
Of course, Zhang Fan couldn't handle it all by himself, but, with the help of his shadow clones, these tasks became much simpler.
Next step, I'll get some sand, cement, and tiles to decorate the underground shelter. It'll look much better. By noon, Li Shu had also prepared lunch. Today's meal was oil-splashed noodles. As a native of Xi'an, noodles were naturally indispensable, and Li Shu was very skilled at making them, especially oil-splashed noodles. She added chili powder, minced garlic, and seasonings, then poured hot oil over them. The aroma was instantly irresistible. Zhang Fan picked up a large bowl and stirred vigorously, watching the noodles gradually turn red from the chili powder, and couldn't help but drool.
How long had it been since he last had noodles? He was absolutely craving them.
After mixing thoroughly, Zhang Fan grabbed a chopstickful of oil-splashed noodles and stuffed them into his mouth. The taste was simply unparalleled.
Do we have garlic? Pass me a clove. I'll get it for you. I didn't expect it. You look so delicate and refined, like a proper young lady, but you're quite the cook. I thought you wouldn't even touch spring water with your fingers, Zhang Fan said while chewing on noodles and eating garlic. When I was little, my parents were busy, so I was raised by a nanny. Sometimes when the nanny went home, I had nothing to eat. Later, I learned to cook from the nanny, and gradually I got the hang of it, Li Shu said casually, but Zhang Fan could sense a hint of bitterness in her words. You had such a past. Everyone has their own past. Li Shu took small bites of her food, chewing slowly and gracefully, completely different from Zhang Fan slurping in big bites of noodles. Suddenly, Zhang Fan froze. What's wrong? Li Shu noticed his unusual behavior. Zhang Fan didn't answer, closing his eyes as if he were carefully contemplating something. Seeing this, Li Shu seemed thoughtful. Moments later, Zhang Fan opened his eyes, the smile on his face replaced by a chilling and stern expression. Did one of your shadow clones die? Li Shu asked cautiously. Previously, Bai Hang would occasionally become dazed like this, which happened when a shadow clone perished or dissipated, and its memories were transmitted back. Yes, dead. Zhang Fan nodded, without any concealment.
Indeed, one of his shadow clones had just died, and it wasn't killed by the aliens but by humans. The disappearance or death of a shadow clone,
regardless of the distance, would transmit its memories and experiences back.
By absorbing these memories, Zhang Fan learned about the shadow clone's encounter and the reason for its demise.
This shadow clone strictly followed Zhang Fan's instructions, with its main tasks being to hunt aliens and collect alien crystal cores. At the same time, it was searching for nearby superhumans to identify suitable targets. Unexpectedly, the shadow clone actually found some. It discovered over a dozen people in an underground KTV, among whom 5 or 6 were superhumans. The leader of these superhumans was a pair of twin brothers, whose specific names hadn't been gathered yet. The information obtained by the shadow clone was, among the brothers, one had the ability to freeze, while the other wielded fire. These two superpowers were extremely destructive. The former could freeze almost anything, while the latter could burn everything to ashes. As for the exact power and level of these abilities, even the members in the KTV weren't entirely sure. They only knew that the freezing ability could turn aliens into ice sculptures, while the fire ability could burn aliens to death. Aliens are an extremely perfect species. They can adapt to various extreme environments, whether it's high temperatures or low temperatures. The freezing ability capable of killing aliens must have a temperature lower than -150 degrees, and the flame ability that can burn aliens to death must have a temperature exceeding 2000 degrees. Such superpowers are at least S-level abilities, and a survivor with S-level superpowers could never be a nobody. Let me think. Twin brothers? Each possessing freezing and flame abilities, could it really be them? Zhang Fan suddenly thought of 2 legendary figures from his previous life. Xi'an is a large city with a population of over 10 million. After the apocalypse, the population dwindled to just over 1 million, yet many superhumans emerged. Among the thousands of superhumans, some extremely powerful individuals appeared, such as this pair of twin brothers. They were named Wang Champion and Wang Runner-Up. The elder brother, Wang Champion, awakened an SSS-level flame ability called True Sunfire, while the younger brother, Wang Runner-Up, awakened an SSS-level freezing ability called Absolute Zero. True Sunfire is said to be capable of incinerating all things in the world, with no substance able to resist its flames, while Absolute Zero is rumored to freeze everything, even space itself. As for whether these two abilities are as powerful as the legends claim, Zhang Fan was unsure. But in his previous life, the twin brothers were renowned far and wide. The Ice Flame Brotherhood they founded became one of the largest survivor organizations in Xi'an. At its peak, the Ice Flame Brotherhood boasted a membership of up to 3,000, with an imposing presence. If it really is these two brothers, then they're superpowers. I must obtain them. Zheng Fan's gaze became fiery. SSS-level superpowers are extremely rare. Among 100,000 superpowered individuals, there might not even be one who awakens to the SSS level. In the entire city of Xi'an, the number of people with SSS-level superpowers does not exceed 10. This time, encountering two of them, he absolutely couldn't miss the opportunity. Thinking of this, Zheng Fan couldn't help but speed up his eating. He wanted to finish quickly and meet those two brothers. Seeing this, Li Shu seemed to realize something and looked at Zheng Fan eagerly. Are you going out? Can you take me with you? Zheng Fan raised an eyebrow. Give me a reason to take you. I've been stuck in the dormitory recently, and I'm about to go crazy. I just want to go out for a walk. Li Shu whispered, by the way, also try to find some sanitary pads, face masks, and skincare products. Actually, Li Shu's main purpose for going out was to look for some condoms. She had already realized that what happened last night was definitely not an isolated incident. She knew she couldn't resist, but she had to take defensive measures. In such dire circumstances, she couldn't even imagine what would happen if she got pregnant. The only thing she could do was take precautions to avoid pregnancy. Zheng Fan thought for a moment and agreed to Li Shu's request. He was confident in himself, believing that taking Li Shu out wouldn't mean she could escape his control. At the same time, it wouldn't hurt to show her the world and let her experience the harshness of the apocalypse. After lunch, Zheng Fan took Li Shu out of the underground shelter. He pulled a motorcycle out of his pocket and casually tossed it. The motorcycle quickly expanded in the wind, returning to its normal size as it landed. Witnessing this scene, Li Shu's eyes sparkled with amazement, and she couldn't help but ask, is this the ability to shrink objects? Zheng Fan nodded, got on the motorcycle, and shouted, get on quickly. Li Shu hesitated for a moment but eventually got on, deliberately keeping a distance from Zheng Fan, leaving a large gap in between. Why are you sitting so far away? Hold on tight to me. Zheng Fan reminded her, we did everything we needed to do last night, so why are you pretending to be a virtuous lady now? Li Shu's face instantly turned red upon hearing this, and she said angrily, Zheng Fan, can't you speak a little more gently? Hurry up and hold on tight. Zheng Fan seemed a bit impatient. Humph. Li Shu let out a light snort but sensibly moved forward a bit, wrapping her arms around Zheng Fan's waist. Here we go. Zheng Fan started the motorcycle, revved the engine hard, and with a roar, the motorcycle shot forward. Li Shu's heart raced in fear, just as she was about to remind Zheng Fan that it was still raining black rain outside and rushing out could be dangerous. Her vision blurred, and she suddenly found herself in a strange gray world. This gray world was dim and lifeless, devoid of color, boundless as if it had no end. Through this world, she could see the real world separated by a wall, the scene of the courtyard filled with black water, and hear the sound of black rain falling outside. However, the black rain outside could not penetrate here, and her body remained unaffected. Where is this place? Li Shu looked around in surprise. This is the virtual realm. The virtual realm? The virtual realm and the real world are like two mirrors, one real and one illusory. Zheng Fan's movements in the virtual realm directly correspond to movements in the real world. Every step Zheng Fan takes in the virtual realm triggers a reaction in reality. Therefore, traveling in the virtual realm is equivalent to traveling in the real world. In the virtual realm, they don't need to worry about vehicles, green belts, or buildings as obstacles. Zheng Fan floored the accelerator, speeding up rapidly, instantly surpassing 200 miles per hour, leaving everyone stunned. Slow down, slow down. Ah! Li Shu was frightened, tightly hugging Zheng Fan's waist, her ample chest pressed against his back. Zheng Fan's heart fluttered, his head heated up, and he laughed loudly. What are you afraid of? This is just the beginning. Speeding wildly all the way, 10 minutes later, they arrived at the underground KTV. This KTV was hidden underground, accessible via a staircase leading to the surface, with a tightly closed iron door outside. From the outside, it seemed lifeless, impossible to imagine anyone inside, not even a sound could be heard, completely empty. However, in reality, there were indeed quite a few people inside, giving off an eerie vibe. Zheng Fan shrank the motorcycle and tucked it into his pocket. This is the place. Iwang Qingxin KTV? Li Shu asked in confusion. Is this where your shadow clone disappeared? Right. Zheng Fan nodded. Be careful. Li Shu couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry. The two of them walked down the stairs to the basement, paying no attention to the iron door outside, and entered the KTV. Outside, it was silent, with only the pattering sound of black rain, and no other noise. But surprisingly, inside the KTV, it was brightly lit and bustling with activity, with bursts of singing even reaching their ears. The scene here seemed like normal business operations before the apocalypse. What exactly is going on here? Li Shu asked in surprise. It's so quiet outside, but so lively in here. Zheng Fan said thoughtfully, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a superhuman with a silent field ability involved here. Silent field? Li Shu was taken aback. What kind of superpower is that? Silent field is a type of domain ability that can completely isolate sound. Zheng Fan explained briefly. As long as this ability is activated, no sound within the field can spread out, creating an absolutely silent area. There's actually such an ability? Li Shu was surprised. For every 10,000 superhumans, there are 10,000 different abilities. There are all kinds of strange powers out there. In the KTV lobby, people came and went, while a security guard in uniform stood at the entrance, engrossed in his phone. Nearby, a row of young women in uniform stockings were being lectured by a stunningly beautiful woman. This woman, around 30 years old, wore a burgundy lady's blazer, her appearance striking and her demeanor elegant. However, her words were shocking, sending chills down Li Shu's spine. Do none of you understand your identity? Do you still think this is before the apocalypse? Do you still believe you're the apple of your parents' eye? The goddess admired by classmates and colleagues? Rubbish! The beautiful woman's voice was sharp as needles. You are nothing but a pile of garbage, trash that we picked up. She pointed angrily at the KTV entrance and shouted, "Let me tell you, you're not that precious. Anyone who wants to leave can get out right now, and I promise no one will stop you." A row of women dressed in uniform stockings lowered their heads, their faces filled with humiliation. Yet none of them chose to leave. It wasn't because they were unwilling, but because they simply didn't dare. The black rain and the alien creatures outside could be fatal. The moment they stepped out of this door, they would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. No one is leaving, huh? The stunningly beautiful woman let out a cold snort. Since you don't want to leave, then behave and follow our rules. If you have the guts, go get infected by the black rain, take a chance, and see what superpower you might awaken. Those without courage, just immediately be your maids and slaves, and serve your bosses well. I'll say it again, figure out your identity. Here, you are not the pampered young ladies of your families, not the apple of anyone's eye, nor anyone's precious darling. Moreover, this place doesn't support useless people who waste food. If you want to eat your fill, you better behave. In this place, no one will pamper you. If you want to continue living the kind of privileged life you had before, I think you're just daydreaming. The beautiful young woman's face was as cold as ice. If I hear you whining, complaining, or refusing the boss's demands again, don't blame me, Xiaoman, for being ruthless. Let me tell you, outside the KTV, there are at least 80 to 100 people who have been dissolved into black water. If you want to die, I won't stop you. A row of women trembled with fear, their hearts filled with grief, humiliation, terror, confusion, and helplessness. They were all local residents, brought here by superpowered individuals from the KTV. Initially, they thought coming here meant finding an organization and a glimmer of hope for survival, but they soon realized they had merely jumped from one pit of fire into an even bigger one. KTV divides everyone inside into two classes, the upper class and the lower class. The upper class refers to those who possess powerful superpowers. These individuals have awakened strong superpowers, either possessing formidable combat abilities or other special skills. In short, they bring immense value to KTV and thus become the ruling class, governing the entire KTV. The lower class, on the other hand, refers to those who have awakened weak superpowers and are considered useless, or ordinary people who lack the courage to be infected by the black rain and therefore fail to awaken any superpowers. The upper class does not need to work, labor, or do anything at all, yet they enjoy the most delicious food, drink the finest wines and beverages, and live in the most luxurious rooms. Meanwhile, the lower class not only has to work but also must provide various services to the upper class, including companionship services. Of course, you can choose to refuse, but the consequences of refusal are often very severe, being expelled from KTV. Once expelled, the outcome is predictable. So, even when oppressed, humiliated, and bullied, people at the bottom dare not resist. Those who dared to resist are already dead. That's all I have to say. The beautiful young woman coldly looked at the women in front of her. What you do next is up to you. Alright, disperse. The women in uniform stockings exchanged glances, then quietly dispersed, quickly vanishing into various corners of the KTV. The glamorous young woman watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but sneer, a bunch of sluts. Wanting to live here without giving anything in return, do you really think this place is your home? Virtual realm. What do you think? Zhang Fan looked at Li Shu beside him. Li Shu didn't answer, only biting her lip tightly. It was clear that her emotions were far from calm at this moment. Indeed, she was deeply unsettled. Although there had been countless negative reports about such incidents online before, witnessing it firsthand still left her in disbelief. The apocalypse has only been here for a few days? Just a few days. How could relationships between people turn into this? Look at that group of women earlier, forced by the glamorous young woman to serve the so-called bosses she mentioned. Li Shu could imagine what service meant. What else could it be besides sleeping with them? Zheng Fan shook his head with a smile. Actually, humans are a combination of various conflicting consciousnesses, incredibly complex creatures. They have a noble and righteous side, but also a dark and despicable side. Even the brightest individuals are no exception. Understood. In the past, there were laws to restrain us, society was stable, and order was well maintained. Everything operated and developed within the framework of the law. But once the law is absent, no one's actions will be restrained or controlled, crimes will go unpunished, and murder will bear no consequences. In such circumstances, everyone can do whatever they please. The ultimate result will be universal
universal lawlessness, mutual slaughter, survival of the fittest, and the entire society descending into chaos. In this chaos, the strong will monopolize all resources, and the weak have absolutely no human rights and may even become part of the resources, exploited at will. Just like this group of women. Zhang Fan sighed and said, in this small KTV, they are the most vulnerable, the most humble, and the lowest existence. Bullying them comes without any consequences, and people naturally subject them to abuse and exploitation. Li Shu was unable to refute, finding it hard to accept. The change is too fast. It's only been a few days. Indeed, it's very fast. But the arrival of the apocalypse was just as sudden. Overnight, the entire world underwent earth-shattering changes. Zhang Fan sighed and said, compared to the suddenness of the apocalypse, people's changes are already considered slow. Li Shu nodded silently. Let's go. Let's meet those so-called higher-ups. As Zhang Fan spoke, he took Li Shu and stepped out of the virtual realm, appearing inside the KTV. Their sudden appearance was somewhat abrupt. The two security guards on duty at the entrance were engrossed in their phones and completely unaware of their arrival. Just as the glamorous woman was about to turn and leave, she caught a glimpse of the two who had suddenly appeared. The glamorous woman froze for a moment, sizing up Zhang Fan and Li Shu from head to toe. Her expression shifted slightly. Who are you? Her name was Ke Xiaoming, the housekeeper of the KTV, responsible for all the trivial matters here. From cooking meals to receiving supplies, everything fell under her purview. To do her job well, Ke Xiaoming had memorized the names of everyone in the KTV. However, Zhang Fan and Li Shu were complete strangers to her. She realized that the two of them had clearly come from the outside. Ke Xiaoming's voice was a bit loud, and the two security guards sitting at the door jolted. When they looked up, they also noticed Zhang Fan and Li Shu. The two security guards' expressions changed, and they quickly stood up and walked over briskly. Who are you? Where did you come from? One of the security guards was fat, and the other was thin. Both were low-level staff at the KTV. However, their situation was much better than that of the group of women because they were men, and no one would take an interest in them. As a result, they didn't need to sacrifice their bodies or serve the higher-ups. They only had to do some physical labor. The two were assigned to the entrance as security guards. Although they were called security, their actual job was just to watch the door. Their main duty was to monitor the surroundings, and if any xenomorphs or other people approached, they were to report immediately. However, Zhang Fan and Li Shu managed to enter the KTV silently without them noticing, which was clearly a serious dereliction of duty. Sure enough, Ke Xiaoming came over, twisting her body, and unleashed a tirade of scolding at the two security guards, leaving them looking at each other in shame. After finishing with the security guards, Ke Xiaoming turned her gaze to Zhang Fan and Li Shu. When she got a clear look at Zhang Fan, she let out a soft ha and asked in confusion, "It's you? Why are you here again?" Although she had never met Zhang Fan, she had seen his shadow clone, so she recognized him at a glance. "What do you think I'm here for?" Zhang Fan responded indifferently, "You killed my brother, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Ke Xiaoming immediately understood upon hearing this. She sneered coldly, the corners of her mouth curling into a frosty smile. "Oh, so you want to avenge your brother? Have you even taken a good look at yourself?" Without hesitation, Zhang Fan slapped her. With his current physique at a level of 79, even a casual slap was more than Ke Xiaoming could withstand. She let out a miserable scream and was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which contained 3 teeth. Even her teeth had been knocked out. "You dare hit me? You actually dare hit me? You bastard, how dare you hit me?" Ke Xiaoming seemed to have suffered an enormous grievance and instantly screamed, his voice deafening and echoing throughout the entire KTV. "What audacity, daring to cause trouble here? Are you looking for death?" Two security guards, burning with rage, pulled out the batons from their waists and fiercely struck at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan kicked out with both feet, and the two security guards were immediately sent flying backward. Although he didn't use full force, it was enough to leave them bedridden for 2 days before they could move again. Ke Xiaoming turned pale with fright and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Murder! Someone's been killed! Help! Murder! Who? Who's causing trouble here? What nerve? Who dares to cause trouble here? Do they have a death wish?" A group of people swarmed out of the various private rooms of the KTV, including men, women, the elderly, and children, though most were young people. A burly man pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, his voice deep and authoritative. "Brother Kai, you're here just in time." The stunningly beautiful woman, Ke Xiaoming, saw the towering man as if seeing her savior. She quickly got up from the ground, clutching her swollen cheek, and cried out, "Brother Kai, it's them. These two guys came out of nowhere and hit me as soon as they came in. You have to stand up for me." The burly man known as Kaigu immediately turned his gaze toward Zhang Fan and Li Shu, his eyes glinting with menace. However, when his eyes fell on Li Shu, he couldn't help but take another look, secretly thinking to himself, "This girl is really beautiful." Yet, he quickly restrained his emotions, his gaze turning fierce again as he coldly stared at Zhang Fan. "You've got some nerve, daring to cause trouble on our turf. Are you looking to die?" Today's society is quite different from the past. Back then, killing was illegal. Nowadays, even if you take out everyone, no one will step forward to punish you. Looking to die? Zhang Fan shook his head and chuckled lightly. You know, you're not wrong, I really did come here looking to die. As long as you can kill me, you're welcome to try any time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was instantly stunned, and then they all looked at Zhang Fan with strange expressions. What an idiot. Who do you think you are, daring to talk to our brother Kai like that? A yellow-haired man with earrings looked displeased and pointed at Zhang Fan's nose, cursing. Do you believe I'll send you to meet the king of hell? Shut up. Zhang Fan glanced at the blonde-haired man. Suddenly, a sharp spike emerged from the ground beneath him, instantly stabbing toward the area between his legs and viciously piercing through. The blonde-haired man let out a blood-curdling scream, jumping as if electrocuted, clutching his backside and stumbling around in pain. The spike that had pierced his lower body stood upright like a steel nail, its tip stained red with blood. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines, their hearts tightening as they instinctively distanced themselves from Zhang Fan, fear evident in their eyes. This guy was ruthless. The place he chose to attack was indescribably cruel, to the extreme. Kai Gu. Kill him. Kill this bastard. I want him dead. I want him torn to pieces. Huang Mao's face twisted, cold sweat streaming down as he glared angrily at Zhang Fan. Blood flowed down his pant leg, leaving two bright red footprints with every step he took. Everyone watching Huang Mao could imagine the pain he was enduring at that moment. Being stabbed there, just the thought of it sent chills down their spines. Kai Gu glared angrily at Zhang Fan, his heart filled with rage. He was the third-ranking figure at the KTV, and Zhang Fan had seriously injured someone right in front of him. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face. Where was Kai Ji's dignity supposed to go? Kid, don't think awakening superpowers makes you invincible in this world. Brother Kai's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his face full of menace. Today, if I let you walk out of this KTV on your own 2 feet, I'll take your surname. This guy is finished. Everyone couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Zhang Fan. Brother Kai was the third strongest in the KTV, second only to the two bosses. Recently, they had witnessed Brother Kai's ruthlessness. Some people, after awakening superpowers, came to the KTV and refused to obey the rules, only to be taught a brutal lesson by Brother Kai. Take Lu Xiaolong from yesterday, for example. That guy got into a fierce fight with Brother Kai and ended up with all 4 limbs broken before being thrown out. Describing Brother Kai as killing without blinking might be an exaggeration, but in a place without legal constraints, Brother Kai's actions were absolutely merciless. Zhang Fan actually dared to provoke him. His fate would definitely not be any better than Lu Xiaolong's. Brother Kai will definitely break his limbs, tormenting him unbearably before throwing him out. Everyone present seemed to have already foreseen Zhang Fan's fate, feeling a tinge of sympathy in their hearts, and their gazes were like looking at a dead man. Kid, in your next life, remember to keep your eyes open and don't offend people you shouldn't offend. Brother Kai pressed his finger joints, producing a series of cracking sounds, while looking at Zhang Fan with malicious intent. At the same time, his body seemed to be covered in a layer of silver powder, quietly turning silver. At this moment, Brother Kai's entire body appeared as if it were cast from silver alloy. His hair, skin, waist, abdomen, and limbs, every part of him shimmered with a metallic luster. The KTV light shone on Brother Kai, reflecting a dazzling and heavy metallic brilliance, making him look like a metal sculpture. So cool. Brother Kai's transformation is just too cool. It shocks me every time I see it. So cool. Even though I've seen it more than once, I still can't help but get excited every time I see Brother Kai's transformation. Brother Kai is truly amazing. Brother Kai's transformation caused quite a stir in the KTV, with the men showing envious expressions and the women letting out waves of exclamations. What kind of ability is this? Li Shu became nervous and whispered to Zhang Fan, this looks like some kind of metal transformation ability. You must be careful. It's fine. Zhang Fan was the calmest person in the room. He waved his hand, signaling Li Shu not to worry, then turned to Kai Gu with curiosity and asked, what level is your alloy transformation ability? Clearly, Kai Ji's superpower was alloy transformation. Alloy transformation belongs to the category of physical abilities, referring to the ability to transform one's body into metal or alloy material. It had been mentioned before that no two superpowers in this world are exactly the same, and alloy transformation is no exception. The quality and effectiveness of alloy transformation entirely depend on the grade of the alloy after transformation. The higher the grade of the transformed alloy, the higher the level and quality of the alloy transformation ability. The reverse is also true. Some alloying abilities are extremely powerful. Zhang Fan had heard in his previous life about an SSS-level alloying ability that could completely transform the body into adamantium alloy. Adamantium alloy is reputed to be indestructible, impervious even to nuclear strikes. Even more astonishing is its ability to self-stabilize its atomic structure, meaning that even if destroyed, it can restore itself to its original state in an extremely short time. A superhuman with adamantium alloying ability is virtually immune to all forms of attack. On the other hand, some alloying abilities are very weak. Zhang Fan once saw someone whose ability was aluminum transformation. As the name suggests, it allowed the person to transform into pure aluminum, which is extremely fragile. One hammer blow could easily create a hole. Clearly, even though both are alloying abilities, the disparity between them is like night and day. A-level. Brother Kai proudly raised his chin.
Although A-level superpowers are not the most elite, they are still considered very high quality.
After all, below A-level are B-level, C-level, D-level, and even E-level, which are considered inferior abilities.
The only levels stronger than A are S-level, SS-level, and SSS-level, but these abilities are exceedingly rare.
At least among the dozen or so superhumans in the entire KTV, only the two bosses have superpower levels higher than Brother Kai. Everyone else is inferior to him.
Only A-level.
Zhang Fan shook his head in disappointment. Seeing how cocky you are, acting all high and mighty like you're Long Outyan, I thought your superpower would be SSS level.
Turns out it's just A-level. What's there to be so arrogant about with an A-level superpower?
Brother Kai's mouth twitched slightly, his heart filled with anger and shame. Who do you think you are to look down on me? Today, I want to see exactly what superpower you've awakened. Kai Gu wore a white tank top, his muscles bulging as if sculpted from metal, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression.
Go to hell.
Kai Gu suddenly stepped forward and threw a thunderous punch at Zhang Fan. His arm was terrifyingly thick, and his clenched fist resembled a
sledgehammer.
If this punch landed, an ordinary person would undoubtedly have their head smashed open, turning into minced meat and dying on the spot. Sensing the power of this punch, Li Shu's face changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Zhang Fan, dodge quickly." She wasn't concerned about Zhang Fan, she was afraid that if he died, she would have no one to rely on. Although she didn't know much about this KTV, just from the brief impression earlier, she had already developed a dislike for the place. Honestly, she would rather be bullied by Zhang Fan than stay in this wretched place.
Don't worry. Zhang Fan turned back and gave Li Shu a slight smile. Just a jumping grasshopper, it can't hurt me. Li Shu's heart tightened, thinking, why is he still trying to act cool at a time like this? Focus on dealing with the enemy, for crying out loud. However, in the next second,
she was horrified to see Brother Kai's fist actually penetrate Zhang Fan's head, entering through his forehead and then bursting out from the back of his skull.
Ah!
Li Shu's face turned pale with fright, her heart instantly consumed by fear and despair, along with a trace of sadness. She herself couldn't understand why she felt sad. She had only met Zhang Fan yesterday, and Zhang Fan had treated her so poorly, making her grit her teeth in hatred.
Yet at this moment, she felt an inexplicable sadness.
Her heart filled with an unexplainable sense of loss. Li Shu stood frozen in place, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks, her whole demeanor utterly dazed.
Miss, shedding tears for a dead man isn't worth it.
Brother Kai gave Li Shu a big smile. From now on, stick with me. I'll take good care of you.
Kai Gu, watch out.
At this moment, someone suddenly warned. Kai Ji's expression immediately changed, and a sharp whistling sound pierced his ears. The next moment, something struck heavily against the back of his head. His entire body was uncontrollably flung forward, slamming hard into the wall, even creating a hole in the surface.
Kai Gu.
People in the KTV screamed in terror. Li Shu turned to look at the person attacking Brother Kai, and it turned out to be Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan stood there perfectly fine,
his head completely restored, showing no signs of injury. At this moment, Li Shu was both surprised and overjoyed, her heart filled with excitement and happiness.
You, how did you? Li Shu asked incredulously.
She had clearly seen Zhang Fan's head explode, so why was he now completely unharmed? Could he have hidden in the virtual realm?
No, that couldn't be it.
If he were truly hiding in the virtual realm, Brother Kai wouldn't have been able to attack him at all, let alone blow up his head.
I have a passive skill called soil transformation. Whenever I'm attacked, my body turns into flowing soil.
Zhang Fan casually explained, physical attacks relying on brute force like this are completely useless against me. Li Shu suddenly understood, but felt a bit resentful in her heart.
Since you have this ability, why didn't you say so earlier?
Brother Kai smashed his fist into the ground, shattering the tiles instantly. Using the rebound force, he leapt into the air. Shaking his dizzy head, Brother Kai glared fiercely at Zhang Fan. I didn't expect you to still be alive.
Brother Kai was burning with rage. As the third-ranking figure in the KTV, how could he lose face in front of everyone?
Not only had he failed to defeat Zhang Fan, but he had also suffered a severe blow, leaving him filled with resentment. Even if you have that kind of ability, I will kill you. I will smash your head flat again and again, blow up your skull, until your strength is drained and you can no longer use your ability. Brother Kai angrily made his ruthless declaration. What he said made sense. Superpowers require physical strength to support them. Once the strength is exhausted, the superpowers
can no longer be used.
At that point, a superpowered individual who cannot activate their abilities is no different from an ordinary person and can be easily killed. So according to Brother Kai's theory, it is theoretically possible to kill Zhang Fan.
Drain my strength?
Ha! Zhang Fan chuckled softly without saying a word. His current physique had reached level 1, 79 out of 100, far surpassing Brother Kai.
Exhausting. His stamina? That was simply a fool's dream.
Even if Brother Kai ended up as tired as a dead dog, Zhang Fan would still be perfectly fine. fine. Brother Kai roared in anger, throwing a punch at Zhang Fan. This time, Zhang Fan didn't passively take the hit but easily caught Brother Kai's fist. Brother Kai's metallic fist was like a giant hammer, capable of smashing through a concrete slab with ease, yet Zhang Fan caught it effortlessly. Brother Kai flew into a rage, exerting all his strength to press down, but it didn't budge an inch. Zhang Fan's hands clamped down on Brother Kai's fist like a pair of pliers,
rendering him completely immobile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his attack was neutralized. Brother Kai felt utterly humiliated, his anger and embarrassment intertwining. He used all his strength, swinging his left fist fiercely at Zhang Fan. With all your jumping around, I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a useless show-off. Zhang Fan lightly tossed his right hand, and Brother Kai's entire body flew into the air. Zhang Fan's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Brother Kai's ankle, and swung him like a whip, slamming him hard onto the ground. Brother Kai immediately had an intimate encounter with the ground. With a loud crash, the floor tiles shattered into pieces, and a deep groove was carved into the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Zhang Fan swung left and right, gripping Brother Kai's ankle and smashing him against the ground repeatedly, like swinging a dead snake. Brother Kai turned into a dead snake, repeatedly having intimate encounters with the ground. The floor tiles were left in ruins. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the KTV was stunned, their jaws dropping as if they'd seen a ghost. Brother Kai, what the? How could this happen? But he's Kai Gu. How could he possibly be beaten like this? Fake. This must be fake. I must be seeing things. Those who knew Kai Gu were overwhelmed with shock and disbelief upon witnessing this scene. All alone, apart from the two bosses, Kai Gu had been an invincible presence. The number of superpowered individuals who had fallen at his hands was at least as many as the fingers on both hands. Kai Ji's powerful image had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of everyone present. Yet the result was, just like this? Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. I must have seen it wrong. The stunning young woman, Ku Xiaoming, shook her head desperately, completely unable to accept the scene before her. Too brutal. Li Shu was equally shocked. She knew Zhang Fan was strong, but she never expected him to be so ruthless, using a person as a whip. Is this even human? He's practically a monster. Zhang Fan struck repeatedly, over 20 or 30 times, before finally stopping. As he loosened his grip, Brother Kai was thrown out. Brother Kai was clearly a bit dazed, struggling to get up. However, he tried several times and fell to the ground each time. Are you done for or what? Zhang Fan, hands in his pockets, looked at Brother Kai mockingly. You, don't get cocky. Although Brother Kai was a bit dizzy, he was actually uninjured. His alloyed body, entirely made of metal, couldn't even be crushed by a truck. How could a few hits possibly harm him? He was just too dizzy. It truly is an A-grade alloy transformation ability. The defense is indeed impressive. Zhang Fan couldn't help but praise. The strength of alloy transformation ability entirely depends on the alloy formed after transformation. The stronger the alloy, the stronger the transformation. Kai Ji's alloy transformation belongs to the A-grade superpower category, already quite formidable. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan didn't care much about it. If he could seize the superpower, he would have one more method at his disposal. I admit you're stronger than me, but you can't kill me. Kai Gu hissed in a low voice, if you're smart, let me go immediately, or my boss will never let you off. Kai Gu was very confident in his superpower. Even though Zhang Fan possessed immense strength, killing him was simply impossible. So, it seems you're very confident in your defense, believing I can't break through it and therefore can't kill you? Zhang Fan smiled faintly. But why do I have to break through your defense? There are plenty of ways to kill someone. For example, I could bury you hundreds or even thousands of meters deep underground. Zhang Fan suggested with a smile. Or perhaps, I'll throw you outside the KTV and let the Black Rain deal with you. Kai Gu couldn't help but shudder all over. The methods Zhang Fan mentioned, no matter which one, could easily extinguish his life. Even though his entire body had turned into alloy, once he sank hundreds of meters deep underground, there would be no way to escape. As for being thrown outside the KTV, in his transformed state, he indeed wasn't afraid of the Black Rain, but once his stamina was exhausted and he reverted to flesh and blood, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Which method should I use to kill you? Zhang Fan pinched his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Bury you alive? Or tie you up outside? How about burying you alive? Come to think of it, I've never buried anyone alive before. It must be quite interesting. As Zhang Fan spoke, he began to act. The tiles beneath Kai Ji's feet suddenly turned into stone powder, and the soil beneath the tiles transformed into quicksand. The quicksand slowly wriggled, and Kai Gu began to sink. Damn it! Kai Gu was horrified and struggled desperately. Unfortunately, 4 ropes formed from quicksand coiled around his limbs, pulling him firmly into the ground. Bastard! Let go of me! Brother Kai panicked, shouting in distress, Boss, help! At this critical moment, Brother Kai couldn't care about his pride and urgently called out to the boss for help. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth curled slightly, ignoring his curses and pleas for help, and continued to push him downward. Brother Kai kept sinking, the quicksand already burying him up to his neck. Just then, a deep voice rang out. Stop! Hearing this voice, Brother Kai
Kai felt like a drowning man grabbing onto a lifeline and was instantly overjoyed. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a middle-aged
man in a bathrobe walking out of a private room.
The man, wearing slippers and appearing to be in his 30s, held a glass of red wine as he slowly approached.
Second boss.
The people in the KTV greeted the middle-aged man respectfully. Zhang Fan also looked at the man, his eyes narrowing slightly as he wondered whether he was Wang champion or Wang runner-up.
Zhang
Fan had never seen the brothers in his previous life, so he didn't recognize them, but he was intrigued. The middle-aged man walked to the sofa without paying any attention to Zhang Fan and sat down casually. He swirled the wine glass in his hand, filled with red wine, and looked at Zhang Fan with a faint smile. Brother, what's your name? You came to my place and started a fight right away.
Isn't that a bit disrespectful to me?
After speaking, the middle-aged man took a sip of red wine, crossed his legs, and looked at Zhang Fan with a smile.
Zhang Fan did not answer immediately, but sat down across from the middle-aged man and said leisurely, before asking someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Brother, you've got quite the personality. Alright, I won't keep it to myself. My name is Wang Yajun, and I'm the owner of this KTV. Wang Yajun?
Zhang Fan revealed a faint smile. Although he had already suspected that these twin brothers might be Wang Guanjuan and Wang Yajun from his previous life, he hadn't received formal confirmation.
Now,
hearing Wang Yajun admitted himself, Zhang Fan's doubts were dispelled. These twin brothers were indeed the super strong duo from his previous life who had awakened 2 SSS-level superpowers.
Yes, Wang Yajun. Wang Yajun swirled his wine glass, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Brother, you're here today to avenge your younger brother, aren't you?
Although Wang Yajun hadn't shown up, he was well aware of what had happened in the KTV and understood Zhang Fan's purpose for coming.
That's right.
Zhang Fan responded calmly, my younger brother was killed by your men, and today I've come to demand an explanation.
Ha! Wang Yajun took a sip of red wine. Killed is killed. After all, it was just a worthless life. What's the big deal? A worthless life? Ha!
Zhang Fan laughed, his smile carrying a hint of coldness. So, by your logic, if I were to kill you, it would also be just a worthless life?
Wang Yajun continued to swirl his wine glass, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. If you can kill me, go ahead and try. Wang Yajun's words exuded absolute confidence. Alright, then let's fight. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. I'd like to see if I can really kill you, Wang Yajun.
Many have said such things, but they all ended up in hell, while I'm still alive and well. Suddenly, wisps of white mist emerged from Wang Yajun's wine glass. The mist quietly spread, expanding outward, accompanied by an astonishing chill.
The temperature in the KTV plummeted instantly, dropping by over 10 degrees in mere moments.
Everyone felt as if they had been transported from the height of summer to the depths of winter, shivering uncontrollably, their bodies seemingly trapped in an icy cellar.
So cold. Second boss has made his move. Quick, get away. Don't get caught in it, or you'll die.
The onlookers panicked and fled to the distance. They knew that during second boss's battles, innocent bystanders had been affected before frozen into ice sculptures that shattered upon touch.
With such a precedent, who would dare stay close?
Zhang Fan naturally felt the change in temperature, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes.
Little brother, to be honest with you, my superpower is SSS level.
Wang Yajun gently swirled the misty wine glass in his hand. So I advise you to surrender obediently. Your meager strength is nothing but a paper tiger in front of me.
Zhang Fan responded with a smile. There are plenty of people who want to kill me, but in the end, they all ended up in hell, while I'm still alive and well.
You're very confident, but unfortunately, confident people often have short lives.
Wang Yajun slowly raised a finger, and from its tip, bursts
of white mist shot out directly at Zhang Fan. The white mist carried an extreme chill, instantly forming frost on the coffee table and the floor. Swish, however, when the white mist hit Zhang Fan, it was as if it struck air, passing through effortlessly. Ultimately, the mist hit a giant fish tank behind Zhang Fan, producing a cracking sound.
The
fish tank froze instantly, along with the water and fish inside, turning them into solid ice. The chilling cold emanated from the fish tank, causing the temperature in the KTV to plummet once again.
Ha! You actually dodged it? Wang Yajun squinted his eyes, staring intently at Zhang Fan. What kind of superpower is this that allows you to evade my attack?
Zhang Fan sat quietly across from him, not moving an inch from start to finish, yet he simply couldn't be attacked.
This kind of ability was something
Wang Yajun was encountering for the first time, making him feel slightly troubled.
An ability you can't attack. Zhang Fan's tone was calm. Then try this. Wang Yajun snorted coldly, and white mist suddenly surged from his body. The mist, like tumbling cotton or curling smoke, rushed toward Zhang Fan.
Crack, crack, crack. Frost immediately formed on the surfaces of the floor, walls, ceiling, and sofa, as if the entire KTV had been plunged into the depths of winter.
So cold. No way. It's too cold.
The people in the KTV shivered from the cold and rushed into the private rooms. Li Shu also felt the chill creeping in and followed into one of the rooms. Suddenly, an extreme cold mist surged in like a tide, instantly enveloping Zhang Fan. Crack, the marble marble coffee table couldn't withstand the sudden thermal expansion and contraction, shattering into pieces and turning into
scattered ice. The single sofa behind Zhang Fan also froze in an instant, transforming into a massive block of ice.
Yet Zhang Fan remained calmly seated on the sofa, completely unchanged.
Turned into an ice sculpture? That was absolutely impossible. Wang Yajun's expression finally shifted. He stared intently at Zhang Fan, his voice tinged with a mix of shock and anger. Why? You think your superpower is SSS level, and that you can dominate the world with no one able to challenge you?
Zhang Fan gently shook his head.
You're wrong. There's no such thing as a perfectly flawless superpower in this world. Every superpower has its weaknesses and limitations.
His gaze was resolute. Once you encounter a countering superpower, you'll be suppressed with no way to escape.
Wang Yajun's face darkened. What exactly is your superpower?
You can think of it as blurring, Zhang Fan admitted frankly.
Blurring?
Wang Yajun stared at him, a flash of realization in his eyes.
No wonder my absolute zero is ineffective against you.
So, you have this kind of ability.
You can leave now,
Wang Yajun said indifferently, withdrawing the white mist enveloping Zhang Fan.
For enemies he could easily deal with. He would never show mercy, ensuring no loose ends.
But it was clear he couldn't kill Zhang Fan, so he had no choice but to let him go.
Leave?
Zhang Fan chuckled softly, a deep meaning in his gaze.
Do you know why I came to the KTV? Isn't it to avenge your brother? Wang Yajun asked in confusion.
Wrong. Zhang Fan's smile carried a hint of eeriness.
I came to this KTV actually for the two of you brothers.
Wang Yajun's eyes narrowed slightly.
What do you mean? You'll understand very soon.
Zhang Fan snapped his fingers lightly. A strange blood-colored light burst forth from Zhang Fan's body, silently spreading in all directions and enveloping the entire KTV.
What kind of ability is this? Wang Yajun looked at the blood-colored light, faintly feeling a trace of unease. Just how many superpowers do you have?
So far, he had seen Zhang Fan use 3 superpowers. One was the phasing ability just now, another was the soil manipulation used earlier to bury Brother Kai, and now this
eerie ability. He couldn't help but wonder, how could one person awaken so many superpowers? If it were truly possible, then why did everyone around him only have one? You don't need to know.
Zhang Fan smiled faintly and launched his attack directly.
A blood-red light instantly enveloped Wang Yajun.
In an instant, Wang Yajun began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye.
In the blink of an eye, he had shrunk to the size of a peanut.
During the shrinking process, he felt no discomfort, so he didn't immediately react after shrinking. But when he noticed that the coffee table in front of him had become a colossal object and Zhang Fan's figure had transformed into a towering giant, a wave of panic surged in his heart.
What's going on? Why have the objects around me become so big? No, wait. I've shrunk. How did I shrink?
Wang Yajun panicked, his voice filled with extreme fear. He realized that it wasn't the objects around him that had grown larger, but rather that he himself had shrunk, which left him utterly flustered. Since awakening his superpower, his confidence had been steadily inflating, repeatedly defeating formidable enemies, giving him a clear understanding of his own strength. However, now, for the first time, he felt fear, as the situation had completely spiraled out of his control.
Black King,
Zhang Fan said calmly. Although Wang Yajun had been shrunk, he still posed a significant threat, as he had awakened
an SSS-level superpower.
To prevent any accidents, Zhang Fan decided to put him to sleep, as a sleeping person posed no threat. The Black King in the backpack barked once and immediately fell asleep, activating the sleep domain. Wang Yajun, who was shouting in terror, suddenly felt his vision go dark and then collapsed to the ground, unconscious.
Zhang Fan
curled his finger, and the floor tile beneath Wang Yajun detached, lifting him up and bringing him in front of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan took out a bottle of mineral water and placed him inside.
Wang Yajun successfully captured. Zhang Fan capped the bottle, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Next, it's Wang Wanjuan's turn.
At that moment, a crimson gold fireball, as large as a millstone, suddenly shot out from the private room, hurtling fiercely toward Zhang Fan.
As soon as the fireball appeared, the temperature inside the KTV skyrocketed.
The once icy floor, walls, and ceiling began to melt, with droplets of water dripping down.
However, before these droplets could hit the ground, they were instantly vaporized. The sofas, ceiling, and other flammable items ignited in an instant, transforming the previously cold KTV into a hellish inferno. Boom!
The crimson gold fireball struck Zhang Fan, but it passed straight through him, slamming into a wall with a deafening crash. The fireball exploded instantly, leaving a massive crater
in the concrete wall.
Even more astonishing, the flames clung tightly to the concrete wall, using it as fuel to burn fiercely. Even walls can burn. This is truly an SSS level superpower. Zhang Fan was utterly shocked.
He had long known that his elder brother Wang Wanjuan's superpower was the SSS level solar true flame, a terrifying fire capable of incinerating everything.
Even materials like steel, stone, and water, which are conventionally considered non-flammable, could be mercilessly consumed by this solar true flame.
Wang Wanjuan, hiding in the shadows is pointless.
Why don't you show yourself? Zhang Fan's gaze swept toward the various private rooms. Release my brother, and I can pretend none of this happened today.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless.
A deep, resonant voice rang out, but the speaker remained unseen, clearly hiding somewhere.
Ruthless? A coward hiding in the shadows dares to shout in front of me? How ridiculous. Zhang Fan sneered. Wang Wanjuan, you can't escape.
I'll say it again, release my brother, or we'll all perish together.
No one will walk away alive. Wang Wanjuan, still hidden in the dark, refused to reveal himself.
Clearly, he was wary of Zhang Fan's abilities, but his tone remained firm.
Don't doubt my words. You should know I have the means to do it. Perish together? How exactly do you plan to do that?
Zhang Fan chuckled.
Burn through the roof and let the black rain fall, or simply reduce the entire KTV to ashes?
While verbally sparring with Wang Wanjuan to buy time, Zhang Fan secretly created several shadow clones to search for him. All of this took place in the virtual realm, making it impossible for Wang Wanjuan to detect. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Wang Wanjuan hesitated for a moment, clearly realizing that had indeed been his plan.
After all, anyone exposed to the black rain, even with awakened SSS-level abilities, would undoubtedly die. Was Zhang Fan not afraid? It's useless,
Zhang Fan said calmly. Whether it's the black rain outside or your true sunfire, neither can harm me.
Wang Wanjuan fell silent.
After a long pause, his voice finally emerged, now tinged with a hint of concession.
What exactly do you want? Wang Wanjuan had finally relented.
He had no choice but to back down. After all, his combat strength was on par with his brother Wang Yajun, and since his brother was no match for Zhang Fan, he naturally stood no chance either.
Wang Wanjuan, I found you.
Zhang Fan vanished instantly from where he stood.
What do you mean? Wang Wanjuan felt a sudden panic in his heart.
Then he saw the objects around him rapidly grow larger. In the blink of an eye, everything in the private room had turned into gigantic structures. To his horror, Wang Wanjuan realized that the objects around him hadn't changed at all, it was he who had shrunk, creating this visual illusion.
Damn it!
Despair surged in Wang Wanjuan's heart. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Zhang Fan shrink his younger brother with his own eyes and already understood that Zhang Fan possessed the ability to shrink people. That was why he had hidden in the private room, unwilling to confront Zhang Fan head-on. Yet, he still couldn't escape Zhang Fan's clutches. Bang! The door to the private
room suddenly swung open.
Zhang Fan stepped in with a smile on his lips, staring directly at him.
Die! Seeing Zhang Fan, Wang Wanjuan launched an attack without hesitation.
He knew there was no way to escape, and attacking was his only slim chance at survival. However, before he could even strike, a heavy drowsiness swept over him.
Wang Wanjuan
staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. He had fallen victim to Zhang Fan's ability, succumbing to the influence of the sleep domain.
With a wave of his hand, the floor tile beneath Wang Wanjuan lifted, carrying him to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan picked up Wang Wanjuan and placed
him into a plastic bottle.
Wang Wanjuan captured successfully.
Zhang Fan looked at the twin brothers lying quietly asleep in the plastic bottle, a smile spreading across his face.
Wang Wanjuan possessed the SSS-level superpower Solar True Flame, while Wang Yajun had the SSS-level superpower Absolute Zero.
If he could seize these two abilities, he would gain two powerful SSS-level superpowers.
What a massive windfall. It's time to go home.
Zhang Fan turned around and walked out of the private room, heading to the KTV lobby.
Everyone, come out.
Zhang Fan plopped down on the sofa, placing his backpack and the plastic bottle containing Wang Champion's brothers into the virtual realm.
The purpose of doing this was to prevent the Black King's slumber domain from affecting others.
Li Shu was the first to step out of a private room, looking around and asking in confusion, "Where's that guy?
Is it already resolved?"
Resolved, Zhang Fan responded softly. At this moment, Li Shu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Obediently standing behind Zhang Fan, her gaze fixed on the people walking out of the private room one by one. Before long, everyone in the KTV came out of the room and stood in front of Zhang Fan.
Some lowered their heads, while others sneaked glances at Zhang Fan, their faces showing unease and anxiety.
Zhang Fan sat there steadily, which meant that Wang Champion and Wang Vice Champion had already been defeated.
This news shocked and terrified everyone in the KTV. These two bosses had awakened SSS-level
superpowers, yet they were defeated by Zhang Fan.
Just how strong was Zhang Fan?
Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. What they cared about more was how Zhang Fan would deal with them.
Is everyone here? Zhang Fan asked indifferently. The crowd exchanged glances, not daring to speak, but the beautiful woman named Ke Xiaoming trembled and said, "Brother, everyone is here."
At this moment, Ke Xiaoming no longer had her previous arrogance and domineering attitude. Her charming face was now full of flattery.
As the housekeeper appointed by Wang Champion and Wang Vice Champion, her backers
had now been defeated by Zhang Fan, and she naturally dared not act recklessly anymore. Not only could she no longer be arrogant, but she was also filled with fear, terrified that Zhang Fan might slap her to death. Those who have awakened superpowers step forward, Zhang Fan said. Everyone was puzzled as to why Zhang Fan asked this, and no one dared to move. Zhang Fan intensified his tone. Seeing that Zhang Fan was angry, Xiaoming was the first to step forward. Brother, I have awakened a superpower. Under her lead, the remaining superpowered individuals stepped forward one after another.
Upon careful counting, there were actually 12 people. Seeing so many superpowered individuals, a trace of anticipation
rose in Zhang Fan's heart.
12 people meant 12 different superpowers. Surely one of them would satisfy him, right?
As he pondered this, Zhang Fan's gaze involuntarily fell on these 12 people.
There's no need to be nervous.
I won't do anything to you, I just want to learn about your superpowers.
Won't do anything to us?
Li Shu rolled her eyes inwardly and sneered. She had already figured out Zhang Fan's true intentions and couldn't
help but feel sorry for these people.
The 12 individuals who had awakened their superpowers exchanged glances, unable to understand
why Zhang Fan wanted to know about their abilities. However, a sudden thought struck Xiaoming's mind. Could Zhang Fan be trying to recruit them as subordinates?
Her heart warmed at the idea, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation toward Zhang Fan.
The apocalypse is extremely dangerous.
Outside, there is relentless black rain. Inside, alien creatures lurk everywhere.
In such a world, ordinary people simply cannot survive.
The only way to stay alive is to rely on the strong, just like the people in the KTV.
Although,
the KTV's upper echelon divided people into two categories, treating the lower class as cattle, playthings, and slaves, it was undeniable that without the protection of high-ranking figures like Wang Champion and Wang Runner-Up, the lower-class people would surely perish.
Thus, for the lower-class group, relying on strong figures like Wang Champion and Wang Runner-Up was their only path to survival. The beautiful and alluring Xiaoming understood this principle well.
She wasted no time climbing into the beds of the Wang brothers, serving them with utmost care and comfort. As a result, she became the KTV's head manager, responsible for all the trivial matters. Now that the Wang brothers were dead and her support was gone, Xiaoming naturally had to find a new pillar to rely on.
She thought Zhang Fan was an excellent choice. Not only was he handsome, but he was also powerful, a far better option than the Wang brothers.
Xiaoming immediately stepped forward, her face showing a flattering expression. Brother, my superpower is fusion ability.
Fusion?
Zhang Fan asked softly.
Yes, fusion.
Xiaoming said shyly. My ability is actually quite useless, not of much value.
But I'm warm-hearted and willing to do anything for you, brother.
As she spoke, Xiaoming licked her alluring red lips and cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Fan, openly seducing him. She was full of confidence in her charm, believing that her looks and figure were more than enough to attract people. Wang Guanjuan and his brother had been captivated by her. Facing a young man in his early 20s, Xiaoming was convinced that as long as Zhang Fan was a normal man, he would surely fall at her feet.
Vixen,
Li Shu muttered under her breath, a hint of hostility flashing in her eyes. Watching Xiaoming flirt with Zhang Fan, Li Shu felt a surge of jealousy for reasons she couldn't explain, instinctively developing animosity toward her.
Xiaoming glanced at Li Shu, completely indifferent.
Before the apocalypse, she had been an online streamer, attracting a massive following with
her provocative image, amassing millions of fans across the internet.
In truth, for streamers like her who relied on revealing outfits to gain
followers, being shameless was just standard practice. Caring about dignity would make survival in the industry impossible.
At this moment, Xiaoming was entirely focused on seducing Zhang Fan, but to her surprise, Zhang Fan ignored her advances and instead showed great interest in her superpower.
Fusion ability? Zhang Fan stared at Xiaoming and asked, what exactly does this ability do? Xiaoming froze, feeling bewildered, unable to understand why Zhang Fan was ignoring her flirtation and instead seemed so intrigued by her seemingly useless ability.
Brother, my superpower is really just a waste, completely useless. She hoped Zhang Fan would shift his attention from her superpower to her. Her ability truly was of little value. Simply put, it allowed her to merge two abilities into one.
At first glance, this might seem impressive. It was classified as an SS-level superpower, but unfortunately, it was utterly useless. Everyone could only awaken one superpower, and Xiaoming's sole ability was this fusion ability.
With no other powers to fuse, this ability was entirely meaningless to her. Calling it a waste might even be an overstatement. At least a waste has some semblance of being unappealing yet hard to discard.
Snap.
Zhang Fan appeared somewhat impatient. When I ask you to talk about superpowers, just talk about superpowers.
Why so much nonsense?
If you dare to say useless nonsense again, I'll throw you out.
Xiaoming
trembled in fear, her face instantly turning pale, and quickly responded, Brother, I won't dare anymore.
Speak.
Zhang Fan said coldly.
Yes. Xiaoming no longer dared to say more and quickly
introduced her fusion ability. After hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up instantly, staring at her intently, the joy on his face barely concealed, as he confirmed, Are you sure you can fuse two different
superpowers into one? Xiaoming looked at Zhang Fan in confusion, thinking to herself, isn't this just a useless superpower? Why is he so excited? However, she still obediently nodded. nodded. Yes, brother. Poof. Very good. Excellent. Zhang Fan nodded with a smile, his eyes flashing with a meaningful glint. Later, you'll come with me. Ku Xiaoming's heart was filled with joy. Thank you, brother. Brother, thank you so much. Li Shu watched this scene and silently mourned for Ku Xiaoming. For 3 seconds. Others might not understand Zhang Fan's intentions and think he had taken a liking to Ku Xiaoming, but Li Shu knew in her heart that Zhang Fan clearly intended to seize Ku Xiaoming's superpower to enhance his own strength. Ku Xiaoming's luck was truly terrible. This guy is too ruthless. Li Shu sighed inwardly, gaining a deeper understanding of Zhang Fan's scheming nature. What about you all? Zhang Fan turned to the other 11 superpowered individuals and asked indifferently, tell me about your superpowers. With Ku Xiaoming as an example, the other 11 people eagerly began introducing their abilities. Brother, my ability is controlling metal. What level? B level. Brother, my ability is controlling quicksand. C level. Brother, my ability is... After a round of questioning, Zhang Fan was very disappointed with the abilities of the first 10 people. Most of them were trash abilities, either D level or C level, with the best being the B level metal control. Although low levels were not necessarily a problem, as long as the abilities had special uses, Zhang Fan could still value them. However, these 10 people's superpowers were utterly worthless. Actually, this KTV trip has already yielded significant gains for me. Zhang Fan comforted himself inwardly. 2 SSS-level abilities and 1 S-level fusion ability, far exceeding my expectations. I should be satisfied. He turned to the last person. The last person was a fully mature young woman, resembling a ripe peach. She wore a white shirt, the hem tucked into her waist, her ample chest making the shirt so tight. It seemed the buttons might pop off at any moment. The neckline was unbuttoned down to the second button, revealing a hint of cleavage without exposing the edge of her bra, making her full, high chest even more alluring. She paired it with black sharkskin pants, her round, perky hips outlining graceful curves, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Looking at her face, it was a classic oval shape, sexy and enchanting, with almond-shaped eyes that captivated. She was a young woman, mature and beautiful. This woman, is she trying to force me to become a scoundrel? Zhang Fan swallowed hard, feeling as though the rogue tendencies he'd suppressed for over 20 years were about to erupt. Your superpower is the stasis field? Zhang Fan asked calmly. Yes, brother. Humph. The mature young woman was somewhat surprised, not understanding how Zhang Fan knew about her superpower, but she still responded respectfully, as expected, you're extraordinary. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Before entering the KTV, Zhang Fan had already speculated that someone here must have awakened the stasis field ability. Sure enough, his guess was correct, someone had indeed gained this power. Li Shu couldn't help but look at Zhang Fan in astonishment, thinking to herself, his judgment is incredibly accurate. Could he have some kind of foresight ability? You can leave with me too, Zhang Fan said with a smile to the mature young woman. Thank you, brother. The mature young woman immediately expressed her gratitude. She didn't feel much attachment to the KTV, as she was also an outsider. For her, whether staying in the KTV or following Zhang Fan, it was the same choice. Now that Wang Guanjuan was dead and the KTV had completely lost its support, following Zhang Fan was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Alright, let's go. Zhang Fan stood up, ready to leave. Okay, brother. Ku Xiaoming and the mature woman nodded repeatedly, closely following behind Zhang Fan, while Li Shu silently joined them. As they were about to leave, the people in the KTV looked at each other, each appearing anxious. Wang Guanjuan and Wang Yajun were dead, Kaigu had been buried deep underground by Zhang Fan, and now even Zhang Ying was about to leave. They didn't care about the others, but if Zhang Ying left, what future would remain for those left behind? After all, the KTV's tranquility and lack of alien attacks were largely due to Zhang Ying's presence. Zhang Ying's soundproofing field could isolate all sounds within the KTV, so even if they sang and danced inside, no noise could be heard outside. Once Zhang Ying left, the soundproofing field would disappear, unable to block the noise, and wouldn't the aliens devour them? Brother, wait. What happened? Brother, take us with you. If you leave, we'll be killed by the aliens. Brother, you can't take Zhang Ying away. If she leaves, how will the rest of us survive? Although they were fearful of Zhang Fan, they still mustered the courage to plead with him in this life and death moment. An ordinary person might feel compassion, but Zhang Fan had no such emotions. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the KTV crowd, their faces filled with pleading, some on the verge of tears, yet his heart remained unmoved. Zhang Fan neither scolded nor berated them, he simply asked one question, among all of you here, how many have not yet awakened their superpowers? There were about 30 people in the KTV, of which only 12 had awakened their superpowers. This meant that the majority had not awakening superpowers indicated they had not yet been infected by the Black Rain. The fact that most of them were uninfected, the crowd didn't understand why Zhang Fan asked this question. They exchanged glances but remained silent. More than half of you, right? Zhang Fan shook his head and said, more than half of you don't even have the courage to get infected by the Black Rain, yet you expect to rely on others for protection? person? Do you think cowards like you deserve to live? Everyone was rendered speechless by this remark and lowered their heads.
Zhang Fan had indeed spoken the truth. They lacked the courage to be infected by
the black rain because the mortality rate was too high.
The probability of successfully awakening superpowers after being infected by the black rain was less than 10%, while the failure rate was as
high as 90%.
This meant that out of 10 people infected by the black rain, only one would successfully awaken, while the other 9 would either die tragically or mutate.
A 90% failure rate was practically a death sentence. Who would dare to take such a risk?
For this reason, most people lacked the courage to be infected by the black rain. After all, a miserable life was still better than a good death.
Here's a piece of advice. In this apocalyptic world, relying on others is never dependable. Only by awakening your own superpowers can you have a
sliver of hope for survival.
Zhang Fan said calmly, otherwise, even if you manage to scrape by for now, sooner or later, you'll still end up dead.
Swish, a glow flickered around Zhang Fan, and a shadow clone quietly appeared. Everyone's gaze focused on the shadow clone, their eyes filled with astonishment.
How was there suddenly another Zhang Fan?
This clone will exist for 12 hours. Zhang Fan said indifferently, during these 12 hours, it will remain here to guard the KTV and ensure your safety.
After 12 hours, it will dissipate.
By then, whether you survive or not will depend on yourselves. After saying this, Zhang Fan
took Li Shu, Ke Xiaoming, and the mature Zhang Ying into the virtual realm and disappeared without a trace. The people in the KTV
stared at the shadow clone, their hearts filled with both anxiety and despair. Zhang Fan's actions were clearly forcing them to make a choice. They had to be infected by the black rain and awaken superpowers within 12 hours to have a glimmer of hope for survival.
Otherwise, certain death.
You guys, stop hesitating and quickly get infected by the black rain, or we'll all die.
That's right.
All hope now rests on you. Hurry up and get infected by the black rain.
Awakening is a long process. From the initial infection to complete awakening, it takes at least 7 to 8 hours. You don't have much time left.
You speak so lightly, but the chance of successfully awakening is only 10%.
This is almost a certain death situation. Can't you see the situation clearly?
What we're facing now is merely a matter of dying sooner or later. In the virtual realm, Zhang Fan rode a motorcycle, speeding through the virtual world with Li Shu.
Ke Xiaoming and Zhang Ying had been shrunk by Zhang Fan and were tucked into his pocket.
I thought you were a cold-blooded killer who wouldn't even blink, but it turns out you still have some humanity.
You courting death.
Li Shu held Zhang Fan's waist, her 2 soft mounds rubbing against his back, making his heart flutter. She was referring to Zhang Fan leaving behind a shadow clone to
protect the people in the KTV when he departed.
She had thought Zhang Fan would leave directly, ignoring everyone's safety, but unexpectedly, he left a shadow clone behind. This is nothing but a trivial effort.
Zhang Fan smiled faintly, indifferent.
In truth, leaving the shadow clone was not only to protect the people in the KTV but also to monitor that group.
If someone among them awakened
a superpower that interested him, the shadow clone would report it immediately. However, Zhang Fan wouldn't say this out loud, lest Li Shu accuse him of being cold-hearted and ruthless. It may be a trivial effort for you, but for them, it's a life-saving grace.
You look cold, but you're actually a good person.
Li Shu's opinion of Zhang Fan had indeed changed a bit. This man wasn't as ruthless as she had imagined.
A good person?
Zhang Fan chuckled in disbelief.
Li Shu snorted coldly. Don't put me on a pedestal. I've never considered myself a good person, nor have I ever wanted to be one.
Zhang Fan sneered. Nowadays, good people don't live long, so I'd rather be a bad person. The line between good and bad people is not strictly defined. It is closely tied to the environment in which they live.
In times of peace and prosperity, life is stable, people are well-fed and clothed, and everyone seems to be a good person, with few committing crimes.
But during times of war and chaos, when society is unstable, resources are scarce, and famine
is widespread, being a good person often means dying first.
In this current apocalypse, the cost of being a good person is extraordinarily high. Anyone who has lived in the apocalypse for a while will almost inevitably have blood on their hands to some extent. By previous standards, there are no good people in the apocalypse, because 9 out of 10 are murderers.
Li Shu did not argue with Zhang Fan on this issue but instead asked another question. What do you plan to do with Ke Xiaoming and Zhang Ying? You already know the answer, so why ask unnecessarily?
Half an hour later, Zhang Fan returned to the underground shelter. He only restored the mature woman Zhang Ying to her normal size.
Ke Xiaoming, Wang Guanjun, and Wang Yajun were still asleep in the virtual realm. Zhang Ying looked around the underground shelter, a hint of astonishment flashing in her charming almond-shaped eyes. Brother, is this underground?
Yes, about 30 meters below ground. The living experience isn't great, but safety is not an issue.
Zhang Fan smiled faintly. However, after you arrive, we can consider moving to the surface. Zhang Ying's superpower is the silent field, which can perfectly isolate sound and provide excellent shielding. As long as she is present, the likelihood of attracting aliens can be greatly reduced, ensuring safety to a large extent. However, this does not mean absolute safety.
Besides being sensitive to sound, ground, aliens are also highly sensitive to other factors such as smell and light. So even with Zhang Ying, it is still possible to attract aliens. Zhang Fan's plan is to move to the surface after acquiring the two extremely powerful offensive superpowers, Absolute Zero and Solar True Fire. Although the underground shelter is safe, the living conditions are extremely poor, with dim lighting and high humidity.
I'll listen to you, brother. Zhang Ying nodded gently.
Zhang Fan looked at Li Shu. Take Zhang Ying to familiarize herself with the environment at home, then you two can have dinner yourselves.
No need to prepare anything for me, I have things to do. Go ahead.
Li Shu knew what Zhang Fan was going to do and didn't say much. Zhang Fan nodded, his figure flickered, and he disappeared within the underground shelter. Zhang Fan brought Black King and the plastic bottle containing Ke Xiaoming and Wang Wanjuan brothers to a room on the top floor.
5 shadow clones appeared in succession.
You are responsible for security, Zhang Fan said to the clones. He certainly wouldn't openly merge superpowers, doing so would be far too dangerous. These 5 shadow clones were specifically tasked with ensuring his safety.
Yes, main body. 5 shadow clones responded and dispersed to various corners of the room. Let's begin.
Zhang Fan retrieved the Black King and a bottle of mineral water from the virtual realm. The Black King was still asleep, and inside the bottle, Ke Xiaoming, Wang Guanjuan, and Wang Yajun were also in a deep slumber.
Ever since awakening,
the ability of the sleep domain, the Black King had become particularly fond of sleeping. Not only could it fall asleep at any time, but it could also sleep for a long time, rarely waking unless due to hunger or being startled.
First, Plunder the true Sunfire.
Zhang Fan brought out his twin brother Wang Wanjuan, restored him to normal size, and activated Infinite Plunder. He had long coveted the true Sunfire, and as long as he
obtained this ability, his destructive power would be greatly enhanced.
Whether dealing with aliens or other superpowered individuals, he could almost achieve instant kills. As the plundering began, Zhang Fan was instantly overwhelmed by excruciating pain throughout his body, and Wang Guanjuan was jolted.
Awake!
He let out a piercing scream and struggled frantically, but Zhang Fan held him firmly, leaving him with no chance to resist. Although Wang Guanjuan's superpower was strong, his physical strength was far inferior to Zhang Fan's.
The power disparity between the two was like that of the Hulk and an ordinary person. Could an ordinary person arm wrestle the Hulk?
Clearly, it was impossible. As Zhang Fan's plundering progressed, Wang Guanjuan lost control over the true Sunfire and was unable to use it to attack Zhang Fan, turning
into a toothless tiger.
The entire plundering process was completed in just 10 minutes, and Wang Guanjuan fell completely unconscious.
Take care of him,
Zhang Fan said to the shadow clone.
The shadow clone dragged Wang Guanjuan and threw him out of the window. Let's begin. Zhang Fan took a deep breath.
Every time he recalled the pain of merging abilities, he felt a lingering fear, as if it had left a psychological shadow. Now, facing another fusion, Zhang Fan instinctively tensed up.
The process of fusion was still incredibly painful.
That kind of pain was countless times worse than being cut by 1,000 knives.
Yet, he couldn't faint, nor could he
eliminate the pain, he could only endure it. Even with Zhang Fan's resilient spirit, after 7 or 8 hours of fusion, he was tortured to the point of wishing for death. After resting for more than an hour, the discomfort in his body finally disappeared.
So hungry,
Zhang Fan collapsed on the ground, clutching his stomach, feeling as if it were completely empty, as though he hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. He knew that during the process of fusing with the sun's true fire, he had expended a massive amount of energy, which was why he felt so hungry. Zhang Fan returned to the underground shelter, casually ate something to fill his stomach, and then initiated another plunder.
This time, the target was Wang Yajun's Absolute Zero. First plunder, then fusion, and finally, Ke Xiaoming's fusion ability.
By the time everything was settled, a whole day had passed. Zhang Fan glanced at the time and realized it was already August 30th. Reflecting on the experiences of the past 2 days, it felt like a nightmare.
Fortunately, though the process was painful, the result was gratifying. Open the attribute panel. Spirit, level 1, 40/100. Physique, level 1, 79/100. Superpowers, Infinite Plunder, SSS-level. Wall Penetration, S-level. Earth Control, SS-level. Death Ray, S-level. Soul Shield, SS-level. Shrinking Domain, SS-level. Shadow Clone, S-level. True Sunfire, SSS-level. Absolute Zero, SSS-level. Fusion, SS-level. Looking at his attribute panel, Zhang Fan revealed a radiant smile. SSS-level True Sunfire, SSS-level Absolute Zero. With these two superpowers, my destructive power and lethality will reach unprecedented levels. As long as I don't encounter someone with abilities like wall phasing or sleep domain, ordinary people are simply no match for me. Let's test these two abilities. Zhang Fan silently activated the True Sunfire and began his first attempt. Zhang Fan's thoughts moved, and a cluster of crimson gold flames emerged from his fingertips, quietly burning. This flame was small, similar to the flame of a lit candle, yet it emitted an incredibly intense heat. Zhang Fan casually waved his hand, and the crimson gold flame shot out, landing on the wall not far away. Like sparks falling onto gasoline, the cement wall instantly ignited.
Flames roared up, spreading in the blink of an eye to form a large blaze that enveloped the cement wall.
The intense heat radiated outward, and even from a distance, Zhang Fan could feel the scorching heat rushing toward him, as if standing in front of a boiler, unbearably hot. Come back. Zhang Fan took a deep breath.
The blazing solar true fire seemed to respond to his call, flying toward his palm and finally hovering quietly in his hand, burning
steadily. The solar true fire seems to have other abilities.
Zhang Fan casually tossed it, and the solar true fire in his palm flew out again, landing on the wall.
Several meters away.
Whoosh! Zhang Fan's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was standing in the midst of the flames burning on the wall.
Teleportation?
This wasn't teleportation, nor was it shrinking the ground into inches. It was fire escape. Fire escape refers to Zhang Fan's ability to use flames to
move.
He could appear anywhere there was fire.
For example, if there were flames at both point A and point B, Zhang Fan could directly move from the flames at point
A to those at point B. The principle is somewhat similar to shrinking the ground into inches, or one can appear anywhere as long as their feet touch the ground. Fire escape, on the other hand, allows Zhang Fan to appear anywhere within flames.
Of course, due to level restrictions, the distance of fire escape is limited.
Zhang Fan is currently only at level 1, allowing him to move up to 10 meters, and this applies to both shrinking the ground and fire escape.
Next is absolute zero.
The power of absolute zero was equally astonishing, no less impressive than the solar true fire. With a thought, Zhang Fan released a massive amount of white mist from his body, quickly filling the entire room.
Crack,
crack, crack. The floor, walls, and ceiling were rapidly covered in frost.
Within just a few breaths, the entire room was frozen solid, transformed into a sparkling ice chamber.
Zhang Fan touched a cabinet that had
turned into an ice sculpture.
With a crunch, the cabinet shattered completely, breaking into countless ice fragments scattered across the floor, with shards flying everywhere.
Amazing, Zhang Fan silently marveled.
The cabinet was made of wood, and under normal circumstances, it wouldn't shatter even if frozen. But now it had, which could only mean that the power of absolute zero was truly terrifying.
Finally, the fusion ability.
Zhang Fan's original goal was the solar true fire in absolute zero, but he unexpectedly gained the fusion ability, which was a delightful surprise. Zhang Fan had high expectations for the fusion ability, even surpassing his anticipation for
solar true fire and absolute zero.
After all, no matter how powerful those two abilities were, they were still just two abilities, whereas fusion opened up endless possibilities for the future.
Fusion ability. Zhang Fan began to study it carefully.
He eventually discovered that while fusion could combine two superpowers into one, the two powers to be fused must have a certain connection. The specific connection wasn't fixed, it depended on the powers themselves to
determine compatibility.
Simply put, powers that could fuse would do so, while those that couldn't would remain separate.
Shall I give it a try?
Zhang Fan browsed through his attribute panel, searching for suitable superpowers to fuse.
He
had quite a few abilities, making it difficult to decide which two to combine. After some filtering, Zhang Fan finally chose Phase Through Walls and Shadow Clone. Both of these were among his rare S-level abilities, so the fusion difficulty shouldn't be too high, right? Zhang Fan immediately began the attempt. However, the result was a failure. Phase Through Walls and Shadow Clone couldn't fuse at all.
Undeterred, Zhang Fan tried again.
This time, he chose Shrinking Domain
and Earth Control.
To his surprise, the fusion was successful. Checking the attribute panel, Zhang Fan found that both Earth Control and Shrinking Domain had disappeared, replaced by a new ability, Domain, SS-level.
Looking at this new ability, Zhang Fan felt a bit uneasy. Earth Control and Shrinking Domain were gone? Could he still use these two abilities? Both Earth Control and Shrinking Domain were crucial to Zhang Fan, and losing them was something he couldn't afford.
So, Zhang Fan immediately tried his new ability, Domain. Buzz, crimson rays of light rose from Zhang Fan's body, silently enveloping a radius of 10 meters, as if forming a blood-colored barrier that surrounded the space.
At first glance, this scene didn't seem much different from the previous Shrinking Domain, but Zhang Fan could clearly sense the difference.
He discovered that within the domain, he could not only shrink objects at will but also control
cement and sand.
The former was the ability of the Shrinking Domain, while the latter was the power of earth manipulation.
Shrink.
Zhang Fan fixed his gaze on the wardrobe, silently chanting in his heart.
Swish, crimson rays of light appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the wardrobe.
The wardrobe rapidly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, the 2-meter-tall wardrobe turned into a palm-sized miniature toy.
Rise.
With a thought from Zhang Fan,
the cement ground instantly surged like rolling waves.
Immediately after, a giant hand emerged from the churning waves and slammed fiercely toward the pristine white wall.
Die. The wall shook violently, its surface peeling off as chunks of cement scattered in all directions. Shrink the ground into inches.
Zhang Fan took a step forward, instantly crossing 10 meters. With another move, he covered another 10 meters.
Cement transformation. Damn it.
Zhang Fan quietly transformed into a cement man. He tested various abilities and finally discovered a brand new Domain ability, perfectly combining the characteristics of the Shrinking Domain and Earth Control. Whether it it was the shrinking ability of the shrinking domain or the soil manipulation and space compression ability of Earth control. The
domain superpower possessed them all.
This superpower astonishingly combined all the advantages of both the shrinking domain and Earth control. Zhang Fan was secretly delighted. He had always worried that the fusion of the shrinking domain and Earth control might result in the loss of some abilities, but now it seemed his concerns were unnecessary. The new ability perfectly merged these two superpowers, forming an excellent combination.
Let's try again.
Zhang Fan opened the attribute panel and selected a new fusion target.
This time, he chose the psychic attack ability, Death Ray.
He was curious about what kind of changes would occur when Death Ray fused with the brand new domain ability.
Boom! Zhang Fan activated the fusion ability. The entire process took place silently, and Zhang Fan did not feel anything unusual during it. 10 minutes later, the fusion was complete. Zhang Fan eagerly opened the attribute panel to check the fusion results. Bang! 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 Superpowers, Infinite Plunder, SSS-level, Phase Through Walls, S-level, Domain, SS-level, Soul Shield, SS-level, Shadow Clone, S-level, True Sun Fire, SSS-level, Absolute Zero, SSS-level, Fusion, SS-level. The Death Ray had already disappeared. However, there was no change in the domain ability. Could it be that the Death Ray has merged into the domain power?
Zhang Fan muttered to himself, then activated his domain ability. A blood-red glow emerged, enveloping a radius of 10 meters. Zhang Fan carefully sensed it, his eyes gradually lighting up.
Death Ray!
Zhang Fan's heart stirred, and a black beam of light shot out of the domain out of nowhere, hitting the wall precisely.
Again! Zhang Fan's thoughts flickered. Black beams of light shot out of thin air, resembling lasers.
Sometimes they shot straight down, sometimes at an angle, sometimes toward the ceiling, and sometimes toward the floor.
Countless black lasers swept around chaotically, completely without any pattern. Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh.
Previously, the death rays were emitted from his eyes, with extremely fixed paths, but now, the rays could be emitted from any position within the domain, pointing in any direction. Undoubtedly, this made the activation of the death rays even more unpredictable and elusive, and of course, harder to defend against.
It could be said that, as long as the enemy entered the range of the domain, they would face attacks from any direction, which undoubtedly made defense even more challenging.
Zhang Fan became deeply interested in fusion and continued experimenting with it. He wanted to know if, with continuous fusion, his
domain would become increasingly comprehensive. Shadow clones, True Sun Fire, Absolute Zero, one by one, he began to fuse them.
The sun gradually set in the west, and the night quietly descended. For half a month, the black rain had been falling continuously, pattering down without a moment's pause. A thick layer of black water had accumulated in the neighborhood, and some low-lying areas had already turned into ponds and lakes. A figure silently descended into the courtyard from the sky. It was Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan seemed to exist in another dimension. Despite the torrential black rain, not a single drop touched him. With a flip of his hand, Zhang Fan took out a recording speaker, pressed the switch, and the speaker immediately began to play.
The music was none other than the recent hit song on the internet. Possibly, perhaps on the Xi'an city wall, someone vowed never to part. Perhaps only by going to Dali can love be considered sincere. A melodious tune slowly began to play, a slightly melancholic voice echoing through the quiet courtyard of the residential complex. Zhang Fan held a recording speaker and strolled leisurely through the rain, his steps light, as if enjoying a walk. Before long, hurried footsteps sounded from the surroundings. Something was rapidly approaching. 2 seconds later, the thing revealed its true form. It was an alien nearly 2 meters tall, entirely pitch black. This was a humanoid beast, its body covered in an exoskeleton resembling armor, with a slender, banana-shaped head glistening with a dark sheen. Its 2-meter-long tail appeared to be composed of blade-like segments, with an extremely sharp tip. When the alien noticed Zhang Fan's presence, it became agitated, like a cat spotting a fish, and quickly lunged toward him. Zhang Fan neither retreated nor made a move. He simply stood there, quietly watching it. At the moment the alien approached within 10 meters, entering his domain, a crimson gold flame suddenly surged from the ground. The alien's body seemed to
be soaked in gasoline, and as soon as the flame appeared, it burned fiercely at an astonishing speed.
In an instant, the terrifying fire engulfed the alien.
It let out a piercing screech, writhing in pain on the ground, trying to extinguish the crimson gold flames with the pooled water.
However, as expected, it failed. The black water on the ground
had no effect on the crimson gold flames. In the end, the humanoid alien was reduced to ashes amidst its desperate howls, leaving only a milky white walnut-shaped crystal quietly in place.
Not bad. Zhang Fan revealed a smile. The flames just now were no ordinary fire but the true sun flame.
After merging the true sun flame with the E-domain, its power hasn't diminished in the slightest. Instead, it can appear at any location within the domain. The power has indeed increased, he silently praised in his heart.
Footsteps approached again.
Zhang Fan turned toward the sound and saw a strangely shaped creature crawling swiftly toward him. It was a peculiar snake-like creature.
Although it had the shape of a
snake, its entire body was pitch black, covered with a shell-like exoskeleton. It had no legs and resembled a snake, but its head was elongated and banana-shaped, clearly another alien species.
A snake alien.
Zheng Fan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Seeing this snake alien didn't surprise him.
After all, in this era, people's pets came in all shapes and forms.
Cats
and dogs were ordinary, fish, lizards, pythons, venomous snakes, crocodiles, snapping turtles, the list went on. Encountering a snake alien in the city was nothing unusual. Hiss, 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 the snake alien twisted its body, slicing through the water and forming a V-shaped wake as it swam rapidly toward Zhang
Fan. Good timing.
The corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
As the snake alien entered his domain,
he decisively launched an attack. Whoosh, a large amount of white mist instantly surged forth, spraying over the snake alien like smoke and engulfing it completely.
Crack,
crack, crack, the white mist emitted an astonishingly low temperature, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet.
The black water on the ground quickly froze. Moments later, the white mist dissipated, and the snake alien had been frozen into an ice sculpture, lying motionless on the ground.
Even the black water around it had been sealed in ice, forming a sheet of frost that radiated a bone-chilling cold. Zheng Fan curled his finger, and the ground beneath the alien python quickly rose, lifting it into the air. The ground then dispersed, causing the alien python to crash heavily onto the ground, shattering into pieces as ice shards scattered everywhere. The power of Absolute Zero remains undiminished.
Next, Zhang Fan tried Shadow Clone and Soul Shield, and their power was as strong as ever.
He reached two conclusions. First, his superpowers, when fused with domain abilities, did not weaken in the slightest. Second, these superpowers could be unleashed from any position within the domain, no longer limited to his own body.
Third, the level of superpowers before fusion remains unchanged after fusion. It does not decrease. This is not difficult to understand. For example, Absolute Zero and Solar True Fire are SSS-level superpowers before fusion, and their power remains at the SSS level after merging with a domain.
Similarly, superpowers like Death Ray, Earth Control, and Soul Shield, which are S-level or SS-level, retain their respective levels of power after merging with a domain.
So, I should enhance any new superpowers to the SSS level before fusing them in the future. Zheng Fan silently pondered as he opened the attribute panel. Spirit, level 1, 40/100. Physique, level 1, 79/100. Superpowers, Infinite Plunder, SSS level. Wall Penetration, S level. Domain, SSS level. Fusion, SS level.
Looking at the superpower column, Zheng Fan realized he now only had 4 superpowers left, including his innate superpower Infinite Plunder, Wall Penetration, the domain formed through fusion, and fusion. Although the numbers seemed to have decreased, Zheng Fan's methods had not weakened in the slightest. Instead, his combat power had become even stronger. The current domain ability encompasses 6 functions: Earth Control, Shrinking, Death Ray, Absolute Zero, Shadow Clone, and Soul Shield, with astonishing power.
Moreover, the level of the domain ability had risen from SS level to SSS level.
The reason for this upgrade was the fusion of Solar True Fire and Absolute Zero,
naturally evolving into SSS level.
This is actually easy to understand. Fusion ability combines 2 superpowers to produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2.
When an SS level ability and an SSS level ability merge into one, the resulting new ability naturally transforms into SSS level. What's more, the domain ability itself is formed by the fusion of numerous S-level, SS-level, and SSS-level abilities. As such, its level is evidently higher than that of ordinary SSS-level superpowers. Time to head back.
Zheng Fan stretched lazily. Over the past 2 days, he had been busy plundering Solar True Fire and Absolute Zero, as well as fusing various superpowers, and had hardly been home.
Now that everything was finally done, it was time to go home.
The LED lights emitted a soft glow, illuminating the shelter and making the dim underground cavern as bright as daylight.
The underground shelter was spacious, equipped with a living room, bedroom, kitchen, toilet, bathroom, and storage room. Outside the kitchen was the dining area, where Zhang Fan, Li Shu, and Zhang Ying sat around the dining table enjoying their meal. The dishes were plentiful, consisting of 4 items: spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried eggs with onions, pickled cabbage stewed with cured meat, and wood ear mushrooms cooked with dried bean curd. It was evident that these dishes lacked fresh vegetables and fresh meat, which was unavoidable. Today marked the 16th day since the apocalypse began, and,
after half a month, vegetables had long rotted, and fresh meat had become moldy and spoiled. The only remaining options were vegetables that were easy to store, such as potatoes, onions, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, radishes, winter melons, and yams. In addition, there were dried goods like dried wood ear mushrooms, dried bean curd, dried pickled mustard greens, dried tofu, and dried shiitake mushrooms.
Of course, staple foods like rice and flour were still abundant.
Zhang Fan had been busy over the past couple of days and hadn't had a proper meal, but now, he could finally indulge and enjoy the food to his heart's content. Li Shu and Zhang Ying ate slowly and elegantly, taking small bites.
Zhang Fan, on the other
hand, devoured 5 large bowls of rice in one go and finally felt full. Leaning back in his chair, he smacked his lips, still feeling a bit unsatisfied.
Are you full? Zhang Ying asked with concern.
Today, she was wearing a sleeveless chiffon dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure, exuding mature and elegant feminine
charm.
The ancient saying beauty that tempts one to eat seemed to describe her perfectly. Zhang Fan's ability to finish 5 large bowls of rice owed much to Zhang Ying's allure.
I'm full, Zhang Fan said with a satisfied burp, then asked, have you gotten used to staying here over the past couple of days? I'm quite used to it. Zhang Ying smiled sweetly. It's quiet and safe here.
There's no need to be scared or worry about aliens.
I really like it here. Although it's safe here, it's still underground, dark and damp.
Staying for 3 to 5 days is fine, but staying longer won't work.
Zhang Fan smiled faintly. I plan to move outside in a couple of days. Move outside?
Li Shu and Zhang Ying exchanged glances and asked in unison, brother, where do you plan to live next?
The underground shelter indeed has many drawbacks. It's dark, damp, and lacks ventilation.
But in today's world, safety is the most important thing.
As for the other shortcomings, they can endure them. Just find a nearby villa. It doesn't need to be too big. If it's too large, I can't guarantee safety at the moment.
Zhang Fan took a sip of soup and said with a smile, I think Greenfield New City is quite suitable. It's a high-end community with standalone villas, and the villas there aren't too big,
which is perfect.
Above ground and underground are vastly different. Underground, you can dig freely and live as large as you want.
Above ground, it's a different story. If the residence
is too large, with Zhang Fan's current level of strength, he simply can't manage it.
Zhang Fan is currently at level 1, and after absorbing the alien crystal
cores accumulated over the past 2 days, he should be able to break through to level 2. The effective range of level 2 superpowers is a radius of
20 meters.
This means that after breaking through, his domain can extend to cover a 20-meter radius, but no more. A 20-meter radius happens to be enough to cover a small villa. It's worth mentioning that over the past 2 days, the 13 shadow clones Zhang Fan sent out have been busy. 3 shadow clones were collecting gasoline and diesel, while 10 were gathering alien crystal cores.
Except for the one shadow
clone that perished in eternal love, the rest persisted for an entire day before dissipating. In just this short day, these shadow clones collected a large amount of diesel, gasoline, and 138 alien crystal cores for Zhang Fan. After absorbing these alien crystal cores, Zhang Fan easily broke through to level 2, with both his physique and mental strength significantly enhanced. Zhang Ying hesitated for a moment and asked the question she was most concerned about.
Brother, is it really safe to live outside? Why not stay in the underground shelter? If absolute safety couldn't be guaranteed, she was absolutely unwilling to go outside.
The underground shelter made her feel very comfortable.
Yes,
there are aliens everywhere outside, and neither Sister Zhang nor I have combat-related superpowers.
We're practically burdens.
Li Shu frowned slightly, her expression showing some concern. One of them had enhancement abilities, while the other had a silent domain, but neither had the strength to even truss a chicken, completely lacking combat power. Facing aliens, they could only be at their mercy. Moving outside would make it impossible for them to sleep peacefully.
No need to worry.
Zhang Fan waved his hand, his tone firm. By tomorrow at the latest, I will break through to level 2 and become a level 2 superpower user.
With me here, no matter how many aliens come, they'll just be delivering alien crystal cores to us.
Although it seemed like there were aliens everywhere outside,
actual number of aliens in each area was limited. Living in one place usually meant dealing with the aliens in that area and its surroundings. Aliens from far away wouldn't come looking for trouble because they wouldn't even know you were there.
As long as the number of aliens isn't too large, like tens of thousands or even hundreds
of thousands, there won't be any issues.
Even if there really were that many aliens, Zhang Fan could take the 2 ladies into the virtual realm and retreat freely.
Level 2? Li Shu asked in surprise. Zhang Fan, you're about to break through to level 2? That's right. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips.
Although the evolution speed of the xenomorphs is very fast, at this point in time, level 2 xenomorphs have not yet appeared.
Based on his experience from his previous life, level 2 xenomorphs only emerged a month after the apocalypse began.
Now that the apocalypse has just arrived half a month ago, in other words, it will take another half month for the xenomorphs to evolve to level 2. As long as I can break through to level 2, with my strength, I can kill as many xenomorphs as come my way at this stage,
Zhang Fan said confidently.
Moreover, after moving to the villa, I plan to dig an underground shelter beneath it to store supplies and for self-defense.
A wise rabbit has 3 burrows.
Simply living above ground is, of course, unsafe, especially with Li Shu and Zhang Ying, these 2 burdens.
If xenomorphs were to attack,
he would not only have to protect them but also fight the xenomorphs, which would inevitably lead to chaos. Therefore, digging an underground shelter beneath the villa
is absolutely necessary. If xenomorphs invade, he can first send them into the underground shelter before dealing with the xenomorphs. Additionally, when he goes out on
missions, he can also send them into the shelter. In short, digging an underground shelter can solve many problems, and preparing in advance is always a wise choice. Li Shu and Zhang Ying breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and no longer had any objections. "We'll follow your lead," they said in unison. Then, Li Shu and Zhang Ying began tidying up the dishes, while Zhang Fan took out the 138 xenomorph crystal cores collected by his shadow clones, along with the 2 he had just gathered in the yard, making a total of 140. "Black King, come here," Zhang Fan called out. The Black King immediately darted out of the doghouse, wagging its tail, its shiny black eyes full of anticipation. "This is for you." Zhang Fan handed over 5 alien crystal cores to the Black King. Although the Black King hadn't contributed much to the collection of these 138 crystal cores, its cultivation could not be neglected. Its slumber domain was incredibly powerful and highly practical, with many uses in the future. Next, Zhang Fan allocated 10 alien crystal cores each to Li Shu and Zhang Ying. They also held significant cultivation value and would play important roles. After the distribution, Zhang Fan took the remaining 125 alien crystal cores, lay down on the bed, and began absorbing them. Of course, he couldn't consume them all at once, as that would cause his body to explode. Lying on the bed, he silently felt the continuous energy emanating from the alien crystal cores, nourishing his entire body. He didn't know how much time had passed when drowsiness crept in. Just as he was about to drift off, he suddenly felt a cold body lift the blanket and slip in, tightly embracing him. "Who is it?" Zhang Fan woke up with a start, his arm moving slightly to touch something smooth, soft, and incredibly elastic. "It's me," a sweet voice rang out. It was Zhang Ying. Zhang Fan's entire body trembled, and he instantly felt overwhelmed. How could he possibly resist such an opportunity delivered right to his doorstep? Of course, he couldn't. Zhang Fan lifted the blanket and swiftly rolled over, pinning her down. "Brother, please be gentle. It's my first time. A night of passion. The ecstasy within is indescribable to outsiders." Upon waking, it was already the next day. Today is August 31st, the 16th day since the apocalypse began. Zhang Fan did not go out today. As usual, he sent out 10 shadow clones to collect alien crystal cores, while he stayed home to continue absorbing them. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived, and he had finally absorbed all 125 alien crystal cores. Zhang Fan successfully broke through and reached level 2. Open the attribute panel. Level 2. Spirit, level 2, 2/1000. Physique, level 2, 104/1000. Superpowers, infinite plunder, SSS-level, wall penetration, S-level, domain, SSS-level, fusion, SS-level, level 2 spirit, level 2 physique. This is what a truly complete level 2 superhuman looks like. Zhang Fan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the changes in himself. Level 2 and level 1 may seem to differ by just one level, but the gap is enormous. Let's talk about physique first. The bones, muscles, jumping ability, strength, neural responses, as well as vision, hearing, and sense of smell of a level 2 individual far surpass those of level 1. Take jumping as an example. Zhang Fan could lightly leap and soar over 10 meters high, like the Hulk. A single punch could easily smash a boulder into fragments. It is no exaggeration to say that the physical fitness, stamina, and endurance of level 2 completely crush level 1. Now let's look at the mind. Conscious thought, logical reasoning, simulation calculations, memory, learning ability, all aspects surpass the limits of the human body. At this moment, with his eyes closed, any random question would bring forth countless thoughts and inspirations in his mind. Calculations involving 6-digit addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division are instantaneous, with computational abilities comparable to a computer. His memory has also reached an inhuman level. Many things can be firmly remembered after just one glance. These are the benefits brought by the transformation of mental power, but that's not all. The greatest feature of level 2 mental power is multitasking. This multitasking means truly being able to perform 2 unrelated tasks simultaneously without interference. For example, drawing with the left hand, writing with the right hand, using the Chuanjin sword technique with the left hand, and the Jade Maiden sword technique with the right hand, controlling fire with the left hand, and controlling water with the right hand. Ordinary people need to focus wholeheartedly to do one thing well. However, when mental strength reaches level 2, one can perform 2 tasks simultaneously and excel at both. This is the art of multitasking. With my current level, combined with my powerful superpowers, who could possibly be my match? Zhang Fan sensed the changes in his body, and his heart surged with boundless pride. People often say that money is a man's courage. A wealthy man naturally exudes confidence. In this post-apocalyptic world, money has already become worthless paper, and strength is the true measure of courage. Only with strength can one have confidence, and Zhang Fan's self-assurance at this moment was unshakable. He clearly understood the vast difference between his current self and his past self at level 2. It was simply incomparable, worlds apart. Let's rest for the night and start moving tomorrow. Brother, it's time to eat. During the meal, Zhang Fan shared the good news of his breakthrough with Li Shu and Zhang Ying. Both women were extremely excited. They were already in the same boat as Zhang Fan, sharing both glory and loss. The stronger Zhang Fan became, the greater their sense of security. security. Moreover, they had noticed that, while Zhang Fan was cold and ruthless to outsiders and merciless to enemies, he treated his own people very well. After spending the past few days together, they felt that Zhang Fan was a good person, kind-hearted, except for being a bit of a beast in bed. In other aspects, he was very easy to get along with. Zhang Fan, what's the difference between level 2 and level 1? Li Shu blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Zhang Ying also looked at Zhang Fan, her almond-shaped eyes full of curiosity. It's here. The difference? It's huge. Zhang Fan picked up a bite of food and said firmly, let me put it this way, if level 1 is like a 3-year-old child, then level 2 is like a 20-year-old strong young man. They're simply not in the same league. Li Shu widened her eyes and exclaimed, is the gap really that big? It's exactly that big. Zhang Fan smiled, with my current strength, I can ensure our safety. We can move tomorrow. Just after dinner, Zhang Ying and Li Shu prepared to clean up the dishes, while the 10 shadow clones sent out in the morning gradually returned. Today's luck was average. Aside from bringing back 115 alien crystal cores, there was no news of any superpowers. The shadow clones did encounter quite a few superpowered individuals today, but their abilities were rather ordinary and not worth seizing. The best ability was an A-level water manipulation power, while the rest were completely useless and not worth the effort. Zhang Fan wasn't disappointed by this, instead, he felt it was normal. High-quality superpowers above A-level are rare after all. Collecting 115 alien crystal cores was already satisfying for him. As usual, Zhang Fan distributed 5 alien crystal cores each to Black King, Li Shu, and Zhang Ying, keeping the remaining 100 for himself. After dinner, Zhang Fan went to bed early. Just like by Xiaowen, this kind of experience was truly irresistible. It was fine before trying it, but once indulged, after enjoying that ecstatic feeling, quitting was almost as hard as reaching the heavens. Did the apocalypse bring any benefits? The answer is definitely yes. Setting aside superpowers, the greatest benefit brought by the apocalypse is no need to go to work, no need to pay off mortgages or car loans, no need to endure the boss's bad temper, no need to be exploited by capitalists, no need to struggle in endless competition. You can sleep as late as you want, do whatever you want, and no one can interfere with you anymore. After a whole night of indulgence, when Zhang Fan and the other two woke up, it was already close to noon. They then got up, ate, and washed the dishes. When everything was done, it was almost 2 o'clock. The three took a short break and then headed out with Black King. They were going to Greenfield New City to inspect villas and look for a new home. Zhang Fan pulled a miniature Rolls-Royce out of his pocket, casually tossed it, and the Rolls-Royce expanded in the wind. By the time it landed on the ground, it had returned to its normal size. Get in! Zhang Fan smiled faintly. This Rolls-Royce Cullinan had once been casually discarded on the street, and Zhang Fan had picked it up as a collectible. Now it was coming in handy. Wow! Is this a Rolls-Royce? Zhang Ying exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like stars. No need to get excited. Nowadays, luxury cars are everywhere on the streets. You can just pick one up. Zhang Fan waved his hand with a smile. In a couple of days, we'll go to the airport and pick up a few planes to play with. Pick up a plane? Zhang Ying opened her mouth, seemingly unsure how to respond. She understood that what Zhang Fan said was indeed true. After the apocalypse, over 90% of people either died or mutated. All the items in the world became ownerless vehicles, houses, land, shops. Even items that still had owners could be taken, as long as you had the ability to do so. After all, the law no longer offered protection. This was both shocking and disorienting. With the arrival of the apocalypse, order collapsed, and everything descended into chaos. Let's go, get in the car. The three got into the car, with Li Shu driving, and left the White Birch Forest residential area. Since they were in the virtual realm, all obstacles seemed non-existent, and the Rolls-Royce charged straight ahead without hindrance. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the Greenfield New City residential area. The three got out of the car, and Zhang Fan shrank the Rolls-Royce and put it back into his pocket, leading the two ladies into Greenfield New City. Although Greenfield New City was not considered a particularly luxurious residential area, it was still high-end, much better than ordinary neighborhoods. The area consisted of 21 houses, all standalone villas, with a very high greenery rate. Trees and bamboo lined the roads, and each villa was surrounded by lush greenery, resembling a fairyland. Zhang Fan held the Black King in his arms and led the way, while Li Shu and Zhang Ying followed closely behind. It was evident that they were somewhat nervous, their eyes frequently scanning their surroundings, their expressions vigilant. Even though they were in the virtual realm, they couldn't help but feel tense, fearing that an alien might suddenly leap out from the roadside woods to attack them. Don't be nervous. Even if an alien shows up, there's no need to worry, I'm here. Zhang Fan reassured them. Just as he finished speaking, the grass ahead suddenly rustled, and an alien sprang out. It was a humanoid alien, walking upright on its hind legs, entirely pitch black, with a surface covered in shell-like exoskeleton. Its elongated head bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's second form, revealing ferocious fangs. An alien. Li Shu and Zhang Ying were terrified and clung tightly to Zhang Fan. It seemed that only by relying on him could they feel safe. safe.
Just an alien, is it really that scary? Zhang Fan joked.
He could understand their feelings.
Unlike
him, who fought aliens daily, they had hardly encountered any since the apocalypse began.
Even if they had seen one, it was probably from a distance, unlike now, facing an alien head-on.
It would be strange if they weren't scared. The alien let out a roar and lunged forward like lightning. Its speed was incredibly fast, even swifter than a cheetah, its feet pounding the ground fiercely, almost turning into a blur as it charged at an extraordinary speed.
Ah!
The two women screamed in unison. Zhang Fan let out a faint hum, his domain quietly expanding to envelop a 20-meter radius, trapping the alien within.
Death ray!
Zhang Fan said coldly.
Whoosh! A black beam of light appeared behind the alien's head, striking it like a laser. Put! The alien was struck as if by lightning, its mental consciousness instantly shattered.
Under the force of inertia, it continued to lunge forward, ultimately crashing to the ground a meter away from Zhang Fan, motionless.
Brother, is it dead? Zhang Ying asked in a trembling voice. Dead. Zhang Fan nodded. After suffering a mental attack, its consciousness was almost obliterated. How could it not die?
Zhang Fan's mental strength was now incredibly powerful, and the mental attack he unleashed was naturally overwhelming.
Killing such an alien was simply effortless. Let's go. We'll come back later to collect the crystal cores.
The alien creature just now had clearly frightened the two ladies quite a bit. They clung tightly to Zhang Fan, as if afraid he might
suddenly run away.
However, what they feared most happened. The commotion earlier was too loud and had attracted nearby alien creatures. The surrounding woods and flower beds were shaking as alien creatures charged out from the forest and garden. Some emerged from the villa, while others
appeared from around its corners.
The number of alien creatures surrounding them was astonishing, more than a dozen immediately encircling Zhang
Fan and the two women. These dozen or so alien creatures looked almost identical, walking upright with exoskeletons covering their entire bodies.
The only difference was their size. Some were tall, others short, but the overall variation was minimal. It was clear they were all humanoid aliens. An alien had already frightened the two ladies considerably, and now so many aliens appeared. Li Shu and Zhang Ying were almost too scared to breathe.
Zhang Fan, what should we do?
Li Shu tightly grabbed Zhang Fan's arm, her delicate body trembling slightly, and the color had long drained from her face.
Seeing so many aliens, fear involuntarily
surged in her heart. Zhang Ying's condition wasn't much better. Looking at the dozen or so aliens surrounding them, it was as if a group of demons stood before her.
Brother.
Zhang Ying's voice trembled like a sieve.
Just a dozen xenomorphs scared you like this?
It seems you still need more training. Zhang Fan said calmly. In the future, when there's time, I'll take you out more often. Zhang Fan didn't expect Li Shu and Zhang Ying to hunt xenomorphs, but he hoped they wouldn't be overly afraid of them. Their physical fitness was actually stronger than these xenomorphs. If they could be braver, they could easily overpower them one-on-one, but they were too timid. When facing xenomorphs, they were scared right from the start, all due to a lack of experience.
A dozen xenomorphs opened their bloody maws, fangs gleaming, with saliva constantly dripping from their mouths, unclear whether it was rainwater or drool. In the next second, the dozen xenomorphs moved in unison, transforming into streaks of black shadows, pouncing like lightning. Zhang Fan indeed launched an attack. Death ray! Beams of black light appeared out of thin air, like wildly firing lasers, furiously bombarding the xenomorphs. These alien creatures fell one after another like puppets struck by bullets, unable to move. When the last alien collapsed, the death beam disappeared as well, leaving the three surrounded by alien corpses.
Li Shu and Zhang Ying stared at the scattered bodies, their beautiful eyes wide open and mouths slightly agape, completely stunned. The two women were utterly shocked.
So many aliens had been killed so effortlessly. Could it be that aliens were this weak? No, aliens were not weak.
They had witnessed battles between others and aliens firsthand, where the aliens were ferocious, with incredible defense and formidable attack power, nothing like the fragile creatures before them now.
The fact that these aliens were defeated so easily could only mean one thing: Zhang Fan was overwhelmingly strong. It was his immense power that made the aliens seem so feeble, as if slaughtering livestock. It was like the scenes in movies where Steppenwolf faces Superman.
Before encountering Superman, Steppenwolf could rampage uncontrollably, even overwhelming several superheroes, but in front of Superman, he couldn't withstand even a single punch.
Zhang Fan, last night you said the gap between level 1 and level 2 is like that between a 3-year-old child and a 20-year-old young adult.
I didn't quite believe it then, but now I do. Li Shu fixed her gaze on Zhang Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration.
Women are naturally drawn to strong men, just like Nie Fang's mother.
If you're powerful, she becomes a plaything in your arms, at your mercy. If you're weak, she will discard you like Nie Fang's father,
tossing you aside and seeking refuge in someone else's embrace. At this moment, Li Shu's admiration for Zhang Fan surged uncontrollably. Being
with such a strong man made her feel incredibly safe. Zhang Ying was equally thrilled, her eyes filled entirely with Zhang Fan's figure.
Get used to it.
Zhang Fan smiled and waved his hand, then created a shadow clone and said, "You stay here to collect the alien crystal cores. Yes, main body, the shadow clone responded. Let's go. Zhang Fan continued to stroll around with the two ladies, searching for a suitable villa. Along the way, they encountered quite a few aliens, but in the face of Zhang Fan's formidable combat power, these aliens stood no chance. As soon as an alien approached within 20 meters of Zhang Fan, it would be decisively killed by his domain. Whether it was death rays, solar flames, or absolute zero freezing, the aliens were swiftly eliminated. After wandering around for a while, the trio killed over 50 aliens and selected several villas with decent interiors. Ultimately, they decided to conduct an internal inspection of the villa with the best decor. After some careful selection, they settled on a 3-story villa. The first floor featured a living room, kitchen, dining room, gym, and a small home theater, while the second and third floors were entirely dedicated to bedrooms. What do you think? Not bad, right? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. Extremely luxurious. Zhang Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her family background before the apocalypse wasn't particularly affluent. Although she had a home, it was just an ordinary apartment, and she had never lived in a villa. To her, this villa was incredibly lavish, especially the decor, which perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. Therefore, she really liked this villa, her face brimming with anticipation, as if she couldn't wait to move in. In contrast, Li Shu appeared calm and simply said, "It's alright, much better than the underground shelter." Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Since no one has any objections, this will be our new home for the time being." As he spoke, with a thought, 5 shadow clones appeared out of thin air, exactly 5 of them. "Go back to the underground shelter and move all the supplies over here," Zhang Fan ordered. "Yes, main body." The 5 shadow clones responded and left. Immediately after, Zhang Fan created another 5 shadow clones. "You go clean up and tidy the villa. Throw away all the clothes, shoes, quilts, bed sheets, and mattresses left by the previous owner that need to be discarded." "Understood, main body," responded 5 shadow clones. Watching these shadow clones leave, Zhang Fan focused his thoughts and created 5 more shadow clones. "You go dig an underground shelter beneath the villa. Make sure to dig deep enough and absolutely don't collapse the villa." "Yes, main body." These 5 clones also quickly accepted the order and left. Zhang Fan's arrangements were not yet finished. He created another 5 shadow clones. "Your task is to hunt down the aliens in Greenfield New Town and the surrounding neighborhoods." These 5 shadow clones also departed swiftly. Li Shu and Zhang Ying watched as Zhang Fan created one shadow clone after another, feeling both amazed and envious. They both knew Zhang Fan possessed the superpower to create shadow clones, but witnessing these clones, identical to Zhang Fan, with their own eyes still left them in awe. These shadow clones not only had independent consciousness but could also act freely and carry out various tasks, making them the most perfect subordinates imaginable. "Brother, now I understand why you don't want to recruit subordinates," Zhang Ying said with emotion. Back when she was at the Yiwang Qingshan KTV, Wang Guanjuan and his brothers would send people out every day to search for survivors nearby, recruiting subordinates to expand their power. After all, there is strength in numbers, and many hands make light work. However, after Zhang Fan killed Wang Guanjuan and his brothers, he showed no interest in the people at the KTV, which puzzled Zhang Ying at the time. Now she finally understood. For someone like Zhang Fan, who could create shadow clones, he alone was equivalent to many people, making it completely unnecessary to recruit underlings. "Recruiting subordinates is such a hassle," Zhang Fan said with a smile, shaking his head. "For every person you recruit, you have to take care of their food, clothing, and shelter. It's such a bother. Rather than worrying about all that, I prefer being alone, living freely." "How great is that?" A hint of longing appeared in Zhang Fan's eyes. "As long as safety is ensured, the fewer people there are, the fewer troubles there will be." Li Shu agreed wholeheartedly. The conversation among the 3 women was like a harmonious ensemble. In fact, it's not just women. Whenever there are too many people, regardless of gender, all kinds of conflicts and troubles arise. The best way to avoid trouble is to have fewer people. Roar. "Brother, you say you enjoy being free and independent, but you won't abandon me and sister Li Shu, will you?" Zhang Ying asked nervously. Hearing this, Li Shu couldn't help but be taken aback, feeling a slight tension in her heart. Although they got along well with Zhang Fan, it couldn't hide the fact that they had just met. Strictly speaking, there wasn't much emotional connection between them and Zhang Fan. If Zhang Fan truly wanted to abandon them, he could do so without any psychological burden. After all, in this day and age, there were plenty of scumbags who would walk away without a second thought. Zhang Fan's silence made the two even more uneasy. With the help of the shadow clone, work efficiency reached its peak. In less than an hour, the entire villa, inside and out, top to bottom, was clean, spotless. What needed to be thrown away was discarded, what needed washing was washed, what needed mopping was mopped, and what needed keeping was kept. An hour later, the villa looked completely renewed. Afterward, all items were replaced with new furniture, including quilts, duvet covers, mattresses, bed sheets, as well as pots, pans, and dishes. Everything was replaced with new ones. Zhang Fan even installed a gasoline generator to supply electricity to the villa, completely completely solving the power issue. Everything is ready. Now there's only one last issue, the water problem. Zhang Fan said to the two women, for cooking and washing vegetables, we can use purified water or bottled water, but for washing pots, scrubbing dishes, and doing laundry, using purified or bottled water would be too extravagant. Brother, what should we do then? Hearing this, Zhang Ying frowned. In this scorching summer, feeling sticky all over, it was unbearable to go even a day without a shower. Especially, since they had so much fun every night, their bodies were covered in the unpleasant smell of sweat, which was simply intolerable.
Can we dig a well?
Whoosh, 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 Li Shu suddenly asked.
Rich groundwater is stored underground, and theoretically, drilling a well could solve the water source problem. However, the reality is that this is completely unfeasible. After half a month of black rain, these black rains have already seeped underground through various means, polluting the groundwater.
Zhang Fan rejected Li Shu's suggestion, so, using groundwater is not a viable solution.
In fact, it's not just groundwater.
Rivers, lakes, oceans, and any water source on Earth have all been contaminated by the black rain. Creatures living in rivers, lakes, and oceans have suffered the same fate as humans, or even worse.
Human survivors can hide in buildings to avoid the infection
of the black rain, but these aquatic creatures are not so fortunate. Being in the water, they have nowhere to escape and can only endure the
onslaught of the black rain.
Some creatures were decomposed, others mutated into alien forms, and only a very few lucky ones managed to survive. As a result, on today's Earth, the most numerous creatures are aliens, while humans rank second, and other animals don't even come close to the numbers of the aliens.
What about water purifiers? Can water purifiers purify the black water? Li Shu suggested again. Black rain is not an impurity in the water, it's an entirely new substance that water purifiers cannot remove.
Zhang Fan shook his head.
However, the idea of purification is correct. Li Shu and Zhang Ying exchanged glances. Are you saying there's a way to purify the black water in the water?
Of course.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly.
In this world, problems that ordinary machines and tools can't solve can be handled by superpowers. There are several types of superpowers that can purify the black water in water, turning it into usable water.
Brother, what kind of superpowers can purify black water? Zhang Ying asked curiously. Many kinds. For example, water extraction, S-level or higher water control abilities, black water manipulation, purification abilities.
Zhang Fan said with a smile. These superpowers can all separate ordinary water from black water. Dehydration, water control abilities above S-level, manipulation of black water.
Li Shu silently repeated, then softly asked, the question now is, where do we find these superpowers?
We just need to search slowly. We'll find them eventually, Zhang Fan said confidently.
If it really doesn't work, we can find an ordinary water controlling ability and gradually strengthen it.
Zhang Fan suddenly let out a soft huh and then closed his eyes.
Brother, what's wrong?
Zhang Ying blinked her almond-shaped eyes. Looking at him like this, it seems the shadow clone has dissipated. Li Shu said, he's absorbing the memories fed back by the shadow clone.
Shadow clone dissipated? Zhang Ying was startled and lowered her voice to ask, brother's shadow clone isn't weak in combat, right? What could possibly make his shadow clone dissipate? I don't know.
Li Shu gently shook her head. Most likely, he encountered some powerful opponent. Zhang Fan's shadow clone possesses all of his superpowers, making its combat strength extremely formidable. The only limitation for the shadow clone is
stamina.
The more stamina Zhang Fan allocates to the shadow clone, the stronger its combat power and the longer its existence.
Conversely, the less stamina,
the weaker and shorter lived it becomes.
The current question is, which type of shadow clone died? One with more stamina, or one with less?
At this moment, Zhang Fan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze, with a fierce light surging in his eyes.
The shadow clone is dead?
Li Shu stared at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. One of the 10 shadow clones I sent out this morning to collect alien crystal cores mysteriously disappeared in Wenjing Mountain Park.
The first thing Zhang Fan did every morning was to split into 10 shadow clones and send them out to collect alien crystal cores.
This was his daily routine, unshakable and consistent. Alien crystal cores were the nutrients and resources for superhumans to enhance their abilities. Therefore, Zhang Fan never dared to slack off in collecting alien crystal cores, not even for a day. To ensure better collection, he endowed these 10 shadow clones with considerable physical strength. Each of them was highly capable in combat, yet one of them inexplicably perished. In Wenjing Mountain Park, the key issue was that its death was utterly baffling. As soon as this shadow clone stepped into Wenjing Mountain Park, it was attacked by an unknown force. It didn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy before suddenly dying. The death was truly perplexing.
You two stay at home. I need to go check it out.
Zhang Fan looked at the two women and solemnly instructed, I will leave a shadow clone behind to ensure your safety.
If you encounter an irresistible emergency, let the shadow clone take you to the underground shelter.
Li Shu and Zhang Ying exchanged a glance, their hearts reluctant to leave Zhang Fan. The outside world was fraught with danger, and only by staying by Zhang Fan's side did they feel safe. However, Zhang Fan was determined to investigate the cause of the shadow clone's death, and they couldn't stop him.
Brother, you must be careful,
Zhang Ying said with concern.
Safety is the most important thing.
Li Shu looked at Zhang Fan and solemnly reminded him, we'll wait for you at home.
Don't worry, it's not that easy to kill me.
Zhang Fan smiled confidently, creating 4 shadow clones to guard the house. Then, he entered the virtual realm, exited the villa, and rode his motorcycle toward Wenjing Mountain Park. Wenjing Mountain Park was once an ancient riverbed of the Wei River, but it has now become a wasteland
due to extensive sand mining by nearby residents.
The original park was filled with sand pits of various sizes, leaving it desolate. In 2010, to improve the environment, the government attempted to use
construction debris to create hills within the park. After 3 years of construction, Wenjing Mountain Park was finally revitalized.
This park, covering over 400 acres, features amenities such as rest pavilions, ecological ponds, and sports squares, becoming a primary recreational spot for local residents. Zhang Fan arrived at Wenjing Mountain Park but did not rush to enter. Instead, he used the virtual realm to ascend above the park. He overlooked the park, searching for suspicious enemies. However, after observing for a long time, he
found nothing.
The park was still the same park. Apart from a dozen or so alien creatures lurking there seemed to be nothing unusual, and no clues could be discerned.
It seems I'll have to send a shadow clone to investigate.
With a thought, Zhang Fan summoned a shadow clone out of thin air.
Go! Understood, main body. The shadow clone flew into Wenjing Mountain Park without hesitation.
Zhang Fan watched quietly, his vision extraordinarily sharp.
Standing mid-air, he could clearly see every blade of grass and tree in the park.
The shadow clone roamed the park using the virtual realm, crossing the lawn, entering the pavilion, and passing through the bamboo forest.
Everything was fine, with no abnormalities.
But when the shadow clone reached a lake, it was suddenly attacked by an unknown force and instantly dissipated.
Zhang Fan's pupils contracted slightly.
The location where the shadow clone was attacked was right by the lakeside.
There were no anomalies in the surroundings, yet an attack occurred here.
The attack came from within the
lake.
Zhang Fan immediately turned his gaze toward the lake, his mind filled with questions. The problem is, what kind of attack could penetrate the void realm and kill a shadow clone within it? Neither his true body nor his
shadow clones could be directly exposed to the black rain, so they had to operate within the void realm.
Once inside the void realm, no attacks from the real world could penetrate it, yet the shadow clone was killed.
Clearly, the attack from the lake could reach into the void realm. The question is, how was it done? Was it some kind of attack that could bypass barriers, or did their attack simply ignore the void realm altogether? Let's try again. Zhang Fan sent out another shadow clone to continue testing. What was hidden in the lake? What kind of superpower did it possess? How was the attack launched?
With too little information at hand, Zhang Fan was completely in the
dark.
He sent out another shadow clone to investigate. The shadow clone quickly approached the lake, and as soon as it reached the spot where the previous clone had stood, it was attacked from the bottom of the lake. This shadow clone also dissipated.
The attack was formless and intangible, and Zhang Fan still couldn't detect any clues.
So, he continued dispatching shadow clones. One after another, the shadow clones were sent out, only to be killed in succession.
10, 20. In less than half an hour, 30 shadow clones had perished by the lakeside.
Despite the disheartening loss of so many shadow clones, Zhang Fan did not come away empty-handed.
He was almost certain that the attack from the bottom of
the lake was neither a conventional physical attack, nor an energy-based attack, nor even a mental attack. Instead, it was a higher-level form of attack. Zhang Fan speculated that it was likely a spatial attack or a temporal attack. Zhang Fan immediately perked up. Among the many superpowers, there are 2 rare types that are incredibly miraculous. They are spatial abilities
and temporal abilities.
Time and space are the most profound phenomena in the world. One pertains to the cosmic space we live in, and the other
relates to the present, past, and future.
Therefore, any kind of spatial or temporal superpower possesses astonishingly magical effects.
In his
previous life, Zhang Fan had seen and heard of many spatial and temporal superpowers, all of which, without exception, were extraordinarily powerful. Common spatial superpowers include teleportation, spatial portals, long-distance transmission, fixed-point transmission, spatial blades, and
personal pocket dimensions.
These spatial abilities exhibit extremely potent effects. For example, teleportation allows a superpower user to appear anywhere at will, truly vanishing and reappearing like a ghost. Temporal superpowers, on the other hand, include time freeze, time jump,
time acceleration, and time reversal.
Take time freeze as an example. It can completely halt time for a target or within a specific area. Once time stops, everything within that area becomes motionless, as if a movie has been paused.
No matter how powerful the characters in the movie are, they cannot move.
Once the target is immobilized, it becomes as helpless as fish on a chopping board, ready to be dealt with. However,
one pleases.
It is no exaggeration to say that both spatial and temporal superpowers can be regarded as higher dimensional forces, with
terrifying power.
superpower. And now, in the lake before him, there was actually a being hiding that possessed either a spatial or temporal superpower. Zhang Fan's blood boiled with excitement. He had many abilities, but he had yet to master any spatial or temporal powers. The shadow clones dissipated instantly, clearly struck by some powerful attack. He speculated to himself. It must either be a spatial attack or a temporal superpower like time reversal, or time acceleration. Zhang Fan pondered silently. However, there were no signs of damage or injury when the shadow clones were attacked. He concluded, so, the likelihood of it being a spatial attack is low. While spatial attack abilities are difficult to defend against, they do leave traces. For instance, an attack from a spatial blade would create a visual effect of spatial distortion and split the target in two. These effects can be observed with the naked eye. However, when the 30 shadow clones disappeared, there were no such signs. Thus, Zhang Fan was convinced that the method used to attack the shadow clones must have been a temporal superpower, possibly time acceleration or time reversal. After all, shadow clones are just shadow clones, their existence is short-lived and highly vulnerable to temporal superpowers, he thought to himself. Whether it's time acceleration or time reversal, both can make them vanish in an instant. Zhang Fan's eyes gleamed with determination. This is higher dimensional power. If I can master even one of them, I could achieve unparalleled success. So, no matter what, I must obtain it. To seize this ability, one must first locate the person who possesses it. However, the individual is hidden in the lake, and even their identity is unknown, making it extremely difficult to capture them. But this was no challenge for Zhang Fan. Aren't you hiding in the lake, refusing to come out? Fine, I'll force you out. Zhang Fan spread his palm, and a wisp of crimson gold flame rose from his hand. It was none other than the true sun flame. Go! With a flick of his finger, the flame shot straight into the lake. Boom! It was as if a spark had fallen into gasoline. The lake water instantly ignited. In an instant, the flames spread at a terrifying speed in all directions, covering the entire surface of the lake in no time. The true sun flame burned fiercely, radiating an incomparably intense and scorching heat. Under the searing heat, thick white mist rose from the lake, enveloping the entire area. Boom, 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 the true sun flame burned wildly, growing ever stronger and more intense. The lake was originally very deep, and with the continuous black rain over the past half-month, the water level had risen even higher. However, as the true sun flame continued to burn, the water level in the lake visibly dropped. Strangely, there was no movement from within the lake. Zhang Fan waited quietly, fully aware of the situation. The only creatures still surviving in the lake were the xenomorphs. The original animals, whether fish, shrimp, crabs, or turtles, had all disappeared in the black water, either decomposed or mutated into xenomorphs. Xenomorphs possessed extremely tenacious vitality. As long as they did not come into contact with the true sun flame, they could not be killed, even if the lake water boiled. Thus, he had to be patient. The flames continued to burn, and the water level kept dropping. After nearly an hour, the water level finally fell to an extremely low point, gradually exposing the xenomorphs in the lake. These xenomorphs came in various forms. Some resembled fish, some turtles, some lobsters, and others eels, clearly mutated from different animals. Despite the lake water boiling under the intense heat, these xenomorphs remained unscathed. To them, a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius was nothing. They were not even afraid of heat exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, making it impossible to burn them to death. However, as the lake water continued to diminish and the water level dropped further, some xenomorphs were finally exposed under the true sun flame and began to suffer burns. They let out piercing screeches before being reduced to ashes by the flames. After all this effort, it's finally time to reel them in. Zhang Fan focused his thoughts, and shadow clones sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain. These shadow clones, following Zhang Fan's commands, appeared in every corner of the lake, closely monitoring the movements of the xenomorphs. The flames continued to burn, the lake water gradually decreased, and more xenomorphs were burned to death in agony, their roars echoing throughout the park. Main body, come over here quickly, one of the shadow clones called out urgently. Zhang Fan immediately rushed over. Main body, look at that. Turtle xenomorph. The shadow clone pointed to the bottom of the lake. Zhang Fan followed the direction of the voice and saw a bizarre xenomorph, entirely pitch black, with a black turtle shell, the size of a millstone, resembling a turtle. It was screeching madly and rolling on the ground. This xenomorph looked similar to a turtle, although its shell was black. Its head had the distinctive elongated banana shape, and its tail was the standard xenomorph tail. At this moment, the turtle xenomorph was letting out shrill cries under the scorching heat of the true sun flame. However, every time it was burned to a charred black state and seemed on the verge of death, it would eerily recover, returning to a vibrant state again and again. Found it, this is the one. Finally found you. Zhang Fan gazed at the turtle-shaped alien, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upward. This turtle alien had been burned to carbonization time and again, teetering on the brink of death, only to recover completely each time. Such a phenomenon could only mean one of two possibilities. Either it possessed an extraordinary self self-healing ability like Wolverine or Deadpool, rapidly repairing its injuries, or it had a superpower that allowed time to reverse, rewinding to a state before it was injured whenever it approached death. Zhang Fan had already concluded it was the latter. While extraordinary self-healing could be fast, it still required time to complete the process bit by bit. In contrast, this turtle alien, clearly on the verge of death, could instantly recover without any visible healing process.
Evidently, this was time reversal, though time jumping couldn't be ruled out either. Regardless of the specifics, Zhang Fan felt he had hit the jackpot. However, he didn't act immediately.
Instead, he waited patiently for the turtle alien's
stamina to be completely depleted before planning to seize its power.
Otherwise, dealing with this creature's abilities could prove quite troublesome.
Time ticked by second.
Under the relentless burning of the solar true fire, the turtle alien recovered repeatedly until, finally, its stamina was utterly exhausted.
At that moment, Zhang
Fan made his move. If he delayed any longer, the creature would be burned to death. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Fan extinguished the surrounding solar true fire and activated Earth control. Rumble, the silt at the bottom of the lake rapidly rose, instantly encasing the turtle alien and pinning it down so it couldn't move.
This was to prevent the turtle alien from launching a desperate counterattack before its death. Zhang Fan approached the turtle alien and activated infinite plunder.
Roar, roar, roar. The process of plundering a superpower was accompanied by excruciating pain, akin to being cut by 1,000 blades.
This agony was the same for both humans and aliens. The turtle alien let out a heart-wrenching howl, struggling frantically.
But its stamina was already depleted, and it was firmly suppressed by the silt, leaving it completely immobile. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as Zhang Fan took its superpower.
Once the
superpower was in his possession, Zhang Fan casually ignited a flame, ending the turtle alien's life and sending it to hell. After completing all this, Zhang Fan left Wenjing Mountain Park and returned to the underground shelter, where he had previously lived. Although he had moved to his new home in Greenfield New City, the underground shelter was still preserved. It was undoubtedly an excellent hidden and secure location, perfect for fusing superpowers.
Let's begin. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and started the fusion.
The fusion process was painful, but the results were gratifying. After 7 or 8 hours of torment, Zhang Fan finally succeeded in the fusion, gaining a brand new ability, time reversal.
Spirit, level 2, 19/1000. Physique, level 2, 138/1000. Superpowers, infinite plunder, SSS-level, wall phasing, S-level, domain, SSS-level, fusion, SS-level, time reversal, SSS-level. Time reversal is the new superpower Zhang Fan plundered from the alien turtle. Judging by its level, the power of time reversal is incredibly strong, undoubtedly an SSS-level superpower. The effect of time reversal is indeed outrageous. It can rewind the target's time up to n times 5 seconds earlier. Here, n represents the level.
In other words, a level 1 superhuman can rewind a target's time up to 5 seconds earlier, a level 2 superhuman up to 10 seconds earlier, level 3
15 seconds, and so on.
It is often said that there is no medicine for regret. Time cannot flow backward, and some even say, if time could start over.
Time reversal is precisely the ability to make time flow backward.
It means that anything in the world can start anew. It means the existence of a remedy for regret. It means countless opportunities to start over and continuously trial and error. This is a magical ability, and even more so, a power of higher dimensions.
Of course, it also has its flaws.
Time reversal is limited to a single ability, acting on specific objects and targets, and cannot be applied simultaneously.
However, this is not an issue.
Zhang Fan, through the fusion of abilities, combined time reversal with domain abilities, thereby granting the domain ability the effect of time reversal. As a result, time reversal has leaped from a single target skill to a range-based group skill. I am now a level 2 superpower user and can rewind time within the domain by up to 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Try it.
Zhang Fan focused his mind, and the domain quietly expanded, covering a radius of 20 meters.
Collapse.
He snapped his fingers. The underground shelter suddenly shook violently, and then the ground caved in, forming a large pit.
Time reversal.
Zhang Fan focused his thoughts once again, and the collapsed ground was instantly restored. It was like a movie played in reverse, quickly returning to its original state.
This is the power of time.
Zhang Fan marveled inwardly and eagerly continued his experiments.
He crushed an egg and restored it.
He shattered a stone and restored it.
Zhang Fan even captured an alien creature and killed it.
Then, he used time reversal to bring the alien creature back to life.
This attempt left Zhang Fan both astonished and delighted.
He hadn't expected that reversing time could truly resurrect the dead.
What an incredible power.
As everyone knows, when a person dies, it's like a lamp extinguished. Once gone, they cannot return to life. Yet he had done it, breaking the limits of life and death, bringing the dead alien creature back to life.
I've actually mastered the power to reverse life and death.
Zhang Fan's heart was both excited and shocked.
In his previous life, over 2 years, he had reached a very high level, far beyond his current one. But even at that
level, he couldn't reverse life and death or resurrect the dead. Now, at just level 2, he had already mastered such a power. It was simply unbelievable. This is the power of time, truly incredible. Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel again. In the time that followed, Zhang Fan continued experimenting with time reversal to deepen his understanding of this ability. After researching for half a day and nearly exhausting his energy, Zhang Fan reluctantly returned to Greenfield New City. Li Shu and Zhang Ying were busy tidying up the house and organizing clothes. There are many rooms in the house, and each of them occupies one. However, the two tacitly agreed to leave the largest, most spacious, and most luxuriously decorated room for Zhang Fan. When Zhang Fan returned, he saw the two women tidying up the room for him, laying the mattress, sheets, and duvet. Busy, huh? Zhang Fan greeted them. Brother, you're back? Zhang Ying seemed a bit surprised. Li Shu, on the other hand, appeared calm, merely nodding at Zhang Fan, though a faint trace of joy flickered in her eyes. In this small team of three, Zhang Fan was undoubtedly the backbone and their spiritual support. Zhang Fan went out this afternoon, and the two women were always uneasy, worried that he might encounter an accident. Now that they saw him return safely, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and finally felt at ease. You're back. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded, asking, is dinner ready? I'm hungry. Brother, the ingredients are ready, just waiting for you to come back and cook. Zhang Ying responded with a smile. Then let's hurry up. During dinner, Zhang Fan briefly talked with the two women about the afternoon's events, leaving them utterly stunned. They found the concept of time reversal as a superpower to be utterly incredible. The power of time, could it really be controlled by a person? So, does this mean that as long as we stay by your side, it would be almost impossible for us to die? Li Shu stared blankly at Zhang Fan. Of course, Zhang Fan said while scooping up the fragrant rice. As long as your death doesn't exceed 10 seconds, I can bring you back. This was something he had experimented with in the afternoon and confirmed he could do. 10 seconds. Li Shu nodded emphatically, having made up her mind that no matter where she went in the future, she would stay by Zhang Fan's side. This way, even if she dies, Zhang Fan can bring her back. Brother, since there's time reversal, could there also be time freezing or time jumping? Zhang Ying asked curiously. Definitely. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Superpowers are incredibly diverse. There's nothing that doesn't exist, only things you haven't thought of. Superpowers like time freezing, time jumping, time acceleration, and time deceleration all exist. The only problem is that encountering someone with these superpowers is extremely rare. That's exactly right. Li Shu took a bite of food. Times are not like they used to be. In the past, you could go online, and information spread quickly. Whoever awakened some superpower could just post it online and always find others. Now it's different. With power and internet outages, communication is cut off, and information exchange between people has reverted to ancient times. We have no way of knowing who possesses what kind of superpower. Finding superpowers is purely a matter of luck. Exactly this reasoning. Today is the day of moving into the new home. Dining in the spacious and luxurious villa, the lighting is much brighter, far better than the dim underground. The three were in high spirits, and the atmosphere at the dining table was very harmonious. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the shadow clones quietly appeared. They were the ones sent out in the morning to collect alien crystal cores. Except for the one that met its demise in Wenjing Mountain Park, the other 9 had all returned. Zhang Fan nodded at the shadow clones, put the crystal cores into the bucket. In the living room, there was a bucket with half a bucket of clean water prepared specifically for washing alien crystal cores. Yes, main body, the shadow clones responded, pouring the collected alien crystal cores into the bucket before each returned to their origin. As the shadow clones returned, their residual stamina and a day's worth of memories surged into Zhang Fan's body. Zhang Fan closed his eyes, carefully digesting the memories brought back by the shadow clones. The memory volume of 9 shadow clones over a day was enormous. If recorded in 1080p resolution video, even several terabytes of portable hard drives wouldn't be enough to store it. For an ordinary person, suddenly receiving such a vast amount of memories would likely lead to a mental breakdown. But Zhang Fan was different. His physique was extraordinarily strong, and his brain's ability to process information was terrifyingly advanced. Even so, it still took Zhang Fan half an hour to digest all the memories, leaving him feeling somewhat dizzy and lightheaded. He pulled an alien crystal core out of his pocket and popped it into his mouth. The warm energy quickly swept through his body, and his groggy mind gradually became clear, his thoughts sharper. Zhang Fan now had hundreds of alien crystal cores at his disposal, eating them anytime and anywhere as casually as snacking on sunflower seeds. Alien crystal cores were truly amazing. They could enhance physical strength, boost mental power, and replenish stamina, even after sharing. Some with Li Shu, Zhang Ying, and the Black King, the ones collected daily by his 10 shadow clones, still left Zhang Fan with more than he could consume. Thanks to his constant consumption, Zhang Fan's physique and mental strength were improving every moment, continuously growing stronger. Zhang Fan opened his eyes, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect to gain an unexpected reward today.
Li Shu and Zhang Ying couldn't help but look at Zhang Fan.
One of the shadow clones discovered a group of survivors in the Maikelong building, among whom there is someone with the ability to dehydrate water.
Zhang Fan explained.
The 10 shadow clones were sent out to collect alien crystal cores and were also tasked with searching for and uncovering superpowers. Every day, they would discover numerous survivors and superpowers, reporting back to Zhang Fan in a timely manner. Zhang Fan would then screen them to identify suitable superpowers.
In addition, there is also a superhuman with a super physique in the Maikelong building.
Zhang Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement.
Super physique? Li Shu asked in surprise. Is it a superpower that enhances physical constitution?
Almost. Zhang Fan responded, this guy's super physique quality is very high. It's an S-level superpower. After using this ability, attributes like strength, speed, and defense will all be enhanced comprehensively, and combat power will increase significantly, just like the Hulk's transformation. Zhang Fan possesses multiple superpowers, making his combat abilities extremely formidable, almost perfect. However, Zhang Fan also has a weakness, and that is his
physical body. So far, he hasn't acquired any physical type superpower, which makes his body a vulnerability.
Previously, when he encountered Brother Kai at the Iwang Qingshan KTV, Brother Kai's superpower, alloy transformation, could be considered a physical type superpower.
After transforming, Brother Kai's strength
and defense were greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, Brother Kai's alloy transformation was only an A-level superpower, so Zhang Fan didn't pay much attention to it.
But this time, the super physique discovered at the Maikelong building is an S-level superpower, and it can definitely be plundered. The Hulk transformation?
The two women looked surprised. They didn't quite understand what super physique meant, but they were familiar with the Hulk's transformation.
When the Hulk isn't transformed, he's just an ordinary, scruffy man.
But once he transforms into the Hulk, he can punch through tanks, tear down helicopters with one hand, and leap hundreds of meters high.
Simply unstoppable and limitless. A super physique can actually turn someone into the Hulk?
Zhang Ying covered her mouth and exclaimed, it's not that exaggerated, but it's close enough.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Hurry up and eat, finish early and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we're going to the Maikelong building.
Okay. After dinner, the three of them watched TV for a while before heading to bed early. Tonight, Li Shu kept him company. Actually, Zhang Fan thought it would be better for all three to sleep together.
After all, one-on-one,
the two of them were no match for him.
Sharing one big blanket, the two rookies could look out for each other.
However, the two girls were too shy and firmly refused. The biggest compromise was to take turns. Under the warm canopy, the night was filled with fleeting moments of spring passion. The next morning, when Zhang Fan and Li Shu woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock.
Zhang Ying had already prepared breakfast. Hurry up and freshen up. Zhang Ying, wearing an apron, looked at the two with a teasing smile.
I've reheated breakfast 3 times already.
If you didn't get up soon, I was about to knock on the door.
Thank you, Sister Zhang. Li Shu's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and softly said, then went into the bathroom, closing the door with a bang. Although the three of them were already together, Li Shu was still a bit unaccustomed to this kind of relationship.
Morning.
Zhang Fan, thick-skinned as ever, greeted Zhang Ying with a smile and began creating shadow clones.
This was the first thing he had to do every morning. He first
created 10 shadow clones and gave them instructions. Your task is the same as yesterday, collect alien crystal cores and look for suitable superpowers along the way.
The 10 shadow clones responded and left.
Zhang Fan then created another 10 shadow clones and continued issuing orders. You are responsible for collecting various supplies: rice, flour, grains, oil, snacks, dried goods, seasonings, salt, hygiene products, cosmetics, and so on. In short, gather everything needed for daily life as much as possible.
Alien crystal cores must be collected and supplies cannot be left behind either.
In the past, he had to do it himself, but now he has shadow clones to handle it.
Yes, the main body. The Maikelong building is an office tower that housed dozens of companies before the apocalypse.
After the apocalypse, many people in the building either died or mutated, leaving fewer than 20 survivors.
Logically, with so few people left, everyone should band together and help each other. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Someone in the building wanted to be emperor and actually did it.
This genius was named Lin Shuanglong.
Lin Shuanglong was originally an employee at a company.
As a new hire with insufficient skills, he was often bullied.
The long-term oppression and mistreatment twisted his psyche, filling him with resentment toward everyone in the company.
When the apocalypse struck, Lin Shuanglong was bullied once again. Overwhelmed by suppressed anger and unwillingness to accept his fate, he took the risk of exposing himself to the black rain. Perhaps out of pity, fate granted him a powerful S-class superpower, super physique. This ability was akin to transforming into the Hulk. Once activated, all his attributes, strength, speed, defense, neural response, and more, except for mental faculties, were multiplied tenfold. A tenfold increase in all attributes wasn't just a simple numerical boost. The enhancement in combat power was far beyond that, reaching hundreds or even thousands of times stronger. After awakening his superpower, the first thing Lin Xuanglong did was kill the colleagues who had frequently bullied him. Subsequently, using his formidable superpowers, Lin Xuanglong cleared the building of aliens, gathered the survivors, and brought them to a safe place.
Was Lin Xuanglong acting out of kindness? Not at all.
After gathering the survivors, he imposed a brutal rule. He exploited women, treating them as playthings, and oppressed men, turning them into his slaves.
Who dared to resist? They were as good as dead.
Originally, there were nearly 100 survivors in the building, but under Lin Xuanglong's massacre, only about 30 remained.
The survivors were so terrified of being killed that they no longer dared to defy Lin Xuanglong, let alone disobey his orders. Better a miserable life than death. No one wanted to die.
Thus, Lin Xuanglong became the absolute ruler among the survivors. His word was law, and no one dared to oppose him. However, Lin Xuanglong was not satisfied with this. He was fond of reading time-travel historical novels, envying the protagonists who traveled back to ancient times, became emperors, took concubines, and ruled with harems of 72 consorts, while ministers chanted "Long live the
Emperor" in unison and bowed in reverence. With his inflated ego, Lin Xuanglong did something utterly absurd. He declared himself emperor.
He forced the survivors, under limited conditions, to organize a grand coronation ceremony for him. At the ceremony, Lin Xuanglong sat high on a platform constructed from office desks, comfortably seated in a luxurious chair.
The
survivors, both men and women, performed the grand ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, shouting "Long live the Emperor" in unison. Additionally, Lin Xuanglong appointed an empress, 9 imperial consorts, and numerous civil and military officials.
Notably, Lin Xuanglong's empress was a somewhat famous internet celebrity with over 1 million followers online.
Although her looks were average, her figure was striking, and with makeup, she stood out among all the women, making her impossible to ignore. Among the 9 concubines, some were company managers, some were employees, and there was even a cleaning lady. Their ages ranged from 18 to 50, and as long as Lin Xuanglong took a liking to them, they were all brought into his harem. Ascending the throne, proclaiming himself emperor, and conferring titles of empress and concubines, such absurd things were simply unimaginable before the apocalypse.
How muddled must one's mind be to do something like this?
Even Sanmao, Neza, or the Calabash brothers wouldn't be capable of such outrageous behavior. Yet, all of this truly happened, and no one dared to oppose it. On the contrary, everyone actively participated in the
preparations. This is the apocalypse.
In this era, morality has collapsed, laws have failed, and human nature has been magnified to the extreme. Nothing is too outrageous, as people's thought processes defy imagination. After the coronation ceremony, Lin Xuanglong returned to his palace with his many concubines and began a shameless cohabitation life.
His palace was the most luxurious office in the building, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the street.
Standing by the window, one could overlook the beautiful scenery of the Ba River. It was here that Lin Xuanglong favored his beloved concubines. The original top-floor office had now been transformed into his palace.
Name: Zhang Fan. Level 2.
At this moment, Lin Xuanglong was wearing shorts, lazily lying on the sofa like Huang Shiren, surrounded by his 10 concubines. Some were massaging his shoulders, some his legs, while others fed him fruit and fine wine.
Lin Xuanglong was encircled by these women, enjoying endless affection and living a life akin to that of a deity.
"Why is it a cup?
I want you to feed me with your mouth."
"Yes, Your Majesty."
The concubine feeding Lin Xuanglong wine responded coquettishly, took a light sip of red wine, and leaned down.
"Heh, that's more like it." Lin Xuanglong drank the fine wine, tasting the beauty's red lips in the process, and said with complete satisfaction, "I know you may have some grievances against
me, but it doesn't matter. You just need to understand that only I can protect you.
If I am no longer here, you will surely meet a fate worse than death. Not to mention those ferocious aliens outside. Even those useless cowards will never let you go.
So, you must understand this point. Your Majesty, how could you think that?
My sister and I are bound to you in life and death. How could we betray you?" "Exactly, Your Majesty, others may betray you, but my sister and I absolutely never will."
"You can rest assured.
Your Majesty, without you, we sisters would have been killed by the aliens long ago.
You are our protector, our reliance. Even if we die, we will never betray you."
The Empress and the concubines all expressed their loyalty, their words sincere, as if they wished to bare their hearts to Lin Xuanglong.
Lin Xuanglong
chuckled softly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He didn't care whether the women were deceiving him or not, it didn't matter.
As long as they didn't betray him, that was enough.
Even if they did betray him, it would simply mean killing them. What he needed to ensure was that his combat power
always remained stronger than theirs.
As for the rest, service, flattery, submission, and loyalty, they were all results of absolute combat power. "Calling yourself we at every turn, TSK, Your Majesty the Emperor, you sure know how to play it fancy." At that moment, a teasing voice suddenly interrupted the scene. Everyone in the office was startled and turned their heads to look. In the living room, 3 people had appeared out of nowhere, 1 man and 2 women. The man was tall, slender, and handsome, with delicate features. That made made him particularly striking. Of the two women, one was pure and sexy, slim and graceful, while the other was mature and alluring, with voluptuous curves. Lin Xuanglong's gaze was immediately drawn to the two women, his Adam's apple moving as he stared intently. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Lin Xuanglong suddenly felt that the 10 women around him were all mediocre and vulgar, utterly unappealing.
Your Majesty the Emperor, why are you silent upon seeing me? Could it be that you're unhappy because I didn't perform the grand kneeling ceremony for you?
Zhang Fan casually pulled over a chair, sat down leisurely, crossed his legs, and looked at Lin Xuanglong with a faint smile.
Lin Xuanglong gave the two women a hard, lingering look before reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Although I don't know who you are, why you are here, or what your purpose is in coming, but none of that matters.
Lin Xuanglong revealed a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. What matters is that you've brought me these two beauties.
I like them very much. Speak, what reward do you want? Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh. That Your Majesty of yours, are you really taking yourself seriously? Brother, no offense, but how much ergwotu did you drink to get this drunk?
Li Shu and Zhang Ying couldn't help but laugh, looking at Lin Xuanglong as if he were a lunatic. Strange things happen every year, but this year is particularly
bizarre.
Someone actually dreams of ascending the throne and becoming an emperor, and what's more, the people around him are going along with it. Utterly absurd.
So what if I want to be emperor?
Zhu Yuanzhang was just a coward, yet he founded the Ming dynasty and became the son of heaven. Lin Xuanglong was very displeased with Zhang Fan's words and snorted coldly, I, a dignified superhuman with supernatural powers, am I not better than a mere coward? At this moment, Lin Xuanglong's confidence had inflated to an unimaginable level. In the past, when watching TV or reading novels, he deeply
admired historical figures, wishing he could take their place. But now, he looked down on those historical figures. In his eyes, no matter how
impressive they were still ordinary mortals without the strength to truss a chicken. He could crush them with a single punch.
And
he, Lin Xuanglong, was an extraordinary superhuman, akin to the gods and Buddhas of myth.
How could mere mortals be worthy of his admiration? You're really something else.
Zhang Fan sneered, too lazy to argue with Lin Xuanglong.
He had seen too many people like this.
Ordinary individuals who suddenly gained extraordinary powers often got lost in their newfound strength, becoming so inflated that
they looked down on everything. Lin Xuanglong was one of them.
However, his arrogance was rather absurd. Not only did he oppress other survivors, but he also played at crowning himself emperor.
He was truly out of his mind. I really dislike your tone.
Lin Xuanglong frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes.
I'll give you a chance to live.
Kneel before me immediately, repent, and beg for mercy, and I might consider sparing your life.
Spare my life?
Zhang Fan shook his head. It seems you're really quite ill.
Someone like you is nothing but a scourge alive.
I'll reluctantly send you to hell, so you won't harm other innocents anymore.
Truly ignorant of your own doom.
Lin Xuanglong's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent flickered within them. Since you're courting death, I shall grant your wish. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xuanglong flipped up like a carp leaping out of water and unleashed his superpower.
Lin Xuanglong's skin writhed violently, and his muscles bulged rapidly like small snakes.
His body swelled like an inflated balloon, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, his height surged from 1.7 meters to 2 meters, his entire body covered in knotted muscles, resembling a sculpture of rock, brimming with explosive power. Crawling insect, no matter who you are, if you dare to provoke me, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Lin Xuanglong twisted his neck, producing crisp cracking sounds, and suddenly stomped on the ground.
With a rumbling noise, the floor cracked open.
Using this momentum, Lin Xuanglong shot forward like a tiger descending the mountain, pouncing toward Zhang Fan with lightning speed. If you want to play rough, then I'll play with you. Zhang Fan twisted his neck and stepped forward to meet him. In an instant, Zhang Fan and Lin Xuanglong collided 5 or 6 times. Whether it was Li Shu and Zhang Ying, or Lin Xuanglong's 9 concubines, they could only see 2 blurred shadows clashing in midair. Every movement, swing, and kick stirred up a howling gust of wind. The office was in chaos. Wherever the two fought, destruction followed. Tiles shattered, tables and chairs splintered, vases broke. The once spacious office became pitted and uneven, littered with broken items. Li Shu and Zhang Ying were relatively calm, as they had some understanding of Zhang Fan's strength. However, Lin Xuanglong's 9 concubines kept retreating, moving to a safe distance, their eyes filled with shock, unable to believe the chaotic battle unfolding before them.
Who is he?
How can he fight His Majesty to a standstill, evenly matched? The influencer queen exclaimed.
I don't know. A concubine answered in a trembling voice.
Since His Majesty awakened his superpowers, he has been unstoppable, defeating gods and Buddhas alike. No one has ever been able to withstand a single punch from His Majesty, yet this guy is just as powerful as him.
Who is he? Maybe he's a powerful superhuman from somewhere else? After all, we've been trapped inside the building, inevitably like frogs at the bottom of a well, completely ignorant of the outside world. That makes sense. The internet is down now, and we can't get any information from the outside world. It feels like we're about to become blind. I wonder what the outcome will be. Hard to say. With a dull thud, the two fiercely clashing individuals suddenly separated, retreating several meters. Who exactly are you? And what is your superpower? I might have underestimated you a bit.
Lin Xuanglong stared intently at Zhang Fan, his eyes betraying undeniable shock, and a trace of panic laced his voice.
The collision just now seemed simple on the surface, but in reality, it was extraordinarily intense.
At first, he held back some strength, only to find that Zhang Fan's power and speed were in no way inferior to his own.
So he increased his force, yet still failed to overpower Zhang Fan.
Finally, he went all out, but even then, he couldn't claim victory. This was something Lin Xuanglong found hard to accept. Just as the 9 concubines had said, ever since he awakened his superpower, he had been invincible throughout the building, never tasting defeat.
Now, an unknown figure who appeared out of nowhere was actually on par with him. How could Lin Xuanglong possibly accept this?
What baffled Lin Xuanglong even more was that he still couldn't discern what Zhang Fan's superpower was.
Could it also be a physique-based ability? If so, why did Zhang Fan's body show no changes? If not, then how could his body be so formidable?
Zhang Fan's face remained calm, and he wasn't even out of breath. The earlier fight was clearly not even a warm-up for him.
You, a frog trapped in the well of this building, are not worthy of knowing my name.
Zhang Fan patted the dust off his clothes and said indifferently, as for my superpower,
I suppose I can tell you, my superpower is not a physique-based ability. Lin Xuanglong roared angrily, if it's not a physique-based ability, how could you possibly be on equal footing with me? This is very simple. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, your physical data should be level 1 out of 100, right? So what if it is? Lin Xuanglong admitted it. His physical data was indeed level 1/100. Even if he activated his superpower and all his physical attributes were multiplied tenfold, the basic data still wouldn't change. I knew it. Zhang Fan sneered, then do you know what my physical stats are?
At the very beginning of the apocalypse, almost 99% of people had no idea that alien crystal cores could enhance their abilities.
Even if someone accidentally
discovered the secret of the alien crystal cores and told others, it was difficult for the information to spread widely due to the lack of communication channels. So at this stage, even if survivors awakened superpowers, their attribute stats would remain basically unchanged for a considerable period of time.
Clearly, Lin Xuanglong belonged to this category. What are they?
Lin Xuanglong asked coldly.
More than 200 times yours.
Zhang Fan's current physique is level 2, 138/1000. Converted, it is level 1, 238/100. And this data is undoubtedly more than 200 times that of Lin Xuanglong.
It is precisely.
With such a powerful body that, even though Zhang Fan does not possess any physical type superpowers, he can still match Lin Xuanglong evenly.
More than 200 times?
Lin Xuanglong was stunned. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Since awakening his superpower, Lin Xuanglong had already been at it for half a month, yet his attribute panel had shown no changes. The data for physique and spirit had never increased.
If Zhang Fan's physique was more than 200 times his, doesn't that mean Zhang Fan's physique had already surpassed level 2?
Lin Xuanglong suddenly realized this and stared intently at Zhang Fan. Could it be that you've discovered a way to enhance your strength?
You know too much.
Zhang Fan gave a faint smile. This sentence was undoubtedly an indirect admission. Lin Xuanglong immediately became excited, his eyes burning as he stared at Zhang Fan.
Quickly tell me, what is the method? As long as you tell me, I will reward you handsomely.
To ensure his absolute dominance, Lin Xuanglong had tried various methods to enhance his strength over the past half-month, such as exercising, repeatedly using superpowers, meditating.
However, the results
were far from satisfactory, and his personal attributes remained unchanged. He had completely given up, but now that Zhang Fan seemed to possess a way to become stronger, he naturally wanted to obtain it. Generous rewards await.
Zhang Fan sneered, you'd better keep your rewards for yourself. When you get to hell, you can slowly offer them to King Yama. Yes, main body. If he gets pleased, he might even reward you with a real emperor title.
Lin Xuanglong's face darkened, and his gaze turned hostile. Boy, don't fail to appreciate my kindness.
My patience has its limits.
Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered to argue further with this arrogant and unruly guy.
I've already experienced your superpower just now. Now, your majesty, let me show you my superpower.
As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of crimson gold flame appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. It was the true fire of the sun.
With a
flick of his finger, the crimson gold flame shot out straight toward Lin Xuanglong.
Just a mere flame, trying to hurt me?
Lin Xuanglong snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he easily dodged the incoming solar fire. After using his superpower, his speed and neural reactions had increased tenfold, making the flame's movement speed unable to catch up with him.
You actually dodged it? Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. Then let's try this move.
A blood-red domain quietly spread out, instantly enveloping the spacious office.
What is this?
Lin Xuanglong cautiously scanned his surroundings.
You'll find out soon enough. Zhang Fan's lips curved slightly, resembling the crooked-mouthed Dragon King.
In the next moment, fireballs appeared out of thin air. Around Lin Lin Shuanglong, completely cutting off all his escape routes. Lin Shuanglong's expression changed slightly as he nervously stared at the fireballs. Front, back, left, right, above, and below, every direction was sealed by fireballs. No matter which way he tried to escape, he would inevitably collide with one. So what if they're lousy fireballs? Do you really think they can hurt me? Lin Shuanglong showed a disdainful expression, then his figure flickered as he charged toward a fireball directly in front of him. To avoid attacks from the surrounding fireballs, he chose to break through head-on. Zhang Fan did not stop him upon seeing this, merely watching quietly. Lin Shuanglong slammed into the fireball with force, not looking back as he continued fleeing into the distance, attempting to break out of the domain. The result, the fireball instantly clung to his body, igniting like gasoline. Flames roared, engulfing Lin Shuanglong in an instant. How could this happen? This is impossible. Lin Shuanglong screamed in terror, frantically slapping at the flames on his body in an attempt to extinguish them. However, the more he slapped, the bigger the fire grew, causing him to cry out in agony as he rolled on the ground. He tried to smother the flames by rolling, but it was all in vain. The more he struggled, the more ferocious the flames became. His clothes were quickly reduced to ashes, and even his skin began to carbonize. In unbearable pain, he finally realized the severity of the situation and desperately screamed for mercy. "Brother, spare me. We actually have no real grievances, just a minor conflict. Please let me go. As long as you're willing to spare me, I can give you anything you want. I can give you this throne, I can give you all my queens and concubines, just spare my life." Watching Lin Shuanglong rolling on the ground, begging in pain, Li Shu spat lightly. So disgusting. To save his own life, he can even casually give away his own women. This guy is truly disgusting. Zhang Ying snorted coldly. "Scum! Degenerate! Lin Shuanglong, so you finally have your day. Kill this beast. Burn him well. Beast, go to hell. Lin Shuanglong, I curse you to never find peace in eternity. Screw you, scum, you disgust me. Still want to be an emperor? Go to hell and be an emperor for your mother." Thinking back on the past half-month's experience, I just want to vomit. Lin Shuanglong, hurry up and die. Seeing Lin Shuanglong in such a miserable state, his 9 concubines not only felt no sorrow but were instead filled with immense delight. One after another, they pointed at him and cursed loudly, wishing they could rush forward and tear him to pieces. In the past, if these women dared to speak to him like this, Lin Shuanglong would have severely punished them. His methods of punishment were as perverse as the Qing dynasty's dunlock. The tool used for punishment was a wooden box 1 meter long, 50 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high. The woman's head and hands would be exposed outside, while her body was trapped inside the box, unable to stand or sit, leaving her in excruciating pain, curled up in agony. However, now Lin Shuanglong could no longer concern himself with such matters. The true sun fire was relentlessly scorching his body, his skin beginning to carbonize on a large scale, the pain akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades. Spare me. I was wrong. Spare me. Don't worry, you won't die just yet, because I won't let you die. Zhang Fan spoke words of comfort, yet showed no intention of extinguishing the true sun fire, merely watching with open eyes. In the end, under the relentless burning of the true sun fire, Lin Shuanglong was reduced to ashes bit by bit, disappearing completely. Dead. That beast is finally dead. Nana, did you see? That beast is finally dead. Serves him right. Scum like him deserves to die. Letting this scum die so easily is really too good for him. Lin Shuanglong's death left his 9 concubines both shocked and overjoyed, with some even crying tears of joy. It was as if the resentment and frustration of the past half-month had been completely vented. "Brother, why did you kill him?" Zhang Ying asked in a low voice. Lin Shuanglong deserved to die, but Zhang Ying understood that Zhang Fan's goal was to seize Lin Shuanglong's superpower. Since the goal was to seize the superpower, why kill him? If he's dead, how can the superpower be taken? Didn't he just say it? Lin Shuanglong can't die for now. Li Shu speculated. I think Zhang Fan plans to kill Lin Shuanglong first, then use time reversal to bring him back to life. Am I right? Li Shu looked at Zhang Fan. You're quite smart. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. Although we've tried using time reversal to resurrect aliens before, we've never tried it on a real person. Since we have this opportunity today, let's just give it a shot with him. Let's see if time reversal can really bring the dead back to life. I see. Zhang Ying had a look of sudden realization, then her face lit up with anticipation. Brother, hurry up and give it a try. Zhang Fan responded and activated the ability of time reversal. A mysterious golden energy quietly spread out, enveloping the area where Lin Shuanglong had been burned to death. Time began to flow backward. Here, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Lin Shuanglong, who had been reduced to ashes, astonishingly reappeared in the form of ashes. Then, Lin Shuanglong's ash-like form began to repair itself continuously. The ashes quickly disappeared, and flesh and blood reappeared. Li Shu and Zhang Ying stared intently, their eyes filled with shock. The scene before them was as if the moment of Lin Shuanglong's death by fire was being played in reverse, like watching a movie rewound. Time is really flowing backward. Li Shu murmured to herself, is this the power of time? Zhang
Zhang Ying was so shocked at this moment that she couldn't speak. Lin Xuanglong's 9 concubines also fell completely silent.
They stared blankly at Lin Xuanglong, who was reappearing and continuously being restored, both horrified and confused.
This scum, wasn't he burned to ashes? How is he? Stop! You can't resurrect this scum, stop it now!
Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xuanglong gradually revived, eventually fully restored to his original state, returning to the moment before he was burned.
So what if it's a lousy fireball? Can it even hurt me?
The resurrected Lin Xuanglong showed disdain on his face, his figure flickered, and he charged straight toward an incoming fireball.
Since he had
returned to the moment before being burned by the true sunfire, Lin Xuanglong's thoughts and consciousness also remained at this very moment. So, what happened afterward was completely unknown to Lin Xuanglong. He had no idea that after colliding with the fireball, the flames engulfed him, nor did he know that he would be burned alive into ashes.
He was entirely unaware of it all. Alive! Actually alive!
Li Shu and Zhang Ying gasped sharply, as if they had seen a ghost, their hearts filled with indescribable shock and astonishment.
Although they had
known beforehand that time reversal could resurrect Lin Xuanglong, knowing was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was entirely different. It was
utterly mind-blowing.
After all, the idea that the dead cannot come back to life is a natural law, one that no one can defy. Yet, Lin Xuanglong, who had already been burned to ashes, came back to life right before their eyes.
This scene completely overturned their understanding of reality. The dead can really come back to life.
Li Shu murmured to herself, "This is truly." Equally shocked were Lin Xuanglong's 9 concubines. They stared blankly at the lively Lin Xuanglong, as if they had seen a ghost.
Alive? How could this beast possibly come back to life? Impossible. I must be seeing things. Fake. This is all fake. How could a dead person come back to life? An illusion. This is just an illusion. Handsome, you can't do this. How can you let such scum live? Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. Lin Xuanglong's 9 concubines went crazy.
Some rubbed their eyes, some pinched their own thighs, and some even slapped each other's faces. They simply couldn't accept the fact that Lin Xuanglong had come back to life.
How could this scum, who was already dead, be alive again? How could he possibly be resurrected? Shouldn't someone like him be suffering in the 18th level of hell? No matter how much the 9 of them broke down, the fact of
Lin Xuanglong's resurrection could not be changed.
Fortunately, Zhang Fan didn't let Lin Xuanglong continue to act outrageously.
With a single thought, he turned him into a soybean and stuffed him into a bottle of mineral water. Inside the bottle, Lin Xuanglong banged around madly. "Damn it!
Let me out! Let me out right now! At this point, you're still all about me. What are you being so arrogant about?"
Zhang Fan shook the bottle of mineral water vigorously, making Lin Xuanglong dizzy and disoriented, finally forcing him to settle down.
"What a nuisance!"
Zhang Fan snorted coldly, casually stuffed the bottle into his bag, and planned to slowly plunder it after returning. After finishing all this, he looked at Lin Xuanglong's concubines and said to Li Shu and Zhang Ying, "Let's go." Lin Xuanglong's 9 concubines all knelt down in unison.
Zhang Fan frowned slightly. "What is the meaning of this?"
"Big brother,
thank you for subduing that beast Lin Xuanglong and saving us." "Thank you." Bang.
The 9 concubines wept with joy, looking at Zhang Fan with immense gratitude.
"If I were you, I wouldn't be so excited. Instead, I would start thinking about the situation ahead."
Zhang Fan said calmly, "No matter how despicable Lin Xuanglong was, without his protection, you would have been dead long ago.
Now that he's gone, how do you plan to survive without his protection?"
Lin Xuanglong is undoubtedly a scumbag, there's no doubt about it. However, it is precisely because of his protection that his women and the
survivors in the building were able to stay alive. That is also a fact.
Now that Lin Xuanglong is dead, the fate of the women is predictable.
Impossible. Either they become someone else's playthings, or they are killed by the aliens. In any case, it definitely won't be much better than when Lin Xuanglong was alive. It's truly ironic, but this is reality.
The women looked at each other, their faces uniformly showing confusion.
When Lin Xuanglong was alive, they flattered him obsequiously, constantly trying to
please him, never considering anything else. When Lin Xuanglong met his downfall, they clapped their hands in delight, feeling that their great enemy had been
avenged and they were finally free.
However, Zhang Fan's words abruptly pulled them back to reality.
Yes, Lin Xuanglong was dead, but what would they do now? Be killed by the xenomorphs? No.
At the thought of the xenomorphs' hideous faces, the 9 women felt a chill run down their spines, trembling all over.
"Big brother, you can't just leave us."
The influencer who had been crowned queen by Lin Xuanglong was evidently a clever person. At this moment, she immediately thought of Zhang
Fan.
"Big brother, you killed Lin Xuanglong and saved us from the abyss of suffering.
Your kindness is something we will never forget. Please, be a good person to the end, see the Buddha to the west, and stay to help us. We are willing to do anything."
The influencer's eyes were brimming with tears, looking pitiful and evoking sympathy. If it were an ordinary person, they might soften and stay to help them. However, Zhang Fan remained calm and completely unmoved. He simply created a shadow clone and instructed, "Listen, this clone will exist for 12 hours. During the next 12 hours, it will stay here
here to look after you. After 12 hours, it will dissipate. The women's expressions changed instantly. Only 12 hours? Big brother. The influencer queen panicked. Zhang Fan waved his hand and said, so within these 12 hours, you'd better find a way to awaken your superpowers, or face the consequences. Left his shadow clone to watch over for 12 hours, Zhang Fan had already done his utmost, and this was the only thing he could do. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. Zhang Fan understood this principle very well. He couldn't take care of these people forever. The only way for them to survive was to awaken their superpowers. Otherwise, they wouldn't live long. If, in the next 12 hours, they didn't muster the courage to infect themselves with the black fish, they simply didn't deserve to live. After saying this, Zhang Fan no longer paid attention to the women who were desperately pleading. He took Li Shu and Zhang Ying and walked out of the office. Zhang Fan had two purposes for coming to the Maikelong building today. One was to capture Lin Shuanglong, and the other was to find the superhuman with the ability to dehydrate water. Lin Shuanglong had already been successfully captured. Next, it was time to find the superhuman with the ability to dehydrate water. In the spacious corridor, Zhang Fan, Li Shu, and Zhang Ying walked side by side. Zhang Ying hesitated for a moment and then softly asked, brother, are we really not going to care about them anymore? Just as I thought. Can't control it. Zhang Fan glanced at her and said, in the apocalypse, unless you awaken superpowers, you simply can't survive. Relying on selling your body for protection won't last long. The best way is still to awaken superpowers, to be independent and self-reliant. This is the only path to self-rescue. Even so, the mortality rate for awakening superpowers is simply too high. Li Shu sighed. Among the 9 of them, after being infected by the black rain, only one might survive in the end. Then it all depends on their fate. Zhang Fan responded indifferently, either live or die. It's still far better than wagging their tails and begging for mercy, barely scraping by. Zhang Ying and Li Shu remained silent. Although they felt deep sympathy for those women, they had to admit that Zhang Fan was right. Saving them for a moment wouldn't save them for a lifetime. To survive, they ultimately had to rely on themselves and awaken their superpowers. Without superpowers, living under someone else's roof, how long could they last? Descending from the rooftop to the 28th floor, this was the living area for the civil and military officials. Zhang Fan kicked open an office door, finding it completely empty. He created over a dozen shadow clones and issued orders, have everyone gather here. The 10 shadow clones immediately obeyed and dispersed. Find a place to sit. Zhang Fan plopped down on a chair and said, it'll probably take a while for everyone to gather. Li Shu and Zhang Ying nodded, each grabbing a chair and sitting down on either side of Zhang Fan. They sat very close, almost touching, as only in this way could they feel safe. Women are naturally prone to a lack of security, and this was even more pronounced after the apocalypse. No matter where they went, they felt uneasy, as if danger could strike at any moment. Only by staying close to Zhang Fan could they find a trace of reassurance. After about 5 minutes, people began to trickle into the office. There were both men and women, all with panic written on their faces. Some of the men even had bruised and swollen faces, clearly having suffered violence. Seeing the 3 people in the office, their expressions became extremely tense, like students who had made a mistake and were now facing the head teacher in the office. Zhang Fan sat quietly, waiting for everyone to arrive. After more than 10 minutes, the remaining 30 or so survivors in the building had all been invited over. Zhang Fan, expressionless, swept his gaze over everyone present and said calmly, my name is Zhang Fan. I came here today to ask you all about something, and I hope you will cooperate truthfully. Cooperate. We will definitely cooperate. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you want to know, just ask. We will tell you everything without holding anything back. Yes, yes. The survivors inside the building had been trained by Lin Shuanglong to be terrifyingly obedient. As soon as Zhang Fan spoke, they patted their chests and repeatedly assured him, their eagerness almost as if they wished they could pull out their hearts to prove their sincerity. Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. What methods had Lin Shuanglong used to train this group of subordinates to be so compliant? First question. Zhang Fan scanned everyone around him. All superpowered individuals, step forward. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure why Zhang Fan was asking this, but the superpowered individuals among them still stepped forward. There was no way to hide it. Everyone knew clearly who had awakened superpowers and who hadn't. It was impossible to conceal, unless someone had secretly awakened in private. Zhang Fan swept his gaze over the superpowered individuals one by one, raising an eyebrow slightly. Not bad. There are actually 8 of you. Tell me, what are your superpowers? You first. Zhang Fan pointed to a short, chubby middle-aged man in a suit. Yes, yes. The short and stout middle-aged man dared not slack off and quickly responded. Big brother, my superpower is loaning abilities? When asking about these people's superpowers, Zhang Fan had only one goal, to find the person with the ability to extract moisture. As for the others, he was just asking casually, what if one of them had a decent superpower? Unexpectedly, the first person's ability turned out to be so explosive. Loaning abilities? Zhang Fan looked at the short
and stout middle-aged man with great interest and asked with a smile, "What kind of ability is that? Tell me about it." Li Shu and Zhang Ying also turned their attention to the short and stout middle-aged man.
Loaning abilities? What kind of power is that? A superpower for borrowing and lending money? What use could that possibly have?
To be honest, big brother, the loaning superpower is quite a useless ability. The short and chubby middle-aged man cautiously said, "This ability allows you to loan out your superpower, just like lending money or taking out a loan, so that others can also have your superpower." Hearing this, Li Shu and Zhang Ying's eyes lit up simultaneously.
Loaning out your superpower to others, just like lending money, so that they could also possess your superpower? The two women couldn't help but look at Zhang Fan, their eyes sparkling with anticipation.
For others, the loaning superpower might just be a useless ability, as everyone can only awaken one superpower.
However, for Zhang Fan, the meaning of this ability was entirely different.
He possessed many abilities and was destined to acquire even more in the future. Therefore, the loaning superpower was, for him, a miraculous skill to bestow superpowers upon others.
Zhang Fan.
Li Shu extended her small hand, tightly hugging Zhang Fan's arm, rubbing against it with the softness of her chest, her face full
of pleading.
She had no ambition to become an unparalleled powerhouse, she only wanted to protect herself, but her ability was truly too useless, which had always made her feel uneasy, especially when Zhang Fan wasn't by her side, leaving her even more on edge.
Now, things were looking up.
As long as Zhang Fan could seize the loaning superpower and then lend her one or two abilities, she too could have the power to protect herself.
Take it back first, then we'll talk. Zhang Fan's lips curved slightly upward. Thank you. Li Shu was overjoyed and even gave Zhang Fan a kiss on the cheek.
Zhang Ying was equally ecstatic, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Zhang Fan with a look that seemed to overflow
with emotion.
Meanwhile, the short, chubby middle-aged man and the others were puzzled, wondering why the three of them were so excited.
Could it be that this was just a useless ability? Step aside,
Zhang Fan said calmly.
Yes.
The short, chubby middle-aged man was confused but obediently stepped aside.
What about you?
Zhang Fan turned his head and asked. "Bro, my superpower is making Mars windy," a young man replied.
Making Mars windy?
Zhang Fan stared in shock at the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him. An average face, average height, average build, he was the kind of person who would blend into any crowd. Who would have thought that someone so unremarkable had awakened such an absurd superpower? Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover.
Yes, bro. The young man looked utterly embarrassed. Go to the side. Zhang Fan waved him aside and continued to ask the third person, "What about you?
What's your superpower?" The third person was a security guard, and his uniform clearly hadn't been changed in a long time. "My superpower is limb multiplication," the security guard said softly.
Limb multiplication?
Zhang Fan immediately became interested after hearing this.
"Show me." The security guard nodded and raised his left hand. His middle finger instantly swelled and elongated.
In the blink of an eye, the security guard's middle finger grew to 20 centimeters, as thick as a cucumber.
This ability. Zhang Fan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. My ability is instant hair loss. My ability is to make people of the same sex fall in love with me. My ability is to make people instantly develop cancer. My ability.
After going around asking, it was all useless abilities, leaving Zhang Fan feeling greatly disappointed. Finally, only a tall, cold as ice woman remained.
And you? Zhang Fan looked at the woman.
In terms of appearance alone, she was in no way inferior to Li Shu and Zhang Ying, with each of the three excelling
in their own way.
Li Shu was pure and sweet, Zhang Ying mature and alluring, while this woman was coldly elegant and noble, a beauty among beauties.
Strange. It feels like I've seen her somewhere before, but it doesn't seem like it.
Her aura is completely different from that person's. Zhang Fan thought to himself, then looked at the woman and asked, "Tell me, what's your superpower?" "Moisture deprivation," the woman replied coldly. Her voice was as crisp and pleasant as ice shards, yet as soothing as a babbling brook, refreshing to the soul. "So, moisture deprivation is,
with you finally found it."
Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief, then said to the woman, the short and stout middle-aged man, and the cleaning lady, "You're all hired.
Follow me in a bit." Zhang Fan.
Li Shu tugged at his arm and whispered, "We can understand taking the short and stout middle-aged man and this woman, but the security guard."
"I don't get why you want to take him along." "The security guard's martial soul is limb magnification. What use could that ability have?" Zhang Ying's expression turned a bit peculiar
as she sneaked a glance at Zhang Fan's crotch. Her face flushed, and she whispered, "Li Shu, don't ask.
Brother must have his reasons." "Your own plans?"
Li Shu couldn't help but glance at Zhang Ying, noticing her face was flushed red, her gaze repeatedly drifting toward Zhang Fan's crotch. She instantly realized something, and a blush involuntarily crept onto her face as she muttered pervert under her breath, refraining from saying more. However, deep down, she felt a faint sense of fear. Zhang Fan was already incredibly formidable. If he became even stronger, that would be unimaginable.
Hey, what are you two whispering about? You two have impure thoughts."
Zhang Fan sternly criticized. "I just think this ability is very useful to me, which is why I brought him along." Li Shu rolled her eyes, while Zhang Ying pursed her lips and giggled foolishly.
Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered with these two women with impure thoughts and instead turned to the three cold and aloof individuals. No problem, right?
The short, chubby middle-aged man glanced at the security guard beside him and cautiously asked, "Big brother, may I ask where you plan to take us?"
"I've assembled a team and urgently need manpower. Your abilities are decent, so you've been hired,"
Zhang Fan explained casually, his lies flowing effortlessly, his expression unchanged.
"A team?" The short, chubby middle-aged man and the security guard felt somewhat reluctant after hearing this. "Big brother, can we refuse?"
Although their superpowers were quite ordinary, they excelled at flattery and currying favor, earning Lin Shuanglong's high regard. The short, chubby middle-aged man was titled Prime Minister, while the security guard was made General. Within the building, their status was second only to Lin Shuanglong and his 9 concubines, making them practically one step below supreme authority. Over the past half-month, they had relied on Lin Shuanglong's power to act recklessly, oppressing and harming other survivors.
Among the hundreds of superpowered individuals in the building,
only about 30 remained alive, thanks in no small part to their actions.
With such high status, why would they willingly leave? Who knows what might happen if they followed Zhang Fan?
Refuse? Zhang Fan crossed his legs and smiled at the two of them.
"You actually have the nerve to refuse me?"
Boom! At that moment, a deafening crash suddenly came from outside the window. Judging from the sound, it seemed like a vehicle had collided with something, the impact exceptionally loud.
Everyone in the office froze, exchanging glances.
Before the apocalypse, such a collision sound wouldn't have been a big deal.
On bustling streets, hearing such noises was perfectly normal.
But now, there wasn't a single functioning vehicle on the streets, so where could such a loud crash come from?
Could it be aliens?
At the thought of aliens, everyone couldn't help but grow tense.
"Go check what's going on."
Zhang Fan motioned to the shadow clone beside him.
"Yes, main body."
The shadow clone nodded in response, walked to the window, and looked outside. "Main body, there are a lot of aliens outside, estimated to be at least over 200. Zhang Fan's shadow clone possessed all his memories and had experienced significant events, so his tone remained calm and unhurried when speaking, yet it left everyone utterly shocked.
"Over 200 xenomorphs? Are you kidding me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's no way there could be that many xenomorphs."
Except for Zhang Fan, everyone was terrified and rushed to the window to look outside. Li Shu and Zhang Ying were no exception, exclamations of shock rising one after another.
"Damn it! So many aliens? Are there really that many aliens? Where did so many aliens come from? Quick, look at that car. Bastard! It must be that car that attracted the aliens. Who was driving it? Are they trying to get us killed?"
The crowd immediately erupted in shouts, their voices filled with anger, fear, panic, and despair.
Quite a commotion.
Zhang Fan slowly stood up and leisurely walked to the window, where he witnessed a rather shocking scene. On the street below the Maikelong building, a large number of aliens had appeared.
These aliens swarmed around the building like ants, completely surrounding a bus.
The bus had crashed into the curb in front of the building, its front shell dented inward. Inside the bus were 6 people, men and women, all young.
"Ha, it's actually her?"
Zhang Fan and Li Shu's voices rang out almost simultaneously, and then the two instinctively looked at each other.
"Do you know someone down there?"
Zhang Fan asked Li Shu in surprise.
"The girl in the yellow battle robe is my best friend, Bailey Xiling."
Li Shu grabbed Zhang Fan's hand, her face showing a pleading expression.
"Zhang Fan, can you save her?" Before the apocalypse, yellow battle robes were all the rage.
Bailey Xiling, with her tall figure of 1.78 meters and a pair of long, slender legs,
looked stunning in the yellow battle robe.
As a result, she loved wearing it before the apocalypse, and Li Shu recognized her best friend at a glance.
"Don't worry."
Zhang Fan waved his hand, signaling Li Shu to stay calm. Li Shu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then asked with some confusion, "Zhang Fan, from the way you speak, do you also know Xiling?"
"Of course, I know Bailey Xiling."
Zhang Fan smiled faintly. In truth, he did know Bailey Xiling, but not in this lifetime, rather, in his previous life. Before the apocalypse, Zhang Fan and Bailey Xiling had
spent some time together in the same survivor organization.
However, at that time, Bailey Xiling was a superpowerful individual with SS-level abilities, holding a very high status within the organization. Coupled with her outstanding appearance, Bailey Xiling was a rare high-quality woman in the apocalypse, and there was no shortage of men in the organization secretly in love with her. Zhang Fan could barely count himself as
one of them.
However, Bailey Xiling was a typical Scorpio woman.
Scorpios are strong, brave, independent, and aloof.
This type of woman naturally rejects weak and timid men, instead favoring powerful and domineering men,
yearning to be conquered by the strong.
During the time they were in the same survivor organization, she had countless suitors, but the one who ultimately won her heart was the strongest man in the organization.
This woman.
She was truly the epitome of a Scorpio, and conquering her was an extremely challenging feat. Zhang Fan's reason for saving Bailey Xiling wasn't out of a desire to conquer her, but because he valued her superpowers.
"Ahem, since you know her, hurry up and save her," Li Shu said anxiously. "If you don't act soon, I'm afraid they won't hold out much longer." "Alright, right. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, pulling a pocket-sized kitchen knife from his pocket. With a thought, the knife instantly returned to its normal size.
Li Shu stared at the knife in Zhang Fan's hand, momentarily stunned.
You're planning to use that to save her? Isn't that a bit too dangerous?
Saving others is certainly important, but your safety is even more important.
I don't want you risking your life to save someone else. Just over 200 aliens? This kitchen knife is more than enough.
Zhang Fan smiled calmly, leaned forward, and walked straight through the wall, plunging outside.
Witnessing this, everyone inside the building was stunned. He actually jumped out?
Bailey Xiling and her 6 companions had been trapped in a hot pot restaurant. Before the apocalypse, they were just customers at the restaurant and didn't know each other. It was only after the apocalypse that they gradually became acquainted. For the past half-month, they had been hiding in the hot pot restaurant, surviving on the ingredients and beverages inside.
After half a month of consumption, the food was almost gone, and they finally ran out.
Bailey Xiling and the 6 others found themselves in a dire situation with no food left. To survive, they had no choice but to risk relocating.
This bus became their means of transportation for the move.
Although the black rain couldn't get inside the bus, the noise it made attracted a large number of aliens. They hadn't traveled far before the bus drew the attention of aliens along the way. As more and more aliens gathered,
their numbers gradually exceeded 200.
In a panic, the driver lost control, and the bus crashed into the curb, stalling completely. The alien horde immediately followed, surrounding the bus and launching an attack.
Don't come over. Don't come over here. I don't want to die. Someone save me. Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, God, great sage equal to heaven. Someone save me.
Facing the overwhelming swarm of alien creatures, the 6 members of Bailey Xiling's group turned pale, their hearts flooded with fear. None of the 6 had awakened any superpowers.
In fact, having been
trapped in the hot pot restaurant all this time, they were completely unaware of the existence of superpowers.
Without superpowers, against so many alien creatures, they couldn't even handle a single one.
Bailey Xiling, this is all your fault. I told you not to come out, but you wouldn't listen.
Now you've gotten us all killed.
In fear and despair, a chubby middle-aged woman vented all her terror on Bailey Xiling. Her body was plump, her face full of fat, and her expression ferocious. You wretch, if I die, I won't let you go even as a ghost.
Boo-hoo, I don't want to die. What's the use of saying this now?
I told you long ago there were aliens outside, but you wouldn't listen. A delicate-looking boy with glasses also cursed angrily. Now look, we're all going to die together. Poor me, I've never even held a girl's hand.
I feel so wronged. Bailey Xiling, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, would we have come out? You've killed me. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die either. Bailey Xiling, are you satisfied now? Are you happy?
As soon as the older woman spoke, the others seemed to find an outlet for their anger and began hurling abuse at Bailey Xiling. Bailey Xiling bit her red lips
tightly, feeling wronged in her heart. The hot pot restaurant had long run out of food, and staying there any longer would only lead to starving to death. To survive, they had to leave.
Everyone wanted to find a way out, but the threat of the black rain and the alien creatures kept them paralyzed with fear, unable
to take action.
Bailey Xiling stepped forward, offering strategies and encouraging everyone, which finally gave them the courage to leave the hot pot restaurant. But now, in the face of danger, everyone was shifting all the blame onto her, completely forgetting that leaving the hot pot restaurant had been a collective decision.
Crack!
At this moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the windshield ahead. A side-like sharp tail pierced through the hole,
stopping just 10 centimeters away from the driver's head.
The driver was terrified, slumping in his seat, unable to move, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The tail was withdrawn, and immediately after, a slender, banana-shaped head approached the windshield, its hollow eyes staring intently at the driver.
Ow! Alien!
The driver trembled uncontrollably, swallowing hard, while the 5 members of Bailey Xiling's group were equally terrified. They had never faced an alien at such close range, having no prior experience with such an encounter. Just looking at the alien's grotesque and horrifying face sent chills down their spines, almost making them lose control.
If the alien got inside, would they have any chance of survival?
The alien raised its claw and slammed it heavily against the windshield. With a crack, the windshield instantly became covered in cracks.
It's over. We're going to die. Bailey Xiling and the others were utterly terrified.
The windshield was completely incapable of stopping the alien. Just one more hit and it would shatter, allowing the aliens to flood in like a tide and tear them to pieces, much like a pack of crocodiles feasting. Just as the alien was about to smash the windshield again, it suddenly stopped. The alien's head suddenly flew high into the air, fell to the side, and finally landed heavily on the ground, motionless.
Oh, this scene left Bailey Xiling and the others stunned. What just happened? How did the alien's head fall off?
A stream of blue blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing onto the windshield with a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, the previously cracked windshield was corroded into a hole. At that moment, a drop of blue blood fell, landing directly on the driver's hand, instantly corroding his skin. The driver let out a miserable scream, his face turning pale with pain, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The scream startled Bai Li Xiling and the others inside the car, and they quickly dragged the driver away from the driver's seat. Then, they looked toward the windshield.
The headless alien suddenly tilted to the side and eventually fell to the ground.
In the spot where the alien had been standing, a handsome young man with striking features quietly appeared.
Thank you, he is.
Bai Li Xiling was stunned. The others also stared at the handsome young man who had suddenly appeared.
Under their gaze, the handsome young man asked calmly, "Are you alright?
You, who are you?"
Bai Li Xiling stared blankly at him.
As a Scorpio woman, she felt indifferent toward most men, which left her with very few male friends.
She realized she didn't know this boy.
In front of her, the handsome young man was none other than Zhang Fan. He cast a faint glance at Bai Li Xiling, then his figure flashed as he dashed into the group of aliens.
Seeing this, Bai Li Xiling was shocked and cried out, come back quickly, don't throw your life away."
Although she didn't know Zhang Fan, her heart was filled with unease out of instinctive concern.
So many aliens, wasn't rushing in there seeking death? He would be torn to pieces by the aliens. However, in the next second, Bai Li Xiling and the 5 people in the car were stunned.
After Zhang Fan charged into the group of aliens, he wasn't torn to pieces at all. On the contrary, the ordinary kitchen knife in his hand was like the scythe of death, madly reaping the lives of the aliens.
Zhang Fan's figure flickered as he swept past an alien creature.
With a puff, the alien's head flew high into the air. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. Zhang Fan moved like a phantom through the dense swarm of xenomorphs, weaving and darting about at will, as if in an uninhabited realm.
Bai Li Xiling and the others
couldn't even see how he wielded his blade. All they could make out were banana-shaped heads flying through the air and jets of blue blood spurting everywhere.
Is this even human? Who exactly is he?
That's incredible. The 6 members of Bai Li Xiling's group were stunned.
Although they hadn't personally experienced how terrifying the xenomorphs
were, judging by how easily the creatures pierced through the windshield, their tails could undoubtedly penetrate their hearts with ease. Yet, Zhang Fan slaughtered these horrifying monsters as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables.
Over 200
xenomorphs swarmed densely, but not a single one managed to touch even the hem of Zhang Fan's clothes.
Just how powerful was he?
Bai Li Xiling stared intently at Zhang Fan, her bright eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Her breathing quickened. The ferocious xenomorphs were as fragile as chickens, ducks, fish, or geese awaiting slaughter, left at Zhang Fan's mercy. Splat, 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 heads flew one after another, blood
gushing like fountains. The entire battle barely lasted long before it was over.
From Zhang Fan's arrival to the end of the fight, less than 2 minutes
had passed.
Yet the ground was littered with corpses, all killed with a single strike, their heads severed cleanly, without a single scratch on their bodies. The blue blood corroded the ground, emitting a sizzling sound and wisps of white smoke.
It's over already?
Bai Li Xiling and the others stared out the window, swallowing hard, struggling to believe that over 200 xenomorphs were wiped out just like that.
These weren't just 200 cabbages.
Zhang Fan casually flicked his cleaver, sending it flying into the concrete ground, where it embedded itself with the handle sticking out. It had to be said, this move was incredibly stylish, exuding the demeanor of a master. Bai Li Xiling and the others were left dumbfounded. Only then did Zhang Fan turn around and walk over slowly, looking at the group through the glass.
Is everyone okay? No problem.
The group snapped out of their daze. Bai Li Xiling fixed her gaze on Zhang Fan, licking her alluring red lips as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. If you're all fine, then follow me, Zhang Fan said calmly.
Yes.
The 6 of them, clad in raincoats and wrapped up tightly, were careful not to get drenched by the black rain. With the protection of the raincoats, even without superpowers,
they could safely leave the hot pot restaurant and board the bus.
Zhang Fan led the way, with the 6 following closely behind. Bai Li Xiling quickened her pace to walk alongside Zhang Fan.
Big brother, thank you for saving us, really, thank you.
Bai Li Xiling flashed a sweet smile and took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Zhang Fan.
I still don't know your name.
Zhang Fan, he replied, glancing at her. Inwardly, he thought to himself, this woman was indeed stunning. Standing at about 1.7 meters tall, her long legs rivaled those of a supermodel.
Her slender waist and full chest made her figure irresistibly attractive.
Typically, taller women didn't have particularly striking facial features, but Bai Li Xiling's were exquisite. Her oval face was
radiant and charming, very pleasing to the eye.
A figure and face like hers were rare in real life, though he had seen plenty of similar beauties on short video platforms like Kuaishou.
However,
everyone knew that 99.99% of the beauties on Douyin and Kuaishou were heavily filtered creations. Their real appearances could scare a donkey to death, and their top fans would flee instantly.
Zhang Fan, can I call you Brother Zhang?
Bai Li Xiling's beautiful eyes lit up as she proactively extended her small hand.
Brother Zhang, my name is Bai Li Xiling. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang.
Fan shook her delicate hand, her fingers long and fair, resembling jade-like scallions, truly captivating. Hello, Zhang Fan responded indifferently, then released Bai Li Xiling's hand and continued, walking toward the building, appearing completely unconcerned. Bai Li Xiling froze, surprised by by Zhang Fan's cold attitude toward her. All along, with her strong background and outstanding appearance, men had always treated her warmly, but Zhang Fan's unfamiliar indifference left her feeling both astonished and intrigued. This coldness piqued her interest even more, prompting her to quickly follow him. The elevator was broken, so everyone had to take the stairs. Zhang Fan moved swiftly, covering several meters in a single step, climbing the stairs at an incredible speed. Bailey Xiling and the others, however, were struggling. Over the past few days, they hadn't eaten properly, and after the earlier scare, they now had to climb stairs. Within just a few floors, their legs were weak, and their bodies felt drained. Brother Zhang, can we take a break? I really can't go on. Bailey Xiling gasped for breath as she spoke. Zhang Fan turned back and coldly replied, if you don't want to climb, stay behind and feed the aliens. I won't wait for you. With that, he continued upstairs without looking back. You? Bailey Xiling glared at Zhang Fan angrily. It's just climbing stairs. I won't let you look down on me. By the time Bailey Xiling and the other 5 finally reached the top floor, more than 10 minutes had passed. Zhang Fan was already waiting for them in the office. The group collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat, their legs feeling as heavy as lead. I'm exhausted. Finally made it. I'm starving. The group was so worn out that they grimaced in pain, unable to muster the strength to move a single finger. Xiling, Li Shu ran over. Excitedly. The group turned toward the voice. Sister Li Shu? Bailey Xiling's eyes lit up, and she stood up excitedly. Sister Li Shu, is it really you? How are you here? Oh my god. You're alive, sob. It's me. Xiling, it's me. 2 emotional women tightly embraced, tears streaming down their faces. The sight of these beauties crying unexpectedly became a stunning scene, especially since both were tall and strikingly beautiful. All eyes on the top floor were drawn to them. Women were filled with envy and jealousy, while men revealed greed and desire. Zhang Fan glanced at the 2 women sobbing in each other's arms, then lost interest and turned his attention to the short, stout middle-aged man, the security guard, and the indifferent woman. I'll ask again, are you sure you want to refuse? Rescuing Bailey Xiling was just a brief interlude. The real purpose of coming to the Maikelong building today was to acquire the super physique and the water deprivation abilities. The short, stout middle-aged man and the security guard trembled all over and obediently nodded. Be big brother, we are willing to go with you. They had dared to refuse before, but now they didn't dare. The scene of Zhang Fan slaughtering over 200 alien creatures earlier had left them utterly terrified. They had personally witnessed that shocking massacre. Over 200 alien creatures were completely annihilated by Zhang Fan with just a kitchen knife. Such a being was not human at all but a superhuman. Faced with Zhang Fan's recruitment, how could they dare to refuse again? Fear gripped their hearts, terrified that if they declined, Zhang Fan would end their lives with a single stroke. In these times, dying would be utterly meaningless. What about you? Zhang Fan turned his gaze to the indifferent woman. I am willing to go with you, the indifferent woman responded. Her voice was still cold, but in front of Zhang Fan, her eyes flickered with deep reverence. The scene of Zhang Fan slaughtering the alien creatures had long left an indelible impression in her heart. What is your name? Zhang Fan asked. Tang Hui, she replied. Zhang Fan nodded and then stood up. Since there's no problem, let's go. Yes. The short, chubby middle-aged man and the security guard obediently followed behind Zhang Fan, with Zhang Ying and the cold woman, Tang Hui, also tagging along. Li Shu, unable to continue crying, pulled by Li Xiling and walked up to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, can you take her with you? I can take her, but you know, I don't support useless people, Zhang Fan said unhurriedly. Once we return to Greenfield New City, let her be exposed to the black rain and awaken her superpowers as soon as possible. Li Xiling looked confused. Exposed to the black rain? Awaken superpowers? Li Shu's expression changed slightly. Zhang Fan, the black rain. The failure rate of being infected by black rain is as high as 90%, almost certain death. Bailey Xiling being infected by black rain. Li Shu dared not imagine the consequences. She thought to herself, isn't Zhang Fan planning to seize the loan ability? After seizing it, he could use the loan ability to grant Bailey Xiling a superpower. That would be much safer. Why let Bailey Xiling risk her life to be infected by black rain? Are you questioning my decision? Zhang Fan frowned as he looked at Li Shu. He understood her concerns, but he had his own plans. Zhang Fan was very clear that Bailey Xiling would definitely succeed in awakening, and the awakened ability would be an extremely powerful SS-level superpower, which would greatly benefit the entire team. Such a superpower must be awakened, otherwise, it would be a waste. No. Li Shu shook her head repeatedly. She never forgot her position and knew she had no right to demand anything from Zhang Fan. If that's the case, then follow what I just said. Don't worry, with me here, even if she wants to die, it won't be easy. Zhang Fan and his group left the Maikelong building and returned to Greenfield New City. Zhang Fan shrank the short, chubby middle-aged man and the security guard, placed them into plastic bottles, and prepared to take them to the underground shelter to plunder their abilities. Zhang Fan created 3 shadow clones to ensure the safety of the villa while he disappeared and left. A few minutes later, Zhang Fan arrived once again at the underground shelter.
This mission is a bit heavy. I hope I can hold on.
Zhang Fan released Lin Xuanglong, restoring him to his normal size.
Spare me, spare me.
As soon as Lin Xuanglong appeared, he fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically and begging for mercy. Zhang Fan, unwilling to waste time, used the soil to restrain him and immediately activated infinite plunder.
10 minutes later, Lin Xuanglong's super physique was successfully plundered.
Zhang Fan didn't rush to fuse with it. Instead, he first activated earth manipulation, burying Lin Xuanglong more than 100 meters underground.
Scum like him didn't deserve to live.
Only after finishing this did Zhang Fan begin fusing with the super physique.
Yes, main body.
The fusion process was both agonizing and drawn out, as if he were being executed by 1,000 cuts, a torment so unbearable that Zhang Fan felt worse than dead, endlessly drifting
between life and death.
He wanted to sleep, to pass out, but there was no escape. He could only grit his teeth and endure it, while time seemed to crawl by unbearably slow.
Finally, after more than 7 hours of torment, the fusion was at last a success. Zhang Fan consumed more than 20 alien crystal cores, absorbing their energy to recover his strength while lying down to rest.
Half an hour later, all the discomfort in his body disappeared, and his stamina was restored to its peak state.
Let's test the effect.
Zhang Fan sprang to his feet with a kip up and silently activated his newly acquired superpower, super physique. A mysterious force surged quietly from his heart, instantly sweeping through every corner of his body.
Zhang Fan felt as if his body was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, he grew to a height of 2.5 meters. At this moment, Zhang Fan appeared exceptionally burly, his muscles knotted in veins bulging, as if carved by a blade and chisel. The veins crisscrossed like small snakes, resembling the turtle hermit unleashing a Kamehameha, imposing and powerful. What terrifying strength! Feeling the changes in his body, Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel. His entire being surged with boundless power, and he even had the illusion that he could destroy a planet with a single punch. In addition, he felt his whole body was light as a feather. With just a gentle leap, he could soar into the sky. No wonder Lin Xuanglong, that trash with a physique
level of 1/110, could inflate his ego to the point of ascending the throne and proclaiming himself emperor.
This superpower is indeed a bit exaggerated.
Zhang Fan marveled in his heart. Strength, speed, defense, neural response, and other physical attributes were all enhanced tenfold, which made the boost in
combat power truly terrifying. And this is just an S-level superpower. If Li Shu were to enhance it and upgrade it to SS level, how monstrous would it become?
After more than half an hour of research, Zhang Fan reluctantly deactivated the superpower and returned to his normal state.
He then consumed over 20 alien crystal cores before releasing the short, chubby middle-aged man. Big brother, spare me.
10 minutes later, the lone superpower was successfully plundered, and the fusion process began.
After 7 to 8 hours of painful
integration, Zhang Fan successfully acquired a new ability. While resting, Zhang Fan began to study the newly obtained power,
lone superpower.
After some research, Zhang Fan gradually figured out the lone superpower. Just as the short, chubby middle-aged man had said earlier,
the lone superpower could indeed allow one to lend their superpower to others for use. This loan model was quite peculiar, resembling
a bank loan, requiring the signing of a loan contract.
When signing the contract, the loan term must be specified. Once the term expires, the lender can revoke the contract at any time and reclaim the lent superpower. This superpower is really interesting. Go back and try it.
Zhang Fan whispered, then released the security guard again.
Finally, this limb multiplication ability.
After more than 7 hours, Zhang Fan successfully acquired this ability.
In terms of level, the limb multiplication ability was only a D-level superpower, completely unworthy of Zhang Fan's status. However, the utility of this superpower turned out to be unexpectedly good. Zhang Fan experimented and discovered that applying this ability to the small flying stick allowed him to freely change its size. It could be long or short, thick or thin, as large as a tree trunk or as fine as a silver needle, endlessly versatile. Amazing.
The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth lifted slightly. This superpower had no combat utility, but in another field, it was extremely practical and absolute dream skill for men.
Time to head back. Zhang Fan stretched lazily and casually popped a few alien crystal cores into his mouth. He had already developed the habit of consuming alien crystal cores anytime and anywhere. This wasn't gluttony, it was cultivation. The cultivation method of the future would be just like this. Once the secret of the alien crystal cores was revealed, everyone would cultivate this way, consuming alien crystal cores anytime and anywhere. After leaving the underground shelter, Zhang Fan rode his motorcycle toward Greenfield New City. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he sensed something was wrong. Roars echoed from the residential area, shaking the surrounding trees like thunder on dry ground. There's an alien.
Zhang Fan twisted the throttle and sped into Greenfield New City. As he approached Villa Number 9, he saw from a distance a massive creature battling several shadow clones. It was clearly
a quadrupedal alien, but its size was astonishing. Its thick torso resembled that of an elephant, with a body length exceeding 8 meters and a shoulder height of at least 4 meters. Its long, banana-shaped head stretched 2 meters, and above its mouth were 2 spear-like tusks. Its body was covered in a black, shell-like exoskeleton, resembling a ferocious beast armed to the teeth. An elephant alien? Zhang Fan was taken aback. Elephant. Aliens, naturally, were aliens mutated from elephants. They inherited the genetic traits of elephants, massive size and immense strength, making them one of the most terrifyingly powerful types of aliens. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of elephant aliens far surpassed those of ordinary aliens. What was puzzling, however, was that elephant aliens were rarely seen. Even when they appeared, it was usually near zoos. So why was one here? Though filled with questions, Zhang Fan wasted no time. He quickly rode his motorcycle closer, charging straight at the elephant alien. At this moment, several shadow clones stationed at the villa were locked in fierce combat with the creature. What was absurd was that none of the shadow clones' attacks had any effect on the elephant alien. They couldn't inflict any damage. Solar flames, absolute zero, miniaturization, even the death ray had been used, but all to no avail. Everything was ineffective. What's going on? It's useless. All attacks are useless. This alien creature is too strange. Li Shu, Zhang Ying, by Li Xiling, and the ice beauty Tang Hui stood by the third-floor window of the villa, nervously watching below. This elephant-like alien appeared suddenly half an hour ago. Moreover, as soon as it appeared, it headed straight for Villa number 9 where they were located. The 3 shadow clones left by Zhang Fan immediately went to confront it. Everyone initially thought this would be an easy battle. No one expected that this elephant-like alien would be completely impervious. No matter what attack the shadow clone launched, it couldn't harm this elephant-like alien. This left Li Shu and the others feeling incredulous, especially Li Shu and Zhang Ying. They were well aware of Zhang Fan's various superpowers, including some SSS-level abilities, yet they couldn't hurt the opponent. Li Shu and the others were all very anxious. Zhang Fan was not present, and the 3 shadow clones could not last long. Once the shadow clone's stamina was exhausted, they would completely dissipate. By then, who would stop this elephant-shaped alien? Stand back, all of you. A soft command suddenly came through. Li Shu and the others turned toward the sound and saw a man suddenly appear not far away, riding a motorcycle. Zhang Fan. Brother Zhang. Seeing Zhang Fan, Li Shu, and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. Excitement appeared on each of their uniquely beautiful faces. Great. Finally back. Li Shu patted her ample chest and said reproachfully, that guy, gone for 2 days straight, making me worry. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Ying's face showed a relaxed and cheerful expression. As long as my brother is back, there will definitely be a way to deal with this alien creature. Li Shu and Zhang Ying blindly trust Zhang Fan and have absolute confidence in him. However, Bai Li Xiling and the ice beauty Tang Hui have different opinions. Brother Zhang is very strong, but don't forget, this alien's defense is too tough. Nothing works on it. Bai Li Xiling frowned slightly. The shadow clones just tried all kinds of methods, but none of them worked. The icy beauty Tang Hui did not speak, but her slightly furrowed delicate brows indicated that she also held a skeptical attitude in her heart. Li Shu and Zhang Ying also began to hesitate. Indeed, this mutant elephant was truly too bizarre. The sun true flame, such an abnormal fire that could burn even steel and stone, turned out to be completely ineffective against the mutant elephant. Not only useless. After these attacks hit the elephant-shaped alien, they strangely disappeared, vanishing without a trace. Even abilities like Absolute Zero, Death Rays, and Shrinking are all the same, completely ineffective. Zhang Fan's abilities are the same as the shadow clones. If the 3 shadow clones can't deal with the elephant-shaped alien, does Zhang Fan have a solution? Not necessarily. Yes, master. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's command, several shadow clones immediately stopped and retreated back into the villa. Zhang Fan shrank the motorcycle and put it in his pocket, then looked at the elephant-shaped alien, which also turned to look at him. Those hollow, eyeless sockets stared coldly at Zhang Fan, exuding a murderous aura. The alien loves slaughtering humans the most, especially the stronger the human, the more they enjoy it. Because the stronger the human, the better their genes. By killing such humans, they can select high-quality genes to fill the gaps in their own genetic chains, thereby making themselves stronger. In the later stages of the apocalypse, almost all the aliens excelled in multiple superpowers. Their superpowers were plundered from humans. The elephant-like alien strode forward, thundering as it charged toward Zhang Fan. Despite its massive size, its running speed was anything but slow. Rumbling footsteps trampled the ground, causing the surrounding earth to tremble. Perfect timing to test my new ability. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes, and his body silently swelled up like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan transformed from the normal form of the Turtle Hermit into the Turtle Hermit, unleashing the Kamehameha. That towering figure, with muscles chiseled like they were carved by a blade, left the women staring in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Especially Bai Li Xiling, whose eyes sparkled as she gulped down her saliva, almost unable to resist pouncing forward to take a lick. Zhang Fan forcefully stomped on the ground. With a a loud boom, the cement ground instantly caved in, leaving a large pit.
With the help of the rebound under his feet, Zhang Fan shot out like an arrow, crashing into the oncoming elephant-shaped alien. The elephant-shaped alien swung its long tail, lashing fiercely at Zhang Fan. However, when its trunk touched Zhang Fan, it was as if it had struck air, passing eerily through his body.
Zhang Fan delivered a punch to the chest of the elephant-shaped alien,
like a sledgehammer striking heavily on the ground.
In front of the elephant-shaped alien, even though Zhang Fan had become exceptionally burly, he was still a small figure, like Shaquille O'Neal standing next to an African elephant.
However, the result was that the elephant-shaped alien was violently blasted backward, flying 7 or 8 meters away before staggering to stabilize its stance. In terms of sheer strength, Zhang Fan was clearly superior. Zhang Fan's level 2 physique, 198/1000, after using the super physique ability, saw all attributes increase tenfold.
A single punch to repel the elephant-shaped alien was entirely within reason.
However, Zhang Fan was not pleased, because despite such a heavy blow, the elephant-shaped alien was completely unharmed. The exoskeletal armor on its chest showed no damage, no dents, not even the slightest crack. Even if the alien elephant's defense is strong, it's impossible for it to remain unscathed after taking such a blow from me.
Zhang Fan squinted his eyes. It must be some kind of powerful superpower at work. It also has superpowers. Zhang Fan was very confident in his strength.
If it were an ordinary alien, even a level 2 alien, this punch would have absolutely blown it apart. At the very least, its armor would have been damaged. There's no way it could remain completely unharmed like this.
Superpowers? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up slightly.
Plundering superpowers can be addictive.
Although the fusion process is very painful, once successful, the feeling of using superpowers is unparalleled. The elephant-shaped alien's defense was abnormally strong, undoubtedly possessing some kind of extraordinary defensive superpower.
Zhang Fan stomped on the ground and lunged forward again. Zhang Fan resembled a humanoid beast, delivering punch after punch, each like a cannonball, striking the elephant-shaped alien.
Although the elephant-shaped alien's defense was absurd, its speed left much to be desired.
Under Zhang Fan's storm-like onslaught, it completely turned into a sandbag, only able to passively endure Zhang Fan's attacks.
Zhang Fan unleashed over 20 punches in one go, leaving the elephant-shaped alien struggling to cope, completely unable to fight back. In terms of combat power, the elephant-shaped alien and Zhang Fan are not even in the same league, but its defense is incredibly strong. After taking so many punches head-on, it still didn't suffer the slightest injury. Simply outrageous. I'm becoming more and more interested in your superpower. Now, offer your superpower to me.
Zhang Fan stepped on the ground, no longer intending to continue the fight.
What? The cement ground beneath the elephant-shaped alien's feet suddenly turned into quicksand. The alien elephant uncontrollably sank toward the ground.
The alien elephant struggled repeatedly.
Unfortunately, it was useless.
The hard ground turned into quicksand, leaving its feet with no support. If it's a lightweight creature, like a frog or a tanuki, it can leap out of the quicksand with a single bound.
The elephant-like alien can't do that. It's too heavy.
As it kept sinking, the elephant-like alien quickly became trapped in the ground, leaving only its head exposed.
Solidify.
Zhang Fan snapped his fingers.
In an instant, the once swamp-like soft quicksand ground silently solidified, transforming into a sturdy cement floor. The elephant-shaped alien was directly trapped within the ground.
It struggled violently, causing the ground to shake and tremble intensely, as if an earthquake had struck. Bricks and stones shattered, and the ground was covered with cracks, as if the Monkey King was shaking the Five-Finger Mountain, causing the entire peak to tremble.
Zhang Fan did not give the elephant-shaped alien a chance to break free. He swiftly moved to its side and activated infinite plunder. The process of plundering superpowers was accompanied by immense pain. The elephant-shaped alien roared in agony, struggling even more frantically.
Zhang Fan let out a cold snort, and one earthen dragon after another rose around him, coiling tightly around the elephant-shaped alien like giant pythons. Working in tandem with the ground beneath, they continued to suppress the elephant-shaped alien.
With the dual suppression of the earthen dragons and the ground, the elephant-shaped alien's struggles, though increasingly frantic, were to no avail. 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan successfully seized the elephant-shaped alien's superpower. You can die now.
Zhang Fan snapped his fingers.
Death Ray.
A black beam of light shot out of thin air, striking heavily on the head of the elephant-shaped alien.
This time, the elephant alien couldn't withstand the death ray.
In an instant, its soul was shattered, and it was killed on the spot. Having lost its powerful defensive superpower, with Zhang Fan's mental strength at level 2, 99/1000, he could kill the elephant alien in a single strike. Seeing the elephant alien perish, Zhang Fan released it and let black rain slowly decompose it. Moments later, Zhang Fan obtained the crystal core of the elephant alien.
This alien crystal core is as large as an ordinary alien crystal core, but the energy contained within is purer and more immense. Judging by the energy concentration in this crystal core, the elephant alien is not far from reaching level 2.
Zhang Fan sighed, and with a flash of his figure, he entered the villa. Li Shu's fourth daughter had already run downstairs and surrounded surrounded Zhang Fan.
Brother, you're amazing.
Zhang Ying's excited, pretty face was flushed, her eyes full of tenderness. Such a huge alien, and you handled it so easily.
It's over. We're doomed. The combat power of the elephant alien itself is actually not strong. The troublesome part is its super defensive ability.
Zhang Fan waved his hand.
Brother Zhang, what was that move you just used?
Bailey Xilin's eyes sparkled with stars, filled with admiration. I mean the move where you turned into a muscle man. During the process of Zhang Fan killing the elephant alien, what left the deepest impression on Bailey Xiling was still the move where Zhang Fan turned into a muscle man. That tall and burly figure, the strong and explosive muscles, and that overwhelming, destructive power, deeply captivated by Li Xiling, leaving her dazzled and her heart trembling. That's called a super physique. It's Lin Shuanglong's superpower, Zhang Fan said. Luckily, you came back in time, otherwise today would have been dangerous. Li Shu's gaze was gentle. The icy beauty Tang Hui followed behind the three women, expressionless and silent, merely watching Zhang Fan quietly. Zhang Fan smiled and changed the subject. I still have to go out later.
You all stay at home and wait for me. If you encounter danger, let the shadow clone take you to the underground shelter for refuge. It's safe there. The four women nodded. They actually could have entered the underground shelter just now, but at first they didn't take the elephant alien seriously.
They thought the three shadow clones could easily handle the elephant alien.
Unexpectedly. I'm hungry, let's get something to eat.
Zhang Fan rubbed his stomach. Over the past 2 days, he had fused 3 superpowers in a row.
Apart from the alien crystal cores, Zhang Fan hadn't had a drop of water. Alien crystal cores could replenish physical strength, but they didn't stave off hunger.
At this moment, Zhang Fan's stomach was growling.
Bro, what are we eating? Zhang Ying asked repeatedly.
Oil-splashed noodles. Before long, the fragrant oil-splashed noodles were ready. The oily noodles, paired with fiery red chili powder, were stirred a few times, turning the noodles bright red. Zhang Fan's mouth watered, and he couldn't help but feel his appetite surge. Zhang Fan wasn't afraid of the heat and slurped the noodles in big mouthfuls. Bailey Xiling sat across from Zhang Fan, resting her delicate hand under her chin, staring at him with a love-struck expression.
Even just watching Zhang Fan eat noodles, she thought he looked incredibly handsome. Could this be the saying beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Bro, pass me a clove of garlic. Zhang Ying handed over the peeled garlic. Why aren't you eating? We just had dinner.
After finishing 3 big bowls of noodles in a row, Zhang Fan finally stopped, feeling satisfied but still wanting more.
Are you full? Li Shu asked with a smile. If not, I can cook more for you. Enough, enough.
Zhang Fan burped contentedly, grabbed a napkin to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth, and got down to business. I've already fused the lone superpower.
Do you want to give it a try?
Having just acquired the lone superpower, Zhang Fan was eager to give it a go.
Lone superpower? The four women's eyes lit up.
In the 2 days since Zhang Fan left, the few of them had discussed this matter and were full of anticipation. However, since Zhang Fan didn't bring it up, they didn't dare to ask too much, fearing it might annoy her.
Now that Zhang Fan brought it up on her own, clearly intending to lend them her ability, how could they not be delighted? Yes, lending the ability.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly and instructed, bring paper and pen.
I'll go get it.
Zhang Ying stood up and soon returned with paper and pen. Zhang Fan took the paper and pen and wrote down 2 superpowers, wall passing and super physique.
Zhang Fan possesses many abilities,
but in fact, he currently has only 7 superpowers in total, which are infinite plunder, wall phasing, domain, fusion, super physique, loaning ability, and limb multiplication. Infinite plunder is Zhang Fan's ultimate trump card, an SSS-level ability that cannot be casually lent out, as after all, they are not that familiar with each other.
Domain superpower is a fusion of multiple abilities.
An SSS-level superpower that combines 8 powerful abilities: Earth Control, Miniaturization, Death Ray, True Solar Flame, Absolute Zero, Shadow Clone, Soul Shield, and Time Reversal.
This superpower is Zhang Fan's ultimate trump card. Zhang Fan would not easily lend it out.
Excluding infinite plunder and domain abilities, the only powers Zhang Fan could lend to the 4 women were wall phasing and super physique.
The remaining fusion ability, loan ability, and limb multiplication were completely useless, and the 4 women wouldn't borrow them anyway. These 2 superpowers, wall phasing is an excellent life-saving skill.
Zhang Fan said, super physique can enhance all attributes of a superhuman, except for mental attributes, by 10 times. You can choose one of these 2 superpowers.
Of course, Xiling is an exception.
The 4 girls stared at the 2 superpowers written in the notebook. They were initially very excited. They didn't dare to hope for other superpowers. These 2 were already incredibly powerful. But upon hearing Zhang Fan's last sentence, the 4 girls were all stunned.
Except for Bailey Xiling? What do you mean? Zhang Fan doesn't plan to lend his superpower to Bailey Xiling. Brother Zhang, what do you mean? Bailey Xiling looked at Zhang Fan with a pitiful expression, a little anxious. Are you really not planning to lend me your superpower?
Li Shu also frowned as she looked at Zhang Fan.
It's not that I won't lend it to you, but let's wait until you awaken your superpower first. Among all of us, you're the only one who hasn't awakened a superpower.
Zhang Fan wasn't discriminating against Bailey Xiling. He was just just worried that lending her the superpower might affect her ability to awaken her own. According to the trajectory of her past life, Li Xiling would awaken a powerful SS-level superpower. This ability is not only immensely powerful but also extremely practical.
Zhang Fan doesn't want anything to go wrong with this ability. After hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, Li Xiling did not feel reassured.
Instead, she felt even more aggrieved. But Brother Zhang, awakening a superpower requires being exposed to the black rain. This is very dangerous. These past 2 days, the four of them stayed together and talked about many things. Li Xiling also learned how to awaken superpowers and how high the failure rate of awakening superpowers is. In fact, over the past 2 days, Li Xiling had thought about awakening, but the 90% failure rate made her hesitate.
What are you afraid of? Even if you die from being infected by the black rain, I can bring you back to life. Go ahead and try boldly,
Zhang Fan said irritably.
Bring me back to life? Li Xiling blinked her big eyes and asked excitedly, Brother Zhang, are you talking about the time reversal ability?
Zhang Fan said indifferently.
Is it reliable? Li Xiling asked in surprise. Reliable.
Li Shu answered on behalf of Zhang Fan. Earlier at the Maikelong building, Zhang Fan burned Lin Shuanglong to death but then brought him back to life.
Is that really possible? Li Xiling and Li Shu have been close friends for many years.
Li Xiling had no doubt about Li Shu's words.
Since that's the case, I'll give it a try.
Li Xiling clenched her teeth, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. Everyone else has superpowers, but she doesn't.
How could someone as proud as her accept that?
Previously, she was worried about the high failure rate, but now she has no concerns at all.
Even death can be reversed, so what is there to fear?
Li Xiling was a pragmatic doer and immediately began to experiment. Zhang Fan had his shadow clone produce a small amount of black rain, which dripped onto Li Xiling's hand. The black rain quickly seeped into her skin.
The infection has begun. The whole process went as smoothly as Zhang Fan had anticipated, without any unexpected incidents.
However, awakening is a long process and definitely cannot be completed in a short time. Everyone escorted by Li Xiling back to her room to let her awaken slowly, while Zhang Fan began lending superpowers to the three women.
Li Shu, you're first. Zhang Fan looked at the pure and tall Li Shu. You can choose one of the 2 superpowers. I choose to walk through walls. Li Shu made her choice. She didn't like fighting and killing. Compared to that, staying alive was more important. Since the apocalypse arrived, Li Shu had always felt insecure. Zhang Fan is fine when he's around. If Zhang Fan is not around, she can't sleep well at night and often has nightmares.
So between the life-saving ability to pass through walls and the super physique that enhances combat power, Li Shu chose passing through walls without hesitation.
Decided? Zhang Fan asked with a smile.
Li Shu nodded firmly.
Then let's begin. Zhang Fan nodded slightly and activated the lending superpower.
Strands of mist-like golden light surged out from Zhang Fan's body, condensing into a magical golden scroll. The golden scroll was engraved with mysterious patterns, its surface shimmering with golden light, exuding an enigmatic aura. Zhang Fan reached out with a gesture, and the golden scroll slowly descended, then spread out flat, revealing a few lines of text. These characters are very peculiar, not belonging to any language on Earth, nor have they ever appeared in history. But the amazing thing is, although no one recognizes them, after seeing these lines of text, they somehow understand their meaning.
Truly incredible.
These few lines are actually just a simple loan agreement. The above lists the borrower, lender, borrowing capacity, borrowing time, borrowing interest, and so on. Zhang Fan used his thoughts to fill out the loan contract one by one, and finally completed the blood seal with Li Shu. As the contract was signed, the golden contract scroll folded back together, then split into 2 parts.
One part shot into Zhang Fan's body.
A shot was injected into Li Shu's body.
That's it? Li Shu blinked.
Zhang Fan smiled slightly. Feel it carefully, you should be able to use the wall passing ability now. Because it was only borrowing, not assimilation, Li Shu could use the wall passing ability without needing to fuse.
Let me try.
Li Shu immediately began to sense it.
Zhang Ying and Tang Hui stared intently at Li Shu, their eyes full of anticipation.
About 10 seconds later, Li Shu quietly disappeared from the spot.
Zhang Fan knew that Li Shu had succeeded.
She had already entered the virtual realm, which was why she disappeared. When using wall passing to enter the virtual realm, one can fully enter the virtual realm, putting oneself in a completely invisible state. It is also possible to be semi-invisible, which specifically means that others can see you but cannot touch you. As for whether to be completely invisible or partially invisible, it entirely depends on the superhuman's personal will.
Brother, has Sister Li Shu succeeded? Zhang Ying asked excitedly. Zhang Fan smiled. Go ahead. What do you want to borrow? Only kids make choices. I want both.
Zhang Ying cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Fan, her red lips alluring and captivating. Brother, you'll agree, right? Zhang Fan pinched her cheek and chuckled. You really are greedy.
Fine, I'll lend you both.
Whether it's wall passing or super physique, neither counts as particularly powerful superpowers, so lending them to Zhang Ying is no problem.
He wouldn't lend out powerful abilities anyway. Thank you, bro.
Zhang Ying giggled and gave Zhang Fan a big kiss on the cheek.
The
kiss left Zhang Fan flustered, his head spinning, his mouth dry, and he could hardly resist the urge to take her right then and there.
Zhang Fan didn't waste any words and prepared a new loan contract, signing the agreement with Zhang Ying.
I filled in 1 month for the borrowing period. During the next month, you will possess these 2 superpowers. Zhang Fan reminded, after 1 month, if you still want to borrow these 2 abilities, you'll need to sign the contract again.
Got it, bro.
Zhang Ying nodded repeatedly, not taking it seriously.
She never thought about leaving Zhang Fan.
1 month is just 1 month. They could sign a new contract later. In comparison, Zhang Ying was more interested in the 2 new abilities.
Brother, what about you?
Zhang Fan looked at Tang Hui again. This ice-cold beauty always keeps a straight face, rarely speaking or smiling, as if someone owes her a small fortune. However, this woman is very diligent in her work, washing vegetables, cooking, purifying water. She does everything exceptionally well,
especially purifying water.
She used her water extraction ability to draw completely pure water from the black rain, accumulating a large vat of it. These waters will not be used for drinking, but for washing and bathing. They are completely fine.
Pass through the wall, Tang Hui said expressionlessly.
Zhang Fan was not surprised.
Tang Hui's moisture deprivation is itself an extremely destructive superpower.
It should be noted that whether it's humans or aliens, moisture is an important component, accounting for about 60 to 70% of body weight.
Tang Hui's moisture deprivation can completely extract this moisture from human and alien bodies. Once extracted, even the toughest alien would have to die.
Tang Hui does not lack offensive abilities. What she lacks are defensive and survival skills, so she will definitely choose the wall-passing ability. Zhang Fan complied with her wishes and gave her the wall-passing ability. After finishing this, Zhang Fan entered the underground shelter and began to fuse the abilities he had plundered from the elephant alien. Zhang Fan had a hunch that the ability he plundered from the elephant alien would bring him a huge surprise.
Greenfield New City, Villa Number 9, Underground Shelter.
Zhang Fan exhaled a turbid breath and the true sunfire surged all over his body, evaporating the sweat on his skin completely. Zhang Fan consumed a few alien crystal cores, allowing the energy from the cores to slowly nourish his entire body, and opened the attribute panel.
Name, Zhang Fan. Level, Level 2. Spirit, Level 2, 128/1000. Physique, Level 2, 256/1000. Superpowers, Infinite Plunder, SSS-level, Wall Penetration, S-level, Domain, SSS-level, Fusion, SS-level, Super Physique, S-level, Loaning Abilities, A-level, Limb Multiplication, D-level, Energy Conversion, SSS-level. Energy Conversion, SSS-level? Seeing the name Energy Conversion, Zhang Fan didn't feel much, but the SSS-level made Zhang Fan both surprised and delighted. SSS-level superpowers are extremely rare. There might not even be a few in all of Xi'an. To think he encountered another one. Did he just get lucky again? I came to see what use this ability has for its level to be so high. Zhang Fan suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately began to examine it. Kill. You never know until you look. And what a shock it was upon seeing. This ability is simply a cheat, as it can convert any form of energy into physical strength stored within the body. The any form of energy here includes, but is not limited to, kinetic energy, chemical energy, thermal energy, biological energy, soul energy, spatial energy, temporal energy, and all other forms of energy. Heavens! Zhang Fan was stunned. He finally understood
why the elephant-like alien remained completely unharmed despite being bombarded by 3 shadow clones using various attacks in turn.
With such a perverse superpower, how could it possibly get hurt? This is normal. The true fire of the sun burns?
No matter how abnormal the true fire of the sun is, it is merely thermal energy. Energy conversion can directly transform it into physical strength for storage.
Absolute Zero is the same.
Physical attacks like punches are essentially kinetic energy attacks, and energy conversion can still transform them. The death ray is a soul attack, essentially an attack launched by soul energy.
Energy conversion can also transform soul energy. Any form of attack is essentially an energy attack. And energy conversion can transform all forms of energy, storing it as physical strength within the body. Let me ask, what attack can harm me? This is absolute defense. One more thing, energy conversion can transform all attacks into stamina. Does this mean that in battle, I can grow stronger the more I fight without ever worrying about running out of stamina? Try it and you'll find out.
After some attempts, Zhang Fan discovered that energy conversion has 2 major effects.
Again, first, absolute defense. Second, unlimited mana regeneration.
The prerequisite for unlimited mana regeneration is that the body must be under attack, otherwise, it cannot be converted into stamina.
This time I really hit the jackpot.
Zhang Fan stretched lazily, left the underground shelter with a joyful heart, and returned to the villa. Black King was the first to notice his master coming home, cheering as he rushed over, jumping around Zhang Fan excitedly, his tail wagging affectionately.
Black King.
Zhang Fan squatted down and patted Black King's head. Over the past few days, Black King had grown quite a bit taller, but he was still a puppy, clumsy, adorable, and utterly lovable. Zhang Fan then looked walked toward the living room, and with just one glance, he almost spat blood from his nostrils. The four women were sitting in the living room doing yoga, their delicate yoga outfits accentuating their sexy and graceful figures. Zhang Ying had the largest chest, Li Shu had the most well-proportioned figure, Bai Li Xiling had the longest legs, and Tang Hui had the most perky hips. The four beautiful figures were sprawled on the yoga mats, their hips raised high, a sight that could make anyone feel hot all over and overwhelmed.
Brother, you're back? You're back. Zhang Fan responded with a hum, walked over to the sofa, sat down, and while admiring the graceful figures of the four beauties, he smiled and said, Xiling, awaken superpowers? He was asking knowingly, for Bai Li Xiling to survive, she must have successfully awakened. Bai Li Xiling twisted her slender waist and sat on the yoga mat. Brother Zhang, awakening superpowers is good, but it's too painful. I never want to experience it again in this lifetime. Normal, gaining supernatural powers, how could it not come with a certain price?
Zhang Fan said calmly, besides, what you went through is nothing.
Every time I plunder a superpower, the pain I endure is far more terrifying than your awakening.
Awakening on your own ultimately results in the power most suited to you. Forcibly plundered superpowers, after all, belong to someone else. During the fusion process, a certain rejection reaction will occur, making the fusion process extremely painful.
Bai Li Xiling was shocked. Brother Zhang, every time you seize a superpower, it's even more painful than awakening a superpower?
Zhang Fan said calmly.
Heavens!
Zhang Fan spoke lightly, but Bai Li Xiling felt her scalp tingle. During this awakening, she truly experienced what it meant to wish for death rather than endure life. It was utterly unbearable, and in moments of extreme pain, she even contemplated suicide. Death would be the end of it all, and she would no longer have to endure the suffering. She never expected that every time Zhang Fan plundered a superpower, he had to endure such pain.
It was simply. Bai Li Xiling couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Zhang Fan. Alright, let's not talk about this. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Hurry up and show me your new ability.
At the mention of superpowers, Bai Li Xiling immediately perked up. Her excited little face flushed. Brother Zhang, you would never guess what kind of superpower I awakened. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, still pretending to be mysterious with me.
What superpower did you awaken? How could I not know? However, Zhang Fan didn't expose her. Then let me see. Alright.
Bai Li Xiling nodded repeatedly, flipped up to her feet, and her eyes suddenly turned sharp. Brother Zhang, watch out.
A strange fluctuation emanated from Bai Li Xiling, silently enveloping Zhang Fan.
In an instant, Zhang Fan felt a powerful force acting on him, and his body suddenly became heavy.
Brother Zhang, how does it feel?
Bai Li Xiling said smugly.
Too light, too light. Put in more strength.
Zhang Fan said with a faint smile.
Bai Li Xiling increased the pressure. At once, Zhang Fan felt the force pressing down on him surge dramatically. Every cell in his body, every bone, every organ, suddenly felt incomparably heavy. The whole body felt as if burdened by a mountain weighing tens of thousands of tons. Even the flow of blood slowed down, and breathing became extremely difficult. This is more like it.
Zhang Fan praised with a smile. But it's still not enough.
Use the maximum gravity you can control.
That's right. The superpower awakened by Bai Li Xiling was precisely gravity manipulation.
Controlling gravity is actually not such a rare ability.
Among 10,000 superhumans, you can always find a few survivors who have awakened the power to manipulate gravity.
But Bai Li Xiling's gravity manipulation is classified as an SS-level superpower because her control over gravity is indeed far stronger than ordinary gravity manipulation.
It's like the difference between ordinary Earth manipulation abilities and mastery over the Earth itself, seemingly similar, but vastly different in reality. Bai Li Xiling's gravity manipulation not only allows her to control gravity at will but also with a very large range. Bai Li Xiling has just awakened her superpower and is currently only at level 1, but she can already manipulate up to 10 times gravity. She can control not only the magnitude of gravity but also its direction. This allows gravity to not only be limited to a vertical downward direction but also vertical upward, horizontal to the right, horizontal to the left, and so on.
Brother Zhang, this is already 8 times gravity, and you can still endure it? Bai Li Xiling exclaimed in amazement.
Not enough, increase it to 10 times. With Zhang Fan's current physical condition, a mere 10 times gravity was nothing to him and couldn't pose any challenge. But 10 times gravity has an absolutely significant suppressive effect on the current stage of aliens and superhumans. If Bai Li Xiling were not an acquaintance, Zhang Fan would have wanted to seize her gravity manipulation and integrate it into his own domain. His domain superpower currently integrates 8 types of abilities. These include fire, freezing, and earth, as well as soul attack, soul defense, and the powerful effects of shrinking objects and reversing time.
But the domain is not yet perfect, still lacking the functions of suppression and confinement. Gravity manipulation is undoubtedly a good choice.
In the following days, Zhang Fan rarely had some leisure time.
Got it. Every morning, he routinely dispatched shadow clones to collect alien crystal cores and gather daily necessities.
As for Zhang Fan, he either lay down watching TV or played games with the 4 women. Of course, playing games like Genshin Impact, Plants vs. Zombies, Civilization PlayStation 6 and other single-player games. Of course, I occasionally take them out to visit malls, stroll around, and collect some clothes, cosmetics, and such. As it turns out, if there's no one on the streets, shopping is actually quite boring, even if you can take whatever you want from the mall. Time quickly turned to September 5th, the 20th day since the apocalypse began. On this day, Zhang Fan and a few others were having a barbecue on the open-air balcony on the third floor. Although it was called open air, it wasn't really open. The outside was enclosed by a layer of transparent glass, keeping the black rain out. The grill was loaded with various ingredients, including roasted potato slices, roasted sweet potatoes, roasted onions, roasted lotus roots, and more. Several people sat around the stove, drinking chilled beer and eating barbecue, feeling quite at ease. This is the kind of life worth living. Bailey Xiling took a sip of chilled beer and let out a burp. A few days ago, we were stuck in the hot pot restaurant, eating even the spoiled raw meat. Those days, just thinking about it is despairing. Li Shu brushed seasoning onto the food on the stove and said, "In the apocalypse, there probably aren't many people who can enjoy barbecue as leisurely as we do, so you should cherish it." Hee, I do want to cherish it, but someone isn't willing. What can I do? Bailey Xiling giggled. Li Shu glared at her and said angrily, "If you're my best friend, don't do such things." Bailey Xiling stuck out her tongue and giggled, "Sister Li Shu, you know, I don't want to be your best friend anymore. I want to be your sister." "Don't you dare." Li Shu's eyebrows shot up. "Watch me break your legs." Li Shu naturally understood Bai Li Xiling's intentions. These past few days, Bai Li Xiling, this woman, had been acting strangely, always intentionally or unintentionally trying to seduce Zhang Fan. The most outrageous time was when she actually sneaked onto the bed in the middle of the night while Zhang Fan and Li Shu were fast asleep. Li Shu was furious and scolded Bai Li Xiling harshly. Bai Li Xiling, however, didn't take it seriously. Instead, she became even more excessive, racking her brains and trying every possible way to seduce Zhang Fan. Li Shu was both angry and furious, yet she was helpless. What could she do to Bai Li Xiling? The two had known each other for many years, and Li Shu understood this woman all too well. Bai Li Xiling had always been arrogant, looking down on most men. But once she sets her sights on something, she'll get it no matter the cost, even if it means falling out with her. Li Shu had no way to deal with her. Bai Li Xiling shrank her neck and looked at Zhang Fan pitifully. "Brother Zhang Fan, she's bullying me. Whatever issues you women have, settle them yourselves. I'm not getting involved." Zhang Fan maintained his usual style, not participating, not commenting, not interfering, not opposing, not taking a stance. "Do whatever you want, as long as I stay out of it. I'll just wait for you all to come to a conclusion, and then I'll sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor." "See that, Sister Li Shu? Brother Zhang isn't opposing it, so why are you meddling in other people's business like a dog chasing mice?" Bai Li Xiling looked smugly at Li Shu. "Besides, didn't you say Brother Zhang's combat power is too strong and you're no match for him? This is perfect, we can join forces, and I'll help share the burden. Isn't that wonderful?" Li Shu was so furious that she gritted her teeth, wishing she could throw the seasoning in her hand onto this damned woman's face. "Bai Li Xiling, one shouldn't be so shameless," Li Shu said angrily. "You are quite mistaken." Bai Li Xiling argued, "This is the apocalypse. Morality has been thrown into the cesspit. Who's still talking about propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? Moreover, we are living in the apocalypse, struggling to survive every day. Who knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first? We might as well live freely, doing whatever we want. That way, even if we die, there will be no regrets." Li Shu was momentarily speechless, then huffed angrily, "Nonsense. Nonsense it is. Our values are different anyway, so talking is pointless. I won't talk to you anymore." Bai Li Xiling gave Li Shu a sidelong glance, lifted her hips, and sat next to Zhang Fan, just about to speak to him. Suddenly, the void not far away rippled like water waves, gently undulating and forming circles of ripples. A person quietly stepped out from the ripples and arrived at the open-air balcony. Zhang Fan and the others immediately looked at this person. This was a young man with delicate features, around 20 years old, wearing glasses, and looking very refined and gentle. After the young man appeared, he first looked around, and when he saw Zhang Fan and the others, a smile naturally appeared on his face. Especially when he saw the four women, including Li Shu, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes, followed by deep joy. Hello, very nice to meet you." The young man quickly stepped forward, about to shake hands with Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "Stay right there, don't move." The young man stopped in his tracks, gave an awkward smile, and said, "Sorry, that was rude of me. My apologies. Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Zhang Fan asked. The four women stared intently at the young man, their beautiful eyes full of vigilance. His sudden appearance was inexplicable, making it impossible not to be on guard. "Let me introduce myself." The young man smiled slightly. "My name is Wang Kai, and I come from the area near the bell tower. I am a member of the Supernatural Survivors Organization. Under the orders of the organization, I am searching for survivors in Xi'an City and bringing everyone back to the organization to rescue them." "Yes, Superpowered Survivors Organization?" Zhang Fan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Your superpower is void walking? Your name is Liang
Ku? The young man was stunned and looked Zhang Fan up and down. How do you know?
The young man was very puzzled. He was certain it was his first time meeting Zhang Fan, so how did Zhang Fan know him?
Zhang Fan did not answer the young man's question but instead smiled at him, as if looking at a treasure. Isn't the leader of your organization called Lu Guowei? You even know that?
The young man became even more puzzled.
Hee, your organization is quite famous. I've heard of you. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Didn't you just say that you were looking for survivors and bringing everyone back, right? Liang Ku nodded.
He possesses the ability of void walking, allowing him to traverse through the void, which is an excellent superpower for traveling and finding people. Therefore, the organization sent him to search for other survivors.
We'll go with you. Zhang Fan smiled. Before the young man could speak, Li Shu couldn't hold back and tugged at Zhang Fan's hand, whispering, Zhang Fan, are we really going to join this survivor organization? Zhang Ying and the other two also looked at Zhang Fan. To be fair, they are unwilling to join any organization.
In the apocalypse, human nature has changed.
Who knows what kind of behavior that survivor organization has? Could it be the same as Yiwan Qingshan KTV or the Maikelong building? If that's the case, wouldn't they be jumping into the fire themselves? Don't worry, I have my own plans,
Zhang Fan said meaningfully. Of course, he wouldn't join the superpowered survivors organization. His goal was the leader of this organization,
Lu Guowei.
This guy named Lu Guowei was Zhang Fan's nemesis in his previous life.
Moreover, Lu Guowei possessed a perverse superpower that Zhang Fan coveted, adamantium transformation.
The superpowered survivors organization was located in a 5-star hotel called Qinhan Hotel, which was extremely luxurious.
Zhang Fan and his group followed the refined young man, Liang Ku, walking through the void.
In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the Qinhan Hotel. Void walking is a type of spatial ability, somewhat similar to void realm traversal, but different.
Zhang Fan's void realm traversal involves advancing within the void realm.
Void walking, on the other hand, involves the body merging into the void, rapidly jumping and traversing within it, with extremely fast movement speed. Arriving at the Qinhan Hotel, one could see the entire hotel shrouded in a thin layer of earth-yellow light.
Buzz.
This green light shield was like a layer of green transparent glass, separating the Qinhan Hotel from the outside world.
What kind of superpower is this? Li Shu asked in surprise. It actually enveloped the entire hotel?
After spending a long time with Zhang Fan, Li Shu was no longer completely ignorant about superpowers. For example, Li Shu knows that different levels of superhumans have distance limitations when using their superpowers.
Level 1 superhumans have a casting range of 10 meters. Level 2 is 20 meters.
At this stage, aside from rare anomalies like Zhang Fan, there are no level 2 superhumans.
Look at this 5-star hotel. It's over 20 stories high. To cover the entire hotel, how large would the spell's range have to be?
Hearing this, Liang Ku revealed a proud smile on his face. This is called the Mountain God's Domain. It's the superpower of one of our members.
Mountain God's Domain? Bailey Xiling asked in surprise. What kind of ability is this? The Mountain God Domain. It's a type of domain-based superpower. Liang Ku glanced at Bailey Xiling and explained with a smile. This ability allows one to refine an area into their own domain, just like a mountain god. It's over.
Within this domain, the user can control the earth, mountains, and rock flows, just like the legendary mountain god.
There's such a superpower?
Bailey Xiling was greatly shocked, and Li Shu and the others were also quite startled. Of course, the mountain gods they referred to are the deities in charge of a mountain. In the mythical world of legends, mountain gods, earth gods, and city gods are considered the lowest-ranking deities. The god in charge of the city is called the city god. The god in charge of the mountains is called the mountain god. In places without cities or mountains, the land is governed by the earth god.
The domain of the mountain god is clearly about refining an area into their own domain, making themselves the mountain god within that domain. This ability sounds impressive.
Zhang Ying glanced at Zhang Fan and whispered, "Brother, it seems to rival your domain."
Of course.
Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. The mountain god domain requires first refining an area before it can transform into the mountain god domain.
And refining an area is extremely time-consuming. Like this Qinhan Hotel, it would take at least 3 days to fully refine it. So troublesome. 3 days? That long? How troublesome.
The 4 women were somewhat speechless. The refined young man, Liang Ku, looked at Zhang Fan in surprise, not understanding how Zhang Fan knew so much. Zhang Fan was right. Refining a region in the mountain god's domain indeed takes a very long time. It's troublesome, yes, but once it's refined, it will be extremely safe. Liang Ku smiled and said, "It is precisely because of the protection of the mountain god's domain that our supernatural survivors organization can use the Qinhan Hotel as a base, widely recruit survivors, and ensure everyone's safety."
That does make sense.
Li Shu nodded slightly.
Do you like this ability?
Zhang Fan smiled as he looked at Li Shu. Among the 4 women, Li Shu was the least fond of conflict. This could be seen from the fact that she only borrowed the ability to pass through walls. Li Shu was slightly startled, then immediately understood Zhang Fan's meaning and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. "I like it. If you like it, I'll give it to you later," Zhang Fan said with a
smile. The mountain god's domain is indeed impressive, and Zhang Fan is also inclined to seize it. However, the mountain god's domain has two major drawbacks. First, it takes a long time to refine. Second, once an area is refined into a domain, it can no longer be left. One can only stay within the domain. If one leaves, the entire mountain god domain will collapse. To use it again, it would need to be refined anew. Yes, these two drawbacks made Zhang Fan not very interested in the mountain god domain. In contrast, Zhang Fan is more inclined to integrate the mountain god's domain into his own domain. However, it is undeniable that the mountain god's domain is very helpful in maintaining the base's security. Therefore, Zhang Fan plans to lend this superpower to Li Shu, allowing her to refine the villa into a domain. In this way, the villa's safety will be completely assured. Li Shu nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, excitement rising in her heart. Give it to you? Can superpowers even be given away? The refined young man, Liang Ko, listened in confusion. For some reason, an uneasy feeling welled up in his heart, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Lead the way, Zhang Fan said calmly. Liang Ko suppressed the unease in his heart and led Zhang Fan and the others toward the hotel. It's finally over. When they arrived in front of the ochre-colored light shield, Liang Ko gently knocked on it 3 times. The ochre-colored light shield immediately rippled like water, silently revealing a door large enough for several people to enter. Go in. The group passed through the door and entered the interior of the shield. What came into view was a luxurious hotel over 20 stories high. The hotel looks tall and magnificent from the outside, and the interior decoration is even more luxurious, with unique craftsmanship everywhere. Amazingly, the hotel seems to be operating as it did before the apocalypse, complete with a receptionist at the front desk. There are even guests lining up to check in. So many people? The 4 women were startled. Liang Ku enjoyed the surprised expressions of the 4 beauties and explained with a smile. They are all rescued survivors. They just need to register at the front desk to check in. The 4 women suddenly understood and looked at these survivors, who included men and women, and even quite a few elderly people and children. The oldest man looked about 80 or 90 years old, with a thick beard and eyebrows, the kind who seemed to be on the verge of decay. The youngest child was still in swaddling clothes, less than a year old. Looking at these survivors, everyone was deeply shaken. Since the apocalypse, I haven't seen any elderly or children. Bailey Xiling whispered, if I hadn't seen it here, I would have thought all the old and young were gone. Everyone, you need to register first before rooms can be assigned for your stay. Liang Ke looked at Zhang Fan and the others and said, let's go to the front desk to register first. Zhang Fan waved his hand. He came here, but he definitely didn't plan to stay. Just as Zhang Fan was about to have Liang Ke tell him Lu Guowei's location, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Zhang Ying? Zhang Ying? Hearing this, Zhang Fan was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. Li Shu, Zhang Ying, and Bai Li Xiling all looked toward the person speaking. The speaker was a handsome and refined young man, about 20-something years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-fitted black suit, exuding the demeanor of an elite professional. This handsome and refined young man quickly walked up to Zhang Ying and exclaimed in surprise, Zhang Ying, is it really you? That's wonderful. You're alive. Thank heavens. I'm just so overwhelmed. Do you know? After the apocalypse, I've been looking for you, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Thank heavens for not taking you away from me. I'm so happy. Overcome with excitement, the handsome and elegant young man opened his arms, ready to give Zhang Ying a big hug. Zhang Ying was startled by the young man and quickly dodged aside. The young man lunged forward but missed, momentarily stunned, then awkwardly laughed and said, sorry, I got too excited. Zhang Ying's face showed some displeasure, but she suppressed her anger and asked, Feng Feng, what are you doing here? This young man, named Feng Feng, was a former colleague of hers who had pursued her in the past, though she never agreed. It's a long story. Feng Feng shook his head and sighed lightly. He glanced at Zhang Fan and the others and said, let's wait until you settle down before we talk. By the way, are these all your friends? Let me introduce them to you. Zhang Ying nodded and was about to introduce Zhang Fan and the others to Feng Feng when Liang Ke suddenly spoke up. Of course. Brother Feng, you know each other? It's Xiao Liang. Feng Feng looked at the refined young man Liang Ku and said with a faint smile, Zhang Ying was my colleague from before. We've known each other for many years. What a coincidence. Liang Ke smiled at Zhang Ying and said, congratulations, sis. You've made it big. From now on, you can walk sideways in the organization. Zhang Ying raised an eyebrow. You probably don't know Brother Feng's status in our organization yet, do you? Liang Ku explained. Brother Feng is one of the senior members of our superpower organization, second only to the 2 leaders in status. With him backing you up, won't you be able to walk around with confidence from now on? Liang Ku observed the situation and could tell that Feng Feng was interested in Zhang Ying, so he deliberately flaunted Feng Feng's strength, making Zhang Ying look at Feng Feng in a new light. Naturally, this was done to curry favor with Feng Feng. Feng Feng holds a very high position in the organization, and indeed, he is someone worth befriending. As soon as Liang Ke said this, a look of pride appeared on Feng Feng's face, but he said, what high-level position? It's just that the 2 team leaders value me,
At this point, Feng Feng turned to Zhang Ying with a smile and said, but speaking of which, Zhang Ying, you are my friend. Your matters are my matters, and I will help if I can.
Zhang Ying smiled noncommittally, then introduced Li Shu, Bailey Xiling, and Tang Hui one by one.
When it came to Zhang Fan, Zhang Ying deliberately held onto Zhang Fan's arm. His name is Zhang Fan, and he's my husband.
Who? Husband?
Feng Feng's expression froze, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he frowned as he sized up Zhang Fan.
Zhang Ying, I remember you were still unmarried even until the end of the world. Feng Feng and Zhang Ying were colleagues.
The day before the apocalypse, they were still working in the same company, in the same office.
Whether Zhang Ying was married or not, Feng Feng knew perfectly well. And now, great, the apocalypse has come, almost everyone is dead, and you're telling me you have a husband? What kind of joke is this? You don't know, Zhang Fan and I met after the apocalypse.
Zhang Ying turned her head to glance at Zhang Fan, a smile playing on her lips, her big, watery eyes filled with tenderness.
Of course.
This scene made Feng Feng feel a pang of jealousy. Before the apocalypse, he had pursued Zhang Ying for more than 3 years, yet she had never once shown him a kind expression. And now, just great. Zhang Ying had known Zhang Fan for less than a month before they got together. Zhang Ying looked at Zhang Fan with such tenderness, clinging tightly to him as if she wished to stick to him. Feng Feng was both jealous and angry, pointing at Zhang Fan and questioning, Zhang Ying, did he force you?
Zhang Ying frowned slightly and said unhappily, Feng Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by forcing me or not? Zhang Ying, I remember you are not a casual woman. I pursued you for 3 years, and you never gave me the time of day.
Feng Feng pointed at Zhang Fan and loudly questioned, how is it possible that in less than a month, you're with this guy?
You must have been forced by him, right?
Scum like him, I've seen plenty of them recently. For Feng Feng to have survived until now, he had naturally witnessed all kinds of filth in the apocalypse.
Ha ha! He took it for granted that Zhang Ying must have been forced by Zhang Fan, otherwise, they couldn't possibly be together.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying's delicate brows furrowed sharply, and just as she was about to scold, she heard Feng Feng glaring angrily at Zhang Fan and roaring, You bastard! How dare you force Zhang Ying? I'll damn well destroy you! Before the words had even fallen, a sudden burst of green light erupted from Feng Feng's body, enveloping him entirely like green flames. The next moment, brown vines suddenly burst through the floor tiles, shooting toward Zhang Fan like pythons.
Feng Feng, what are you doing?
Zhang Ying was shocked. She spread her arms to block in front of Zhang Fan, glaring angrily at Feng Feng. Stop it right now. The vines ceased their attack, hovering beside Feng Feng, but their tips remained pointed at Zhang Fan, ready to strike with a thunderous blow at any moment.
Zhang Ying, get out of my way. Okay.
Feng Feng pointed at Zhang Fan, that bastard actually dared to force you. If I don't kill him today, I'll take his surname.
Are you stupid? Who told you Zhang Fan forced me? Are you out of your mind?
Zhang Ying was almost laughing out of anger. Let me tell you, I am willingly with Zhang Fan.
He has never forced me. Besides, even if he forced me, what does it have to do with you? You're really meddling in things that don't concern you. You're willing? Feng Feng stared blankly at Zhang Ying, shaking his head like a rattledrum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've chased you for 3 years, and you were completely unmoved. Why is it that you've been with him after knowing him for less than a month? You're lying to me. Zhang Ying, you must be lying to me, right? I'm not interested in deceiving you.
Zhang Ying said coldly, if you still consider me a friend, apologize to my husband immediately.
Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you.
Zhang Ying had always been very attractive since she was young, so she had many boys pursuing her throughout her life.
Zhang Ying was already used to it.
So in her eyes, Feng Feng was just an ordinary colleague. Zhang Fan was different. Zhang Fan was her first man, and also her guardian, her safe haven.
What is Feng Feng to her? What right does he have to meddle in her affairs?
After saying that, as if afraid Zhang Fan might misunderstand, Zhang Ying actually took the initiative to explain to Zhang Fan, brother, he's just an ordinary colleague of mine.
There's nothing between us, don't misunderstand.
Zhang Fan pinched Zhang Ying's cheek and said with a smile, don't worry.
I'm not that petty. Zhang Fan wasn't very clear about the relationship between Zhang Ying and Feng Feng.
All he cared about was that he was the one who took Zhang Ying's first time, and that was enough for him.
Brother, you're the best.
Zhang Ying beamed with joy.
Silly girl.
Zhang Fan pinched her face again. Seeing this scene, Feng Feng's face turned livid with anger. The commotion here was quite loud, attracting the attention of others in the hall, and everyone turned to look.
What's going on with Supervisor Feng? Who would have thought? Supervisor Feng ran into the goddess he secretly loved for 3 years, only to find out she's become someone else's wife. Supervisor Feng is really unlucky. Exactly. That woman must be blind, though. She actually gave up such an outstanding man like Supervisor Feng to be with some nobody. It's like abandoning a gem for rubble. I really feel it's not worth it for Supervisor Feng. If it were me, I'd definitely kick that pretty boy to the curb.
Poor Supervisor Feng, it's like a whole green pasture has grown on his head, probably enough to raise horses.
I really don't know what's so great about that pretty boy.
I don't know what's great about him, but I do know he's done for.
Supervisor Feng will never let him off.
That's true. Supervisor Feng is the third strongest in our organization, awakened with S-level superpower. superpowers. This kid is doomed, he'll be killed by supervisor Feng. What a pity for such a pretty boy, he's actually quite handsome. Zhang Ying's explanation to Zhang Fan, along with their intimate interaction as if no one else was around, deeply stunned Feng Feng. At this moment, Feng Feng went mad, consumed by rage and wanting to destroy the world. Zhang Ying, you bitch. Feng Feng roared in fury, I chased after you for 3 years. 3 whole years. You never gave in, fine. But now you're with some guy you've only known for less than a month? What do you take me for? Feng Feng's eyes were bloodshot. If I can't have you, no one else will. Die. All of you, go to hell. Vines shot out like spears, wildly aiming to pierce Zhang Fan and Zhang Ying into sieves. This guy is doomed. This woman is such an idiot. What a waste of such a beautiful face and such a sexy figure. Her brain must be full of crap. She has perfectly illustrated the saying gold and jade on the outside, but rotten on the inside. What a pity. Seeing Feng Feng strike ruthlessly, the people in the hotel lobby shook their heads and sighed, feeling somewhat sympathetic toward Zhang Fan and Zhang Ying. Everyone knew they were doomed. As the third-ranked expert in the organization, Supervisor Feng was absolutely not someone Zhang Fan and Zhang Ying could contend with. In fact, Feng Feng's offensive was indeed fierce. Dozens of brown vines, like sharp spears, shot towards Zhang Fan and Zhang Ying like lightning. If they were hit solidly, they would definitely be pierced into sieves. Zhang Ying, you wretch. Didn't you want to be with him? Fine. I'll make it happen for you. Go to hell. Feng Feng's face twisted with ferocity, wishing he could tear Zhang Fan and his companion into pieces. Just you? And you think you can kill me? Facing the overwhelming attack, Zhang Fan's face showed a look of disdain. Scarlet gold flames erupted suddenly, forming a wall of fire in front of Zhang Fan, blocking the incoming vines shooting toward him. Do you think mere flames can stop my vines? Feng Feng sneered repeatedly, ignorant fool, my vines are impervious to water and fire. As Feng Feng was sneering and mocking, his expression suddenly froze, as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief. My vines are impervious to water and fire, how could they possibly be burned by your flames? It's fake. This is fake. Why did Feng Feng lose his composure? It was because his vines, upon touching the wall of flames, were instantly reduced to ashes. Dozens of vines were completely burned in an instant. Not a single one was spared. Nothing is impossible. Zhang Fan's expression was indifferent, looking at Feng Feng as if watching a clown. There are many superhumans in this world, and those with SS-level and SSS-level superpowers are countless. Your strength might be passable within this hotel, but looking at the whole country, no, forget the whole country, even in this small city of Xi'an, you're nothing. Shut up. Shut your mouth. The next second. Zhang Fan's words were like a knife, stabbing fiercely into Feng Feng's heart, driving him completely mad. Die, die, die. I want you dead. Feng Feng's face twisted ferociously as he frantically activated his superpower, causing the hotel floor to suddenly shake violently. Amid the earth-shaking tremors, thick vines as large as thighs burst through the floor tiles like coiled dragons. Feng Feng let out an angry roar, and these dragon-like vines transformed into giant pythons, whistling as they shot toward Zhang Fan. How utterly overconfident. Zhang Fan stepped onto the ground. The towering wall of flames in front of Zhang Fan suddenly transformed into waves of fire several meters high, fiercely striking the vines. The moment the two sides made contact, the vine-like giant pythons ignited and were instantly reduced to ashes. The wave of fire showed no signs of slowing down, continuing to surge toward Feng Feng with overwhelming force. Feng Feng instantly snapped back to his senses, a look of despair appearing on his face. He knew better than anyone how tough his vines were. If even these vines were instantly reduced to ashes by the flames, he himself would certainly fare no better than the vines. Feng Feng knew he was doomed. At that moment, a deep roar echoed. The ground beneath Feng Feng's feet suddenly split in two, like the gaping maw of a monster, swallowing him whole. Immediately after, the ground closed up again, but Feng Feng had vanished. Little brother, where is he? Bailey Xiling exclaimed softly. Li Shu, Zhang Ying, and Tang Hui also turned their heads, looking around for Feng Feng's figure. Just now, they only saw a crack appear and swallow Feng Feng, and after that, Feng Feng was gone. Obviously, someone rescued him. That's right, the mountain god took action. Zhang Fan remained very calm, not angry about Feng Feng's disappearance. Mountain god? Li Shudao said, Zhang Fan, are you saying that the superhuman with the mountain god domain rescued Feng Feng? Zhang Fan nodded slightly. The entire hotel was refined by the mountain god, becoming his domain. Within the domain, the mountain god can easily manipulate mud, sand, and bricks. The mountain god domain is also an SS-level ability, similar to earth control. The two superpowers are very similar, but each has its own strengths and weaknesses. The advantage of the mountain god's domain is, the range of the mountain god's domain can be extremely large. Theoretically, the larger the area refined, the larger the domain. The drawback is that the mountain god's domain needs to be refined in advance, and the refining process is very time-consuming. The advantage of earth control is that it allows manipulation of soil, cement, and bricks anytime and anywhere. The drawback is that the casting range is far inferior to the mountain god's domain. The four women suddenly understood. They found Zhang Fan's defeat of Feng Feng unsurprising, as they had long been accustomed to it.
it. Their expressions were calm, completely unaware that Liang Ko, the hotel receptionist, and everyone in the lobby were utterly dumbfounded. He actually defeated Manager Fong? How is that possible? That's Manager Fong we're talking about. I thought this guy was just some nobody who came out of nowhere, but it turns out he's a T-Rex. We all completely misjudged him. Who on earth is he? Isn't Manager Feng's vines supposed to be impervious to fire and water? How did his flames? Who the hell is this guy? Liang Ke stared intently at Zhang Fan. From the moment he came into contact with Zhang Fan, Liang Ke felt uneasy. Zhang Fan not only knew him but also knew team leader Lu Guowei, and even instantly recognized the mountain god domain enveloping the hotel. Zhang Fan seemed to know everything about the organization, which had already made Liang Ke vaguely uneasy. Now, seeing Zhang Fan easily defeat Supervisor Fong, the unease in Liang Ke's heart grew stronger than ever. What exactly is this guy trying to do? What is his purpose? Just as Liang Ke was lost in wild thoughts, the elevator suddenly opened, and two people walked out. A tall and lean young man with sharp features. A burly man with an astonishing build, standing over 2 meters tall. Team leader! Team leader! Seeing these two people, everyone in the hall bowed one after another, and the refined young man, Liang Ke, immediately stepped forward to greet them. Team leader! Liang Ke called out respectfully. The two in front of him were precisely the two team leaders of their organization. The tall and lean young man with a sharp face is the deputy leader, named Ho Yong, superpower, mountain god domain. The burly man over 2 meters tall is the leader of the organization, named Lu Guowei, superpower, adamantium alloying. Ho Yong and Lu Guowei nodded slightly, then looked at Zhang Fan, both with an assessing gaze in their eyes. Brother, I already understand the matter between you and Fong Fong. It's all a misunderstanding. The burly Lu Guowei smiled faintly. I'll have Fong Fong apologize to you, and we can let this matter go. How about that? As he spoke, he gave a signal to the sharp-looking young man, Ho Yong. Ho Yong nodded, waved his hand casually, and the ground soil rose up, pushing Fong Fong out from beneath. Team leader! Fong Fong glared fiercely at Zhang Fan, then quickly greeted the two team leaders with a salute. Although he was the third strongest in the organization, the gap between him and the two team leaders was immense. In front of the two team leaders, Fong Fong dared not act recklessly. Fong Fong, apologize. Lu Guowei said indifferently, you were in the wrong in this matter. Hurry up and apologize. Yes, team leader. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, Fong Fong dared not disobey the team leader's orders. Fong Fong let out a light snort, looked at Zhang Fan, and was just about to apologize. Zhang Fan smiled instead. He looked at Lu Guowei and said with a laugh, Team leader Lu, if Fong Fong had just killed me, I suppose, neither of you would have shown up, right? Lu Guowei was momentarily stunned, his face showing a hint of awkwardness. He laughed and said, brother, you're joking. No matter the outcome, we wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Of course, those words were insincere. If Zhang Fan had been outmatched and killed by Fong Fong, they naturally wouldn't have appeared or intervened. Killed a survivor who appeared out of nowhere. They had no reason to blame Fong Fong, their subordinate, for a dead person, but the result was somewhat unexpected. Zhang Fan was very strong, especially the flames, which could easily burn even Fong Feng's vines. Lu Guowei immediately judged that Zhang Fan's superpower was at least SS level. Such a master, avoid offending him if possible. Brother, as the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. There's actually not much hatred between you and Fong Fong. Lu Guowei looked kind and smiled, saying, do me a favor and let this matter go today. How about it? Do you a favor? Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to ask me for a favor? Give you some face? Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to ask me for face? Zhang Fan sneered coldly in his heart. Others might not know what kind of person Lu Guowei was, but Zhang Fan knew perfectly well. Lu Guowei appeared to be a big-headed, thick-necked, muscle-brained fool. In fact, roughness is just this person's appearance. Deep down, this guy is insidious and cunning, a very sly individual. Previous life. Zhang Fan and his teammates trusted Lu Guowei too easily, which led to them being schemed against and falling into danger, almost losing their lives. Setting aside the superpower of adamantium, just for the hatred from the past life, Zhang Fan would never let him go. What did you say? Lu Guowei's expression stiffened, and the smile on his face gradually faded. This idiot wants to kill me, and you dog, think a few words can make me let him go. Zhang Fan sneered, how about this? Let me stab you a few times first, and then we can turn hostility into friendship. How does that sound? Before Lu Guowei could speak, Fong Fong angrily said, you bastard, how dare you talk to our team leader like that? Who do you think you are? Annoying. Zhang Fan cast a cold glance at Fong Fong, flicked his finger, and a flame shot out, aiming straight at Fong Feng's face. Not good. Fong Feng's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated, but the flame was too fast to evade. At the critical moment, a wall of earth rose in front of Fong Fong, blocking the incoming flame. Thank you, team leader. Thank you, team leader. Fong Fong turned pale with fright and quickly thanked the sharp young man, Ho Yong. It was team leader Ho Yong who had just saved him. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly died. You have gone too far. Lu Guowei's expression was icy as he said coldly, I see your strength is decent, so I called you brother. You really think you're someone important? important? I've killed countless guys like you after the apocalypse. Exactly. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you've awakened superpowers. Feng Feng chimed in, Zhang, you're not even worthy to carry our leader's shoes. Zhang Fan's expression remained indifferent. Let me see if your superpower team's leader is really that strong. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant it to you. Lu Guowei let out a cold snort, and his entire being quietly underwent a transformation. His skin seemed to be coated with a layer of silver powder, turning into an eerie bright silver. Hair, eyes, skin, arms, legs, waist, and abdomen all turned silver. This made Lu Guowei look like an alloy sculpture or alloy robot forged entirely from metal. He's transformed. The team leader has transformed. Now this is going to be interesting. Adamantium transformation. TSK. Every time I see the team leader transform, I just can't get over how cool it is. Truly too handsome. This guy is doomed. The team leader will beat the crap out of him. Team leader is mighty. Team leader, finish this guy off. Let him know your power. Seeing Lu Guowei's transformation, everyone in the hall became excited, their eyes full of admiration. They worship Lu Guowei, not just because he looks handsome after transforming. It's because Lu Guowei after transforming is indeed ridiculously strong. In his adamantium alloy state, his strength is astonishing, capable of killing an alien with a single punch. And his defense is even more absurd. Even if he stands still and lets the alien attack him wildly, it wouldn't budge him an inch. How can Lu Guowei, with such strength, not inspire admiration? Kill. As soon as Lu Guowei stepped on the ground, the floor tiles shattered with a loud crash. Using the rebound force, Lu Guowei turned into a streak of light and lunged toward Zhang Fan. His fist was like a giant hammer, smashing down with a thunderous force. If this hit solidly, it could probably smash an elephant. Big brother, let me do it. Bailey Xiling made her move. Her whole body began to swell like an inflated balloon, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the once tall and elegant, delicately beautiful Bailey Xiling transformed into a burly, muscle-bound Amazon warrior. I'll go. What kind of ability is this? Seeing Bailey Xiling's transformation, everyone exclaimed in surprise. A stunning beauty with a supermodel-like figure suddenly turned into a muscular Barbie, which was quite a shock. Zhang Fan was also very surprised. Although he lent the super physique ability to Bailey Xiling, he still hasn't seen her use it. Unexpectedly, Bailey Xiling, who used the super physique, turned out to be like this. But speaking of which, a beautiful woman still looks good even if she turns into a muscular Barbie. It's just that the aura is different. Big guy, you're not qualified to fight with my little brother. I'll fight you. Bailey Xiling's eyes sparkled, her beautiful gaze filled with battle intent as she swung her right fist to meet Lu Guowei. Going head to head with me? Courting death. Although Lu Guowei was surprised by Bailey Xiling's transformation, seeing her go head to head with him made him sneer. Since awakening his superpower, Lu Guowei had yet to find anyone who could match his strength. Boom! Two fists collided with a thunderous crash. It was as if two high-speed locomotives had collided. A deafening explosion echoed. The violent shockwave spread out like a passing typhoon. Looking again at the two sides of the collision, Lu Guowei was sent flying directly, soaring 7 or 8 meters away. In contrast, Bailey Xiling stood firmly in place, not even taking a single step back, her stability almost unbelievable. Everyone was stunned. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Feng Feng's gaze was blank, as if he had seen a ghost. Her strength is actually greater than the team leader's? This woman. Deputy team leader Ho Yong stared intently at Bailey Xiling, and a ripple appeared on his previously expressionless face. The expressions of Liang Ku and the others were almost identical to Feng Feng's. Every single one of them was dumbfounded. Lu Guowei, who possessed adamantium alloy, had unimaginable strength, and yet, he was sent flying by a woman? What kind of international joke is this? Little brother, didn't you say this Lu Guowei's superpower is SSS level? Why is he so weak? Bailey Xiling turned to look at Zhang Fan, her face full of doubt. Zhang Fan explained helplessly, Edmund alloy transformation, or rather, all alloy transformation abilities, their greatest strength lies not in power, but in defense. The essence of alloy transformation is that all body tissues turn into metal, including muscles and bones, which does enhance strength, but the improvement is limited. Super physique is different. This superpower enhances all physical attributes tenfold, including strength, just like Colossus and Juggernaut. In terms of defense, Colossus is undoubtedly superior, but when it comes to strength, Juggernaut can crush Colossus. However, this doesn't mean adamantiumization isn't powerful. The strongest aspect of this ability lies in its defense. This alloy is truly indestructible. Neither the true fire of the sun nor absolute zero can destroy it. Although Bailey Xiling sent Lu Guowei flying with one punch, killing Lu Guowei is absolutely impossible. Zhang Fan's plan is to seize the adamantium alloy and then fuse it with his super physique. Zhang Fan believes that the fusion of these two superpowers will definitely result in a powerful combination, producing an effect where 1 + 1 greater than 2. Is that so? Bailey Xiling seemed half understanding. If you don't believe me, try again. With your strength, it's impossible to hurt him, Zhang Fan said calmly. Alright. Bailey
Bailey Xiling was somewhat skeptical. She pushed off the ground and darted forward, appearing in front of Lu Guowei like a streak of light. Although Lu Guowei was blasted away, he was not injured at all. Just as he was about to flip over and get up, Bailey Xiling charged in front of him, extending a large hand to grab Lu Guowei's leg. Lu Guowei naturally didn't want to let Bailey Xiling succeed, so he withdrew and leapt back, but Bailey Xiling's speed was too fast. The super physique enhances all attributes tenfold, including speed, agility, dexterity, and neural response. In terms of speed, Bailey Xiling also has the upper hand. Bailey Xiling grabbed Lu Guowei's ankle and, like swinging a dead snake, slammed him hard onto the ground. Lu Guowei had a close encounter with the ground, shattering the floor tiles and creating a fissure.
It's not over yet. Fun. So fun. Bailey Xiling laughed loudly and swung wildly. Once, twice, 3 times. Lu Guowei was completely reduced to a dead snake, being slammed onto the ground repeatedly, and the marble-paved floor suffered the misfortune. The floor tiles shattered, and debris flew everywhere. Bastard! 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 Let go of me! Lu Guowei roared furiously, struggling madly. However, it was useless. There is a huge gap in power between him and Bailey Xiling. No matter how he struggles, he cannot break free. Feng Feng, Liang Ku, and others watching the battle were completely stunned. Liang Ku and the others were stunned. All along, the two team leaders Lu Guowei and Ho Yong have always appeared invincible before others. Especially Lu Guowei, who hunts aliens and suppresses provocative superhumans, always achieves absolute dominance. Over time, Lu Guowei became an invincible figure in the minds of the team members. Coupled with deliberate promotional guidance, Lu Guowei was gradually being idolized by the team members. So for the team members, seeing Lu Guowei being brutally beaten by Bailey Xiling was simply a complete shock to their worldview. Is this their team leader, the invincible Superman? Isn't the team leader supposed to be invincible? Why is he being beaten up by a woman? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Liang Ku and the others couldn't accept it. Just as Zhang Fan said, although Bailey Xiling completely overpowered Lu Guowei in terms of strength, it was impossible to kill him. Bailey Xiling went on a wild rampage, smashing wildly 70 or 80 times in one go. The hotel floor was smashed to pieces, but Lu Guowei was completely unharmed. The adamantium on his body surface remained as shiny as new, without even a speck of dust clinging to it. On the other hand, Bailey Xiling's physical strength was severely depleted, and she was struggling to hold on, so she casually tossed Lu Guowei aside. Damn it, so exhausting. Bailey Xiling panted heavily, her massive and burly figure quietly returning to its original state, and she exclaimed, "Little brother, you really called it. This guy is too tough. I can't smash him to death." You smashing him to death would be a miracle. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. If adamantium could be smashed so easily, it wouldn't deserve to be called adamantium. Exactly. This kind of alloy is indeed tough. Little brother, hurry up and take it away, Bailey Xiling said excitedly. Scoundrel, go to hell. At this moment, Lu Guowei suddenly roared angrily, like an enraged wild bull, charging toward Bailey Xiling with a thunderous momentum. Bailey Xiling had her back to Lu Guowei and was completely unaware of his sudden attack. Xiling, watch out. Li Shu hurriedly shouted a reminder. Xiling. Zhang Ying also called out. Bailey Xiling's delicate body trembled slightly and then noticed that Lu Guowei had already approached. His bright silver fist, like a massive hammer, fiercely smashed toward Bailey Xiling's head. Lu Guowei was already furious to the extreme. Although Bailey Xiling hadn't managed to harm him in the slightest earlier, she had still caused him to lose face completely. Lu Guowei deeply hated Bailey Xiling in his heart. He swore to tear Bailey Xiling into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Scoundrel, go to hell. Lu Guowei struck out in anger, naturally with earth-shattering force. If this punch landed solidly, it would surely smash Bailey Xiling's head to pieces. However, just as his fist was about to hit Bailey Xiling, a fair hand suddenly extended from the side. This palm was unusually fair, as translucent as jade, even whiter than a woman's hand. Clack! The palm gently grasped and caught Lu Guowei's fist in its hand. Lu Guowei exerted force to strike, but it didn't budge an inch. Lu Guowei was startled. Following the direction of the hand, he discovered that the one grabbing his fist was actually Zhang Fan. It's you! Lu Guowei's face darkened. Xiling, step back. Zhang Fan said calmly. Okay, big brother. Bailey Xiling stuck out her tongue, quickly darting behind Zhang Fan, then glared fiercely at Lu Guowei. You actually attacked from behind, so despicable. Humph. Bailey Xiling opened her mouth and spat a mouthful of phlegm, landing squarely on Lu Guowei's face, splattering right on the bridge of his nose. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan's stomach churned, feeling somewhat disgusted. Even fairy spit? Can you stop being so disgusting? Zhang Fan scolded. Bailey Xiling also felt a bit disgusted and gave an awkward smile. Scum! You scum! A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Bailey Xiling's mouthful of old phlegm was simply an enormous humiliation. Lu Guowei completely lost it, his face contorted and ferocious. Wretch, I want you dead. Lu Guowei exerted all his strength, trying to break free from Zhang Fan's grip, but it felt as if he were caught in a vice, unable to budge an inch. Why is this guy's strength also so great? Lu Guowei Wei looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief. Bailey Xiling's strength is immense, he admitted it.
This woman must possess some kind of superpower that enhances her strength.
What about Zhang Fan? Isn't his superpower flame related?
Why is his strength also so great?
Lu Guowei, do you think that just because you have the adamantium alloy ability, no one can do anything to you? Zhang Fan looked at Lu Guowei. My adamantium is indestructible. With just you think you can hurt me? Overestimating yourself. Although surprised by Zhang Fan's strength, Lu Guowei had absolute confidence in his defense.
You're still so confident. Zhang Fan shook his head. Back then, I really couldn't do anything to you, but now. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers lightly, and the domain quietly spread out, covering a radius of 20 meters.
Death Ray! A black beam of light silently appeared, striking Lu Guowei's head like a laser.
Lu Guowei let out a piercing scream, clutching his head and wailing in agony, as if he were suffering immense pain.
What's going on? What's wrong with the team leader?
Liang Ku and the others watching the fight were shocked, especially Feng Feng, who looked at Lu Guowei as if he had seen a ghost.
How could he hurt the team leader?
Feng Feng muttered to himself.
Feng Feng was well aware of how absurdly strong the defense of the adamantium alloy was.
Over the past few days, Lu Guowei had repeatedly allowed the organization's superpowered individuals to attack him using various methods. Burn it with fire, freeze it with ice, chop it with a knife, hit it with a car, saw it with a chainsaw, strike it with lightning, drill it with an electric drill.
Useless. Completely useless. Don't even think about hurting Lu Guowei, it's impossible to leave even a mark. Adamantium is just way too hard. This is truly indestructible. But now,
Zhang Fan actually injured the team leader.
How did he manage to do that?
Feng Feng and the others were shocked, and Zhang Fan himself was actually quite surprised, as expected of being adamantium alloyed.
You took a hit from me and didn't die. Not bad, not bad. If it were an ordinary superhuman, being hit by the death ray would absolutely result in instant death. Lu Guowei did not.
This indicates that after being alloyed with adamantium, Lu Guowei's mental consciousness defense has also been somewhat enhanced. At this moment, the ground beneath Zhang Fan's feet suddenly began to tremble. In the next instant, sharp ground spikes shot up from the surface, lightning fast, aiming at Zhang Fan's feet and legs.
Ground spikes?
Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look at the always silent, stern, and sharp-featured deputy team leader, Ho Yong. This deputy team leader is the typical actions speak louder than words type.
Although usually silent, his moves are extremely ruthless, like a venomous snake that always delivers a fatal strike. Let go of old Lu. Ho Yong's voice was low. I can allow you to leave, otherwise, all of you stay. Stay? Zhang Fan laughed. Are you sure you can keep us here?
Ho Yong's face was stern, his voice low and hoarse. In my domain, no one can defeat me.
This was Ho Yong's confidence. The entire hotel has been refined by him into his own mountain god domain.
In this domain, he is the god, he is the absolutely invincible existence, and no one is his match.
You are very confident, but unfortunately, like Lu Guowei, you are just a frog in a well.
Zhang Fan smiled indifferently.
Only by fighting will we know if you're a frog at the bottom of a well.
Ho Yong snorted coldly. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude.
Rise.
Ho Yong suddenly stomped on the ground.
Rise.
Ho Yong suddenly stomped on the ground.
Rumble.
The ground suddenly began to shake violently. In the next moment, a massive hand formed entirely of soil rose from the ground, ferociously grabbing toward Zhang Fan.
You are indeed very strong.
Ho Yong's voice came from behind the giant hand. But in my domain, you cannot be my match.
Really?
Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. The ground behind Zhang Fan also cracked open, and a large hand made of earth emerged. The large hand clenched into a fist and punched toward the incoming hand.
The fist and the hand collided.
With a thunderous boom, the large fist and the large hand shattered instantly. Mud splashed, gravel scattered.
Ho Yong's expression changed instantly. You also possess the ability to control soil? Zhang Fan shrugged. Didn't you just see it? So what if you have the ability to control soil? In my domain, you could never be my match.
Ho Yong suddenly crouched down, slapping his hands on the ground.
Open.
With a loud roar from Ho Yong, the ground shook violently, and the earth beneath Zhang Fan's feet suddenly split open.
The next moment,
a 2-meter-wide, bottomless crack appeared beneath Zhang Fan's feet. Immediately, several large hands made of soil reached out toward Zhang Fan, as if trying to drag him into the crack and bury him.
Want to bury me? Keep dreaming.
Zhang Fan activated earth control. The giant mud hands reaching for him disintegrated one after another, and the cracks beneath his feet quickly closed up.
Open it for me.
Ho Yong continued to manipulate the earth, trying to reopen the closing cracks. But despite using all his strength, the ground remained completely still, refusing to expand according to his will.
This is impossible. Ho Yong's expression changed.
The entire hotel was his domain, and within his domain, he had absolute control over the earth. Yet the ground was entirely unresponsive to his command.
Why? Was Zhang Fan's ability of a higher quality than his? The question is, his mountain god domain is already an SS-level ability. Could Zhang Fan's power be SSS-level? Is your soil manipulation SSS-level? Ho Yong asked in a deep voice. It's not.
Zhang Fan smiled faintly. The reason my control over the Earth is stronger than yours is because I am a level 2 superpower user. The control of the Earth and the domain of the mountain god both belong to SS-level superpowers. The quality of the two is equivalent. But Zhang Fan is at level 2, while Ho Yong is only at level 1, which means Zhang Fan's control over the Earth is stronger. Level 2. Ho Yong's entire body trembled violently, even more incredulous. How can you be level 2? That's impossible. Ho Yong would rather believe that Zhang Fan's soil manipulation was SSS level than believe he was level 2. Since the apocalypse descended, the strength of all superhumans has been unable to improve. Currently, everyone is at level 1. Ho Yong had actually speculated before that since the attribute panel had a level 1 setting, it must be possible to level up. But how to upgrade specifically is currently unknown. You've discovered a way to upgrade? Ho Yong suddenly looked at Zhang Fan, his eyes abruptly becoming fiery, and his breathing grew somewhat rapid. If Zhang Fan is truly a second-level superpower user, then Zhang Fan must have discovered a way to enhance his strength. Zhang Fan neither admitted nor denied. It's almost time to end this meaningless battle. As he spoke, Zhang Fan snapped his fingers again, and a blood-red glow descended, instantly wrapping around Ho Yong. Ho Yong had been on guard against Zhang Fan for a long time. Seeing the blood-red glow approaching him, he vanished from his original position in a flash. Within the domain, he could not only freely control the Earth but also appear anywhere within it. This was another source of Ho Yong's confidence. Ho Yong quietly appeared in the corner of the elevator, coldly staring at Zhang Fan. You are indeed strong, but you're not qualified to kill me. In my domain, I can move positions at will. You're too confident. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. A black beam of light suddenly appeared behind Ho Yong and, with lightning speed, struck him on the head. Ho Yong let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground with a loud thud, completely silent thereafter. Can't kill you? Zhang Fan sneered. Didn't I just kill you? All day long, all you do is brag. Feng Feng, Liang Ku, and the others stared blankly at this scene, their hearts in turmoil, waves of shock surging within. The deputy team leader actually died? He actually died. In the hearts of Feng Feng and the others, Ho Yong was an invincible existence. But now, he's dead. What method did this guy use just now to kill team leader Ho? Feng Feng stared intently at Zhang Fan, his body trembling slightly, and a trace of something called fear appeared in his eyes. Yes, he was scared. Zhang Fan is too strong. Even the two team leaders were completely overwhelmed by him. Team leader Lu Guowei held his head and screamed in agony, basically incapacitated, while deputy team leader Ho Yong was directly killed. Will Zhang Fan let him go? The answer is, of course, no. Alive. Actually alive again. This. Just as Feng Feng was in a state of terror and despair, an exclamation suddenly sounded in his ears. Feng Feng immediately looked up and saw an incredible scene. Ho Yong, who had originally fallen to the ground lifeless and silent, unexpectedly came back to life and got up from the ground. This. Feng Feng was stunned. How is he alive again? Could it be that team leader Ho wasn't dead just now? But he clearly collapsed. Of course, Ho Yong was dead. The reason he came back to life was that Zhang Fan used time reversal to resurrect him. Ho Yong's mountain god domain is quite a useful skill. Before obtaining this ability, Zhang Fan wouldn't let him die. After reviving Ho Yong, Zhang Fan did not give him another chance and used his shrinking ability to turn him into a soybean. Then he placed him into a mineral water bottle. Finally, team leader Lu Guowei, after being hit by the death ray, was not dead but was left half alive. Zhang Fan shrank Lu Guowei and placed him into the mineral water bottle. With this, both team leaders were successfully captured. Feng Feng, Liang Ku, and other members of the superpower team witnessed this scene with utter shock. Shrunk? The two team leaders actually shrank? What kind of method is this? Feng Feng. Zhang Fan suddenly looked over. Now, it's your turn. Feng Feng trembled all over, his face instantly turning pale, and his body shook violently from fear. Feng Feng wanted to beg for mercy, but found himself unable to speak. He wasn't sure if it was due to fear or because he couldn't bring himself to lose face. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Zhang Fan glanced at Feng Feng with a smile, then turned to Zhang Ying. He's your friend, you handle it. Zhang Ying rolled her charming eyes and said irritably, brother, are you trying to test me? What do you think? Zhang Fan smiled. I'll just take it as a test. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Zhang Ying tidied the strands of hair by her ear and looked at Feng Feng, a murderous expression appearing on her charming face. She had no feelings for Feng Feng, especially since he had just tried to kill her. Zhang Ying felt even less favorable toward him. Now that Zhang Fan had given her the authority to deal with Feng Feng, Zhang Ying believed this was a test from Zhang Fan. If she lets Feng Feng go and upsets Zhang Fan, then she would suffer a great loss. To resolve this matter perfectly is simple, just get rid of Feng Feng. With this thought, Zhang Ying's face turned ruthless, and without hesitation, she activated her super physique, transforming into a golden Barbie. Feng Feng, no matter how much you humiliate me, I can ignore it, but you should never, ever attempt to harm my brother. Zhang Ying. Feng Feng wanted to beg for mercy, but unfortunately, Zhang Ying didn't give him the chance and smashed his head with a single punch. Sister Ying, I didn't expect it. You're so ruthless, you smashed that guy's head with just just one punch. That guy wanted to kill us, so of course I wouldn't let him go. But you guys are colleagues, and from what he said, he's been chasing you for 3 whole years.
Don't you feel even a little moved?
No.
Why? He's too ugly. Ha ha ha.
You shallow face-obsessed person.
Calling me a looks-obsessed person, aren't you one too?
The Rolls-Royce cruised leisurely through the virtual world, heading toward Greenfield, New City. The few women teased each other, their crisp and melodious laughter echoing inside the car, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere.
Brother Zhang, why aren't you saying anything?
Bailey Xiling teased Zhang Fan, who had been silent for a while. Are you scared by sistering?
Zhang Ying couldn't help but look at Zhang Fan, her expression slightly tense.
When she killed Feng Feng earlier, she only wanted to prove to Zhang Fan that she had no relationship with Feng Feng. Now, after killing someone, Zhang Ying suddenly realized that she might have acted too ruthlessly and scared Zhang Fan. After all, she had indeed been colleagues with Feng Feng for 3 years, and he had pursued her for 3 years. Yet she killed him without hesitation, which was indeed somewhat ruthless. Zhang Fan certainly wouldn't be frightened. He simply didn't take this matter to heart. The reason for his silence was that he was troubled by another issue. Later, when I go back, I'll have to seize 2 more superpowers. Just thinking about that excruciating pain worse than death, Zhang Fan felt overwhelmed and had no mood to speak. After returning to the villa, Zhang Fan ate something to fill his stomach and then went alone into the underground shelter.
Let's begin. First, seize the adamantium alloy transformation. Plunder the mountain god's domain again. The entire process took 15 hours to complete.
Zhang Fan consumed a few alien crystal cores, and once his body had mostly recovered, he began a new round of fusion.
This time, Zhang Fan fused super physique with adamantium alloyization. Fusion of superpowers can combine related abilities into one.
Super physique and adamantium transformation both belong to the category of physical superpowers, so they can be fused together. Moreover, Zhang Fan believes that after these 2 superpowers are fused, they will definitely evolve into a kind of ultimate superpower.
Fusion.
This fusion process turned out to be unexpectedly long, taking more than 2 hours to complete successfully.
Zhang Fan eagerly opened the attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Level, level 2.
Mental, level 2, 139/1000. Physique, level 2, 278/1000.
Superpowers, infinite plunder, SSS-level, domain, SSS-level, energy conversion, SSS, fusion, SS-level, wall penetration, S-level, borrowing abilities, limb multiplication, D-level, super adamantium alloy battle body, SSS-level, super adamantium alloy battle body? Is this a new ability after fusion?
Zhang Fan paused for a moment. The name is quite impressive, but I wonder how powerful it actually is. Thinking this, Zhang Fan activated the super adamantium alloy battle body. Zhang Fan felt a surge of mysterious energy sweeping through his entire body, and his physique quietly underwent a transformation.
Zhang Fan walked up to the mirror and looked at himself in the reflection.
His body hadn't swollen, nor had he grown taller, but his muscles bulged, making him look much stronger.
At first glance,
the transformation brought by the new ability wasn't much different from adamantium alloying. It just made his muscles significantly more developed.
But in fact, the changes are enormous. Zhang Fan can clearly feel it.
In this state, his strength, speed, defense, and other attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes, especially his defense, which has reached an unprecedented level. Zhang Fan carefully felt for a long time and finally came to a conclusion.
The super adamantium alloy battle body inherited all the advantages of the super physique and adamantium alloyization. First, the entire body transformed into adamantium alloy, achieving a terrifying level of defense. How strong it is specifically cannot be measured.
Secondly, after transformation, all physical attributes of the body are enhanced tenfold. Especially in defense, the amplification is definitely far more than tenfold.
Super adamantium alloy battle body, with just this one superpower, I can be invincible, right?
Zhang Fan marveled.
Pure adamantium alloy transformation is actually strongest in defense, while other aspects are lacking. Just like Lu Guowei, the defense was strong, yet Bailey Xiling pinned it to the ground and pounded it relentlessly.
This indicates that after becoming adamantium, its strength is quite average.
However, the super adamantium alloy battle body perfectly made up for this shortcoming.
Attributes such as strength and speed all reached an incredible level, leaving no weaknesses whatsoever.
Something's wrong. The super Edmund alloy battle body actually has another flaw.
Any alloy-based superpower has a fatal weakness. It is completely restrained by metal manipulation abilities. Just like how Magneto is the natural counter to Wolverine, no matter how sharp your claws are, when facing Magneto, you're utterly overpowered.
This is attribute restraint.
Whether it's adamantium alloying or a super adamantium alloy battle body, this problem still exists. Once encountering superpowers involving metal manipulation or magnetic field control, it can be suppressed in minutes. But don't worry, Zhang Fan has a way to solve this problem. His solution is energy conversion.
Energy conversion can transform any form of energy into physical strength to replenish the entire body.
As long as the energy is converted and integrated into the super adamantium alloy battle body, this problem can definitely be solved. Even if it can't be solved, it can still enhance the defensive capabilities of the super adamantium alloy battle body once again.
No sooner said than done.
Zhang Fan immediately activated his fusion ability, merging the energy conversion with the super adamantium alloy battle body.
The entire process took an hour and was declared complete. Zhang Fan opened the attribute panel.
The energy conversion ability had disappeared, and the super adamantium alloy battle body remained unchanged.
Zhang Fan was not the least bit flustered. He knew that the energy conversion ability should have perfectly integrated into the super adamantium alloy battle body. Zhang Fan gave it a try. As expected, the super adamantium alloy battle body gained an energy conversion ability. The defense of the super adamantium alloy battle body was already invincible, and now with the addition of energy conversion, to what level will its defense reach? Let's test it.
Zhang Fan waved his hand and created 5 shadow clones.
You 5, attack me.
1 with True Sunfire, 1 with Absolute Zero, 1 with a super adamantium alloy battle body, 1 with Death Ray, and 1 with miniaturization. Main body, should we go together or? One shadow clone asked.
Let's take it one at a time, so I can fully experience it. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said, no problem.
The shadow clones nodded one after another. I'll go first. A shadow clone stepped forward a few steps and said, be careful, main body. The crimson gold True Sunfire rose directly from beneath Zhang Fan's feet, instantly enveloping his entire body. The clothes on Zhang Fan's body were immediately burned to ashes, not even leaving a trace of residue.
The True Sunfire continued to scorch Zhang Fan's entire body, the blazing and searing heat wantonly ravaging his physique. At this moment,
Zhang Fan clearly felt the energy conversion ability operating frantically, rapidly transforming the heat entering his body into physical strength to replenish him entirely. The physical strength originally depleted due to plundering 2 major abilities was recovering at an extremely fast pace. This caused the True Sun Flame not only to fail to harm Zhang Fan in the slightest but also to replenish a large amount of his strength.
The True Sun Flame can't hurt me.
After trying for a moment, Zhang Fan waved his hand. You step back. You come.
Yes, master.
Next, the remaining 4 shadow clones attacked Zhang Fan one by one with superpowers such as Absolute Zero, Death Ray, Super Adamantium Alloy Battle Body, and Miniaturization. Zhang Fan stood still, letting them attack and bombard him in turns. In the end, after a long time, they couldn't shake Zhang Fan in the slightest. Whether it was the terrifying freeze of Absolute Zero, the formidable strength of the Super Adamantium Alloy Battle Body, or the mental assault of the Death Ray,
nothing can do anything to Zhang Fan. Not to mention injuring Zhang Fan, they couldn't even scratch his skin.
On the contrary, Zhang Fan's stamina has completely recovered to its peak.
Too strong. With such a divine skill in hand, who can ever hurt me in the future? Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Zhang Fan was extremely happy, even happier than when he obtained the 2 SSS-level superpowers, True Sunfire, and Absolute Zero.
In the apocalypse, survival skills always come first.
Only by staying alive can there be infinite hope. Dead? Then there's nothing left. With a Super Adamantium Alloy Battle Body, Zhang Fan discovered that even wanting to die was difficult because no one could harm him. It's time to go back.
Zhang Fan stretched lazily and walked out of the underground shelter. Zhang Fan was very lucky. When he got home, it was just lunchtime, and the 4 women were sitting around the dining table eating.
Brother, you're back?
Big brother, sit next to me. I'll serve you some rice.
Zhang Fan, is it enough? If not, I can cook 2 more dishes.
After lunch, Tang Hui was in charge of washing the dishes. It's not that Li Shu and the others were bullying her, it was simply her turn to wash the pot. Among the 4 women, Li Shu and Zhang Ying were the best at cooking, so the 4 of them divided the tasks. Li Shu and Zhang Ying were responsible for cooking, while Tang Hui and Bailey Xiling were in charge of washing dishes.
The 2 women took turns washing the pot, 1 person per day.
In short, only Zhang Fan has the privilege of having clothes handed to him and food served on a plate in this household.
As for everyone else, they all have to work. Want to freeload? The others won't agree to that. Zhang Fan sat on the sofa chatting with the 3 women, including Li Shu. Li Shu looked at Zhang Fan expectantly. Zhang Fan, have you obtained the mountain god's domain?
Zhang Ying and Bailey Xiling also looked at him expectantly.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly. That's great. Li Shu cheered, gave Zhang Fan a fierce kiss on the face, her eyes charming like silk, and said coquettishly, good brother, quickly lend me the mountain god domain. When you need powers, I'm good brother, but when you don't, I'm just Zhang Fan. You're too realistic.
Zhang Fan teased. There are 4 women in the house. Zhang Ying calls him brother, Bailey Xiling calls him little brother, and Tang Hui calls him brother Zhang. Only Li Shu, this woman, directly calls him by his name. Although Zhang Fan doesn't mind, he still feels annoyed inside.
Everyone calls me brother, but you call me by my name, it's irritating.
Li Shu's face turned red, and she gave the man a playful glare. I'm just usually too shy.
Feeling better now?
Zhang Fan smiled faintly.
Isn't it because I need your help now?
Li Shu said helplessly.
You're too pragmatic. Zhang Fan couldn't help but complain. Good brother, are you giving it or not?
Li Shu said, blushing.
Say it a few more times. Good brother, good brother, good brother. brother. Good brother. Li Shu's face turned red with embarrassment. Li Shu, you look so shameless right now. I never thought you were this kind of person. I'm embarrassed for you. Bailey Xiling couldn't help but tease. Get lost. Li Shu glared at this best friend who always tried to seduce her man. Blah blah blah. Bailey Xiling stuck out her tongue at her, then looked at Zhang Fan. Big brother, did you get the Edmund alloy? After that, Zhang Fan lent the mountain god domain to Li Shu. Loan term, permanent. Permanently lending it to Li Shu means that Li Shu will forever possess the superpower of the mountain god's domain. Zhang Fan wasn't very interested in the mountain god's domain, so it didn't matter if he lent it to Li Shu permanently. Moreover, even if the mountain god's domain is lent to her permanently, it doesn't mean it can't be reclaimed. If one day in the future, Li Shu betrays or leaves him, Zhang Fan will take back all the supernatural powers because he has infinite plunder. After obtaining the mountain god domain, Li Shu excitedly began studying it, attempting to start refining this villa. This is destined to be a long process. The villa is so large that it definitely can't be completed in just 1 or 2 days. Compared to Li Shu, Zhang Ying, and Bailey Xiling are more interested in the dashing and impressive Edmund alloy transformation. The adamantium alloy has already fused with the super physique, which means Zhang Fan no longer possesses this superpower. However, when it comes to lending the super adamantium alloy battle body to the two of them, Zhang Fan is somewhat reluctant. Among the superpowers Zhang Fan currently possesses, there are 3 major ones that he is absolutely unwilling to lend out. The first is infinite plunder. This is Zhang Fan's innate ability, and also the divine skill he uses to seize other superpowers. It definitely won't be lent out. The second is domain superpower. Zhang Fan's domain superpower integrates 8 types of superpowers. Among them are SSS-level superpowers like True Solar Flame and Absolute Zero, with unparalleled destructive power. Absolutely not for lending. Third is the newly acquired super adamantium alloy battle body. This ability comes from the fusion of adamantium alloyization, super physique, and energy transformation. Invincible defense, invincible physical attack, and likewise absolutely not for lending. Zhang Ying and Bailey Xiling were destined to be disappointed when they wanted to borrow Edmund alloy transformation. Zhang Fan had no intention of lending it either. As for the super Edmund alloy transformation, Zhang Fan was even more unwilling to lend it. The two were indeed extremely disappointed and tried all kinds of coquettish acts toward Zhang Fan. No means no. Saying more is useless. The mountain god's domain can be lent to you, but adamantium alloying is out of the question. That can't be lent. Zhang Fan's tone was resolute. Stupid brother, I'm not talking to you anymore. Bailey Xiling stormed back to her room in a huff. Zhang Ying's temper was much better. Not only did she not get angry, but she also took advantage of the moment when no one was around to pull Zhang Fan back to her room. Before long, melodious and gentle singing drifted out from the room, echoing through the quiet villa, making Li Shu and the other 2 women blush deeply. Doing this in broad daylight, shameless. What kind of person is this? In the days to come, the sweaty Zhang Ying lay in her good brother's arms, her slender fingers drawing circles on his chest. Good brother, lend me the mountain god's domain. Not going for adamantium alloying? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. Zhang Ying used her charm against him, serving him so attentively and comfortably. Zhang Fan originally thought she would take the opportunity to ask for adamantium alloying, but unexpectedly, she wanted the mountain god domain. A bit unexpected. Zhang Ying was just exhausted. She panted lightly, then smiled sweetly and said, if brother gives it to me, I want it. If brother doesn't, I don't want it. You're such a sweet talker. Zhang Fan pinched the beauty's nose and had to admit, among the 4 women, Zhang Ying had the sweetest mouth. As a mature young woman, Zhang Ying knew well how to please men. Her words were pleasant, and being with her made people feel very comfortable. Adamantium alloying isn't suitable for you. This superpower is too violent. There's another ability that's perfect for you, Zhang Fan suddenly said. What ability? Zhang Ying blinked her big eyes. Flowing silver alloyization. Today is September 8th, the 24th day since the apocalypse began. The black rain continues to fall, showing no signs of stopping. After getting up in the morning, Zhang Fan routinely created 20 shadow clones. Hunt 10 aliens and collect alien crystal cores. Send 10 shadow clones to various places to gather supplies. This was the first thing Zhang Fan did every morning after getting up day in and day out, without fail. It was precisely because of these actions that Zhang Fan and the others had a sufficient supply of alien crystal cores and resources every day. Brushing teeth, washing face, eating breakfast. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Fan went out with Zhang Ying and the other 2 women. Li Shu did not plan to go out today. Ever since she acquired the mountain god domain ability yesterday, Li Shu had been completely engrossed in refining the villa. She spent the entire night refining, without sleeping, and was still refining now, having skipped breakfast as well. Zhang Fan knew she wouldn't be able to refine it in a short time, so he left 3 shadow clones to guard her and look after the house. He himself took Zhang Ying, Bailey Xiling, and Tang Hui and left the villa. Big brother, where are we going today? Bailey Xiling, who was driving, was in charge of the Rolls-Royce. The high-tech zone, around Jinya First Road. Zhang Fan replied. Alright. Bailey Xiling stepped on the gas
gas, and the Rolls-Royce drove out of the neighborhood. Since she was driving in the virtual world, there was no need to worry about hitting anything. Bailey Xiling accelerated wildly, and the car's speed quickly soared to 180. Watching the obstacles constantly being swept past, Zhang Ying and Tang Hui felt a bit on edge. Although I know there's no need to worry about a collision, with the car going this fast, anyone would instinctively feel nervous.
Xiling, slow down. Zhang Ying clutched the safety handle, her face tense as she reminded. Yingjia, you're too timid. Could it be that someone overworked you last night, leaving you weak?
Bailey Xiling not only didn't slow down but even turned her head, looking at Zhang Ying in the back seat with a teasing expression. Seeing this, Zhang Ying felt her scalp almost explode and blurted out, "Can you just focus on driving your damn car?
Do you really think being in the virtual realm means no one can die? Sister Ying, you're totally overthinking this. Back in the day, I was known as the Akina mountain racing goddess." Bailey Xiling paid no attention to Zhang Ying's reminder.
Unexpectedly, at that moment, the car seemed to hit something. Everyone felt a terrifying force coming from behind, and the car beneath them seemed to be launched into the air. After flying for a long time, the car crashed heavily onto the ground and finally came to a stop. The third girl lay in the car for quite a while before climbing out.
"Is everyone okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "I'm dizzy too. What exactly happened just now?" "Luckily, our current physique is strong enough, otherwise we'd be done for." "Xiling, it's all your fault. I told you to drive carefully."
The three women climbed out of the car and saw the wrecked Rolls-Royce, its front smashed to pieces, leaving only the rear half of the vehicle parked in the distance. Zhang Fan stood in front of them, confronting a monster.
"Monster?"
The three women turned to look at the monster. It was a pitch-black creature, nearly 6 meters long, with 4 limbs on the ground and covered entirely in a hard exoskeleton. The creature's head was shaped like a slender banana, with scythe-like tails trailing behind its rear. A pair of hollow eyes stared coldly at Zhang Fan, while sharp fangs in its mouth dripped with mucus.
"Alien?"
The three women were startled.
Bailey Xiling looked around and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the virtual realm? How could an alien enter the virtual realm?"
Zhang Ying and Tang Hui also looked around. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white, confirming they were indeed in the virtual realm. "You're quite lucky to encounter an alien capable of entering the virtual realm, and it's even a level 2 alien,"
Zhang Fan said calmly. "Just now, the Rolls-Royce hit this alien creature, which is why it was sent flying."
A regular level 1 alien creature wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of a Rolls-Royce, but it withstood it. "It's obvious that this is definitely a level 2 alien creature." Zhang Fan spoke lightly, but to the three women, his words were astonishing. They were not particularly surprised that the alien could enter the virtual realm. Although the alien species itself cannot awaken superpowers, aliens can plunder the genes of superpowered individuals to fill the gaps in their own DNA chains, thereby acquiring superpowers. Aliens hunt everywhere every day, and their food can only be humans, among whom there are certainly superhumans. Therefore, discovering an alien with superpowers is not surprising. What shocked Zhang Ying and the other two was the level of this alien.
"Brother, didn't you say that a month after the apocalypse begins, aliens would start evolving on a large scale?"
Zhang Ying stared at the alien creature, somewhat in disbelief. How could a level 2 alien suddenly appear here?
Yeah. All the aliens we've encountered so far have only been level 1. Bailey Xiling was also very puzzled. Why is this alien level 2? Is it somehow special? Tang Hui said nothing, staring intently at the alien with a hint of caution.
"I did say that a month after the apocalypse begins, the aliens will only then start evolving on a large scale."
Zhang Fan said calmly, "Do you know why the aliens will only start evolving on a large scale after a month?"
The three women, Zhang Ying and the others, looked at each other and shook their heads in unison.
"This is because, ever since their birth, the aliens have been hunting and preying, absorbing the black rain, thereby accumulating energy."
Zhang Fan explained, "It takes a month of accumulation for the alien to gather enough energy to undergo evolution."
In other words, the prerequisite for an alien's evolution is not time, but energy. Most aliens need to accumulate for a month to gather enough energy to evolve. However, some special aliens can gather enough energy in a much shorter time. So, the aliens can evolve in advance. It's like someone only needs 3 years of high school to get into Tsinghua University,
while someone else repeats their studies for 14 years and still can't even catch a glimpse of Tsinghua's gate.
So that's how it is.
The three women suddenly understood. They felt that Zhang Fan's words made a lot of sense.
The factor limiting the evolution of the alien species shouldn't be time.
It's just like leveling up in a game. The factor limiting a game character's level up has always been experience. If you spend money, you can level up quickly. If you don't, you'll have to spend a lot of time slowly accumulating experience.
Step back a bit. Zhang Fan waved his hand. This alien is not only level 2 but also a tiger alien. Better to avoid accidental injuries. The three women didn't dare to hesitate and quickly moved far away.
To ensure absolute safety, they even activated their super physique abilities, transforming transforming uniformly into muscular Barbies. It must be said, a beautiful woman, even if she turns into a muscular Barbie, is still a high-value muscular Barbie.
Bailey Xiling is the tallest.
Zhang Ying has the most developed muscles.
Tang Hui has the fullest hips. The tiger-like alien stared fixedly at Zhang Fan and the others, finally launching its attack.
It suddenly leaped high into the air, its massive jaws opening wide, spewing out ball after ball of lightning. These lightning balls, roughly the size of basketballs, were strangely black and emitted sharp explosive sounds.
Black spherical lightning? Zhang Fan's pupils contracted. Could it be that kind of superpower?
Staring at the black lightning sphere spewed from the tiger-shaped alien's mouth, Zhang Fan's expression slightly changed.
He thought of a very terrifying superpower, annihilation lightning.
Lightning inherently possesses a terrifying destructive power capable of annihilating everything. Therefore, ordinary lightning-based superpowers are at least B-level or higher, with lower-level abilities being extremely rare. Among the family of lightning-based superpowers, there are several extremely fearsome types, and annihilation lightning is one of them. This lightning ability has the characteristic of obliterating everything, capable of turning matter into nothingness while releasing energy. Just like an acid-based neutralization reaction, annihilation lightning can undergo an annihilation reaction with any substance.
In other words, once struck by annihilation lightning, a perfectly fine person will turn into a mass of energy. It is utterly terrifying. Everyone, be careful.
Make sure not to get hit by these lightning spheres, or even I might end up shedding a layer of skin. Zhang Fan spoke up again to remind them.
What? So amazing? I'll go.
The three women thought they had retreated far enough to be safe, but unexpectedly, it was still so dangerous.
Retreat. Quickly retreat.
Bailey Xiling and the other two didn't dare to hesitate and retreated another 100 meters.
What's the deal with these black thunderballs? Even Zhang Fan can be seriously injured. Is that for real? Bailey Xiling asked in surprise.
Since my brother said so, he definitely wouldn't speak without reason.
We'd better be cautious.
Zhang Ying said warily.
Better safe than sorry. Tang Hui only said this one sentence.
The three were talking when a black thunderball happened to fly near them and crash onto the open ground. The black thunderball exploded violently, with streaks of black currents rampaging across the ground. Where the black current passed, the cement ground was like a red-hot branding iron, silently blasting a meter-deep pit into the foam it touched. The remaining black thunderballs similarly struck the ground, creating 1-meter-deep pits one after another. Seeing this scene, the three women, Bailey Xiling, felt a chill run down their spines.
The cement ground has been destroyed like this. If it hits someone, wouldn't it blow them to pieces? This lightning is too terrifying.
Little brother, be careful. Brother, be careful.
Bailey Xiling and Zhang Ying quickly reminded Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't slack off. His skin color quietly turned into bright silver, shimmering and radiant. It was the newly acquired superpower, the super adamantium alloy battle body.
Annihilation lightning can obliterate everything. Zhang Fan was curious to test whether it could annihilate his super alloy battle body.
The tiger alien let out a roar and spat out several black bolts of lightning, shooting straight at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan not only did not dodge but instead reached out his right hand and grabbed the foremost black lightning ball. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ying and the other two felt their hearts leap to their throats.
Planning to catch lightning with bare hands, this was absolutely like dancing on a tightrope. If anything went wrong, the hand would be completely ruined.
Zhang Fan reached out and grabbed the first lightning ball in his hand. Crackling explosions sounded continuously, with streams of black currents rampaging in Zhang Fan's hands. They even traveled along Zhang Fan's arm, spreading throughout his entire body, wreaking havoc on him. The clothes on Zhang Fan's body exploded with a bang, instantly disintegrating into nothingness, including his underwear, which also turned to nothingness,
revealing a perfectly proportioned, slender figure with smooth muscle lines.
Bailey Xiling stared in a daze, gulping down saliva, drooling uncontrollably. Tang Hui was also stunned.
You're not allowed to look.
Zhang Ying swallowed her saliva and only then realized that there were two other people standing nearby. She quickly covered Bailey Xiling's eyes.
Shameless.
This is my man. You're not allowed to look.
Hey. What's all this about your man or her man? With a body this good, isn't it meant to be admired?
Bailey Xiling was displeased. She slapped Zhang Ying's hand away, stared straight at Zhang Fan, and argued. Besides, Zhang Fan is my best friend's man, and my best friend's man is my man.
What's wrong with me looking at my man? Just tell me, is there a problem?
You sure make a good point. For a moment, I was left speechless. Black lightning frantically struck all over his body, and Zhang Fan could clearly feel the energy transforming and the supernatural power operating wildly. Under the transformation of the energy conversion ability, the lightning energy surging into the body was entirely converted into physical strength. A few seconds later, the lightning energy was completely transformed, and the black lightning ball in Zhang Fan's hand disappeared along with it. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth lifted slightly. Just as I guessed, even annihilation lightning can't harm me.
Annihilation lightning is extremely terrifying. Simply alloying with adamantium definitely won't stop it, but energy conversion can. Don't forget, this superpower is also an SSS-level ability. It can convert any any form of energy into physical strength. Annihilation lightning is indeed abnormal, but its essence is still electric current, and current is electrical energy, which is also a form of energy. As long as it's energy, it cannot avoid being transformed. You vile beast, your superpower is useless against me. Zhang Fan sneered. Next, let me show you my grandfather's super adamantium alloy battle body. Zhang Fan stomped on the ground, and with a loud boom, the ground instantly cracked open as Zhang Fan shot out like a cannonball. The tiger-shaped alien was also at level 2, and both its reflexes and speed were the most terrifying at this stage. But it was ultimately a step slower than Zhang Fan, as Zhang Fan's overall attributes had been enhanced tenfold, including his speed. Die! Zhang Fan lunged forward, throwing a punch at the tiger-shaped alien's head. Seeing that escape was no longer possible, in a moment of crisis, the tiger alien barely raised its right claw to forcibly block Zhang Fan's attack. Fist and claw collided, and the tiger alien's claw instantly shattered, with fragments of its exoskeleton scattering in all directions. Zhang Fan's momentum did not waver, and his right leg, like a steel whip, fiercely struck the tiger alien's head. The tiger alien's long, banana-shaped head shattered with a roar, and blue blood sprayed out like a fountain. The massive body of the tiger alien flew straight backward. It flew 7 or 8 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. Then, it lay completely still, utterly silent. The tiger alien was actually kicked to death by Zhang Fan with one blow. Zhang Fan flipped in midair and landed steadily, looking at the motionless tiger-shaped alien, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. Killing a level 2 alien with a single kick shows just how formidable his physical strength is now. Not to mention fighting across levels, he is undoubtedly the strongest among those of the same level. However, you can't die just yet. Zhang Fan's thoughts moved. The domain quietly spread out, enveloping the tiger alien. Time reversal. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. The tiger alien's time quietly began to flow backward. 1 second ago, 2 seconds ago. Time rewound to 3 seconds ago, and the tiger alien came back to life. Zhang Fan grabbed the tiger alien's claw and activated infinite plunder, beginning to seize its superpowers. Whoa, there are actually 3 superpowers? What a pleasant surprise. After activating infinite plunder, Zhang Fan immediately sensed something was off. Inside this tiger's alien body, there are actually 3 superpowers. This greatly surprised Zhang Fan. In his view, this tiger alien should only have 2 superpowers. One is annihilation lightning, and the other is the ability to enter the virtual realm. The result turned out to be a third option, which was indeed somewhat unbelievable. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhang Fan quickly regained his composure. That's how the aliens are, they can continuously acquire new superpowers. So the longer an alien lives, the more superpowers it will possess. Some aliens that have lived for several years often possess a dozen or even dozens of superpowers, which is extremely terrifying. As Zhang Fan began to plunder, the piercing pain made the tiger alien wish for death over life. It struggled frantically, its claws scratching the ground chaotically, and its tail wildly stabbing Zhang Fan's body. It tried every possible method to break free from Zhang Fan's clutches. The ground was stomped into deep pits by it, and its tail struck Zhang Fan, producing crisp thudding sounds. But all was in vain. Zhang Fan's strength was far greater than its own. Like an adult holding onto a 3-year-old child, could the child possibly break free? The answer is, of course, no. In the end, all 3 superpowers of the tiger alien were plundered by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan didn't want to plunder them all. Plundering 3 meant having to fuse 3, and just thinking about that made him feel uneasy. Zhang Fan only wanted to plunder the annihilation lightning. As for the ability to enter the virtual realm and the third unknown ability, Zhang Fan wasn't very interested, but there was no other choice. Zhang Fan could only sense 3 types of superpowers but couldn't distinguish which was which, so he could only plunder them all. Let's go home. Zhang Fan waved his hand and brought out a new luxury car, a Lamborghini, which was incredibly cool. Having just come out only to go back again, the 3 women felt a bit helpless but had no objections. They knew that Zhang Fan needed to integrate the newly plundered superpower, so going to the high-tech zone was definitely out of the question. So they got in the car and returned the same way. After returning to the underground shelter, Zhang Fan began to integrate the new ability. The integration was very painful. 7 or 8 hours of torment made life worse than death. Fortunately, the result was reassuring. The first type, Annihilation Thunder. After a simple attempt, Zhang Fan was very satisfied with the power of Annihilation Thunder. Then, he fused the Annihilation Lightning with the domain superpower, and his domain gained a new function. This also means that the domain superpower has already integrated 9 types of abilities, possessing 9 powerful functions. After another 7 to 8 hours, Zhang Fan successfully fused the second superpower, which is the Void Traversal ability. Void Traversal is a very strong superpower, rated as SS level, even higher than the enhanced wall passing ability. Wall phasing was initially just a B-level ability, but after being ultimately enhanced by Li Shu, it reached S level. However, this Void Traversal started off as SS level. The level was simply too high. With Void Traversal, the wall phasing ability can be discarded in the future. Zhang Fan took a short break and began merging the third one. What is the third
superpower. Zhang Fan had no idea, so he was quite looking forward to it. It was like opening a blind box. What if his luck exploded, and he got an SSS-level superpower? That would be a huge win. However, Zhang Fan felt that the likelihood of this was slim. First of all, SSS-level superpowers were extremely rare. There were only so many in all of Xian. It wasn't something you could just come across casually. Secondly, if it were an SSS-level superpower, the Tiger alien would have already used it during the battle. But it didn't, which indicates that the third ability lacks offensive power. 7 or 8 hours later, Zhang Fan successfully fused the third ability. As Zhang Fan had anticipated earlier, the level of this superpower was indeed not high, only A level, but it brought him a pleasant surprise. Open a spatial channel? It's actually a space-related superpower. What an unexpected surprise. Zhang Fan was somewhat excited. At the moment, he possessed many superpowers, but none of them were space-related. Now, he had one. Open a spatial passage, creating a tunnel-like space channel between two locations, connecting two places that are quite far apart and achieving instant traversal. This is the advantage of this ability, as it allows the user to save travel time, making it extremely convenient. There are two drawbacks. First, the prerequisite for opening a spatial passage is that the user must have been to that place before. Only by having been to a place can one open a spatial passage. If one has not been there, it is impossible to open a spatial passage. This is because, when opening a spatial passage, one must imagine that place in their mind in order to proceed. If one has never been there, how can they imagine that place? Without the ability to imagine, naturally, it becomes impossible to open a spatial passage. Second, opening a space channel is very time-consuming. Give it a try. Zhang Fan rubbed his hands and immediately started trying. Where should I go? Let's go to the White Birch Forest community. Zhang Fan imagined the White Birch Forest community in his mind, then activated his spatial portal ability. At that moment, Zhang Fan immediately noticed his stamina draining rapidly, like a leaking fuel tank. More than 10 seconds later, the void not far ahead rippled slightly, like water waves. Then it began to spin, with the speed increasing rapidly, forming a high-speed vortex over 3 meters in diameter. After more than 10 seconds, as the vortex reached its maximum speed, a black dot suddenly appeared at its center. The black dot expanded rapidly, soon occupying the center of the vortex and eventually taking over the entire vortex. The black hole stabilized, and a dark tunnel took shape. Approximately 2 meters in diameter, pitch black, it looks like a tunnel, yet also resembles a dark, round sphere. I finally understand why the Tiger alien didn't open a spatial passage to escape when I was hammering it. From the moment I started creating the passage to when it was fully formed, it took about 40 seconds, way too slow. There's no way to escape. A flash of light appeared on Zhang Fan's body, and a shadow clone quietly emerged. Go in and take a look. Zhang Fan pointed at the black hole and said, "Yes, master." The shadow clone nodded, stepped into the spatial passage, and disappeared. About a minute later, it returned. Zhang Fan saw the shadow clone return safely and knew this spatial passage was very reliable. He immediately stepped into the spatial passage, and then Zhang Fan arrived at the Birch Forest community. Surrounded by familiar high-rise buildings, the ground was covered with nearly half a meter of stagnant black water, and the black rain was still falling. This spatial passage is great. Zhang Fan revealed a smile. Traveling in the apocalypse is quite a headache. Not only does it rain every day, but the roads are also filled with obstacles everywhere. Now it's much better. Simply open up a spatial passage, step inside, and arrive at another place. It's incredibly convenient. The only trouble is that opening a space channel is too time-consuming. We need Li Shu to enhance it. Zhang Fan retreated from the space channel and returned to the underground shelter. This time, luck was on our side. 3 superpowers, the devastating annihilation lightning, and the ability to freely traverse the virtual realm. Next is the spatial channel. These 3 superpowers are highly practical, making daily life much more convenient in the future. Time to go back. Zhang Fan used Void Realm Traversal, exited the underground shelter, and returned to the villa. But what Zhang Fan didn't expect was that the 4 women were at each other's throats, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. What's going on here? Zhang Fan was completely baffled. Big brother, you're back. This is wonderful. Seeing Zhang Fan, the 4 women were overjoyed and burst into tears, rushing forward to greet him. Bailey Xiling threw herself into Zhang Fan's arms and started crying loudly. Zhang Ying and Li Shu, seeing this, couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in anger. The grievances and fear in their hearts instantly turned into fury. You shameless vixen, get off him. This is my man, who allowed you to hug him. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Zhang Ying and Li Shu joined forces to drag the shameless vixen by Li Xiling aside. Then, the 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, threw themselves into Zhang Fan's arms and began to sob pitifully, looking utterly helpless. 2 vixens. Bailey Xiling puffed out her cheeks, angrily glaring at the 2 women, but she was helpless against them, although she and Li Shu were close friends. When it came to preventing her from seducing Zhang Fan, Li Shu and Zhang Ying firmly stood on a united front. The 2 guarded against her as if she were a wolf, keeping a tight watch and giving her no opportunity to act. This made Bailey Xiling
Xiling feel indignant, yet helpless. However, Bailey Xiling would never give up. First of all, high-quality men like Zhang Fan are hard to find. Giving up on such a high-quality man would be foolish behavior. Secondly, Bailey Xiling could sense that Zhang Fan did not dislike her. In fact, he even admired her greatly. Finally, and most importantly, Zhang Fan is exactly the type of man Bailey Xiling admires the most. Masculine, assertive, domineering, manly, gives a sense of security, and has a charmingly muscular physique. Given all this, what reason does Bailey Xiling have to give up? Zhang Fan seemed oblivious to the scheming among the three women. When Li Shu and Zhang Ying had almost finished sobbing, they finally voiced their doubts. What's going on with you guys? Why do you look like you're facing a great enemy? We're in trouble. Li Shu wiped her tears and said in a low voice, another group of survivors from Greenfield New City has arrived, and they're staying in Villa number 3. And then? Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows. Greenfield New Town had long been regarded by Zhang Fan as his private territory, and he firmly refused to allow outsiders to set foot there. Reason? No reason, he simply didn't want to live in the same neighborhood as others. So, Zhang Fan instinctively rejected the group of people who came to Greenfield New Town and planned to drive them away later. There are a total of 7 people in this group, but only one man, the remaining 6 are all women. Li Shu whispered, the day they entered Greenfield New City, they discovered us and ordered us to move out of this neighborhood. Naturally, we were unwilling, so we negotiated with them. However, when that man saw us, he changed his mind and wanted us to become his women. Of course, we were not willing. Exactly. With a high-quality guy like little brother as a gem before us, how could we possibly fancy such riffraff? He's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Daydreaming. Bailey Xiling said angrily. That guy flew into a rage out of humiliation and launched a fierce attack on us. If it weren't for Sister Li Shu refining the entire villa, we probably wouldn't have made it until you returned. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing in them. That reckless dog, of all people to bully, dares to target us, truly courting death. Villa number 3, right? The 4 women nodded repeatedly. Let's go. Zhang Fan took the 4 women and was just about to head out when he suddenly heard a rumbling noise from outside. What was that sound? Everyone was startled and quickly went to the window, where they saw an excavator approaching from a distance. Excavator? Bailey Xiling shouted. That guy is crazy. He's going to use an excavator against us. That guy is a complete lunatic. Li Shu couldn't help but curse. He figured out that my stamina is limited and I can't control the domain for long. So they brought in an excavator to deal with us, clearly trying to wear us down to death. Bastard. The 4 women gritted their teeth in anger. Li Shu had refined the entire villa, turning it into her mountain god domain. But she couldn't possibly maintain the domain indefinitely. Using any superpower consumes physical strength, especially large-scale superpowers like domains, which consume even more energy. On the other hand, the opponent is operating an excavator, using it to attack the villa, which requires very little physical exertion. How can you outlast the opponent? However, that's not all. Behind this excavator came another excavator, then a third, a fourth, a fifth. One excavator after another formed a long line, rumbling into the neighborhood, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Finally, over a dozen excavators formed a circle, completely surrounding Villa number 9. So many excavators? That bastard is truly despicable. The 4 women trembled with anger. They couldn't imagine what they would do if Zhang Fan didn't return, faced with so many excavators. I have a question. Zhang Fan looked at those excavators in confusion. Why are the ones driving these excavators aliens? With Zhang Fan's current vision, he can see a mouse several kilometers away. Therefore, even through the curtain of rain, Zhang Fan immediately noticed that the driver of the excavator was not human, but rather, an alien. Didn't we tell you? Zhang Ying was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, brother, that guy can control the xenomorphs, so he controlled a group of them to form an army of xenomorphs. These past 2 days, that bastard has been using his army of xenomorphs to launch attacks on us. Yes, Li Shu and Bailey Xiling also nodded. Control xenomorphs? Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, just as I guessed. I just don't know what kind of superpower this guy has. Brother, there shouldn't be many superpowers that can control aliens, right? Zhang Ying asked curiously. Not many, but not few either. Zhang Fan smiled and said, abilities like enslavement, puppet manipulation, contract powers, all can control the xenomorphs. That's a pretty good ability. Zhang Ying's eyes sparkled. If we could get our hands on this ability and then control a large group of xenomorphs to guard the entire neighborhood, wouldn't we be completely safe from now on? You want to build a xenomorph army? Li Shu said with a laugh. Zhang Ying looked at Zhang Fan. Brother, do you think I can do it? There's no reason you can't. Zhang Fan shrugged. These days, if there's anything in abundance, it's mutants. As long as you have this kind of superpower, forming an army of mutants would be a piece of cake. Zhang Ying nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining with anticipation as she looked at Zhang Fan. Brother, I want this superpower. Zhang Fan was about to agree when a loud horn suddenly sounded outside. Haha, I'm back again. For young ladies, today is already the 2nd day. I wonder how you've considered my proposal. I advise you to just obediently go along with me. Follow me, Li Wenk, and I guarantee you'll live a life
life of luxury, never having to worry about making a living again. With me protecting you, you no longer need to live in fear, no longer need to worry about your safety. So I advise you, stop resisting stubbornly. While I still have some patience, obediently comply with me. Do you see these dozen or so excavators behind me? I prepared them especially for you. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will start the excavators and level this place to the ground. Listen, 3 minutes. I'll only give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if I don't hear the answer I want, then don't blame me for being ruthless and leveling the entire villa. Upon hearing this shout, Li Shu and the others gritted their teeth in anger, wishing they could rush out and beat this scoundrel to death. Ever since they started relying on Zhang Fan, the wealthy man, when had they ever been bullied like this or endured such humiliation? Bastard! This is too much. I really want to kill this scum. Bai Li Xiling cursed angrily. Bro, what do we do now? Zhang Ying looked at Zhang Fan. Simple. Go out and take him down. Zhang Fan took off his jacket, revealing a white tank top, and said casually, hurry up and cook, I'm hungry. After speaking, Zhang Fan's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood, reappearing outside the villa. Around the villa, a circle of excavators was parked, and on the excavator directly facing the courtyard gate, a person was standing. This guy stood right on top of the excavator, with an alien creature beside him holding an umbrella for him. The drizzling black rain fell to the ground, making a thudding sound. This man is Yang Wank. Yang Wank had a cigarette in his mouth, smiling as he looked at the villa, with an expression of absolute confidence. Ever since arriving at Greenfield New City and discovering the 4 people in Villa Number 9, Yang Wank couldn't stop thinking about them. Before the apocalypse, he was a bachelor, an old man in his 40s without even a caring wife to warm his bed. When there was a need, Yang Wank could only go to the alley to seek help from fallen women, but due to his financial constraints, he didn't dare to do it too often, roughly once a month. After the apocalypse, Yang Wank awakened a powerful superpower, gaining the ability to enslave aliens. Yang Wank realized his opportunity had come, so he enslaved an alien army and gained immense power. Men become bad when they have money. When a man gains power, he naturally starts to indulge in wild fantasies. Yang Wank was just like that. His inner desires quickly swelled, and he no longer suppressed them, beginning to act recklessly and without restraint. At the slightest disagreement, he would resort to violence, killing, arson, rape, plundering, committing almost every imaginable crime. In just over 20 days, Yang Wank had taken possession of 6 women. Moreover, these 6 women were carefully selected by Yang Wank, with all the unattractive ones eliminated by him. Yet even though the 6 women were considered quite beautiful, they still couldn't compare to Li Shu and the other 3. Yang Wank swore that no matter the cost, he would obtain Li Shu and the other 3 women. In order to achieve his goal, Yang Wank specifically brought in 18 excavators, looking as if he was ready to start digging and level Villa Number 9 to the ground at the slightest disagreement. Yang Wank believed that as long as the 4 women weren't foolish, they would definitely make the right choice, just like the 6 women he currently had. Instead of the 4 women, Zhang Fan showed up, instantly souring Yang Wank's mood. Who are you? Yang Wank's face darkened. I am your father. Zhang Fan pushed open the iron gate of the villa's courtyard with his hand and said with a faint smile, Father heard your shouting just now. Father is very angry, so I've decided to give you a profound lesson. Yang Wank's face darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I don't care who you are or why you came out of this villa, you've made me very unhappy. I will kill you, then use your blood and flesh to feed this group of aliens under my command. After saying this, he waved his hand and shouted, come on, tear him to pieces, cut him into 1,000 pieces. Shadows broke through the curtain of rain, emerging from the woods surrounding the villa, and darted toward Zhang Fan like lightning. These shadows turned out to be aliens, all kinds of aliens. There are humanoid aliens that walk upright, feline aliens with agile figures, and canine aliens with a fierce demeanor. There are even strong and burly bovine aliens, mighty and domineering tiger aliens, and serpentine aliens slithering alone. Countless aliens surrounded from all directions, their numbers so vast, at least over 100. Seeing so many aliens, Zhang Fan not only felt no fear but instead let out a soft ha, his eyes revealing amazement as he said, you are only at level 1, yet you can enslave so many aliens. It seems your superpower level is quite high. Zhang Fan was knowledgeable and had encountered many superpowers capable of controlling abilities, so he was well aware of the characteristics of this type of superpower. The strength of this superpower is directly proportional to the number of aliens it can control. The more aliens it can control, the higher the level of the superpower. Yang Wank must have a very high level of superpower to enslave so many aliens. Even if you're flattering me now, I won't let you go. It's already too late. Yang Wank's expression was icy. Flattering you? Zhang Fan burst into laughter. You're really shameless. The domain quietly activated, and blood-red light spread out, enveloping a 20-meter radius around Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked at his domain and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Although his domain was powerful, every time it was activated, it would form a layer of blood-colored light screen, making the target too conspicuous. If someone was determined to evade, it would be easy to avoid the domain. However, now that I have the ability to traverse the virtual realm, I can integrate the wall-passing ability into the domain. In this way, by combining the domain with the virtual realm, I can release the domain silently and without any warning. Although the blood-colored light curtain released by the domain was quite conspicuous, Yang Wen clearly did not realize the power of the domain and did not stop his alien army. Hundreds of aliens charged toward Zhang Fan with a thunderous roar, their aggressive momentum seemingly intent on tearing Zhang Fan to pieces. Just in time to test the power of annihilation lightning on you. Zhang Fan's lips curled slightly as he snapped his fingers stylishly. One by one, black thunderballs quietly appeared within the domain, shooting toward the aliens that had intruded into the area. The alien collided with the thunderball. The explosion roared. One by one, the aliens were obliterated in the explosion, leaving not even a trace of severed limbs or remains. What? Seeing this scene, Yang Wank was greatly shocked, staring at Zhang Fan in disbelief and exclaiming, "What kind of superpower is this, capable of making my alien creature vanish instantly?" The alien army continued to invade the domain, only to be mercilessly obliterated into nothingness by the annihilation lightning. In just this short moment, more than 30 alien creatures had died, and the death toll was still rising rapidly. Yang Wank woke up as if from a dream and quickly ordered the alien army to stop attacking to prevent more deaths. Bastard! Yang Wank stared intently at Zhang Fan. "I did underestimate you a bit, but you will still die." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Crush him to death for me." Yang Wank gave the order. 18 alien drivers operating excavators immediately maneuvered the machines, rumbling as they crushed toward Zhang Fan. "A pile of scrap metal trying to hurt me? How foolish." Zhang Fan withdrew his domain, and his skin silently took on a layer of bright silver, transforming into a super adamantium alloy battle body. Kill! Zhang Fan stomped the ground, shattering it instantly. Using the rebound force, he shot out like lightning. In less than a tenth of a second, Zhang Fan appeared in front of the first excavator. Without any intention of stopping, he continued to accelerate madly and crashed directly into the excavator. Zhang Fan was like a giant hammer, striking the excavator heavily. Zhang Fan smashed the excavator into pieces, along with the alien operating it, which was also shattered. But it wasn't over yet. Zhang Fan suddenly leaped into the air and then stomped down, directly crushing the second excavator into a metal pancake. The alien driver inside the excavator didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into a pulp. Zhang Fan moved his foot and appeared in front of the third excavator. He extended both hands, grabbed the drive wheel of the excavator forcefully, and with a powerful exertion of his arms, lifted the excavator. Then treat the excavator as a rock and throw it directly. The large excavator, weighing tens of tons, crossed several meters and heavily crashed into another excavator. With a loud boom, the two steel monsters collided, erupting in a massive explosion as flames shot skyward instantly. Again! Zhang Fan charged forward as if entering an uninhabited realm, crashing headfirst into the fuel tank of an excavator, which instantly exploded. Zhang Fan threw a punch, and the excavator, weighing dozens of tons, was as fragile as paper, directly sent flying by a single blow. Next, Zhang Fan either threw, smashed, stomped, or rammed, completely treating himself as a weapon, wantonly destroying one excavator after another. These steel-made monsters were utterly like blocks of tofu in front of Zhang Fan, easily destroyed. The entire place fell into dead silence. Is this still a human? Yang Wank stared blankly at the man who seemed like a demon or a god, his mind completely blank, utterly terrified. Although he also possessed superpowers. Although he had encountered many superpowered individuals these days, the scene before him still completely shattered Yang Wank's worldview. Yang Wank couldn't imagine how mere flesh and blood could possibly be this strong. Playing with an excavator like a yo-yo, what the hell kind of person is this? When the last excavator was violently destroyed by Zhang Fan, of the 18 excavators surrounding Villa Number 9, only the one under Yang Wank's feet remained. Zhang Fan stretched his muscles while walking slowly and gracefully to stand in front of Yang Wank. The sound of his footsteps was very similar to that of King Frisia. "Now, it's just you left." Zhang Fan's tone was calm, neither boastful nor subdued, as gentle as a mountain spring, making it very pleasant to listen to. But when Yang Wank heard it, it made his hair stand on end, and a bone-chilling cold rose up his back. What do you want?" Even though he still had 60 or 70 alien troops under his command, Yang Wank no longer had any will to fight in the face of Zhang Fan. Family members know their own affairs. Yang Wank knew he was no match for Zhang Fan. "I heard you want to take my woman and become my peer." Zhang Fan's tone was indifferent. "For these toads dreaming of eating swan meat, I have only one approach, and that is, kill." Yang Wank's eyelid twitched slightly, and he immediately lowered his stance. Big brother, I didn't know they were your women before. If I had known, even if I had the courage of a bear or a leopard, I wouldn't have dared to offend them. Considering that I haven't made an irreparable mistake yet, I apologize to you. Can we just let this matter go? Of course. Whatever compensation you want, just say the word. Even if it means climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of flames, I will fulfill it unconditionally. Yang Wank didn't dare to confront Zhang Fan at all. He was too strong. Even an excavator was like a toy stone in his hands. His thin arms and legs, how could he withstand a punch from Zhang Fan? Even a single finger might crush him. I don't need any compensation, I just want your head. Zhang Fan calmly uttered these words, then charged at Yang Wenk like lightning. Damned! Yang Wenk turned pale with fright. Stop him now. The alien army under Yang Wenk's command swarmed toward Zhang Fan to kill him. Meanwhile, Yang Wenk himself leapt off the excavator and dove into the roadside woods, disappearing. Trying to run? Inside the villa, Li Xiling saw this and immediately transformed into a muscular Barbie, smashing through the glass and charging out. Li Shu tried to stop it but couldn't. Seeing this, Zhang Fan no longer paid attention to Yang Wenk. With Li Xiling taking action, Yang Wenk couldn't possibly escape. Zhang Fan focused on dealing with the alien. He didn't use any other superpowers, only relying on brute force to attack the alien. Zhang Fan threw a punch, smashing an alien's head to pieces. Zhang Fan stomped down, crushing an alien into pulp. Grabbing the excavator's shovel as a weapon, he swung it wildly, smashing alien after alien. For a moment, centered around Zhang Fan, the aliens covered in hard exoskeletons fell like wheat being harvested. These aliens were either decapitated or smashed into meat paste. Blue blood splattered everywhere, corroding the ground, the roadside forest, and the villa's fence. Zhang Fan was also splattered with a lot of blood. His tank top and shorts were corroded and full of holes, but his body remained completely unharmed. Adamantium alloy alien blood cannot corrode it. In less than a minute, the remaining 60 to 70 aliens were all slain by Zhang Fan, leaving a large number of corpses on the ground. Too strong. Li Shu's third daughter watched with blood boiling and her whole body feeling hot. They knew Zhang Fan was strong, yet they were still shocked by the scene before them. Smashing an excavator with one punch, can a human even do that? No, this is Superman. Too strong. Li Shu's breathing became rapid, and the tide began to overflow. Swish, swish, swish. The black rain drizzled down, and the alien corpses scattered everywhere started to decompose, revealing one crystal core after another. Light flashed continuously on Zhang Fan's body, and multiple shadow clones appeared. Collect these crystal cores. Yes, master. Leaving the shadow clones to gather the crystal cores, Zhang Fan entered the virtual realm, with crimson gold flames rising from his body, engulfing him entirely. Under the scorching flames of the sun's true fire, the black rain, blood, and shredded flesh on Zhang Fan's body were all burned to ashes. Ever since acquiring this special ability, Zhang Fan had stopped taking baths. The high-temperature sterilization of the sun's true fire was far cleaner than bathing. After finishing all this, Zhang Fan returned to the villa through the virtual realm. Li Shu and Zhang Ying immediately came forward, while the ice-cold beauty Tang Hui turned her back. At this moment, Zhang Fan was completely naked, without a stitch of clothing, simply unbearable to look at. Tang Hui was a reserved ice beauty, unlike Li Xiling, that vixen. Good brother. Li Shu's face was flushed, and she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Zhang Fan's neck, offering her alluring red lips. A bargain delivered to the doorstep naturally has no reason to be refused. Zhang Fan immediately leaned in and started kissing her, reminiscent of Zhang Tielian's passionate kiss scene with Tao Hong. Li Shu was clearly moved, panting heavily. Good brother, carry me into the room. Hey, that's not fair. Zhang Ying was unhappy and shouted, brother is half mine too, you can't hog him all to yourself. Go, get lost. Today is September 9th, an odd day, and by the rules, brother belongs to me. Li Shu firmly clung to Zhang Fan. Good brother, ignore her, let's go. A few minutes later, Li Xiling returned to the villa carrying Yang Wenk. At this moment, Yang Wenk had completely lost his previous arrogance and domineering attitude, beaten black and blue, with broken bones and torn muscles. He curled up on the ground, trembling and shedding tears of grievance. Where is Zhang Fan? Li Xiling glanced at the living room but didn't see Zhang Fan. She only saw Tang Hui and Zhang Ying sitting on the sofa. Tang Hui was cleaning the alien crystal cores collected by the shadow clones, while Zhang Ying sat angrily to the side. Where's sister Li Shu? Why isn't she here either? Li Xiling asked in confusion. They're in the room. Zhang Ying replied angrily. Room? Li Xiling was somewhat displeased, striding toward the stairs while shouting. What are you doing in the room in broad daylight? Little brother, come out quickly. I brought Yang Wenk back. Just as she reached the second floor, she heard indecent sounds, and Li Xiling's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Damn, this shameless couple, do they have no sense of decency? Doing such things in broad daylight, can they have a little shame? Li Xiling waved her fists, looking utterly indignant. Over 2 hours later, Zhang Fan came downstairs, his face glowing and full of satisfaction. Brother! Originally sulking, Zhang Ying immediately put on a smiling face and quickly stepped forward. Hungry? The food is just ready. Smelled it. Zhang Fan pinched her rosy cheek and looked at Li Xiling, asking, did Zhang Wenk bring it back? With me taking action, a mere Yang Wenk is nothing but a piece of cake. Li Xiling tilted her chin, looking smug. Zhang Fan responded with a grunt. Alright, let's eat first, then deal with him later. Tonight's dinner is oil-splashed noodles and cold dishes. The cold dishes include dried bean curd, wood ear mushrooms, vermicelli, dried bamboo shoots, dried string beans, kelp, and potato slices. It's obvious. The The available ingredients now are either dried goods or vegetables like potatoes that are easy to store. Fresh vegetables like lettuce and spinach are long gone. Moreover, as time goes on, the edible ingredients will become fewer and more monotonous. During the meal, Zhang Ying deliberately brought up this issue. Brother, the ingredients we can eat are becoming fewer and fewer. Can we find a way to grow some vegetables and raise some livestock? Growing vegetables is doable. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Find a piece of land, set up a greenhouse, and with some vegetable seeds, we can grow them. The black rain is highly lethal to animals but has almost no harm to plants. As long as you set up a greenhouse, you can grow vegetables. Which one of us knows how to grow vegetables? Bailey Xiling said while eating noodles. Let me make it clear, I don't know how, and I don't want to learn either. You don't want to learn, yet you say it so confidently. Let me ask you, will you eat the vegetables once they're grown? Zhang Ying said irritably. Eat, of course, eat. Bailey Xiling said with a cheeky smile. Sister Ying, don't be so impatient, I haven't finished speaking yet. At this point, Bailey Xiling became serious. Little brother, Yang Wank has been captured by us. Have you decided how to deal with his 6 women? Expel. Zhang Fan said indifferently. Raising one more person means consuming more resources and taking on more responsibility. It's too troublesome. Expel? Little brother, you're too cold-hearted. That's not good. Bailey Xiling muttered. Since they've been taken over by Yang Wank, they must all be weak women who can't even fend for themselves. If you drive them out now without Yang Wank's protection, they will surely die. There are many people in this world who need protection. If everyone comes to me for shelter, how could I possibly handle it? Zhang Fan didn't think much of it. That's true, but we haven't encountered others, so we can't intervene. Yet, we did come across these 6. Bailey Xiling said, Big brother, my idea is to keep them and have them grow vegetables for us. Since we're planning to build greenhouses to grow vegetables, I think they should be able to handle it. And all we need to provide is just some food. Hearing this, Zhang Fan paused for a moment and then agreed with Bailey Xiling's suggestion. Do as you see fit. Big brother, you're so nice. Bailey Xiling giggled and said, Big brother, don't worry, leave them to me. I promise to handle everything perfectly. Zhang Fan nodded slightly and continued. As for the issue of raising livestock, it's quite troublesome. Livestock is different from vegetables. Vegetables can grow as long as you have seeds. Livestock is different. To raise livestock, you first need to find living animals, such as pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and so on. But these days, such living creatures are too scarce. Zhang Ying, Bailey Xiling, and Tang Hui all frowned. A black rain turned 90% of the global population into aliens, and animals certainly didn't fare any better. The animals that luckily survived still faced the threat of being hunted by the aliens. Animals are relatively less intelligent. Can they escape the aliens' hunt? Definitely not likely. Even if there are any lucky survivors, they are probably extremely rare. The key is that no one knows which hidden corner they are hiding in. How to find them? Then what should we do? Zhang Ying frowned and said, if we can't find any living creatures, doesn't that mean we'll never eat fresh meat again? No, I don't want that. I want braised pork, twice-cooked pork, pork with preserved vegetables, braised pig trotters, and grilled skewers. Bailey Xiling shook her head like a rattle drum, and as she spoke, drool started dripping. I also want braised ribs, marinated bones, sweet and sour pork, grilled pork chops, and tender meat skewers. If you want to eat, go find it yourself. Zhang Fan snorted coldly. As long as you can find these living creatures and livestock, I might reluctantly consider adding you to the harem. Really? Bailey Xiling's face was full of surprise. Zhang Ying, with a head full of black lines, said irritably, Xiling, we're girls, can you be a little more reserved? Upon hearing this, Bailey Xiling's face turned slightly red, as if she realized that her behavior was somewhat lacking in restraint. She quickly changed her tone. Little brother, you shameless scoundrel, who wants to join your harem? Shameless, she added. However, I will still look for livestock. Little brother, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not trying to join your harem, but rather to ensure I can eat fresh meat in the future. After lunch, everyone went about their own business. Tang Hui washed pots and scrubbed dishes. Bailey Xiling and Zhang Ying went to Villa number 3, planning to subdue the 6 women brought by Yang Wank. Zhang Fan took Yang Wank to the underground shelter. Spare me. Big brother, spare me. As long as you let me live, I'm willing to do anything, even be your servant. Yang Wank looked at the unfamiliar surroundings around him and had already realized what he was about to face. He kowtowed like pounding garlic, crying and begging for mercy. When you were forcing yourself on those 6 women, they must have been crying and begging for mercy just like you, right? Zhang Fan calmly looked at Yang Wank. Yang Wank froze, involuntarily recalling the scenes of those 6 women begging for mercy when he had forced himself on them. At that time, they were crying and shouting, kowtowing, and shedding tears. Not only did he feel no pity, but he also laughed wildly, as if watching 6 monkeys, feeling extremely satisfied inside. You never spared others, and now you have the nerve to beg for mercy? Zhang Fan placed his hand on Yang Wank and activated infinite plunder. Slave God list superpower? SSS-level superpower? Zhang Fan stared blankly at the attribute panel, where a new ability had appeared. This guy's superpower is actually an SSS-level superpower. Zhang Fan felt
felt incredulous. SSS-level superpowers are extremely rare. In the vast city of Xi'an, there are hardly any SSS-level superpowers.
As for the superpower to control aliens, Zhang Fan had heard of many in his previous life, but none of them were SSS level. Yet the slave god list not only possesses the ability to control aliens but is also SSS level, which is truly unbelievable. The question is, why have I never heard of the slave god list in my previous life? Zhang Fan said in a deep voice. Is it because Yang Wenk in my previous life died early, so his superpower didn't spread? Or is it because of my rebirth triggering a butterfly effect that gave rise to new superpowers?
Zhang Fan couldn't figure it out.
Forget it, none of this matters.
Gaining this superpower is what's truly important.
Zhang Fan studied the slave god list and discovered that this ability was somewhat similar to the investiture of the gods list in the mythological novel Investiture of the Gods. The slave god list can collect the soul imprint of target creatures. Once the soul mark is placed on the slave god list, there is no escape. One can only be enslaved by the owner of the slave god list.
Truly extraordinary.
The most terrifying part is that the slave god list has no limit on the number of entries. You can enslave as many as you want. No wonder this guy, despite being just a level 1, can enslave so many alien creatures.
It's entirely because his superpower is ridiculously abnormal. Zhang Fan suddenly realized. Zhang Fan returned to the villa after dealing with Yang Wenk. There were 6 more women at home.
The oldest of these 6 women was under 30, and the youngest had just come of age. All of them were attractive, generally scoring a 7 out of 10. At this moment, including Li Shu and the other 4 women, a total of 10 women were having a meeting. I plan to level villas number 10 and number 4 and build a plastic greenhouse on their site to grow some daily needed vegetables. I'm sure Brother Zhang will have his shadow clones handle the construction of the plastic greenhouse, so we don't need to worry about that. But the subsequent tasks of loosening the soil, fertilizing, planting, and watering will have to be done by us.
Is that all okay?
No problem. I don't have a problem either, but I've never grown vegetables before. I don't know how to grow them. It's okay if you've never grown vegetables. Wan Yuan knows how to grow them, so we'll all follow her instructions.
Then I have no problem. I have a question.
Speak. Sister Li Shu, building a vegetable greenhouse to grow vegetables is not a problem, but what about safety? What if aliens attack or other survivors come to seize our vegetables? I don't want the vegetables we worked so hard to grow to be destroyed by aliens or taken by others. There's no need to worry about this issue. With Brother Zhang around, whoever comes will just be delivering vegetables.
Is Brother Zhang really that amazing?
Yes, Sister Li Shu.
Is Brother Zhang really that amazing?
Who's better,
him or Yang Wenk?
Sister Li Shu. What does Brother Zhang look like?
Is he handsome?
What's his temperament like? Will he dislike us? 6 women sparked a fire of gossip, chattering non-stop, their eyes filled with curiosity.
Brother Zhang.
Looking at the 6 women eager to learn, Li Shu was at a loss for how to respond. There was no doubt about how strong Zhang Fan was, but Li Shu didn't want these women to know how impressive he was.
Women are always drawn to strength.
Especially in this apocalyptic world, a man as insanely strong as Zhang Fan has a fatal attraction to women.
If the 6 women knew how strong Zhang Fan was, wouldn't they do everything they could to seduce him?
Just one by Li Xiling already gave Li Shu a headache. If there were 6 more, the mere thought of it made Li Shu's head spin. As Li Shu was struggling with how to respond, a light cough sounded, drawing the women's attention.
Brother, you're back.
Li Shu and Zhang Ying showed joyful expressions, stood up, and came forward to greet him, each holding onto Zhang Fan's arm affectionately. They did this partly to welcome Zhang Fan and partly to make it clear to everyone, especially the 6 new women. This man is already taken, so you seductive vixens better give up on trying to lure our man.
Is he Brother Zhang? So handsome, way better looking than that ugly Yang Wenk. No, the two can't be compared.
If Yang Wenk were this handsome, I wouldn't have rejected him back then, I would have jumped at the chance. 6 women stared at Zhang Fan, their eyes gleaming with joy and curiosity. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, especially after being trained by Yang Wenk, they were already clear about their fate. If nothing unexpected happened, they would most likely serve this man in front of them just as they had served Yang Wenk. Since they had to serve him, they naturally hoped Zhang Fan would be more handsome, so it would be more bearable for them.
Zhang Fan slightly nodded at the 6 women. Are you all from Villa number 3?
Yes,
Brother Zhang. The 6 obediently replied. Since you're here, from now on, live with us.
Zhang Fan said calmly, as long as you work diligently, if we have food to eat, you'll have food to eat too.
Thank you, Brother Zhang. We've remembered.
The 6 women replied softly.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly and looked at Li Shu. Are you having a meeting to discuss building plastic greenhouses?
All right. Li Shu nodded and said with a sweet smile, didn't we discuss a few days ago about setting up plastic greenhouses?
Now they've joined in too, so I think we can put this matter on the agenda.
That's right.
Zhang Fan responded, then let's discuss it properly. Brother, you take the main seat.
Zhang Fan naturally took the main seat, looking at the 10 beauties eagerly gazing at him, and suddenly felt that life would be very interesting in the future.
In a man's lifetime, all the struggles and efforts ultimately boil down to money, power, status, and women, don't they? In the post-apocalyptic world, this goal shifted slightly to resources, strength, status, and women. Among these 4 goals, strength is undoubtedly the most important. With strength, the other 3 will follow. Just like now, with strength surpassing others, so many women are gathered around me. Just like the saying goes, when the flower blooms, the butterflies will come. In this apocalyptic world, as long as you're strong enough, everything will come to you. Zhang Fan adjusted his emotions and said slowly, leave the task of finding plastic and building plastic greenhouses to me. Planting tools, vegetable seeds, and such, I'll have my shadow clones help get those. As for the rest, it's up to you. No objections, right? No objections. The women all shook their heads one after another. Then it's decided. Zhang Fan said calmly, you handle the specifics. If you need my help, just let me know. The women all nodded repeatedly. Anything else? If there's nothing more, let's adjourn the meeting. Zhang Fan prepared to stand up. Brother, wait a moment. Zhang Ying called out to Zhang Fan. She took a Ziploc bag out of her pocket and explained, brother, we found this in the neighborhood yesterday. What is that? Zhang Fan took the Ziploc bag with a puzzled expression and found a note inside. On the note were a few lines of small text. Hello to the survivors who found this rescue letter. My name is Ma Weibing, and I am also one of the survivors. I am currently trapped in the Yuruan farmer's market. When you see this rescue letter, if you are unable to help, please ignore it. If you have sufficient ability, please come to the farmer's market to rescue me. There are also a few poultry with me. I know my life is not worth much, but these live animals should be quite valuable, especially since most animals have nearly died out. Even if you don't want to save me, please, for the sake of these livestock, save me, and I will offer all the livestock to you. Please, thank you. Livestock? Zhang Fan immediately perked up and looked at Zhang Ying, asking, have you verified the authenticity of this letter? Nowadays, any living creature is incredibly precious, because they are seeds. Just like Chen Yi from the Ming dynasty, who risked his life to bring sweet potato seeds from Annam. It was thanks to this treasure, the sweet potato, that it could take root and thrive across the land of China. The principle here is the same. Any living creature found now could potentially become a seed that allows this species of bird to reproduce and flourish once again. Zhang Fan naturally values it. Verified. Zhang Ying nodded repeatedly. After we found this thing yesterday, Xiling and Tang Hui specifically went to the Yuruan agricultural market and also found Ma Weibing and the few livestock he mentioned. Zhang Fan couldn't help but look at Bailey Xiling and Tang Hui. It's true. Bailey Xiling nodded hastily, but there was anger on her face. There are 7 chickens, 5 muscovy ducks, 2 goats, and quite a few pigeons around Ma Weibing. So many? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. After the apocalypse, almost all animals had died out, making it difficult to find even one, yet Ma Weibing actually had so many here. Truly unbelievable. There were live poultry transactions at the Yuruan agricultural market. After the apocalypse, although most live poultry died, some that were kept in cages managed to survive by sheer luck. Bailey Xiling explained, this man named Ma Weibing is the owner of a live poultry slaughterhouse in the farmer's market. After the apocalypse, he happened to have just received a batch of live poultry. Although some of them died after the apocalypse, a few survived, which is why we have these things now. Zhang Fan suddenly understood, but he still had a question. Where is Ma Weibing? And what about the live poultry? Didn't you bring them back? This makes me so angry. Bailey Xiling pouted and said angrily, that guy Ma Weibing sent out who knows how many of these SOS letters. We're not the only ones who rushed to the farmer's market to save people. There are others too. Others? Who? Zhang Fan squinted his eyes. I don't know those people, but their combat power is very strong. Bailey Xiling said helplessly, have you watched Naruto? Do you know Hashirama Senju? The leader of that group gives me the exact same feeling as Hashirama Senju. With just a clap of his hands, he created a massive range of plant vines. We are simply no match for them. Can only watch helplessly as they take away Ma Weibing and the live poultry. Zhang Fan heard this and couldn't help but picture someone in his mind. Is the other party a chubby old man? How do you know? Bailey Xiling was stunned. Looks like that guy didn't get away. Wang Fujuan is a retired teacher. At 65 years old, he receives a high pension, and with his children living in other cities, he usually spends his time dancing in the square with the elderly in the park, enjoying a leisurely retirement life. After the apocalypse arrived, Wang Fujuan was fortunate enough to awaken a very powerful superpower Azure Dragon transformation. The Azure Dragon, a deity in mythology, is the eastern god among the 4 celestial spirits. Azure Dragon transformation, as the name suggests, refers to Wang Fujuan's ability to transform into the form of an Azure Dragon, becoming the Azure Dragon itself. Once transformed, Wang Fujuan not only gains an incredibly powerful physical body but also possesses the ability to command all plants. Relying on this superpower, Wang Fujuan, despite his elderly appearance, thrived in the apocalypse like a fish in water. He slew aliens, rescued survivors, quickly gathered a large group of followers, and established a force known as the Azure Dragon Group. The headquarters of the Qinglong Group is located at the Northwest Grand Hotel. The Northwest Grand Hotel is a 5-star hotel with luxurious decor, clean
hygiene, and a very tranquil environment.
Wang Fujuan took over the Northwest Grand Hotel, renamed it Qinglong Group, and firmly established his base there. Afterward, Wang Fujuan led his subordinates to hunt aliens, gather supplies, and rally survivors.
The Qinglong Group has grown rapidly, expanding to a scale of over 800 people in less than a month.
Moreover, it is still expanding at an extremely fast pace. Qinglong Group, 11th floor meeting room.
There are several conference rooms in the Northwest Grand Hotel. The largest can accommodate 7 to 800 people, while the smallest can hold 50 to 60. Inside the smallest conference room. This conference room is different from ordinary ones. It has 2 rows of grand armchairs arranged inside, resembling an ancient reception hall. The grand armchairs were fully occupied, with men and women, young and old, and Wang Fujuan sat in the main seat.
Let's have a simple morning meeting.
Wang Fujuan is 65 years old this year. Logically speaking, at this age, he should appear rather old. However, Wang Fujuan has jet black hair, fair skin, a slender figure, and exudes an air of elegance. This is not a man in his 60s, but clearly a refined young man in his 30s. The reason for Wang Fujuan's drastic transformation is precisely due to his awakened superpower Azure Dragon transformation. This superpower not only grants Wang Fujuan a powerful physique and the ability to command all plants,
it also bestows him with 2 extraordinary abilities, eternal youth and super regeneration.
Because of the abnormal ability to stay forever young, Wang Fujuan began to reverse age after awakening the Azure Dragon transformation. This is how he transformed from an elderly man in his 60s to a 30-year-old youth in less than a month.
The most abnormal part is,
Wang Fujuan continues to grow younger, becoming younger with each passing day. This change was witnessed by everyone in the Qinglong Group. Besides being secretly astonished, they were filled with envy. But this kind of envy is clearly futile.
Even if Wang Fujuan were willing to share his abilities with everyone, they wouldn't be able to take them.
The first matter is the batch of live poultry brought back yesterday. Wang Fujuan looked around at everyone, his voice refined yet authoritative. The importance of this batch of live poultry, I believe everyone is aware.
Make sure to serve me with good food and drinks. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable.
Yes, boss. Everyone responded in agreement. They were the senior executives of the Qinglong Group, as well as the core ruling class of this survivor organization. They are well aware of the importance of these live poultry. Whether fresh meat can be eaten in the future depends on this batch of live poultry. Even if the boss doesn't give instructions, they would order their subordinates to strictly guard this batch of live poultry, not daring to make any mistakes.
Wang Fujuan was very satisfied with his subordinate's attitude. After nodding slightly, he began to talk about the second matter.
Open auditions for the entire group. Requirements: fair skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, and a beauty score of at least 8. Wang Fujuan pondered for a moment and said calmly, as for the number, let's set it at 6 people this time.
Yes, boss.
The subordinates responded respectfully, each with a composed expression, showing no sign of surprise. In fact, they were already used to it, as this wasn't the first time the boss had done something so absurd. Ever since the Qinglong Group was established, the increasingly youthful Wang Fujuan began to feel a sense of emptiness and loneliness, and started targeting the female members. At first, he maintained his dignity and didn't dare to do it openly. He only had his assistants secretly contact the female members Wang Fujuan had his eye on to negotiate in private. As time went on, Wang Fujuan's prestige within the group grew higher and higher, and as he became more shameless, Wang Fujuan openly held talent selections within the group.
Everyone thought it was absurd.
They all believed that Wang Fujuan, this old scoundrel, had gone too far. Some even clamored to overthrow Wang Fujuan and establish a harmonious and democratic parliamentary system. Wang Fujuan was very angry after hearing about it, so he did something to teach his subordinates a good lesson. 10 days ago, Wang Fujuan left the hotel in a high-profile manner, publicly announcing that he had matters to handle and needed to leave. This departure lasted for 3 days. Coincidentally, during these 3 days, the group faced a massive attack by alien creatures.
Without Wang Fujuan's protection, the Qinglong Group suffered heavy losses, with hundreds of people dying in a single day. If Wang Fujuan hadn't rushed back at the critical moment to turn the tide, the Qinglong Group would have been destroyed.
After this incident, everyone realized Wang Fujuan's importance and came to a clear understanding.
Without Wang Fujuan, the Qinglong Group could be wiped out at any moment.
Those dissatisfied with Wang Fujuan completely quieted down, and some rather attractive women even took the initiative to flirt with Wang Fujuan. From that day on, the talent selection system quickly became rationalized and legalized within the Qinglong Group, gaining acceptance from everyone. So much so that by now, everyone has grown accustomed to it.
Then let's leave it at that. Wang Fujuan yawned and waved his hand casually. I'm tired. I need to rest now. You can leave.
A group of executives stood up one after another, ready to leave, but unexpectedly, ripples suddenly spread through the air. Immediately after, a dark vortex appeared out of thin air in the conference room, drawing everyone's attention.
What is that? It must be some kind of superpower. Stay alert.
In the conference room, the executives were on high alert, staring intently at the suddenly appearing black hole, their bodies bodies tense.
Wang Fujuan was slightly surprised, but that was all.
He remained calm and composed, his expression steady, showing no trace of panic. Under everyone's watchful eyes, several figures emerged from the black hole and appeared in the conference room, after which the black hole vanished.
Who are they? Why is it them? You know them? I've seen two of those women before. When we rescued Ma Weebing at the Yuruan farmers market, they showed up and even fought with the boss. If that's the case, could these people be here for those live poultry?
Very likely. Seeing the sudden appearance of these individuals, everyone in the meeting room was taken aback and immediately began discussing it.
The person who arrived was none other than Zhang Fan, Li Shu, Zhang Ying, Bai Li Xiling, and Tang Wei.
The people from the Qinglong group were also sizing them up, and naturally, Zhang Fan and his group were sizing up the other side as well. Zhang Fan's gaze swept around the room and finally landed on Wang Fujuan, who was seated in the main position.
So it really is you.
Zhang Fan looked at Wang Fujuan, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. Previously, when he heard Bai Li Xiling's introduction, the other person seemed very much like Senju Hashirama, clapping his hands to create a large area of vines. At that time, Zhang Fan immediately guessed who the guy was that had stolen that batch of live poultry. Sure enough, as he had expected, the other person was indeed the renowned dragon god of his past life, Wang Fujuan. What are you here for? Wang Fujuan sat high in the main seat, but he didn't even glance at Zhang Fan. Instead, he looked at Bai Li Xiling with great interest.
Want to take back that batch of live poultry? Or are you here to regain your dignity? Don't waste your effort.
Wang Fujuan sneered. With your pathetic fighting skills, you'd better not make a fool of yourselves.
Bai Li Xiling's pretty face darkened as she snorted coldly. Old man, don't think that just because you got lucky and beat us yesterday, you're invincible. Believe it or not, today I'll make you kneel and sing conquer.
Heh, you're young, but your tone is quite arrogant.
By you? Or by him? Or maybe by them?
Wang Fujuan looked at Bai Li Xiling, then pointed at Zhang Fan, Li Shu, and the others.
It's not that I look down on you,
but this ragtag bunch isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes.
Years of teaching have given Wang Fujuan a scholarly aura. However, the words he speaks are incredibly arrogant and domineering. He exudes the air of an ancient mountain bandit king, with an attitude of I am invincible, who dares challenge me? Bastard!
Bai Li Xiling, known for her fiery temper, immediately turned livid with anger, glaring at Wang Fujuan.
Alright, Zhang Fan waved his hand and said irritably, you've been following me for so long, how come you still argue with people at the drop of a hat? If arguing could solve anything, the aliens would have been talked to death by you, and there wouldn't be an apocalypse.
Bai Li Xiling was rebellious and indifferent to others, but she always obeyed Zhang Fan. She shot Wang Fujuan a fierce glare and fell silent obediently. Wang Fujuan raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this and seriously sized up Zhang Fan for the first time. You do have some insight, but it's just a bit of cleverness. As Wang Fujuan spoke, he picked up his thermos cup, took a sip of goji tea, spat out the tea leaves in his mouth, and continued. If you were truly smart, you wouldn't have recklessly barged into my territory.
A bit of cleverness?
Zhang Fan chuckled speechlessly. Wang Fujuan, I heard that before the apocalypse you were a teacher and loved lecturing people.
Now it seems the rumors are indeed true.
Speaking of this, Zhang Fan paused. Actually, in my opinion, you, Wang Fujuan, aren't that smart either.
Kid, watch your mouth. A chubby executive snorted coldly. Who do you think you are to talk to our boss like that?
Exactly. A naive brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, thinking he's invincible just because he awakened some superpower.
Humph, nothing more than a frog in a well.
If you know what's good for you, get out of our Qinglong group immediately, or else you'll leave here lying down after coming and standing up.
Leave? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? He dared to show up here openly today. If we don't punish him, won't outsiders think our Qinglong group is incompetent? Kill. Kill as a warning to others. Let this serve as an example.
The other executives in the meeting room spoke one after another, their emotions running high, as if they wouldn't rest until Zhang Fan was torn to pieces.
Shut the hell up! Bai Li Xiling shouted explosively, her voice instantly overpowering everyone. What are you arguing about? A bunch of trash. What's the point of showing off your talkative skills here? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. I'll beat you so badly you'll be searching for your teeth on the ground. Just a defeated opponent of our boss, and you dare to act so arrogant? The chubby executive sneered repeatedly. Who was it yesterday afternoon, running away like a scared rat after being beaten by our boss?
Bai Li Xiling froze upon hearing this, glaring angrily at the chubby executive with a fat head and big ears, gritting her teeth.
She did lose yesterday, and she was unusually embarrassed under Wang Fujuan's attack. This is an undeniable fact. You're actually not bad.
Wang Fujuan looked at Bai Li Xiling and said calmly, that superpower of yours that can enhance the physical body is indeed quite impressive.
If you hadn't run into me, you might have had a fighting chance.
How about this? Considering you still have some charm, I'll give you a chance to join my harem.
What do you say? Although Wang Fujuan was giving a compliment to Bai Li Xiling's ears, it felt worse than swallowing a fly.
Little brother, you must teach this bastard a good lesson later. Bai Li Xiling said angrily, after you cripple him, leave him to me. I want him to understand the consequences of offending me.
Rest assured. Zhang Fan nodded slightly.
I'll wait. Bailey Xiling nodded excitedly, then glared at Wang Fujuan and shouted,
Wang, you won't be arrogant for long.
When my little brother makes a move, he'll definitely beat you so badly you'll be picking your teeth off the ground. Wang Fujuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze involuntarily falling on Zhang Fan. Young man, you seem quite confident. Boss, they say a hairless mouth can't handle serious matters. This kid is clearly just bragging. The chubby executive mocked. Kid, these days, many people awaken superpowers, but no one capable of competing with our boss has been born yet. If you know what's good for you, kneel down immediately, kowtow to our boss 300 times, and admit defeat while begging for mercy. Our boss is magnanimous. Perhaps he might let you off considering you're still young.
Zhang Fan glanced at the man and said indifferently, for someone like you, just a random nobody, I wouldn't normally bother dealing with you. But since you've jumped out, disgusting people like a pile of dog poop, I don't mind slapping you to death. Ha ha ha. The chubby executive not only showed no fear but instead burst into laughter. Kill me? With just you? Annoying.
Zhang Fan flicked his finger, and a large mass of white mist appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping the chubby executive. The chubby executive's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and everyone was horrified to find that he had been directly frozen into an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture was lifelike, exuding an astonishing chill, and then it crashed to the ground with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. Shattered ice splashed everywhere, cold air spread out, enveloping the small meeting room. The senior executives of the Qinglong group stared blankly at the scene, feeling a chill rise from their backs straight to the top of their heads.
A perfectly fine person suddenly froze into an ice sculpture in an instant, then shattered into pieces. What kind of supernatural power is this? Still, who on earth is this guy?
The conference room was utterly silent, and the senior executives of the Qinglong group stared intently at Zhang Fan, their eyes filled with fear. Only Wang Fujuan remained calm. He squinted his eyes and sized up Zhang Fan. I did underestimate you a bit.
It's not that you underestimated me, it's that you know nothing about me, while I know everything about you.
Zhang Fan smiled at Wang Fujuan, as if looking at a beloved toy. Your superpower is Qinglong transformation, isn't it?
Wang Fujuan's pupils contracted sharply.
The Azure Dragon transformation not only grants you an incredibly powerful physique but also the ability to command all plants. Zhang Fan continued, oh, and there's also the super abnormal self-healing ability, as well as the power to stay forever youthful, right?
Wang Fujuan could no longer sit still. He abruptly stood up, staring intently at Zhang Fan, and asked in a low voice, who exactly are you? Who on earth are you?
Wang Fujuan suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on Zhang Fan like a hawk, his aura surging, and killing intent overflowing. The reason Wang Fujuan was so shocked was that he had never told anyone about Qinglong transformation, nor had he ever demonstrated it in front of anyone. The superpower he publicly disclosed had always been plant manipulation, which was well known among the members of the Qinglong group.
How did Zhang Fan know about Qinglong transformation? Who I am doesn't matter.
Zhang Fan waved his hand and looked at Wang Fujuan with great interest. Teacher Wang, are you interested in sparring with me so I can take a look at your SSS-level Azure Dragon transformation? At Zhang Fan's level, there weren't many superpowers that intrigued him, and the Azure Dragon transformation happened to be one of them.
This ability not only grants the user an incredibly powerful physique, it can also grant the ability to command all the plants in the world. The most extraordinary abilities are super regeneration and eternal youth.
Among these four abilities, Zhang Fan values super regeneration and eternal youth the most. His super adamantium alloy battle body is indeed powerful, but it lacks self-healing capabilities, which can be considered a major flaw. The transformation of the Azure Dragon happens to make up for this. Then there's eternal youth. This ability is simply incredible.
In life, who wouldn't want to stay young every day and remain beautiful forever? Everyone does.
There it is. Li Shu stared straight at Wang Fujuan.
Good brother, did you just say that King Longhua can really make people stay forever young?
Li Shu stared straight at Zhang Fan.
Zhang Ying, Bai Li Xiling, and Tang Wei also fixed their gaze on Zhang Fan, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation.
As women, especially those who are youthful, beautiful, and fair-skinned, they desire eternal youth more than anyone else.
Of course. Zhang Fan nodded slightly.
The four girls immediately became excited and eagerly surrounded Zhang Fan.
Good brother, I want it. Little brother, you must acquire this ability, please.
This time, not only was Li Shu's third daughter moved, but even the always cold Tang Hui's gaze became fervent. Listening to the few people talk as if no one else was present, even boasting about seizing his abilities, Wang Fujuan felt both puzzled and furious.
The Azure Dragon transformation ability was his proof of dominance in the apocalypse, the foundation of his vast empire. How could he allow others to covet it?
Wang Fujuan let out a cold laugh and said sinisterly, since you want a duel, I shall grant your wish. I'd like to see if your fists are as tough as your mouth.
As he spoke, Wang Fujuan clapped his hands. Rise. Boom, boom, boom. The conference room suddenly began to shake violently. In the next moment, thick vines emerged from the floor, walls, and ceiling, wriggling, winding, twisting.
In just a moment, the clean and tidy conference room was completely covered by thick vines, with the walls, floor, and ceiling crawling with them. Kid, die. Wang Fujuan let out a hearty laugh as vines as thick as thighs shot toward Zhang Fan like lightning. These winding and twisting vines were like pythons, moving at an incredible speed, surrounding Zhang Fan from all directions. Little brother, be careful, Bailey Xiling quickly reminded. These vines are incredibly tough. Normal attacks are useless against them. Also, make sure not to get entangled, otherwise it's absolutely impossible to break free. Bailey Xiling was still warning him when she noticed that Zhang Fan remained completely still, allowing the vines to wrap around him. Little brother, dodge quickly, Bailey Xiling reminded him again. Rest assured. Zhang Fan smiled at her. You, Bailey Xiling was exasperated. Xiling, just relax, Li Shu said. Brother will be fine. Bailey Xiling, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered that Zhang Fan had the ability to pass through walls. She slapped her forehead and said, how could I forget about the wall passing ability? Look at me, I got so flustered. Not dodging? Well, that's wise of you. Wang Fujuan sneered repeatedly. Indeed. Now the entire conference room is surrounded by my vines. Even if you try to dodge, it would be futile. Save your energy and wait for death. Ha, this guy must have been scared out of his wits by the boss's methods, too frightened to move. If you knew this would happen, why did you act that way in the first place? Exactly. Kid, if you just hidden obediently, you might have lived a few more days. But now you dare to provoke our boss? If not you, then who else would die? This big idiot. Scared now, aren't you? Too late. Just now, seeing him act so arrogant, I thought he was impressive, but turns out he's just a flashy good-for-nothing weakling. This kind of trash should be thrown into the garbage bin. Hearing the ridicule from the high-ranking members of the Qinglong group, Zhang Fan turned a deaf ear. Countless vines, like pythons, wrapped around Zhang Fan, and in the blink of an eye, he was bound up like a dumpling. Die for me. Wang Fujuan clenched his right fist. The countless vines entwining Zhang Fan suddenly contracted, intending to crush him and squeeze him into a meat patty. As a result, Zhang Fan remained completely unharmed. These vines, filled with terrifying crushing force, did not cause him any damage. What? Wang Fujuan's pupils shrank sharply. With just a few vines, you think you can kill me? Zhang Fan's lips curled up, and he suddenly laughed. Wang Fujuan, you're way too confident. Impossible. Wang Fujuan flew into a rage, forcefully exerting his hands and frantically driving the vines, attempting to strangle Zhang Fan to death. But Zhang Fan was like a rock, standing firmly in place all along. No matter how the vines squeezed, they couldn't shake Zhang Fan in the slightest. Wang Fujuan, your Azure Dragon transformation is indeed powerful, but in your hands, it truly is a pearl cast before swine. Zhang Fan's tone was indifferent. Alright, since that's the case, then hand over your superpower to me. Absolute zero. As soon as the words fell, a chilling white mist suddenly emerged from Zhang Fan's body. The mist quickly spread, enveloping all the vines. The vines wrapped around Zhang Fan quickly froze, and in an instant, they turned into ice sculptures. The white cold mist continued to spread along the vines, and in the blink of an eye, it had extended to the other vines. In no time, all the vines emerging from the ground, walls, and ceiling were swiftly frozen into ice sculptures. An astonishing chill permeated the air. The people in the meeting room suddenly felt as if they had gone from the scorching summer to the freezing depths of winter, with temperatures below -10 degrees. So cold. Li Shu exhaled a breath which turned into white mist. Her body began to tremble, shivering all over from the cold. The others fared no better, feeling the bone-chilling cold. Shatter! Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. The frozen vines, turned into ice sculptures, shattered one after another, transforming into ice blocks scattered across the ground, then breaking into fragments. Ice shards splashed everywhere, and the people in the conference room dodged to avoid being hit by the flying ice. How is this possible? Wang Fujuan's eyes revealed shock. The vines he created were incredibly tough, even more resilient than steel, and could be said to be impervious to water and fire. In the end, these vines failed to stop Zhang Fan in the slightest and were frozen into ice sculptures, shattering all over the ground. What kind of superpower is this? It's actually so terrifying. Wang Fujuan, these tricks of yours are useless against me. Just bring out your ultimate move already. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Fujuan and said calmly. Wang Fujuan's eye twitched as he stared intently at Zhang Fan. Kid, don't think destroying my vines makes you arrogant. Let me tell you, you're not qualified. Wang Fujuan's gaze turned sinister, his voice icy. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. While speaking, Wang Fujuan's body was undergoing earth-shattering changes silently. LL. What's happening to the boss? A dragon? The boss actually turned into a dragon. Why is this happening? Could it be that the boss's superpower is truly transforming into a Qinglong? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Fujuan, a perfectly normal person, turned into a dragon. A green dragon over 10 meters long, covered in bluish-green dragon scales, with dragon horns and claws. This green dragon looked very much like the ones depicted on the internet. Dragon horns resembling deer antlers, a head like a camel's, eyes like a rabbit's, a neck like a long snake's, and scales like fish scales. A majestic and overwhelming aura emanated from Wang Fujuan, heavily pressing on everyone's hearts. Everyone felt as if a giant stone was pressing on their chests, making it difficult difficult to breathe. The most astonishing thing was that the few pots of green philodendrons placed in the corner were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, those green philodendrons, which should have been frozen to death, had astonishingly grown to 2 or 3 meters tall.
Is this a dragon? The boss actually turned into a dragon? That guy was right. The boss's superpower is really transforming into a green dragon.
The boss has actually been hiding it from us all along.
Why would he hide it from us? There's absolutely no need for that. Seeing Wang Fujuan's transformation, the senior executives of the Qinglong group were in an uproar, staring at Wang Fujuan in disbelief.
On one hand, they were astonished that the boss had concealed his superpowers. On the other hand, they were shocked by the boss's transformation. A living, breathing person actually turned into a dragon. This scene was truly mind-blowing. Just like when Bulma and the others first saw Son Goku transform into a giant ape, that kind of change was far beyond comprehension.
Kid, I want you dead.
Wang Fujuan, transformed into a green dragon, spoke human words, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the conference room. In the next second, Wang Fujuan, in his green dragon form, unexpectedly began to float slowly, hovering in midair. The Azure Dragon transformation not only granted Wang Fujuan 4 abilities but also bestowed upon him a 5th ability, flight. However, Wang Fujuan cannot fly in his human form. He needs to transform in order to soar through the air. With a roar, Wang Fujuan suddenly twisted his waist and his thick dragon tail lashed toward Zhang Fan like a steel whip.
Die for me.
The speed of the tail strike was incredibly fast, rubbing against the air and producing a piercing sonic boom. Everyone only saw a streak of green light flash by, and the dragon's tail appeared in front of Zhang Fan. In such a perilous situation, Zhang Fan still did not dodge. He simply extended his right hand and grabbed fiercely. The incoming dragon's tail was directly caught by Zhang Fan in one swift motion.
An incomparably violent force burst forth, striking the air and forming a powerful shockwave.
Everyone in the conference room was directly blown away, tumbling in all directions in an extremely disheveled state.
In contrast, Zhang Fan stood firmly in place, as if his feet had taken root, completely unmoving. Zhang Fan's hand gripping the dragon's tail was also unscathed.
Obviously, Wang Fujuan's tail did not cause any harm to Zhang Fan.
Wang Fujuan, your attack power is indeed impressive,
Zhang Fan said calmly, but unfortunately, your strength is still lacking. Wang Fujuan roared angrily, twisting his waist in an attempt to retract his dragon tail.
Bastard!
The dragon tail remained completely still. Wang Fujuan was greatly shocked, exerting force with his waist again, but the dragon tail still didn't move. Wang Fujuan became anxious, using all his strength to try to retract the dragon tail.
Open it for me.
However, his tail seemed to be welded onto Zhang Fan's body.
No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch.
Wang Fujuan, stop your futile struggle. A strand of crimson gold flame suddenly emerged from Zhang Fan's hand, burning Wang Fujuan's tail. It was none other than the true sunfire. After the appearance of the true sunfire, it began spreading from Wang Fujuan's tail to other parts of his body. In no time, it spread and enveloped Wang Fujuan's entire body.
How could raging flames be trivial? Ah!
Wang Fujuan immediately let out a piercing scream, his whole body twisting violently, convulsing, and spasming. However, Zhang Fan's hand was like a clamp, tightly gripping his tail, making it impossible for Wang Fujuan to move an inch. Wang Fujuan was torn apart, the scales on his body quickly carbonized, followed by flesh and blood, and then bones.
Let go of me.
But his self-healing ability was too strong. The body tissues destroyed by the true fire of the sun quickly regenerated. Burning and healing simultaneously, Wang Fujuan definitely wouldn't die anytime soon, but the pain was unbearable.
Wang Fujuan couldn't hold on any longer and began to plead hoarsely, spare me. I beg you, let me go. I'm willing to give you the Qinglong group.
At this moment, Wang Fujuan no longer cared about his dignity, abandoning all pride, only begging to survive.
Zhang Fan did not let Wang Fujuan go but casually asked, did you just say that I'm not even worthy to carry your shoes?
It was my mistake.
I was talking nonsense. I was blind and underestimated you. Please spare me. Wang Fujuan pleaded tremblingly.
Just now someone asked me to kneel and beg for mercy, kowtowing 10 times.
What do you think? Zhang Fan asked again. I was wrong. I was really wrong.
It's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly.
I should kowtow to you. I should kowtow to you.
Wang Fujuan, burned to the point of wishing for death, repeatedly begged for mercy.
What about the live poultry you took by force? How should this matter be handled? Zhang Fan asked again. Returning them to you.
I'll have someone return those live poultry to you right now.
They're all fine. Not a single one has died.
Wang Fujuan's voice was shrill, clearly filled with immense pain.
At least you know what's good for you.
With a wave of Zhang Fan's hand, the solar true fire enveloping Wang Fujuan's entire body instantly vanished, as if it had never appeared. Without the true sun fire, Wang Fujuan's body healed at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the burn marks on his body surface returned to their original state, without leaving the slightest trace.
This self-healing ability is insane.
Bailey Xiling took a deep breath, her eyes shining. If only I had this ability. Not just her, Li Shu, Zhang Ying, and and Tang Hui were equally envious, their gazes blatantly obvious. If they also possessed this self-healing ability, their survival capabilities would undoubtedly improve significantly.
In the future, it would be hard to die even if they wanted to.
Zhang Fan casually flicked his hand, sending Wang Fujuan flying, and said indifferently,
"Have someone bring all the live poultry here. If even one feather is missing, I'll hold you accountable."
"Yes, yes." Wang Fujuan was terrified by Zhang Fan and dared not disobey him.
He immediately ordered his senior staff, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and bring those live poultry here."
"Yes, boss." In no time, the live poultry from the Yuruan farmers market was brought over.
Not too many, not too few.
Exactly 7 chickens, 5 Muscovy ducks, 2 goats, and 9 pigeons. These live poultry were all kept in cages, and their condition seemed fairly good.
Judging by their appearance, they hadn't been mistreated.
A crimson glow enveloped the cages and the live birds. They rapidly shrank, reducing to the size of a thumb in the blink of an eye.
"That's right."
Zhang Fan snapped his fingers.
"Take them away."
Zhang Fan waved his hand. Bailey Xiling hurriedly stepped forward, took out a pre-prepared box, and placed the cages inside. Seeing the live poultry properly settled, Zhang Fan finally felt relieved. With these live poultry, he could enjoy chicken, duck, lamb, and pigeon meat in the future. Spicy chicken, roasted duck neck, lamb skewers. Just thinking about it made his mouth water.
"Now, it's just you left."
Zhang Fan looked at Wang Fujuan again.
What do you want to do?" Wang Fujuan shuddered in fear and said anxiously, "You can't kill me. I've already handed over the live poultry to you. If I remember correctly, I don't think I ever said that handing over the live poultry would spare you, did I?" Zhang Fan asked with a smile. "I can testify, no."
Bailey Xiling immediately replied.
"Did you hear that?" "No."
Blood suddenly appeared out of thin air, quickly wrapping around Wang Fujuan. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers.
"No, you can't do this. Spare me, spare me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please don't."
No matter how much Wang Fujuan begged for mercy, Zhang Fan completely ignored him.
He directly shrank it and put it into the water bottle.
Looking at the tiny person struggling inside the mineral water bottle, the senior executives of the Qinglong group were as silent as cicadas in winter. Each of them showed fear in their eyes, their backs cold with dread. They were fully aware of how strong Wang Fujuan was, yet he was completely overpowered by Zhang Fan. In the end, he was even shrunk and stuffed into a small bottle, unable to live or die, which was utterly horrifying.
"What will he do with us? He's not going to turn us into little people and put us in mineral water bottles, is he?" The group of executives trembled with fear. At that moment, Zhang Fan looked over, and the executives shuddered, instinctively lowering their heads. "Just now, you were mocking me quite happily, weren't you?"
Zhang Fan looked at this group of people indifferently, beginning to settle accounts after the fact. He hadn't forgotten how these people had just ridiculed him. The senior executives of the Qinglong group glanced at each other, a great fear rising in their hearts. Suddenly, a senior executive dropped to his knees with a thud and begged loudly, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me." This action triggered a chain reaction, and the others quickly knelt down, kowtowing like pounding garlic, pleading tearfully for mercy. Zhang Fan chuckled twice and suddenly turned to Li Shu. "Sure, how do you think we should deal with them?" Li Shu glanced at the group. Although she was annoyed by their earlier attitude, she ultimately softened her heart.
"Brother, let them go."
Li Shu whispered, "Speaking of which, there's actually not much enmity between us and them."
"Inger, what do you think?"
Zhang Fan looked at Zhang Ying again. Zhang Ying pursed her sexy red lips and said with a sweet smile, "Whatever you say, brother, I'll listen to you."
"Xiling, what about you?" Zhang Fan looked at Bailey Xiling. "Humph, these scumbags are really bad.
I dare say, if little brother had lost just now, they definitely wouldn't have let us go."
Bailey Xiling snorted.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly. "I'll leave it to you to handle." After speaking, Zhang Fan left with Li Shu, Zhang Ying, and Tang Hui, leaving Bailey Xiling behind.
"A bunch of trash. Do you still remember how you mocked me just now? Go to hell. All of you, go to hell."
Zhang Fan opened a spatial passage, taking the women back to Greenfield New City, while he himself went to the underground shelter.
Plunder.
After more than 7 hours of painful fusion, Zhang Fan successfully acquired Wang Fujuan's superpower, Azure Dragon Transformation.
Azure Dragon Transformation.
As Zhang Fan's mind stirred, he felt a peculiar energy surge from his heart, swiftly sweeping through his entire body. Zhang Fan immediately felt his body undergoing rapid changes. Muscles squirmed, skin stretched, bones trembled, joints shifted, scales emerged from the surface of his body.
Zhang Fan's first transformation into a dragon was not as smooth as Wang Fujuan's.
The entire process was not only extremely painful but also time-consuming, taking a full 7 to 8 minutes to complete the transformation. Zhang Fan examined his body after transforming into a dragon, with a length exceeding 20 meters and a waist circumference nearly 1 meter thick. His size was twice that of Wang Fujuan. In this state, Zhang Fan could feel that the attributes of his body were dozens of times greater than in his human form. This enhancement was even more exaggerated than the boost provided by a super physique.
If the enhancement to the body from the Azure Dragon transformation is this insane, what if it could merge with the super adamantium battle? battle body. If the two are stacked together, would it create a 1 plus 1 greater than 2 effect? Zhang Fan pondered silently. This is a physical transformation. Next is vitality.
Zhang Fan could feel an immense vitality contained within his body, making him feel as if he were soaking in the water of life. The vitality was endless and incredibly vigorous. No wonder the Azure Dragon transformation not only grants super healing abilities but also allows one to maintain eternal youth.
The vitality is simply overwhelming. Compared to such immense vitality, the ability to control plants seems far less extraordinary.
Zhang Fan marveled.
Manipulating plants, terrifying physical enhancement, super regeneration, eternal youth, and even the ability to fly. These are the 5 major abilities of the Azure Dragon transformation.
Among these 5 abilities, Zhang Fan values physical enhancement, super regeneration, and eternal youth the most.
Because these 3 abilities can greatly enhance and perfect the super adamantium alloy battle body.
Zhang Fan believes, after the fusion of Azure Dragon transformation and the super Edmund alloy battle body, it will definitely unleash an effect of 1 plus 1 greater than 2. However, Zhang Fan is not in a hurry to fuse them, because Li Shu and the other 3 also desire the Azure Dragon transformation ability.
No woman can resist the temptation of eternal youth. They are probably eagerly waiting by now. Let's lend them the Azure Dragon transformation first, and then merge it later.
When Zhang Fan came out of the underground shelter and returned to the villa, he was immediately greeted warmly by the 4 women.
Each of them looked at Zhang Fan like wolves who hadn't eaten for 3 days staring at a little lamb, their fiery gazes almost devouring him. To speed up the process of merging the Azure Dragon transformation, Zhang Fan didn't waste any words and straightforwardly lent it to the 4 women. Subsequently, Zhang Fan decisively activated his fusion ability, merging Azure Dragon transformation and the super adamantium alloy battle body. Perhaps because both superpowers were of very high levels, this fusion process was quite slow. From the start of the fusion to its successful completion, it took over 3 hours to finally achieve success. Zhang Fan quickly checked his new ability.
In the attribute panel, Azure Dragon transformation and the super adamantium alloy battle body had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a brand new superpower called Super Edmund Azure Dragon Battle Body.
Super Edmund Azure Dragon Battle Body. Zhang Fan's mind stirred. Pieces of pale green dragon scales quickly covered Zhang Fan's entire body. 2 ferocious dragon horns emerged from Zhang Fan's forehead.
A thick dragon tail also grew from his backside. At this moment, Zhang Fan still retained a human body but had dragon horns, a dragon tail, and dragon scales. At first glance, he looked like a dragon blood warrior from the novel Coiling Dragon.
Neither human nor dragon, this was clearly the result of the fusion of the Azure Dragon and super adamantium alloy.
The entire body was no longer silver nor cyan, but a restrained pale green. This was the external transformation.
The internal transformation,
Zhang Fan studied carefully, eventually discovered. The Super Edmund Azure Dragon battle body perfectly inherited all the abilities of Azure Dragon transformation and the Super Edmund alloy battle body.
Not only does it possess exaggerated physical attribute enhancements, super abnormal defense, and powerful energy conversion capabilities,
also, super strong self-healing ability, the ability to stay forever youthful, flight ability, and the ability to control plants.
My current physical enhancement is at least 20 times that of my human form, a full double,
Zhang Fan exclaimed. The super adamantium alloy battle body amplifies all physical attributes by 10 times, but now it has reached an astonishing 20 times.
It's too exaggerated. Of course, this enhancement does not include defense. The defense of the super adamantine Azure Dragon battle body has already reached an inconceivable level. The defense of adamantine alloy itself is already ridiculously strong. Then, combined with SSS-level energy conversion and the super regeneration of the Azure Dragon transformation, the defense is undoubtedly extraordinarily abnormal. How strong exactly? Impossible to detect, because it can't be broken at all. To sum it up, the current Super Edmund Azure Dragon battle body has integrated a total of 4 superpowers: Super Physique, Edmund Alloy Transformation, Energy Conversion, and Azure Dragon Transformation. Among them, Edmund Alloy Transformation, Energy Conversion, and Azure Dragon Transformation all belong to SSS-level superpowers. But it's quite strange. Too strong. Despite integrating so many superpowers, the Super Edmund Azure Dragon battle body is still only SSS level.
Domain abilities are the same. Even after merging so many SSS-level abilities, it's still classified as SSS level.
Is SSS level really the strongest superpower? Forget it, who cares? Keep merging.
This time, Zhang Fan intended to fuse the abilities of phasing through walls and domain powers. The domain power was indeed strong, but every time it was used, a red light curtain would appear, making it very conspicuous. Zhang Fan planned to integrate the phasing ability into the domain. The combination of the domain and the void realm would become silent and stealthy, formless and intangible, undetectable by anyone.
Just like that,
the live poultry were brought back and received grand treatment.
Fusion.
To welcome them, Li Shu and others specially prepared a villa as the future residence for the live poultry. All items in the villa, including sofas, TVs, cabinets, clothes, beds, and so on, were completely cleared out. Only the bare house was left for the live poultry to live in. Afterward, they used the Azure Dragon transformation ability to produce a large number of vines, weaving them into a cage that enveloped the villa. The vines created by the Azure Dragon transformation were tougher than steel, capable of withstanding any attacks from the alien creatures. Finally, 2 women were assigned as caretakers, specifically responsible for feeding live poultry. For this, Zhang Fan also sent shadow clones to collect a large amount of feed, grass, and various farming tools. 7 chickens, 5 Muscovy ducks, 2 goats, and 9 pigeons, 23 live poultry in total, settled down just like that. Vegetable planting was not idle either. Zhang Fan sent shadow clones to level 2 villas on the other side, preparing to build vegetable greenhouses. The cement, stones, steel, and foundation left from the villa were all turned into sand and thrown outside the villa. After 2 days, the greenhouse was finally successfully built. This is a standard vegetable greenhouse, 10 meters wide, 100 meters long, with an area of up to 1,000 square meters, very large. The vegetables grown in a greenhouse of this scale are enough to feed Zhang Fan and the others. Next, Li Shu and the others were responsible for plowing the land, fertilizing, making ridges, sowing seeds, watering. They were busy and enjoying themselves. When you're busy, time always flies by quickly. Before they knew it, a week had quietly passed. That morning, after Zhang Fan got up, he found that Zhang Ying and the others were not there. Only Li Shu was at home. "Where are they?" Zhang Fan asked in confusion. "They went to the greenhouse after breakfast." Li Shu stood up. "I'll stay to serve you breakfast. Brother, you go wash up first, and I'll bring the breakfast over." "All right." Zhang Fan nodded, knowing that he was the most idle person in the villa. Everyone else was either busy feeding live poultry or tending to the vegetable greenhouse, while he had nothing to do all day. He slept until he naturally woke up every day, and there was even someone to serve him meals. Zhang Fan didn't even need to wash the dishes. Apart from not needing to be spoon-fed, he was no different from Hushan. Today's breakfast was Lansao beef noodles, accompanied by a plate of cold dishes. Zhang Fan slurped his ramen, finishing 3 bowls in no time. Li Shu sat across from him, resting her delicate hand under her chin as she watched him eat. Li Shu's face was filled with tenderness, a doting smile on her lips, looking at Zhang Fan as if he were her own son. Li Shu was very satisfied with her current life, no exhausting work, no scheming against others, and no constant fear or worry. Just cook, check the greenhouse, and crack some crystal cores every day. Simple, warm, comfortable, fulfilling, and unpretentious. The only headache for Li Shu was guarding against Bai Li Xiling, her fake best friend, from stealing her man. In the villa, Zhang Fan is the only man, and everyone except Tang Hui wishes they could devour him. To prevent the man from being stolen, Li Shu and Zhang Ying formed a united front, ensuring that one of them stayed by Zhang Fan's side every day. The purpose of this was to prevent Zhang Fan and Bai Li Xiling from being alone together, lest someone like Bai Li Xiling take the opportunity to seduce him. The 2 women would rather endure hardship and exhaustion to personally take care of Zhang Fan's clothing, meals, and sleep, firmly refusing to let anyone else take over. They had come to understand that their man was excellent in every way, but deep down, he was also a scoundrel. Always adhere to the scumbag principle of not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. Therefore, Zhang Fan would not actively flirt with other women, but he would never turn down an easy opportunity that came his way. To avoid gaining another sister, the 2 women could only keep a close eye on their man, not giving any seductive vixens a chance. "Sure, have you reached level 2? Zhang Fan suddenly asked. "It's actually quite easy to go from level 1 to level 2. Absorbing about 100 alien crystal cores is enough." With Li Shu and the others' absorption ability, absorbing an average of 10 alien crystal cores a day is no problem. "Reached level 2 the day before yesterday." Li Shu's face turned red. "That night, didn't you praise me for getting stronger physically?" What Why can't I understand what you're saying?" Zhang Fan looked surprised. Li Shu was speechless, her face full of black lines. I won't tease you anymore." Zhang Fan stopped laughing and, while slurping some ramen, said, "Since you're at level 2, help me out with something." "You want to enhance your superpower?" Li Shu said with a smile. Since she started dating Zhang Fan, she only helped Zhang Fan enhance his abilities once, upgrading the wall-passing skill from B level to S level. After that, she never enhanced anything again, which made Li Shu feel quite embarrassed. Counting wall-passing, Mountain God Domain, and Azure Dragon Transformation, she had already gained 3 superpowers from Zhang Fan. In contrast, she herself had only enhanced Zhang Fan's abilities once, which made Li Shu feel somewhat ashamed. Zhang Fan responded with a hum. "Yes, no problem." Li Shu nodded repeatedly. "Good brother, which superpower are you planning to enhance this time?" "Creating a spatial passage," Zhang Fan replied. On the attribute panel, he currently has a total of 9 superpowers. The SSS-level superpowers are Infinite Plunder, Domain, Super Adamant and Azure Dragon Battle Body. The SS-level superpowers are Fusion Ability, Void Realm Traversal, Mountain God Domain, Lone Ability. There are 2 remaining superpowers, whose levels are too unbearable to look at. 1
One type is limb multiplication, a Class D superpower. One type is creating spatial channels, a Class A superpower. Limb multiplication does not require enhancement, it is currently very effective. Creating spatial channels requires enhancement because the level is too low, and creating spatial channels takes too much time. Each time it starts, it takes at least 40 to 50 seconds, too long. Li Shu lightly nodded and asked, "Brother, when will the enhancement begin?" "Now, no problem. Let's talk after eating." After breakfast, the enhancement officially began. Alright, second level Li Shu, with unparalleled physical strength, has endurance far beyond what it was at the first level. After more than an hour of enhancement, the A-level space channel opening was forcibly upgraded to SS level. Li Shu did not stop, consuming over a dozen alien crystal cores to replenish her strength before starting the enhancement again. This round of enhancement was even longer. It took more than 2 hours, and the SS level space channel was successfully upgraded to SSS level. "Brother, give it a try," Li Shu said, panting heavily. "Thank you for your hard work, take a good rest." Zhang Fan pinched Li Shu's cheek, kissed her forehead, and then eagerly began to try. Zhang Fan activated his superpower. Open. The void ahead began to spin rapidly, and in an instant, a pitch-black opening appeared, quickly stabilizing into a stable spatial passage. 3 seconds. It took only 3 seconds to go from start to stabilization. That's unbelievable. Previously, opening a space channel took at least 40 to 50 seconds. Now it only takes 3 seconds. The difference is just too huge. Zhang Fan held the beauty in his arms, gave her a fierce kiss on the lips, and praised her with a smile. "Baby, you're amazing." Receiving Zhang Fan's compliment, Li Shu felt sweet inside but responded proudly, "I'm a genius who awakened SSS-level superpowers. Otherwise, would you have even noticed me back then? Is that the kind of person I am?" Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "I remember running into Li Shu and the other 4 on the campus of Changda a month ago." Zhang Fan indeed took a liking to Li Shu's ultimate enhancement, which is why he brought her back. Otherwise, with Zhang Fan's temperament and personality, no matter how beautiful Li Shu is, he wouldn't bother with her. Take a break, then enhance other superpowers. Zhang Fan has tasted the benefits. "Smelly brother, do you want to exhaust me?" Li Shu pouted. "Just work hard for a bit, and tonight your brother will take good care of you." "Scoundrel, is that taking care of me? That's you coveting my body, you lowlife." After a day of intensive training, Zhang Fan's mountain god domain was successfully enhanced by Li Shu to an SSS level ability. This is Zhang Fan's personal attributes. Spirit, level 2, 292/1000. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 2. Physique, level 2, 584/1000. Superpowers, Infinite Plunder, SSS level. Domain, SSS level. Super Adamant Azure Dragon Battle Body, SSS level. Open Space Channel, SSS level. Mountain God Domain, SSS level. Slave God List, SSS level. Fusion, SS level. Lone Ability, SS. Void Traversal, SS level. Limb Multiplication, D level. A total of 6 SSS level superpowers. Spreading this news would definitely shock people to death. However, this is still the result of multiple superpowers being fused. If abilities like Solar True Fire, Absolute Zero, Adamantium Transformation, Time Reversal, Energy Conversion, Azure Dragon Transformation, and others hadn't been fused, Zhang Fan's SSS level superpowers would only be even more numerous. SSS level Mountain God Domain. Zhang Fan examines this ability. SS level and SSS level. It seems like just one level apart, but in reality, the difference is worlds apart. This can be seen from Li Shu's enhancement. Opening a space channel at grade A and enhancing it to SS grade only took 1 hour. However, enhancing an SS grade space channel to SSS grade took over 2 full hours. It is evident that the gap between SSS grade and SS grade is far greater than the gap between SS grade and a grade. The SS level Mountain God domain has always had a flaw. Refining an area requires a significant amount of time. For example, when Li Shu refined Villa number 9, it took 2 days to complete. The SSS level Mountain God domain greatly reduces the time required for refining. If Villa number 9 were to be refined now, it might only take 2 or 3 hours. Zhang Fan planned to integrate the Mountain God domain into his domain ability. But before that, he first lent the SSS level Mountain God domain to Li Shu, with the loan period being permanent. "Brother, you're the best." Li Shu gave Zhang Fan a kiss and happily went off to test her new ability. Zhang Fan merged the Mountain God domain with the domain superpower. The domain superpower gained a new function, refining an area into the Mountain God domain. At this point, the domain superpower possessed 11 functions, namely, Earth Control, Miniaturization, Death Ray, True Sunfire, Absolute Zero, Shadow Clone, Soul Shield, Time Reversal, Annihilation Lightning, Wall Penetration, and Mountain God domain. "Good brother, the refining speed of the Mountain God's domain is so fast now," Li Shu suddenly exclaimed. "Fast? How fast?" Zhang Fan teased. 180 miles per hour, so fast. Li Shu said happily, "The refining speed is so fast, I am confident that within the next half month I can refine the entire Greenfield New City community into a domain." "Then focus on refining." Zhang Fan said, "Today is already September
September 14th. Starting tomorrow, the aliens will undergo large-scale evolution to level 2, and our situation will become even more dangerous.
The gap between level 1 aliens and level 2 aliens is enormous.
In front of a level 2 alien, a level 1 alien is like a little brother. On the other hand, humans. At this stage, humans have gradually discovered the wonderful uses of alien crystal cores and have started consciously collecting them. But it started too late. The vast majority of human superhumans are only at level 1, which puts them at a significant disadvantage when facing level 2 aliens. So in the coming period, the situation for human survivors may be even more dangerous than it was a month ago. Zhang Fan had mentioned this before, so Li Shu was not surprised. She was just a bit worried. Sigh, with the large-scale evolution of the aliens this time, I wonder how many people will die again. Those who haven't awakened superpowers, or whose superpowers are too weak, will most likely die. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. Unless, like you all, they have a superpower user like me to protect them. Otherwise, an SS-level or SSS-level superpower user is enough to protect a large group of people, and their role is extremely significant. In the future, many survivors will only be able to live because of the protection of these strong individuals.
It sounds very cruel, but this is reality. We're back.
The voice of Bailey Xiling sounded outside the hall, and soon Bailey Xiling and the others entered the living room through the door. The black rain outside continued, but none of them carried umbrellas or wore any rainproof gear. This was because they all possessed the superpower of traversing the virtual realm. To make their work more convenient, Zhang Fan specifically lent the ability to traverse the virtual realm to everyone. This way, everyone can go out conveniently without worrying about being drenched by the black rain. Today is September 14th, and the one attending to the bedchamber is Zhang Ying.
In the days to come,
Zhang Ying, unable to endure the torment, fell into a deep sleep, while Zhang Fan remained sleepless. It's not that he doesn't want to sleep, but Zhang Fan knows that something big will happen tonight, and even if he sleeps, he'll be woken up.
Might as well not sleep for now.
With Zhang Fan's current physique, even if he doesn't sleep for 10 days and nights, he won't feel the slightest fatigue, so sleeping or not doesn't matter. Feeling bored lying in bed, Zhang Fan simply put on his robe, quietly got out of bed, and went to the home theater on the first floor. Zhang Fan turned on the projector and started watching a famous sci-fi movie, Interstellar. Since the internet was cut off, it was no longer possible to go online. All the film and game resources at home were collected by his shadow clone. Movies, TV dramas, anime, variety shows, documentaries, funny short films, romantic action films from Japan, even standalone games were plentiful, adding up to several dozen terabytes. In the dim screening room, lights flickered, various scenes appeared one after another, and time quietly slipped away. The door suddenly opened. Zhang Fan turned his head and saw a long-necked, disheveled head poking in.
Who is it? Watching a movie here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?
This person muttered complaints while rubbing their eyes, yawning, and looking very drowsy. But when she saw Zhang Fan sitting in the theater, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Then, with a swoosh, she darted inside, closed the door, and looked at Zhang Fan with a mischievous laugh.
Big brother, what are you doing watching a movie alone in the middle of the night? The visitor looked at Zhang Fan with a fiery expression, his throat moving as he gulped down saliva.
That gaze was like a ravenous wolf staring at a 6-month-old lamb, filled with greed, excitement, and longing. In the entire villa, the only person who could look at Zhang Fan with such intensity and greed was Bailey Xiling. Other women, even if they had feelings for Zhang Fan, were more reserved and restrained, not daring to be so bold.
Can't sleep. He. I can't sleep either. He. How about I keep you company and we watch a movie?
Zhang Fan said indifferently. Bailey Xiling was asking, but there wasn't the slightest hint of politeness. She plopped down in front of Zhang Fan, leaning tightly against him, her two ample breasts pressing firmly against Zhang Fan's arm.
Hey handsome, why are you watching Interstellar so late at night? How about watching a funny little movie instead? That doesn't seem appropriate. Oh come on, what's wrong with it? I haven't seen this kind of movie before, just let me watch it. I don't believe you at all. Whatever you want. I knew you were the best, little brother. He. A single man and woman alone in a room, watching this kind of movie late at night, any normal pair would end up sparking something. Not to mention Bailey Xiling, who already had ulterior motives. A small home theater was suddenly engulfed by a raging storm, with raindrops pounding loudly and floods spreading everywhere.
The heavy rain lasted for over 2 hours before it finally stopped. The farmland, nourished by the spring rain, was immensely satisfied, and the plowing oxen were well fed in content. The two embraced each other, whispering softly, when a sudden crashing sound outside the window interrupted them.
Bailey Xiling shuddered. What was that sound? Bang, bang, bang.
The sound of pounding echoed again, each time more intense, as if something was furiously smashing against the door.
Put your clothes on. Zhang Fan pushed her away. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be an alien attacking the villa. Alien?
Bailey Xiling was startled and quickly put on her pajamas, while Zhang Fan also found a robe to drape over himself. After the two finished tidying up, they left the home theater. Unexpectedly, as soon as they came out, Li Shu, Chang Ying, and Tang Hui also emerged. They had obviously been alarmed as well. Seeing the two two of them, the women were all taken aback, and Li Shu and Zhang Ying's expressions immediately darkened.
Zhang Fan didn't seem to mind.
But Bai Li Xiling's clothes were disheveled, her hair was messy, and her face was flushed, looking as if she had just been satisfied. It was obvious to anyone what she had just experienced. Li Shu did not blame Zhang Fan. Instead, she glared angrily at Bai Li Xiling.
Bai Li Xiling, do you have any shame? Do you?
Seducing my man in the middle of the night, you shameless woman.
And you? Li Shu then turned her anger toward Zhang Ying, complaining, wasn't my brother in your room tonight? What were you doing, letting him run out in the middle of the night? Zhang Ying smiled wryly. Well, I was too tired and fell asleep as soon as I lay down. I didn't expect him to go out in the middle of the night.
Li Shu was momentarily speechless. She deeply understood how strong Zhang Fan's stamina was. Every time, she was exhausted to the point of near collapse.
Let alone Zhang Ying.
Every time after finishing, she herself would quickly fall asleep. Once asleep, she couldn't possibly know what Zhang Fan was up to. Li Shu was upset but couldn't vent her anger, so she glared at Zhang Fan and muttered under her breath, "Scumbag." Seeing her best friend so exasperated, Bai Li Xiling was overjoyed inside but pretended to be angry and said,
Li Shu, I won't allow you to talk about my brother like that. If there's an issue, come at me. I'm the one who seduced him, and I'll take full responsibility for my actions.
Seeing her clearly looking smug but deliberately pretending to defend Zhang Fan, Li Shu became even angrier. Bai Li Xiling, you're such a green tea bee asterisk 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 asterisk.
Sister Li Shu, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?
Bai Li Xiling said with an innocent expression. The impact sounds grew more intense, like drumbeats, and the entire villa seemed to start shaking violently.
Zhang Fan said helplessly, just say less. If the alien keeps attacking, the villa is going to collapse.
Li Shu snorted coldly and glared fiercely at Bai Li Xiling. I'll deal with you later.
Bai Li Xiling made a face at her and pretended to look pained. Ouch. It hurts, down there. Green tea.
Seeing this, Li Shu gritted her teeth in anger, knowing that Bai Li Xiling was deliberately putting on an act to provoke her.
Possessing the ability of the Azure Dragon's transformation, any injury can heal quickly. Even if it was Bai Li Xiling's first time, her injury should have healed, yet she deliberately pretended like this, clearly for her to see.
Zhang Fan shook his head, unwilling to bother with these two scheming women, and walked straight out of the villa. He wasn't afraid of women scheming against each other. When a group of women gathered, it would be strange if there were no conflicts.
Men are naturally inclined to physical struggles and admire violence. Women are naturally inclined to play mind games and engage in scheming.
This is ingrained in their genes and cannot be changed.
As long as it's not excessive, Zhang Fan wouldn't interfere.
After leaving the villa, it was indeed discovered that aliens were attacking the villa. Knowing that something major would happen tonight, Zhang Fan had prepared in advance by weaving a protective net with vines to safeguard the villa. At this moment, several aliens were frantically attacking the vines, and their number exceeded 30. The most terrifying part was that more and more aliens in the distance were rushing over upon hearing the commotion. The number of xenomorphs is surging. This is the xenomorph. Once they discover people in a certain place, they will create noise, and the noise will attract more zombies.
So many xenomorphs.
Li Shu and the others also came out and were shocked to see so many aliens outside.
Moreover, they also noticed that these aliens were bulkier, stronger, and their attacks were more ferocious. They were obviously second-level aliens.
Brother, what should we do? Li Shu immediately put aside the previous unhappiness and asked.
Not afraid.
Zhang Fan waved his hand. After obtaining the slave god list, I haven't used it yet. Today is the perfect time to put it to use.
Slave god list? Zhang Ying's eyes lit up.
2 days ago, she had hoped Zhang Fan would lend her the slave god list, but Zhang Fan was unwilling. Zhang Ying didn't want to ask again, but she couldn't stop thinking about the slave god list and was eager to see its abilities. Zhang Fan activated the slave god list. Golden light instantly radiated brilliantly from his body. Golden light rose like mist, quickly condensing into a massive scroll-like list. Mysterious patterns were engraved on the list, featuring the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, earth, birds, beasts, fish, and insects, intricate and enigmatic. Though called a list, it resembled more a stunning landscape painting, with majestic mountains and rivers, and the sun and moon hanging high.
Is this the slave god list? What an amazing supernatural ability. It's a bit like Brother's lending ability. Yeah.
When the lending ability is used, it also forms a lending contract. Everyone looked at the golden list above Zhang Fan's head, their faces showing expressions of surprise.
Slave god list.
Zhang Fan also looked at the golden list, his eyes showing a peculiar expression.
Why is the slave god list honored as an SSS-level ability?
The answer lies within this scroll. Zhang Fan pointed into the void.
Go!
The landscape painting like slave god list soared into the sky, flying out of the villa, out of the vine-covered walls, and into the air above the villa. The aliens attacking the vine-covered walls outside all stopped their actions and stared at the golden scroll above their heads.
Zhang Fan let out a low shout. Retrieve!
The slave god list rippled slightly, like the surface of water. Immediately, one golden chain after another suddenly flew out from the surface of the slave god list, shooting toward the alien creatures. No No more, no less, a total of 9 golden chains. The speed of the 9 golden chains was extremely fast, as if they had crossed space, instantly shooting to the front of the 9 alien creatures. Then, like leashing dogs, they looped around the necks of the 9 alien creatures and abruptly tightened. The 9 alien creatures struggled desperately, but they were powerless to resist and obediently pulled toward the slave god list. In the end, they were all dragged into the slave god list and disappeared from the world. Seeing this scene, the women were somewhat shocked.
9 alien creatures were actually dragged into the slave god list. What kind of operation is this?
I have to say, the scene before us is almost identical to the one where Madara sealed the 9-tailed beasts in Naruto.
Brother, the alien has been taken into the slave god list? Zhang Ying couldn't help but exclaim.
Zhang Fan nodded lightly and said with a faint smile, the slave god list contains its own internal space, called the slave god realm. Any living being, once pulled into the slave god list, will be branded with a servitude mark and completely enslaved. From now on, unless I, the master of this slave god list, perish and my soul dissipates, there will be no escape for all eternity.
Both Azure Dragon Transformation and the slave god list are SSS-level superpowers. Zhang Fan can generously lend the Azure Dragon Transformation to Li Shu and the other 3. He can even lend it permanently. But why is he unwilling to lend out the slave god list? The answer lies right here.
Once this ability is activated, it can bypass any defense and drag you into the slave god space. Once you're pulled into the slave god space, you're completely doomed. Zhang Fan's defense is strong, but when faced with the pull of the slave god list, there is no resistance at all. This superpower could threaten Zhang Fan's own safety, so Zhang Fan naturally doesn't want others to obtain it. Therefore, even if that person is Zhang Ying, don't be fooled by how Zhang Fan and Li Shu, Zhang Ying, by Li Xiling are affectionate and close like family.
In fact,
but Zhang Fan has always harbored a sense of vigilance toward them in his heart.
It's not that they aren't good enough, nor that they are insidious and cunning, and certainly not that they would plot something malicious. The reason lies with Zhang Fan himself. Zhang Fan always keeps one thing in mind.
In the apocalypse, no matter when or where, never absolutely trust anyone. Even if that person is your woman, child, sibling, or friend, never trust them 100%.
The human heart is separated by the belly.
That's incredible. I never expected there would be such superpowers.
Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Brother Zhang is right. Any SSS-level superpower possesses extremely terrifying effects.
I used to think this statement was a bit exaggerated, but not anymore. Any living creature included in the slave god list will be enslaved.
Doesn't that mean this ability can also enslave humans?
That's incredible.
With this slave god list, you could completely assemble an alien army and sweep through the apocalypse. Something like that.
Li Shu and the others were all amazed by the power of the slave god list. They had no idea what the world's most powerful superpower was. But when it comes to the best superpower to deal with aliens, they all believe that the slave god list is the top choice. Take a look. In just a short moment, nearly 100 aliens attacking the villa were captured into the slave god list. And the slave god list is like a bottomless pit, seemingly never full, still frantically capturing more. After collecting more than 300 alien creatures, no more came from the surroundings, and Zhang Fan finally stopped.
With a wave of his hand, the scroll-like demon god list rippled again. Come out.
One by one, the alien creatures transformed into streams of light and flew out from the demon god list.
On the surface, these alien creatures looked no different from before.
Their bodies remained burly, and their eyes still hollow.
However, after these aliens flew out of the demon god list, they did not launch an attack but stood quietly on the ground. Brother, have they already been enslaved? Li Shu stared at the aliens and curiously asked.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly. These aliens have already been marked with the enslavement seal, and their thoughts and consciousness have been altered.
That's right. For them now, my command is the supreme will. In other words, these aliens completely obey my orders.
Unless I die, they will never betray me for generations to come. As Zhang Fan spoke, he waved his hand and issued an order to the aliens to spread out and protect the villa.
More than 300 xenomorphs were very obedient. As soon as Zhang Fan gave the order, they disappeared into the rain. Amazing. They really obey Brother Zhang's commands. With them protecting the villa, can we finally rest easy? Over 300 xenomorphs, doesn't that mean over 300 bodyguards? Brother Zhang is just incredible. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, feeling both shocked and delighted. Shocked by the power of the slave god list.
Delighted, of course, because their safety was now completely guaranteed, and they no longer had to worry about alien attacks.
Alright, everyone, go back.
Everyone heard this and obediently returned to the villa to sleep. Zhang Fan said indifferently.
However, at this moment, a new problem arose. Where would Zhang Fan sleep tonight? Brother, today is September 4th. According to the rules, you should sleep with me.
Zhang Ying held Zhang Fan's arm, trying to pull her brother to her room. Li Shu disagreed, angrily scolding. I told you to keep an eye on someone, and you couldn't even do that.
No, your brother can't go to your room.
Mentioning this, Zhang Ying immediately shrank back, her tone deflated. But Sister Li Shu, according to the schedule, my brother is supposed to come to my room tonight.
You can't break the rules. No means no. Li Shu's attitude was firm. If it weren't for you, that shameless person wouldn't have succeeded. I don't dare to entrust my brother to you anymore. That's not my fault. Zhang Ying also got angry. My brother went out on his own while I was asleep. What could I do? If it were you, you wouldn't do much better than me. You can't put all the blame on me. Do you think I'm like you? Everyone stared in astonishment at the two women arguing heatedly without any regard for their image. Li Shu had a gentle personality, was calm and composed, and possessed excellent self-restraint. Zhang Ying is empathetic, eloquent, and has a high emotional intelligence. As a result, the two have an excellent image in everyone's eyes. Who would have thought that these two usually gentle people would actually fight over a man in front of everyone? It's truly a bit mind-blowing. However, this was not the end. Bai Li Xiling added fuel to the fire. You two are really too much. Brother is not an object. How can you fight over him so casually? Bai Li Xiling held Gigi's arm and said indignantly, brother can go wherever he wants. It's his freedom, and we shouldn't interfere at all. Li Shu and Zhang Ying were furious upon hearing this. Bai Li Xiling, everyone, stop arguing. Seeing that the three were about to start fighting, Zhang Fan spoke up, frowning as he reprimanded. What's all this noise in the middle of the night? I think you're just full and bored. All of you, get the hell to bed. As soon as Zhang Fan spoke, the three women immediately quieted down. In this household, Zhang Fan held absolute authority. If he truly got angry, no one would come out unscathed. Seeing the three women standing still, Zhang Fan scolded again. What are you standing there for? Go to bed. The third daughter dared not say much, slinking upstairs and returning to her room. Tang Hui and the other women didn't dare to linger and quickly left. Day after day, never a moment of peace. Zhang Fan muttered under his breath and also returned to his room. Villa number 9 has quite a few rooms, and Zhang Fan's room is the largest and the most luxuriously decorated. However, Zhang Fan usually stays overnight in the rooms of Li Shu and Zhang Ying, and has rarely returned to his own room recently. Today, the situation is special, so he can only make do with staying in his room for the night. Unexpectedly, not long after Zhang Fan lay down, another person appeared in the room. This person tiptoed to the bed, lifted the blanket, and was about to climb onto the bed. Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Without looking, just by hearing the breathing, he already knew who it was. Bai Li Xiling, tonight I want to be alone. Go back to your own room and sleep. Brother, I want to keep you company. Bai Li Xiling looked a bit aggrieved. She actually wanted Zhang Fan to accompany her because it was her first time. Brother is bullying me. Get lost. Bai Li Xiling burst into tears, looking pitiful. Forget it, come back. Bai Li Xiling broke into a smile through her tears, lifted the cup, and slipped inside with a swoosh as two large white pythons coiled around her. Zhang Fan said irritably, don't move, sleep. Brother, I'll just hug you. I promise not to move. Didn't you say just a hug? Why are your hands moving around? The next day, when Zhang Fan and Bai Li Xiling got up, it was already close to noon. This was only because Tang Hui woke them up for lunch. At the dining table, Li Shu wore a cold expression, her face like frost. Zhang Ying lowered her head, silently eating, without saying a word. Tang Hui was an ice-cold beauty. If you didn't talk to her, she would never take the initiative to talk to you. The atmosphere at the dining table was extremely silent, like a battlefield. Zhang Fan came downstairs and saw this scene. He completely lost his appetite, said nothing, and walked straight out of the villa. Brother, where are you going? Bai Li Xiling shouted from behind. To poo! After Zhang Fan left, the atmosphere at home not only didn't improve but completely erupted. What are you doing? What are you all doing? Bai Li Xiling glared at Li Shu and Zhang Ying. Who are you showing that sour face to? My brother was driven away by you. Bai Li Xiling was truly angry this time. Earlier, when she and Zhang Fan got up, Zhang Fan was in a cheerful mood. But after coming downstairs, he left immediately, clearly in an extremely bad mood. Why are you angry? The answer is self-evident. Shut up. Li Shu, who had already been holding back a bellyful of anger, completely exploded at this moment. Bai Li Xiling, can you have some shame? You're even stealing my man? Are you even human? Do you have any dignity? Last night, Zhang Fan and Bai Li Xiling secretly messed around, which had already made her very angry. But for the sake of Zhang Fan's reputation, she didn't argue with him and instead vented her anger on Bai Li Xiling. Even so, Li Shu realized that she might have gone a bit overboard. So after everyone had gone to bed, she secretly went to Zhang Fan's room, intending to apologize to him and cheer him up. Instead, she saw Zhang Fan and Bai Li Xiling in bed together. Li Shu was furious, but she held back and didn't react. She simply returned to her room in despair, feeling aggrieved all night, overthinking everything, and still had to cook breakfast in the morning. She was so frustrated. The man slept with her best friend, and not only could she not get angry, but she also had to watch them fool around. She was utterly aggrieved. So what if I have no shame? Bai Li Xiling immediately retorted, let me tell you, I just like him. I just like Zhang Fan. Is it wrong for me to like Zhang Fan? Is it wrong for me to pursue the man I like? And there's more. Bai Li Xiling coldly stared at Li Shu. Have you and Zhang Fan registered your marriage or held a wedding? Even if you have, does that make him your personal property? Let me tell you, it doesn't. He is a living, breathing person.
He has his own emotions, and he has the right to do whatever he wants. Bailey Xiling gasped, as long as he doesn't hate me and hasn't rejected me, you have no right to interfere.
You're shameless.
Li Shu glared angrily at Bailey Xiling.
I'm shameless, and you're not? If you care about your dignity, then why are you sharing a husband with Zhang Ying? Bailey Xiling sneered, since you can share a man with Zhang Ying, why can't you include me as well? You two argue, don't drag me into it.
Zhang Ying said coldly.
Do you think staying silent means it's none of your business? High emotional intelligence? Always playing the peacemaker? Do you find that amusing?
Bailey Xiling sneered. This is a matter between the three of us. No one can escape, unless you choose to leave.
Quit? Zhang Ying sneered. Quit so I can make room for you, is that it? Let me tell you, don't even think about it.
If you don't want to, then stop putting on a sour face here. Zhang was driven away by you all, so who are you showing it to now?
Bailey Xiling snorted coldly. I don't want to argue with you.
Zhang Ying lowered her head and continued eating.
Do you think I want to argue?
Bailey Xiling softened her tone and looked at Li Shu and Zhang Ying, saying, now that things have come to this, arguing any further is completely meaningless, and the more we argue, the more Brother Zhang will be annoyed.
You probably don't want to provoke Brother Zhang's displeasure either, right?
Li Shu and Zhang Ying both remained silent. They were both smart enough to know that the more they argued, the more it would annoy Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan leaving just now was already a clear sign of his displeasure. If they continued to quarrel and caused Zhang Fan's irritation, they didn't dare to imagine what consequences it might lead to.
Li Shu Jia, Ying Jia, Bailey Xiling sighed. I think we must always remember one thing. This is the apocalypse, not a time of peace. The relationship between us and Zhang Fan is unequal.
These words are harsh, but undeniably, they are the truth. The gap in power between us and Zhang Fan has destined that equality between us and him is simply impossible.
To put it nicely, we are his women. To put it bluntly, we are merely his dependents. We need him to provide shelter, food, and a comfortable, stable environment. Unless we choose to leave voluntarily, this unequal status will persist indefinitely.
This kind of unequal status means that we are not qualified to make demands of him, nor are we qualified to lose our temper. Li Shu and Zhang Ying fell silent at the same time. Brother Zhang is actually very good. Apart from being a little bit flirtatious, he's impeccable in every other aspect.
Bailey Xiling continued, if you think it's not a big deal, just think about Wan Yanlong, Lin Shuanglong, the Wang Wanjuan brothers, Yang Wenk, and most recently, Wang Fujuan. Think about how these people acted, and you'll realize that compared to them, Brother Zhang is really good to us.
Li Shu bit her lip and couldn't help but think of these people. Wan Yanlong, who seized the Imperial Hotel, took over all the women in the hotel, turning them into mere playthings. Lin Shuanglong, who directly proclaimed himself emperor, selected 9 concubines for his pleasure and indulgence.
Wang Wanjuan, Yang Wenk, Wang Fujuan, these people are basically the same as Wan Yanlong and Lin Shuanglong.
In their eyes, women are purely playthings, often subjected to insults and humiliation, with no regard for human rights. By comparison, Zhang Fan truly treats them exceptionally well.
Remember how good Brother Zhang is. A good man like him is impossible to find, even with a lantern. Bailey Xiling sighed, if we keep this up, we really will lose him.
Even though there are fewer people in the apocalypse, there are plenty of women like us. But men like him are hard to find once lost.
Li Shu and Zhang Ying exchanged glances in silence. Although they were reluctant to admit it, what Bailey Xiling said was true. Then what do you suggest we do?
Li Shu said softly. After this commotion, the anger in her heart had dissipated. Thinking about the miserable situations of those women she had encountered before, Zhang Fan really treated them very, very well.
Of course, we need to behave well, live in harmony, be as close as family, and make Brother Zhang feel the warmth of home. We need to let him know that this is his home, and we are his family. We need to come up with different ways to make delicious food for him. Isn't there a saying that goes, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach? Make tasty food and spoil his taste buds.
We also need to take the initiative to find concubines for him. If there's a woman he fancies, we should help him make it happen.
Don't be afraid of these women competing for favor. As long as we form an alliance, everything else is minor. We need to be his capable partner, managing all the big and small matters at home in an orderly manner. In short, just one sentence. We must treat him very well, like raising a giant baby, so that he can't leave us for the rest of his life. Li Shu and Zhang Ying were dumbfounded. After a long while, Li Shu finally blurted out, you're too insidious. That's not correct. Bailey Xiling corrected, this isn't insidious, it's accumulating initial capital, which is the right thing to do.
Bailey Xiling spread her hands. The disparity in strength between the two sides is right there, and we can't change it. The only thing we can change is Brother Zhang's feelings for us. Brother Zhang is someone who values relationships deeply. As long as we build a strong bond with him and truly become family, it would be impossible for him to abandon us even if he wanted to, but this obviously takes time. So, Sister Li Shu, Sister Ying, let's set a small goal first, spoil him, love her, for 10 years. Zhang Fan knew he was a bit of a scoundrel, but so what? Surviving in the apocalypse is already difficult. Who knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first? In such an uncertain situation, if you keep worrying about this and that, what's the point? point of living? Zhang Fan doesn't want to wrong himself, nor does he want to suppress his true nature.
He just likes beautiful women, so what? Zhang Fan can't be devoted to just one person.
What he can do is, like Duan Zhangchun, treat every one of his women well. As for the rest, who cares if the floodwaters rise to the heavens? Zhang Fan didn't know where to go after leaving the villa. Looking at the vast curtain of rain and the thick black water that had already accumulated several dozen centimeters on the ground, his irritable mood grew even worse. Zhang Fan knew he needed to vent, or else he'd make himself sick.
Then let's vent properly. One shadow clone after another flew out from Zhang Fan's body. Zhang Fan issued a command, go attract some aliens over here.
Yes, master. 40 to 50 shadow clones immediately disappeared into the void realm, scattering in all directions. The shadow clones were highly efficient, and in less than 10 minutes, they had attracted countless aliens. The shadow clone sprinted ahead, with a large number of xenomorphs in hot pursuit, quickly closing in on Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan transformed into the super adamantium azure dragon battle form, then exited the virtual realm and stepped directly into the rain.
In the adamantium alloy state, his entire body turned into adamantium alloy, making him impervious to the black rain.
This is similar to how stones, cars, and skyscrapers are not corroded by the black rain. Zhang Fan had dragon horns on his head, a dragon tail on his hips, and his entire body was covered in light blue dragon scales, making him appear both ferocious and noble. Kill! Zhang Fan immediately pounced forward. Zhang Fan appeared like a phantom in front of an alien creature. This alien creature stood over 2 meters tall, with a burly body and a hard exoskeleton,
a slender tail resembling the scythe of the Grim Reaper, hollow, ice cold and bloodthirsty. This is a level 2 xenomorph. Since last night, xenomorphs have been undergoing large-scale evolution and will all evolve into level 2 xenomorphs within a day.
Level 2 xenomorphs surpass level 1 xenomorphs in every aspect, including strength, speed, defense, and other attributes. However, in front of Zhang Fan, a level 2 xenomorph was just a little brother.
Zhang Fan threw a punch. The slender banana-shaped head of the level 2 xenomorph shattered with a bang.
Its tall and burly body was also sent flying over 10 meters by the force of the punch. Then he fell to the ground, lifeless on the spot.
Kill! Zhang Fan's figure flickered as he charged toward the second alien.
Zhang Fan was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, his entire being transformed into a human weapon, with every punch, kick, knee, and elbow. Every strike from Zhang Fan carried lethal force. A touch meant death, a graze meant injury. Zhang Fan's entire figure almost turned into a blur, making it impossible to see his movements clearly. All that could be seen were one alien after another being violently blasted away by him, flying backward one after another. More and more aliens were dying, 10, 20, 30. The pile of alien corpses around him grew larger and larger, and the blue blood even dyed the black water blue, with the black rain unable to decompose it fast enough.
The slaughter lasted from a little past noon until 2 in the afternoon.
During this time, Zhang Fan had long lost count of how many aliens were killed, nor did he care to count. For Zhang Fan, the slaughter itself was a means of venting. The number of aliens killed was irrelevant. Through this battle, Zhang Fan successfully vented the depression and frustration in his heart. Zhang Fan appeared on the rooftop of a building, sitting on the edge with his legs dangling outside the rooftop. Holding a bottle of soda in his hand, he took a few big gulps and let out a satisfied burp.
Awesome!
Zhang Fan's mood suddenly brightened.
Main body.
A shadow clone appeared behind him, holding a plastic bag filled with a large number of alien crystal cores.
How many crystal cores did you find?
Zhang Fan slightly tilted his head. A total of 2,239, the shadow clone replied.
Go ahead.
Zhang Fan waved his hand. The shadow clone nodded, put down the bag, and disappeared on the spot. Zhang Fan waved his hand and used the shrinking ability to reduce the size of the snakeskin bag and the alien crystal cores inside.
Time to go back.
After Bai Li Xiling's explanation, Li Shu and Zhang Ying completely changed their minds and were no longer angry. The three women instead began discussing how to firmly capture Zhang Fan's heart in their future lives.
Zhang Fan, get out here.
At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the sky, startling all the women in Villa number 9.
Who's talking? I don't know. Seems like they're looking for Brother Zhang. Judging by the tone, they don't seem friendly.
The women in the villa exchanged glances, their expressions slightly changing.
What do we do now? Zhang Ying asked in a low voice. What are you afraid of?
Bai Li Xiling slammed the table and stood up. Whoever it is, daring to come here and cause trouble, we must make sure they never leave. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Li Xiling was the first to rush out of the villa. Li Shu and the others exchanged glances and followed her out. When the group of women arrived outside the villa, they saw two people floating in mid-air above the villa.
One was a tall and burly young man, a high school girl with a baby face.
These two people, without using any flying tools, simply stepped on the void and stood in mid-air.
Just like the flying technique in the anime Dragon Ball.
Seeing this scene, Bai Li Xiling and the others were greatly shocked.
How did they manage to fly? For the women with the Azure Dragon transformation ability, transforming into the Azure Dragon form also allows them to fly.
However, in human form, only Bai Li Xiling can fly because Bai Li Xiling has gravity manipulation.
With the the ability to manipulate gravity. Bailey Xiling can naturally fly in mid-air. The others cannot. These two people are floating in mid-air. Do they also possess the ability to fly? Bailey Xiling suppressed the doubts in her heart, coldly staring at the two and shouting, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The tall and burly young man looked down at the group of women from above. Noticing there wasn't a single man among them, his thick eyebrows immediately furrowed. Does Zhang Fan live here? So what if I am? Bailey Xiling snorted coldly. Why are you looking for him? What are you doing? The tall and burly young man sneered. My name is Wan Yanhu. What do you think I'm doing? Wan Yanhu? Li Shu's delicate face suddenly changed, and she quickly asked, your name is Wan Yanhu? What is Wan Yanlong to you? Li Shu had never heard of Wan Yanhu, but the name Wan Yanhu immediately reminded her of Wan Yanlong. Wan Yanlong initially seized control of the Emperor Hotel and wantonly exploited the women there. Later, he was killed by Zhang Fan. Could this guy in front of me, named Wan Yanhu, be here to avenge Wan Yanlong? Wan Yanlong was my brother, my biological brother. Wan Yanhu said coldly, but my brother was killed by Zhang Fan. Tell me, where exactly is Zhang Fan? Sure enough, Li Shu's expression darkened slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head and said, I don't know Zhang Fan. Still trying to argue? Wan Yanhu sneered coldly, you wretched woman, since I was able to find this place, I can find Zhang Fan. Arguing in front of me is completely meaningless. Who are you calling a wretched woman? Li Shu hadn't spoken yet when Bailey Xiling expressed her dissatisfaction. She glared at Wan Yanhu and said angrily, Idiot, I already told you I don't know Zhang Fan. Do you not understand human language, or is your ear stuffed with donkey hair? Wan Yanhu's expression darkened slightly. He pointed into the void, and a green light shot out from his fingertip, landing on the ground. The ground immediately seemed to come alive, with the cement rapidly rising and forming into a giant cement figure. The giant was entirely made of cement, standing over 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body, towering and strong. Kill her! Wan Yanhu pointed at Bailey Xiling. The cement giant let out a furious roar, as if it could truly understand human speech, and raised a fist to smash toward Bailey Xiling. Such a trivial earth-controlling ability, and you dare to act arrogant in front of me? Bailey Xiling showed no fear, directly using her super physique ability to transform into a long-legged golden Barbie and charged at the cement giant. Earth-controlling ability? Wan Yanhu sneered coldly, ignorant woman, you'll soon find out whether this is just an earth-controlling ability. Two fists collided, and the cement giant was sent flying backward like a cannonball, its arm blasted into fragments. Not worth a single blow. Bailey Xiling's face was full of disdain. However, the cement giant that had fallen to the ground was not destroyed. The shattered arm reassembled and attacked Bailey Xiling once again. It actually healed. Bailey Xiling was greatly surprised, but her actions showed no hesitation. She leapt forward and stomped on the cement giant. Bailey Xiling's jump was incredibly exaggerated, effortlessly landing on the cement giant's head and stomping on it. The cement giant's head was directly crushed underfoot, and its body heavily slammed onto the ground, creating a small pit. Its shoulders, chest, and other parts were further cracked with lines from the stomping, something that would surely be fatal for a normal person. However, after falling to the ground, the cement giant's injuries quickly healed, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. Endless and annoying. Bailey Xiling leapt up again, from head to toe, directly stomping the cement giant into a pulp. However, it was useless. After the cement giant fell, it would quickly heal, like an unkillable cockroach. Bastard! Bailey Xiling was furious, but she was very clever. Realizing she couldn't kill the cement giant, she turned directly to attack Wan Yanhu. Capture the leader to capture the bandits first. Since the cement giant can't be killed, then I'll kill you, Wan Yanhu. Once Wan Yanhu dies, the cement giant will naturally perish. Woman, you do have some brains, but not much. Wan Yanhu stepped on the void, looking down at Bailey Xiling, then flicked his fingers repeatedly, sending streaks of green light shooting into the ground. The solid ground unexpectedly rippled like water waves. The next moment, one by one, soil snakes entirely condensed from earth suddenly shot out from the ground, transforming into ropes that darted toward Bailey Xiling. Too many. Countless soil snakes shot out from all directions, completely blocking Bailey Xiling's escape route. Unless she could ascend to the heavens, there was truly no way to escape. Bailey Xiling let out a cold snort and stomped the ground forcefully. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the continuous sound of earth-breaking, vine-like tendrils as thick as pythons emerged from the ground. Each of these tendrils was as thick as an adult's thigh, twisting and winding, incredibly tough. Countless tendrils rose to meet the incoming earth snakes, enveloping and entwining them tightly, binding all the earth snakes firmly. Seeing this scene, Wan Yanhu couldn't help but let out a light ha, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. You have two superpowers? Bailey Xiling transforming into a muscular Barbie could be considered one ability, and now controlling vines was clearly another. For one person to actually possess two superpowers was something that greatly surprised Wan Yanhu. He never would have thought that in this world, besides himself, there would be someone else with multiple superpowers. What? Scared? If you're scared, count out 10,000 times to this lady, and
I might reluctantly let you go. Bailey Xiling was a sycophant in front of Zhang Fan, but in front of other men, she was a proud peacock.
Woman, you're playing with fire. Wang Yanhu's face darkened. Since you don't know what's good for you, let me show you how formidable I am.
Bailey Xiling twisted her neck, and suddenly, scales began to sprout all over her body like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. 2 dragon horns emerged from her forehead, and a thick dragon tail extended from her backside.
In the blink of an eye,
Bailey Xiling turned into a monster with dragon horns on her head, a dragon tail on her back, and her entire body covered in blue scales. This monster was neither fully human nor fully dragon, clearly a half-human, half-dragon creature.
What kind of superpower is this? Wang Yanhu's pupils contracted.
The baby-faced high school student beside him stared fixedly at Bailey Xiling. This is the SSS-level superpower, Azure Dragon Transformation.
Azure Dragon Transformation? SSS-level superpower? Wang Yanhu trembled all over. Are you sure? Of course, I'm sure.
The baby-faced high school student spoke with absolute certainty. No superpower in this world can escape my eyes.
Wang Yanhu nodded,
a trace of greed flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of the dull-faced high school student's abilities, especially in detecting supernatural powers, which had never been wrong before.
Ha, what a pleasant surprise. Truly a pleasant surprise.
Wang Yanhu stared intently at Bailey Xiling, his eyes suddenly burning with intensity. I came here intending to find Zhang Fan, but I didn't expect to encounter you.
Surnamed Wan, what are you getting all worked up for? The half-dragon transformed Bailey Xiling's voice turned deep. Just wait.
I'll knock your teeth out and have you crawling on the ground looking for them. As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Xiling suddenly stomped on the ground.
Boom!
The cement ground shattered with a loud noise, and using the rebound force, Bailey Xiling leapt into the air, lunging toward Wang Yanhu. In her semi-dragon form, Bailey Xiling's combat power was inferior to her fully dragonized state but far surpassed her human form. Searching high and low without success, yet finding it effortlessly, since I've encountered you, I won't hold back. Wang Yanhu licked his lips, and suddenly streams of black mist erupted from his body. These black mists gathered together, forming a humanoid shape.
This humanoid black mist was incredibly viscous, resembling ink or venom, with countless fine tendrils on its body.
As soon as the humanoid black mist appeared, it darted toward Bailey Xiling like lightning, crossing over 10 meters in an instant and appearing in front of her.
Get lost!
Bailey Xiling immediately swung her fist, smashing it toward the black mist with a loud crash.
The result was like hitting air.
It passed straight through the humanoid black mist without causing any harm.
The humanoid black mist was completely unaffected and continued to pounce on Bailey Xiling, about to land on her. Bailey Xiling's expression changed drastically as she attacked while dodging, but it was useless. This black mist has no physical form and cannot be attacked no matter what. Moreover, it was too fast, leaving Bailey Xiling no chance to escape. Stasis field. At this critical moment, a delicate shout suddenly rang out. A strange fluctuation spread out, and the humanoid black mist rushing toward Bailey Xiling suddenly froze in place. At this moment, it was less than 10 centimeters away from Bailey Xiling. Xiling, step back quickly. Zhang Ying shouted sternly. It was her who had just acted. Her innate ability was the stasis field.
Once unleashed, everything within the domain will come to a halt. Time, space, and any objects will be frozen.
Die for me!
Bailey Xiling broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Wang Yanhu immobilized, she became somewhat flustered and furious, furiously pounding her fists against the humanoid black mist. But her attacks repeatedly missed, as if striking air, completely unable to cause any harm to the humanoid black mist.
Damned! Bailey Xiling cursed angrily. What the hell is going on with this bastard? Why can't I hit it? He's in a soul state now. You'd have to be a ghost to hit him. A cold voice rang out. Soul state? Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a person standing not far away. With a straight posture and handsome looks. Wasn't it Zhang Fan? Brother! Little brother! Seeing Zhang Fan, Li Shu, and the other women were overjoyed and immediately went up to greet him.
Zhang Fan had left in anger this time, and they were truly afraid he wouldn't return, feeling uneasy the entire time.
Fortunately, he came back.
The hearts of the women, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled.
As if sensing Zhang Fan's arrival, the humanoid black mist suddenly turned around and re-entered Wang Yanhu's body. Zhang Fan!
Wang Yanhu let out a low growl, his hawk-like eyes fixed fiercely on Zhang Fan, a murderous glint flashing in them. Zhang, it was you who killed my brother. The hatred of a brother's murder is irreconcilable.
Today, I will use your blood to honor my brother's spirit in heaven.
After speaking, Wang Yanhu suddenly descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground like a meteor. The ground was stomped into a deep pit by him.
Zhang, die for me!
Wang Yanhu roared furiously, and countless silver threads suddenly emerged from his body, transforming into venomous snakes that lunged at Zhang Fan. These silver threads are thinner than hair, silver-white in color, and look just like steel wires. Control vibranium threads.
The baby-faced high school student saw this and couldn't help but smile. Finally got to witness this ability. These silver threads are not ordinary metal wires but the renowned vibranium threads.
This metal wire is incredibly tough, and nothing in the world can easily cut through it.
Moreover, this vibranium wire is even thinner than a strand of hair. It is well known that when a hard object becomes extremely thin and fine, it becomes incredibly sharp. Not to mention something as tough as vibranium wire. That Sharp's mom opening the door for Sharp. Sharp is home. Because it is so sharp, the precious golden thread can be said to be indestructible. Cutting gold, slicing jade, and even cutting through steel are just child's play. This guy is doomed. The baby-faced female high school student looked at Zhang Fan with some pity. What a pity for such a handsome guy. What? Why isn't this guy dodging? Is he planning to take it head-on? This lunatic. Seeing Zhang Fan's actions, the baby-faced high school girl started shouting loudly. Faced with the incoming vibranium threads, Zhang Fan neither dodged nor avoided, allowing countless vibranium threads to wrap around him. What exactly is he trying to do? The baby-faced high school girl stared intently at Zhang Fan, then noticed a subtle change in him. Dragon horns grew from his forehead, dragon scales emerged on his body, and a dragon tail sprouted from his backside. At this moment, apart from the difference in the color of the scales, Zhang Fan looked almost identical to Bai Li Xiling in her half-dragon form. Bai Li Xiling's scales were dark cyan, while Zhang Fan's scales were light cyan. What kind of superpower is this? The baby-faced high school student immediately activated their ability to detect the superpower Zhang Fan was displaying at the moment. In the end, they couldn't detect anything at all. Target, Zhang Fan. Level, unknown. Ability, unknown. All of them are unknown? The baby-faced girl felt incredulous. How is this possible? Her detection ability was called Eye of Truth, which could not only detect abilities but also the level of the ability user. Since awakening this ability, it has never failed, not even once. But today, it actually failed, which somewhat overturned Babyface's understanding. Why is this happening? Babyface couldn't figure it out, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. Instead, she turned to Wan Yenhu and shouted, "Brother Tiger, his situation is very strange. I can't detect his superpower." Can't detect it? Wan Yenhu was slightly stunned and couldn't help but take another look at Zhang Fan. He snorted coldly and said, "Not being able to detect it doesn't matter. Once he's dead, we can slowly whip his corpse and study it at our leisure." Speaking, he manipulated the vibranium threads to wrap around Zhang Fan, quickly turning him into a mummy. "Shang, go accompany my brother in the afterlife." Wan Yenhu's face twisted with ferocity as he suddenly tightened and constricted the threads. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Fan would be sliced alive into Tetris-like pieces by the layers of vibranium threads. The many opponents encountered before, whether human survivors or aliens, were all dismembered by Wan Yenhu in this manner. But this time, he miscalculated. After the vibranium threads contracted and tightened, they didn't even scratch Zhang Fan's skin, let alone injure him. How is that possible? Wan Yenhu's expression changed. His vibranium threads are incomparably sharp, capable of easily shredding even the strongest defenses of any alien, yet they are ineffective against Zhang Fan? Since coming here, you've displayed 3 different superpowers. Zhang Fan calmly looked at Wan Yenhu and said indifferently, "Inorganic rebirth, possession, and controlling vibranium threads." Am I correct? Possession? That ability he just used is a possession power? Damn it! This bastard wants to possess me? Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Bai Li Xiling's expression also changed. Just now, Wan Yenhu released a humanoid black mist that enveloped her. Her frantic attacks were to no avail, and she had thought it was a special attack method of Wan Yenhu. Totally unexpected. It turned out to be a skill Wan Yenhu used to seize her body. Bai Li Xiling was shocked, furious, and disgusted. A grown man actually wants to seize the body of a delicate woman like me. Are you a pervert? Bai Li Xiling was utterly disgusted, especially when she thought of Wan Yenhu occupying her body and doing those disgusting things. She felt so nauseated she wanted to vomit. How do you know about my superpower? Wan Yenhu stared intently at Zhang Fan. He has used these 3 abilities, but what exactly these abilities are and what they are called, he has never said. Zhang Fan, however, can accurately name them. This is too strange. Could it be that he also possesses a true eye-type ability? Wan Yenhu, I know you better than you know yourself. Zhang Fan said calmly, your innate superpower is a possession-type ability, right? This ability belongs to the S-level superpowers. The level isn't high, but its effectiveness is extremely powerful. It allows you to seize someone else's body, take over their superpowers, and when you seize a new body, all the superpowers you previously possessed will converge into one. Am I right? Whoa, body seizing superpower? This ability is way too overpowered. Bai Li Xiling exclaimed, it's very similar to the abilities of the main villain Apocalypse in the movie X-Men. Apocalypse. Li Shu and Zhang Ying nodded in agreement. The main villain Apocalypse in that movie indeed possessed such abilities. But speaking of which, why is such a freakish superpower only rated as S-level? That doesn't make sense. Bai Li Xiling was a bit puzzled. Li Shu also nodded. Wan Yenhu's body-snatching ability, in some ways, is even more perverse than Zhang Fan's infinite plundering, because it can not only seize superpowers but also take over bodies. This is too overpowered. Imagine, if your body were sick, not attractive, or you were dissatisfied with your appearance, you could choose a healthier, more handsome, or more beautiful body. Such a twisted superpower is only rated as S-level? That's That's so unreasonable. The reason it's S-level is because his possession ability has a limit on the number of uses. Zheng Fan, Wang Yanhu's possession ability can be used up to 9 times. Once you have taken possession 9 times, you can no longer continue. Bailey Xiling was stunned upon hearing this, then felt a bit disappointed. Only 9 times? Why so few? 9 times. It's not exactly few, but if you say it's a lot, it's actually not much either. This means that Wang Yanhu can change his body up to 9 times, gaining 9 superpowers. It's like suddenly inheriting a billion-dollar fortune as a billionaire, only to be told you can spend it a maximum of 9 times, instantly lowering the level of that billion-dollar fortune. The body-snatching superpower is the same. This superpower is clearly overpowered, yet it can only be used 9 times, greatly lowering its level. Because the number of body possessions is limited, this guy is extremely cautious when choosing superpowers. Zhang Fan glanced at Bailey Xiling, and your Azure Dragon transformation is classified as SSS level, which makes it very tempting for him. Thank you, brother, for explaining. Bailey Xiling gave Zhang Fan a sweet smile, then turned to Wang Yanhu, her delicate face filled with murderous intent. You disgusting pervert, you actually want to seize my body? You're so gross. Wang Yanhu ignored her, staring at Zhang Fan with a conflicted expression. Why do you know me so well? You don't need to know who I am, because you're about to die. Dead people don't need to know too much. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. The domain ability quietly activated, enveloping a radius of 20 meters. Since merging with the wall-piercing ability, the domain has completely fused with the virtual realm, and there are no longer any signs when it is released. So after Zhang Fan released the domain, Wang Yanhu didn't notice at all and couldn't detect any clues. Want to kill me? Can you even do it? Wang Yanhu sneered. You're right, my possession ability can indeed only be used 9 times. Up to now, I have already possessed 4 times, so I now have a total of 5 superpowers. Wang Yanhu's face showed a look of pride, like a haughty crow looking down on the ants on the ground. Do you know what it's like for a person to have 5 superpowers at the same time? Forget it, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Someone like you will never experience it in this lifetime. While speaking, Wang Yanhu's brow suddenly began to wriggle and then abruptly opened, forming an eye. It was a vertical eye, with no distinction between pupil and sclera, entirely cement gray in color. Zheng Fan, go to hell. A trace of madness flashed in Wang Yanhu's eyes, and a beam of gray light suddenly shot out from the vertical eye on his brow. Whoosh! This gray light, resembling a gray laser, crossed a distance of several dozen meters in an instant and shot toward Zhang Fan. However, when it hit Zhang Fan, it was as if it struck air, passing directly through his body. Finally, it landed on a camphor tree behind Zhang Fan, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The camphor tree visibly changed color at a speed discernible to the naked eye, turning gray in the blink of an eye. What? Wang Yanhu's face changed drastically. I actually missed? This is... Li Shu and the other women stared at the camphor tree. What's wrong with this tree? This ability is called the Eye of Medusa. Of course, it has another name, the Petrifying Eye. Zheng Fan said, once hit by the Petrifying Eye, you'll turn into stone, and it's irreversible. Unless time is reversed, it can never be restored to its original state. I'll go. The women were greatly shocked. They looked at the camphor tree that had turned to stone, then turned to Wang Yanhu, their eyes full of vigilance. They immediately used their ability to traverse the void realm, slipping their bodies into the void to avoid the attack of the Petrifying Eye. Wang Yanhu, your Medusa's eye is impressive, but it's a pity that in your hands, it's like a pearl covered in dust. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. You've attacked me twice, now it's my turn to attack. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, and a blood-red light appeared out of thin air, enveloping and entangling Wang Yanhu. Seeing this, Wang Yanhu hurriedly used his final superpower. His skin changed rapidly, and in an instant, Wang Yanhu transformed completely into a waterman. Yes, waterman. From head to toe, completely made of water, hair, bones, muscles, all body tissues have turned into water. Shang, I told you, you can't kill me. The transformed waterman, Wang Yanhu, let out a cold laugh, his expression somewhat smug. Now my entire body is completely made of water, immune to all physical attacks. I'm curious to see how you plan to kill me. That's it? Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. You talk big, always saying you can't kill me. I thought you had some amazing superpower, but it turns out it's just this trashy ability. Trash? Wang Yanhu's face darkened. Wang Yanhu, do you know what kind of superpower these blood-red lights entangling you belong to? Zhang Fan asked indifferently and then replied, it's called miniaturization, and it's your brother Wang Yanlon's ability. This ability is very powerful. It can shrink any object in the world by 1,000 times. What? Wang Yanhu's face changed drastically, and then he saw his body shrinking at a terrifying speed. In contrast, Zheng Fan, Li Shu, and the others, as well as the villa, trees, and everything else around them, were growing at an exaggerated speed, eventually turning into colossal giants. Wang Yanhu looked at Zheng Fan, who had transformed into a towering giant. I shrank? I actually shrank? How is this possible? Zheng Fan and the others couldn't possibly turn into towering giants, nor could the surrounding scenery turn into colossal objects. Then there's only one possibility, he shrank. Impossible. I can't couldn't possibly shrink. How could I shrink? I am the protagonist of the apocalypse. I am destined to become someone like Apocalypse. How could I shrink? Wang Yanhu went mad. Ever since awakening his body-snatching ability, he had regarded himself as the protagonist because he believed his superpower was incredibly strong. As long as he is given time, he will surely dominate the apocalypse and become a supreme leader. Indulging in such fantasies every day, Wang Yanhu successfully brainwashed himself into believing that he was the protagonist of the apocalypse. How can the protagonist shrink? Tiger bro. The baby-faced high school girl also panicked, quickly descending from the air, intending to rescue Wang Yanhu. Zhongli, right? At this moment, Zhang Fan's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. The baby-faced high school girl froze, her face filled with fear. Considering your superpower, I'll give you a chance to choose again. Zhang Fan said calmly, either continue following Wang Yanhu, or abandon the darkness for the light and follow me. Zhang Fan has never been particularly fond of recruiting people, but he is equally willing to bring in valuable survivors. Li Shu is one of them. Zhang Ying counts as one, Bai Li Xiling and Tang Hui also count. Now this baby-faced female high school student also counts as one. Moreover, this female high school student is a rare dual ability user, and both abilities are highly useful. As for her, Zhang Fan is willing to recruit her, but only if she knows her place. If you don't know your place, then there's no need to recruit you. Just perish. The baby-faced high school girl was terrified, almost in tears. Big brother, can you spare us? I'm willing to compensate, I beg you. Too bad, you missed your only chance to survive. Zhang Fan shook his head, waved his large hand, and blood-red light coiled upward, directly shrinking the baby-faced high school girl. Retrieve. Zhang Fan took out a mineral water bottle, put the two people into the bottle, and then disappeared with it. A dim underground shelter. Zhang Fan released Wang Yanhu and activated the plundering ability. Wang Yanhu possessed a total of 5 superpowers. Possession ability, inorganic reincarnation, control of vibranium threads, Medusa's eye, and liquefaction. Each of these 5 abilities alone is extremely powerful. The possession ability allows one to seize others' bodies and abilities. Absolutely overpowered. Zhang Fan was very satisfied with his own body and had no intention of seizing someone else's body for the time being. But this ability must be kept, just in case he encounters a perfect body in the future that even he would covet. Inorganic rebirth is also very powerful. It is a superpower that can grant life to inanimate objects and control them. Inorganic reincarnation is not simply soil manipulation, because it possesses life. The actions of inorganic matter are swift. Wang Yanhu previously created a cement giant and a soil serpent to attack Bai Li Xiling. These two not only act swiftly but can also continuously self-repair, clearly different from ordinary soil manipulation. Controlling vibranium threads, Medusa's eye, and hydration need no further explanation. They are all extremely powerful superpowers. So, Zhang Fan must seize everything. The only trouble is that Zhang Fan needs to endure the pain of 5 fusions. Just thinking about it makes him feel a headache. The first, inorganic reincarnation. The second, controlling vibranium threads. The third one. After 5 days of painful fusion, Zhang Fan finally plundered all 5 of Wang Yanhu's superpowers. During this period, to replenish his strength, Zhang Fan consumed a large number of alien crystal cores. Even so, he still felt extremely exhausted. So he lay down in the underground shelter and fell into a deep sleep. Slept for over 10 hours straight to return to peak condition. Now it's just you left. Zhang Fan twisted open the cap of the mineral water bottle and released the baby-faced high schooler Zhongli. Zhongli had been inside the mineral water bottle for a full 5 days. At this moment, she was thirsty, hungry, exhausted, and, of course, terrified. She witnessed with her own eyes the scene of Zhang Fan seizing Wang Yanhu's superpowers, and was already terrified to the core. Now that Zhang Fan released her, Zhongli collapsed directly to the ground in fear, her body trembling uncontrollably as she repeatedly begged for mercy. Spare me, spare me. Zhang Fan originally planned to seize Zhongli's 2 superpowers as well, but these 5 days had been too tormenting for him, and at this moment, he was extremely resistant to merging superpowers. That kind of excruciating pain, like being cut into 1,000 pieces, was something Zhang Fan didn't want to experience again anytime soon. However, letting Zhongli go was equally impossible. Zhongli's 2 superpowers were extremely important and could not be let go. After much thought, Zhang Fan activated the Slave God List ability and sent Zhongli to take a trip to the Slave God space. When Zhongli came out of the Slave God space, she had already become Zhang Fan's servant, following his every command. Afterward, Zhang Fan took Zhongli back to the villa, where they were warmly welcomed by Bai Li Xiling and the other 3. Asking about his well-being, massaging his back and shoulders, serving tea and water, their enthusiasm made Zhang Fan feel a bit uncomfortable. You all don't have a fever, do you? Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Dear brother, it was our fault before. We shouldn't have argued, and we shouldn't have lost our temper. Li Shu pouted, looking pitiful, and said, please don't be angry anymore, okay? I'm begging you. Yes, brother, over the past few days, we've deeply reflected and thoroughly recognized our mistakes. Zhang Ying also said, we promise that we will definitely
definitely get along harmoniously in the future and never cause you trouble again.
Brother. Alright, Zhang Fan said irritably, I'm not angry. Let's just put this matter behind us. The three women were overjoyed. Brother, you're the best. Brother, you haven't eaten, have you? I'll cook something right now. Brother, you smell bad. I'll boil some water for you so you can have a good soak in the bath. Brother. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan was comfortably soaking in the bathtub. Li Shu shaved his beard, while Bai Li Xiling scrubbed his back. Zhang Fan had been in the underground shelter for nearly 5 days, his body reeked, and his beard had grown out. Zhang Fan enjoyed the service of the beauties, and as he caught the scent of their bodies, he couldn't help but feel a bit distracted. Li Shu, seeing the young Zhang Fan rise skyward as if to pierce the heavens, blushed deeply with embarrassment. Bai Li Xiling, however, quietly reached out a hand, slipped it into the bathtub, and grabbed the big black snake. Don't mess around, I'm a decent person, Zhang Fan scolded. When he came out after taking a shower, Zhang Ying had already prepared the meal. Everyone sat around the table, savoring the delicious dishes. Stir-fried romaine lettuce, mushrooms with bok choy. Zhang Fan looked at a plate of stir-fried greens and exclaimed, the greens in the greenhouse are already edible? I remember the greenhouse was just set up a few days ago, right? Brother, these greens were accelerated by us. Bai Li Xiling eagerly answered, we discovered that after transforming into the Azure Dragon form, the vitality emitted from our bodies can greatly promote plant growth. So over the past few days, we've been using the Azure Dragon transformation ability to accelerate the growth of the vegetables in the greenhouse. Look, vegetables with short growth cycles like oilseed lettuce, rapeseed, and lettuce are already ready to eat. Is that so? Zhang Fan suddenly realized that the Azure Dragon transformation, as an SSS-level superpower, indeed has an extraordinary effect on promoting plant growth. Using the Azure Dragon transformation to accelerate plant growth is completely feasible. So, does this mean we can often have fresh vegetables from now on? Zhang Fan said with a smile. Of course. Zhang Ying said softly with a laugh, since we've discovered this method, we'll definitely make good use of it in the future. In the past few days, we've planted quite a few vegetables, including tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce, water spinach, cauliflower, zucchini, broccoli, and so on. The few of us take turns accelerating their growth, and in just a few days, these vegetables will mature. Achieving vegetable freedom won't be a problem at all. However, Zhang Ying added, it just consumes quite a few alien crystal cores. That's for sure. Any superpower, as long as it is used, will deplete the superpower. The more frequently it is used, the more it drains physical strength. Absorbing alien crystal cores is the fastest way to replenish physical strength. The women use the Azure Dragon transformation to accelerate vegetable growth, which inevitably consumes a lot of physical strength and crystal cores. Don't worry about alien crystal cores, there's plenty of them. Zhang Fan took a bite of romaine lettuce and let out a satisfied sigh. You did a good job on this matter. To reward you, I've decided to give each of you a superpower. The four women's eyes lit up instantly. Zhongli, who had been silently focused on eating, raised her head and looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. Although she was enslaved by Zhang Fan, she still retained her self-awareness and the ability to think for herself. Zhang Fan's words left Zhongli very surprised. Give superpowers? Can superpowers be delivered too? Hydration, inorganic reincarnation, Medusa's eye, vibranium thread manipulation. You can choose anyone, Zhang Fan said while eating. Brother, isn't there a possession superpower? Bai Li Xiling looked at Zhang Fan eagerly. I want a possession superpower? Why would you need the power to seize a body? To seize mine? Zhang Fan glared at Bai Li Xiling. For superpowers that could pose a threat to himself, Zhang Fan strictly prohibited lending them out. It wasn't that he didn't trust the women, but it was a matter of principle. Bai Li Xiling rolled her eyes. Brother, that's a bit much to say. How could I possibly seize your body? Stop right there. Zhang Fan glanced at her. Until I find a superpower to counteract the soul possession ability, don't even think about it for now. Since Zhang Fan had said so, Bai Li Xiling couldn't say anything more. Li Shu chose the Eye of Medusa. Zhang Ying chose the Eye of Medusa. Bai Li Xiling chose inorganic rebirth. Tang Hui chose to control vibranium threads. After gaining new superpowers, the four women were very happy. Calculating it, they now all possess 4 or 5 superpowers. Li Shu possesses 5 types, namely, Ultimate Strengthening, Wall Phasing, Mountain God Domain, Azure Dragon Transformation, and Medusa's Eye. Bai Li Xiling possesses 5 types, Gravity Manipulation, Super Physique, Wall Phasing, Azure Dragon Transformation, and Inorganic Rebirth. Zhang Ying possesses 5 types, Stasis Domain, Wall Phasing, Super Physique, Azure Dragon Transformation, and Medusa's Eye. Tang Hui possesses 4 abilities, Water Deprivation, Wall Penetration, Azure Dragon Transformation, and Vibranium Thread Manipulation. Thank you, brother, really, thank you. I now have 5 superpowers. Hearing their conversation, Zhongli was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She couldn't help but recall Wan Yanhu's previous mocking words to Zhang Fan. People like you will never understand what it's like to have multiple superpowers in a lifetime. Previously, Zhongli and Wan Yanhu had similar thoughts and didn't believe Zhang Fan had multiple superpowers. Thinking back now, Zhongli felt her face face burning with embarrassment. Who are you looking down on? Even Zhang Fan's woman possesses multiple superpowers? Zhang Fan himself still got it? After dinner, it was not yet dark, and Zhang Fan wanted to go check out the vegetable greenhouse. Several women brought Zhang Fan to the vegetable greenhouse to take a stroll. The vegetables were growing exceptionally well, with distinct sections of lettuce, romaine, cabbage, cauliflower. The patches of vegetables are lush and green, pleasing to the eye. Wang Yuan and the other 5 are busy tending to the vegetable field. Some are weeding, some are watering, and some are catching pests. They are happily engrossed in their work. Seeing Zhang Fan and the others arrive, Wang Yuan and the group quickly greeted them. Brother Zhang, Sister Li Shu, you're here. Including Zhongli, who just joined today, Zhang Fan's small team currently has a total of 12 members. Although Zhang Fan treats everyone equally, the small team is still divided into 3 levels due to factors such as seniority. As the core of the team, Zhang Fan is undoubtedly the highest-ranking member, and his position is unshakable. Next are Li Shu, Zhang Ying, Bai Li Xiling, and Tang Wei. Finally, it was Wang Yuan and the other 5. Everyone has worked hard. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, then looked at the lush green vegetables and said with a smile, the vegetables are growing very well. Receiving Zhang Fan's praise, Wang Yuan and the other 5 were all very happy, their faces beaming with joy as they repeatedly said it was no trouble at all. Since vegetables can grow, can fruits grow too? Like watermelons or honeydew? Zhang Fan made a suggestion. Perhaps we can build a few more greenhouses and grow some fruits. The women exchanged glances, all looking a bit excited. Brother, your suggestion is great. Bai Li Xiling was the first to agree. We've already achieved vegetable freedom. Achieving fruit freedom shouldn't be a big problem either. Come to think of it, I haven't had any fruit for a month. Now that I think about it, I kind of want some. Li Shu also said, I want to eat watermelon. I want to eat bananas. Since everyone has no objections, let's decide on this. Zhang Fan said, I'll handle the construction of the greenhouse, and the rest is up to you. Over the next few days, Zhang Fan stayed in the villa, specifically dispatching shadow clones to build the greenhouse. To build the greenhouse, the villa naturally had to be dismantled to make space. This is simple. For Zhang Fan now, demolishing a villa is just a piece of cake. With a single shrink, the massive villa directly turns into a sesame seed. The cement and steel used for the foundation, as well as the villa's fence, all shrink as well. In less than 3 days, 2 vegetable greenhouses were erected. Both greenhouses are standard 100 by 10 structures, with ample internal space, making it perfectly suitable for planting fruit trees. Once the greenhouses were completed, the next tasks were handed over to Li Shu and the other women. After some discussion, they decided to first plant annual fruits such as watermelon, Yangjiao honeydew, green jewel, and Hami melon. This type of fruit grows quickly, and with their ripening speed, it's estimated that fresh fruit can be eaten in less than half a month. If you want to grow apples, peaches, or cherries, it's definitely not something you can eat in a short time. In the days that followed, life continued to be very peaceful. With the protection of 300 alien troops, there were no reckless alien attacks on the community, nor were there any survivor raids. The women were busy, either tending to vegetables or taking care of fruits, and then they still had to cook for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan spent 2 days as a couch potato, lying around the house for 2 days. Bored out of his mind, he decided to build a swimming pool. Before the apocalypse, Zhang Fan loved swimming. Every summer, he would go wild swimming in the Ba River, visiting every few days. Now with nothing to do, building a swimming pool to pass the time didn't seem like a bad idea. Zhang Fan first sent out a batch of shadow clones to collect various materials. Then he dispatched another batch of clones to level several villas. After that, he sent out another batch of clones to gather cement, tiles, and other items. Shadow clones are really useful. Although Zhang Fan was alone, he was more powerful than 1,000 troops. His current physique was at level 2, 724/1000, equivalent to more than 800 times that of an ordinary person, allowing him to easily create several hundred clones. With so many clones working together, the efficiency was naturally astonishing. In just one short week, a swimming pool covering an area of 100 by 80 was successfully built. Outside the swimming pool is a layer of plastic sheeting, the kind used for building vegetable greenhouses, to isolate the black rain. The swimming pool is paved with cement, covered with a layer of tiles, and waterproofed. Finally, water is added. This task was completed by Tang Wei. Her water extraction ability allows her to separate pure water from the black rain, making her the perfect candidate for the water filling task. Tang Hui diligently took 3 days to fill the swimming pool with water. Everyone had been eagerly waiting, quickly changing into their swimsuits and jumping into the pool with cheers, swimming joyfully. Zhang Fan, of course, refused to be outdone. With a graceful dive, he plunged into the pool and swam from one end to the other in a single breath. Then came the smooth freestyle, the effortless breaststroke, the powerful butterfly stroke, and finally the backstroke. Zhang Fan's swimming style wasn't as standard as that of professional swimmers, but it was full of power and incredibly fast. Even Phelps would seem like a rookie in front of Zhang Fan. The physical disparity between them was simply too great. It's like Batman and Superman. No matter how impressive Batman is, he's ultimately just an ordinary person and
can't compare to Superman. Zhang Fan alternated between various swimming strokes, swimming 10 kilometers in one go before stopping.
That was awesome.
Zhang Fan wiped the water off his face, exhaled deeply, and felt extremely pleased.
Bro, you swim really well.
Dressed in his sexy swimsuit, Li Shu walked over with her long legs, looking at Zhang Fan with some admiration. Li Shu's legs were already long, straight, and fair, and the swimsuit reaching her upper thighs made her beautiful legs appear even more slender. Her slim waist was like a willow branch, delicate and graspable, while her full chest stretched the swimsuit taut.
Miss, you're truly beautiful. Zhang Fan was somewhat distracted.
Li Shu's face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head.
Come here, I'll teach you how to swim. Zhang Fan licked his lips, chuckled, and beckoned with his finger. Alright.
Li Shu jumped into the pool and dove straight into Zhang Fan's arms. Zhang Fan held her and started kissing. But as he kissed, Zhang Fan suddenly felt something was off. He looked down and was almost scared out of his wits on the spot. Li Shu's face turned deathly pale, as if it had been smeared with lime. Pale skin covered with dark blue veins, eyes devoid of pupils, showing only eerie whites.
Immediately after,
her pale face rapidly decayed, maggots swarmed, her eyeballs rolled out, and thick black blood oozed from her mouth. Zhang Fan was almost scared impotent, and with a bang, he punched Li Shu's forehead, knocking her head clean off.
The maggot-infested head fell into the water, instantly releasing countless maggots that quickly contaminated the surface. The clear pool water turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within just a few breaths, the pool water became completely blood red, as if formed by gathered fresh blood, with a pungent smell of blood rushing forth. What's going on? Zhang Fan looked at the other women.
He found that they had all turned into white skeletons,
struggling and wailing in the blood-red pool, like vengeful spirits in the river of forgetfulness, screaming miserably. Who the hell is going to tell me what the hell is going on here?
Zhang Fan's face was pale, his eyes filled with terror, seemingly completely frightened, his body trembling violently.
Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt his body tighten.
Looking down, he saw a bloody arm, crawling with maggots, suddenly reaching out to grab him. Then came the second, the third, the fourth.
Countless bloody arms crawled out of the pool.
They grabbed Zhang Fan's arms, shoulders, waist, abdomen, neck, then pulled him toward the pool with frenzied force. Zhang Fan wanted to struggle, but he found that his normally superhuman physique, capable of demolishing a building, was now utterly fragile. With a gentle pull from those blood-soaked arms, Zhang Fan uncontrollably sank deeper into the pool. The 2-meter-deep swimming pool seemed to transform into a bottomless abyss, pulling Zhang Fan further and further down.
A strong sense of suffocation overwhelmed Zhang Fan's entire body.
He struggled frantically, slapping at the water, but it was all in vain.
Gradually,
Zhang Fan's struggles gradually weakened and eventually ceased entirely, as he was dragged into the bottomless abyss.
Outside the pool is still the same pool, without any changes.
No blood, no skeletons, no bloody arms, everything strange from before had completely disappeared. Zhang Fan floated quietly on the water's surface, his face pale, without a heartbeat or breath.
He was dead.
Li Shu, Zhang Ying, and the other women seemed better, their breathing steady, clearly just unconscious. A figure suddenly appeared. It was a short and skinny young man with dark skin and sharp, monkey-like features, resembling the Two Blossoms teacher.
His name was Ma Mao Mao. Ma Mao Mao looked at the unconscious crowd, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, revealing a hint of smugness. Zhang Fan, right? The ability to plunder powers, huh? Didn't you still end up in my hands? Ma Mao Mao had been targeting Zhang Fan and his group for several days.
He was well aware of Zhang Fan's strength, so he had been holding back all this time, only unleashing a thunderous strike just now. The attack clearly achieved the expected effect. Zhang Fan is dead. Everyone else is unconscious and won't wake up easily in a short time.
To be honest, Ma Mao Mao really likes it here.
There are beautiful women like flowers, captive creatures, and well-equipped vegetable greenhouses.
Living here, the happiness index must be incredibly high.
So when he accidentally discovered this place, Ma Mao Mao decided to take over and replace Zhang Fan.
Just go without worry.
Ma Mao Mao looked at Zhang Fan and chuckled, as if speaking to Zhang Fan, but more like talking to himself.
I'll pamper your woman for you. I'm not picky about anything, and I don't mind becoming like-minded with you. Also, the poultry you raise and the vegetables you plant, I'll take care of them for you. Ma Mao Mao stepped toward Zhang Fan step by step. It's just a pity that you have so many superpowers. Such a waste. Speaking of Zhang Fan's superpowers, Ma Mao Mao couldn't help but feel a bit jealous.
Zhang Fan possesses so many superpowers, including various powerful ones, which makes Ma Mao Mao extremely jealous. Although he is quite satisfied with his own superpower, his ability is related to the mind and is heavily specialized.
Seeing Zhang Fan's numerous superpowers, Ma Mao Mao naturally drools with envy, yet he simply cannot obtain them.
This feeling is truly frustrating, like guarding a mountain of gold but unable to take even a single piece.
Feeling terrible. If I can't take it, so be it.
Ma Mao Mao looked at Zhang Fan again. Being able to kill a pervert like you means one less major enemy in the future.
It's still a gain. Are you sure you can kill me?
Zhang Fan, who had been quietly in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Ma Mao Mao with a faint smile. Ma Mao Mao was greatly shocked, and this shock was no small matter. It almost almost made him fall to the ground on his backside.
You're not dead?
Ma Mao Mao stared at Zhang Fan in fear. Secretly observing Zhang Fan for so many days, he clearly understood how strong Zhang Fan was. In a direct confrontation, he was no match at all. So earlier, thinking he had killed Zhang Fan, he revealed himself.
But, not dead? Your illusion is indeed quite strong, but it's useless against me,
Zhang Fan said calmly. He didn't know who this person in front of him was, but the method used to attack him just now was undoubtedly an illusion. Li Shu turning into a ghost, the pool water turning into blood, the bloody arm dragging him, all of these were illusions.
Creating illusions is a type of psychic superpower.
This ability can create a certain illusion according to the user's will to inflict mental attacks on the target.
The mind and body are two sides of the same coin.
When the mind is attacked, the harm caused is even greater than that to the body.
If the mind suffers severe trauma, it can lead to immediate death. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ma Mao Mao growled softly. My nightmare illusion is an SS-level ability. It can't possibly be ineffective against you. SS-level ability. Zhang Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. An SS-level illusion ability is indeed rare, but unfortunately, it's useless against me.
Zhang Fan wasn't bragging. It really was ineffective against him.
There are two main reasons for this.
First, he has an energy conversion ability, which allows him to convert any form of energy into physical strength.
Illusions are also a form of mental attack, and the initiation of a mental attack is the result of the effect of mental energy.
Mental energy is also a type of energy, within the scope of transformation by energy conversion abilities.
Second, Zhang Fan's mental strength is much stronger than Ma Mao Mao's.
These past days, although Zhang Fan has been lazing around at home every day, his body has not degenerated like Charlot's. On the contrary, he consumes drugs every day, alien crystal cores, enhancing his physique and mental strength daily. Especially in the past few days, the alien crystal cores collected by the shadow clones have all been second-level crystal cores.
Absorbing one first-level crystal core can increase physique attributes by an average of 1 point and mental strength by 0.5 points.
Absorbing one second-level crystal core can increase physique by an average of 10 points and mental strength attributes by 5 points. After absorbing for several days, Zhang Fan has made rapid progress in both physique and spirit. These are his current attributes.
Name, Zhang Fan. Level 2. Spirit, level 2, 812/1000. Physique, level 3, 1624/10,000. Level 3, 1624/10,000. Physique, level 2, 812/1000. Spirit. These attribute stats may not be unprecedented or unmatched, but at this stage, they are absolutely the strongest. As for mental attacks, no matter how fancy the attack methods are, mental strength is the foundation of everything. It's like a knife.
No matter how novel or fancy the design of a knife is, the standard for evaluating whether a knife is sharp still lies in the hardness of the forged blade, the shape and angle of the edge, and its toughness. A knife made of plastic, no matter how good it looks, is simply not as sharp as one forged from metal. The same principle applies to mental attacks. The stronger the mental strength, the stronger the mental attack naturally.
Ma Mao Mao's nightmare illusion is indeed strong, but his mental strength is not on the same level as Zhang Fan's. It's like smashing a watermelon against a rock.
No matter how big or sweet the watermelon is, it will still burst when it hits the rock.
So, you were just pretending to be dead earlier? You've been pretending to be dead this whole time?
Ma Mao Mao stared at Zhang Fan, his eyes filled with shock and anger.
What do you think?
Zhang Fan leaped out of the pool and landed on the edge of the swimming pool.
If I didn't play dead, how would you reveal your true form? People like you with abilities are the most disgusting.
In his previous life, Zhang Fan's superpower was consciousness control, which also fell under the category of mental superpowers. Zhang Fan knew all too well how disgusting mental ability users could be. He remembered encountering a dream-related superpower user in his past life. This guy can easily enter other people's dreams and then use dream hopping to travel freely between various dreamscapes. Extremely difficult to deal with. Zhang Fan worried that the person in front of him might be one of those types, so he deliberately disguised himself to lure him out.
Obviously, he succeeded.
Ma Mao Mao let out a low growl, and 2 arcs of electricity shot out from his eyes, piercing into Zhang Fan's eyes. Zhang Fan felt a moment of dizziness, and the surrounding scenery rippled like water waves before undergoing a tremendous transformation. The swimming pool beneath his feet disappeared. In its place was an endless expanse of desert. Beneath the feet lies reddish-yellow sand, and above the head is the blazing sun, with the terrifying heat scorching the sand. The surrounding temperature is extremely high, making the skin feel painfully burned.
Zhang Fan looked at the lifelike scenery around him and couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. No wonder it's an SS-level illusion-type superpower, it's so realistic.
Not only are the scenes vivid and lifelike, just like the real thing, but even the temperature and breeze feel real.
If I could gain this ability and have Li Shu enhanced to SSS level, how terrifying would that be?
Zhang Fan sighed. He had encountered SSS-level illusion-type abilities in his previous life, and the impression was extremely profound. Zhang Fan's feeling was that experiencing it once was enough. He never wanted to encounter it a second time in this lifetime. pastime, it was too tormenting.
Endless monsters, bizarre landscapes, and a myriad of strange attack methods.
If one's spirit is not strong enough and there will not firm, it is easy to get lost in the illusion, even leading to complete death. This superpower can be aptly described with the phrase, killing without bloodshed.
Zhang Fan possesses many superpowers, but he currently lacks illusion-type abilities.
He is very interested in this kind of power. The sky suddenly darkened above his head. Zhang Fan looked up and saw a giant meteor suddenly appear in the sky. The meteor was several kilometers wide, blocking out the sun, obscuring the sky, and completely covering the heavens. The meteor suddenly hurtled toward Zhang Fan. As it continued to fall, the meteor's speed grew faster and faster, quickly reaching an astonishing level. The meteor rubbed against the air, emitting a piercing sound as it tore through the sky, trailing a long tail of flames behind it.
Even though it's an illusion, it's so real that it makes one involuntarily feel fear, dread, and shudder. Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh, suppressing the urge to flee, allowing the meteor to engulf him. In an illusion created by others, there is no way to escape or fight back, unless your mental strength is strong enough to shatter the illusion. Otherwise, you can only endure it forcibly.
A meteor fell, and the terrifying impact engulfed Zhang Fan, followed by a sky full of flames.
At this moment,
Zhang Fan felt his mind go completely blank, his ears utterly deaf, and the world before his eyes lost all color.
An indescribable pain assaulted his nerves.
After a long time, Zhang Fan opened his eyes again and found himself in a massive impact crater. The sand at the bottom of the crater had completely vitrified, and intense heat was still radiating around the impact site.
So real.
Zhang Fan sighed like this once again and said to the sky,
"Don't waste your effort. You can't kill me. Humph. If one doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then three. I refuse to believe I can't kill you." An unwilling roar from Ma Mao Mao echoed in the void. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. It's simply a waste of effort. The sky darkened once again.
Next, Zhang Fan endured a terrifying meteor shower. One meteor after another crazily crashed down, continuously striking Zhang Fan's head, delivering relentless blows. Zhang Fan could neither dodge nor attack, only passively endure and accept the repeated baptism of meteors. Even with Zhang Fan's firm will and resilient spirit, he began to feel somewhat fatigued, his mindset on the verge of collapse. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding illusion seemed to shatter like broken glass, scattering everywhere. Zhang Fan returned to reality and immediately saw a figure fleeing into the distance at an extremely fast speed.
It was Ma Mao Mao.
Clearly, Ma Mao Mao had failed to kill Zhang Fan using the illusion and realized he couldn't do anything to him, so he decisively fled.
Escape? Zhang Fan sneered and activated the vibranium thread ability. Threads of vibranium, like venomous snakes, shot toward Ma Mao Mao like lightning, directly entangling his legs. Ma Mao Mao fell headfirst, landing flat on his face. Vibranium threads surged forward, wrapping layer upon layer, and in an instant, Ma Mao Mao was cocooned like a silkworm chrysalis. Zhang Fan walked toward Ma Mao Mao. "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. What do you want?"
Ma Mao Mao struggled with all his might, only to find that the metallic threads binding him were incredibly tough, making it utterly impossible to break free.
Ma Mao Mao's face was somewhat pale, and his eyes were bloodshot.
This was not caused by fear, but rather due to excessive mental exhaustion from using an illusion to attack Zhang Fan earlier.
Mental attacks are different from regular attacks.
Regular attacks consume physical strength, while mental attacks not only consume physical strength but primarily deplete mental energy.
Zhang Fan's spirit is incredibly strong.
Ma Mao Mao used illusions to create meteors and launched a frenzied attack with them, each meteor consuming a large amount of mental energy.
After rounds of bombardment, Zhang Fan was completely unharmed, while Ma Mao Mao himself couldn't hold on any longer. "What do you think?"
Zhang Fan squatted down and placed his hand on Ma Mao Mao's forehead.
"No, don't." Ma Mao Mao was completely panicked. "Don't take my superpower. I'm willing to apologize. I'm willing to compensate. I'm willing to serve you like a slave." "Ah!"
Ma Mao Mao let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, his face twisted and distorted, becoming incredibly ferocious.
Ma Mao Mao felt unbearable pain.
It felt as if countless small knives were slicing through his flesh and blood, stripping away his bones.
It was simply a fate worse than death. 10 minutes later, the plundering ended.
Zhang Fan snapped his fingers lightly, and the ground suddenly split open, swallowing Ma Mao Mao whole. The crack closed again, as if it had never appeared.
Ma Mao Mao was sunk deep into the ground by Zhang Fan and could never come out again.
Zhang Fan left a shadow clone to take care of the unconscious Li Shu and the others. Zhang Fan himself sank underground, entered the underground shelter, and began to merge the newly acquired abilities. More than 8 hours later, Zhang Fan returned to the villa, then found Li Shu and asked her to help strengthen the new ability.
Nightmare Illusion is an SS-level ability, and strengthening it is not easy. It takes both time and effort.
Fortunately, there are plenty of alien crystal cores, and Li Shu can use them freely.
After a whole day of effort, the SS-level Nightmare Illusion was finally upgraded to an SSS-level superpower.
"Brother, what's special about an SSS-level nightmare realm?"
Li Shu eagerly asked. "Want to try?" Zhang Fan asked with a smile.
"Let's test
test it. Li Shu nodded repeatedly. Then give it a try. The SSS-level nightmare illusion was indeed ridiculously powerful.
Zhang Fan briefly conceived an idea in his mind, then created an imagined illusion and pulled Li Shu into it. Li Shu opened her eyes and found herself in a world of ruins. All around are collapsed buildings, with debris scattered everywhere. Amidst the ruins, two colossal creatures stand tall. They are furiously colliding, with violent shockwaves erupting, toppling buildings and sending rubble flying.
An apocalyptic scene. King Kong vs. Godzilla? Li Shu's gaze was blank as she pinched her thigh hard, grimacing in pain. Brother, this is your own illusion, right? Why does it feel so real? Even the pain is there? Because it felt so real, Li Shu knew it was an illusion, yet she couldn't distinguish whether the scene before her was real or fake. It's an illusion, Zhang Fan said with a faint smile, but any harm suffered here, whether mental or physical, will synchronize with the real world. Li Shu's delicate body trembled. In other words, if you die here, the real world you will also die, Zhang Fan explained. How is this possible? Li Shu exclaimed, isn't this an illusion? Why would dying in an illusion cause death in the real world? This is the biggest difference between an SSS-level nightmare environment and an SS-level one.
Zhang Fan gazed into the distance at the two colossal creatures colliding, which were the King Kong and Godzilla he had imagined.
An SS-level illusion realm uses various illusions to manipulate emotions and torment the spirit.
It subjects people to extreme pain, despair, fear, sorrow, and sadness, causing severe mental trauma.
An SSS-level nightmare illusion is different. It can reflect reality, allowing damage to synchronize with the real world. Amazing! Li Shu couldn't help but exclaim. In that case, directly pulling all opponents into the illusion means you can mess with them however you want, right? As long as their mental strength isn't higher than mine, anyone facing an SSS-level nightmare illusion will be instantly defeated,
Zhang Fan said confidently, and at this stage, there shouldn't be any opponents whose mental strength surpasses mine.
Brother, you're amazing.
Li Shu showed an expression of admiration. You were already very skilled in other areas, and now you're so incredible in the realm of illusions too.
You're absolutely perfect.
Zhang Fan pinched her nose gently, naturally, without deforming it. You deserve some credit for this too.
By the way, I'll need your help next.
Please assist me in upgrading the abilities of Soul Possession, Inorganic Rebirth, Medusa's Eye, and Vibranium Thread Control to SSS level.
So many?
Li Shu's little face immediately fell. So many abilities all strengthened to SSS level. Won't that exhaust me to death?
Don't worry.
Your brother won't treat you unfairly.
Once it's done, I'll give you the Nightmare Realm.
Zhang Fan deeply understood the principle that if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Li Shu helping him strengthen time and time again was indeed very tiring, so giving her some benefits was quite necessary.
Really? Li Shu was overjoyed. When have I ever lied to you? Thank you, brother, you're so kind. Ma Mao Mao's sudden intrusion was just an insignificant little episode for Zhang Fan's small team.
After the Ma Mao Mao incident ended, life went on as usual, with little impact on everyone. The shadow clones collected supplies and crystal cores, bringing back large quantities of both every day. The other women took care of the vegetables, fruits, and livestock. The vegetables and fruits were growing well, and the livestock were all very healthy.
Zhang Fan and Li Shu spent every day together enjoying their own little world.
Apart from doing some things unsuitable for children, there is also the enhancement of superpowers. Enhancing abilities is undoubtedly exhausting, but Li Shu enjoys it immensely because she gets to spend time alone with Zhang Fan every day.
This makes Bai Li Xiling and Zhang Ying very envious, yet they are helpless about it.
Li Shu's role is too unique, they simply cannot replace her. Days passed one by one, and Zhang Fan's SSS level abilities also increased day by day.
Following the Nightmare Illusion,
the Possession ability, Inorganic Rebirth, Medusa's Eye, and Vibranium Thread Manipulation also successively reached SSS level.
The S-level Possession ability can only be used 9 times,
and the SSS level Possession ability no longer has a limit on the number of uses, which means Zhang Fan can possess infinitely. The SSS level Inorganic Reincarnation not only grants life to inanimate objects but also endows them with simple intelligence. Zhang Fan conducted an experiment. He found a stone lion and used the SSS level Inorganic Reincarnation to give the stone lion life. The stone lion came to life, not only capable of fighting but also very intelligent, with an IQ higher than that of a husky.
Next are the SSS level Medusa's Eye and Vibranium Thread Manipulation.
The essence of these two abilities hasn't changed much, but their power and attack range have significantly increased.
This also means that Zhang Fan's SSS level abilities have reached an astonishing 10 in total, specifically Infinite Plunder, SSS level, Domain, SSS level, Super Adamant and Azure Dragon Battle Body, SSS level, Space Channel Creation, SSS level, God Enslavement List, SSS level, Nightmare Illusion, SSS level, Possession Ability, SSS level, Inorganic Rebirth, SSS level, Medusa's Eye, SSS level, Vibranium Thread Manipulation, SSS level. This is still the result of integrating SSS level abilities like Solar True Fire, Absolute Zero, Time Reversal, and Mountain God Domain into the domain. If these superpowers were not integrated, Zhang Fan's SSS level abilities abilities would only be more numerous, reaching at least 14 types. But it's no big deal. After integrating into the domain, Zhang Fan's superpowers did not diminish, and his attack methods remained just as numerous. To further enhance the domain's abilities, Zhang Fan integrated inorganic rebirth, Medusa's Eye, and vibranium thread manipulation into the domain. As a result, the domain gained 3 additional functions. By this point, the domain had integrated a total of 14 superpowers, possessing 14 powerful functions. These 14 functions are Earth Control, Miniaturization, Death Ray, True Sunfire, Absolute Zero, Shadow Clone, Soul Shield, Time Reversal, Annihilation Lightning, Wall Phasing, Mountain God Domain, Inorganic Rebirth, Medusa's Eye, Vibranium Thread Manipulation. Brother, do you want to enhance it further? Enhance one more. Which type of enhancement? Hydration. Hydration is the superpower Zhang Fan acquired from Wan Yinhu. This ability is not of a high level, merely an A-level power. However, Zhang Fan believes that the ability of hydration has great potential. Since the apocalypse descended, the black rain has been incessant, never stopping. According to the trajectory of development in the previous life, the black rain lasted for 2 to 3 years, followed by frequent floods. Many low-lying areas were submerged, and even some higher floors were flooded. It is imaginable that if the black rain continues, in the next decade or several decades, the land might all be submerged. The future Earth might truly turn into a water world like the movie Waterworld, and humanity might really have to live on the water's surface. In this case, a superpower like hydration is very likely to come in handy in the future. Of course, this might be a bit of overthinking, but isn't it better to have one more method as an extra safeguard? After spending a day, hydration was successfully upgraded to SSS level. SSS level hydration is essentially no different from A-level hydration. Just an additional function. After hydration, Zhang Fan can freely adjust his body and transform into various shapes. Turn into a cat, turn into a dog, turn into a knife, turn into a gun, turn into feces, stones, or a Ferrari. Zhang Fan originally intended to keep hydration as a backup skill, possibly to deal with future flood crises. But upon seeing that hydration could transform into various shapes, he without hesitation integrated hydration into the Super Edmund Azure Dragon battle body. The Super Adamantium Alloy battle body is indeed powerful, but it's just too rigid. Hydration should perfectly compensate for this. Sure enough, the Super Adamantium Azure Dragon battle body, fused with hydration, gains an additional hydration function, or rather, liquefaction. After transforming, Zhang Fan can take on a liquid form, just like the liquid metal robot in the Terminator movies. In this form, Zhang Fan can change shapes at will, turning into a knife, an axe, or a hammer. He can transform his entire body or just parts of it. Partial transformation is the most practical. For example, Zhang Fan turns his right hand into a knife. In this way, Zhang Fan's right hand becomes the sharpest knife in the world. Because this blade is entirely made of adamantium alloy, it's hard not to be sharp. The recent days of training have brought astonishing improvements to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's 2 main combat abilities, Domain and the Super Adamantium Azure Dragon battle body, have both been refined. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was October 1st. Today is National Day before the apocalypse, a holiday. Although it is now the apocalypse, Zhang Fan still wanted to go out and have some fun on National Day. While having breakfast in the morning, Zhang Fan inadvertently mentioned this idea, and as a result, everyone wanted to go out and play. After a brief consideration, Zhang Fan agreed. The women spent their days either tending to fruits and vegetables or feeding live poultry. It wasn't exactly exhausting, but it was truly boring, so occasionally going out for a change of scenery was understandable. After breakfast, Zhang Fan left a group of shadow clones to watch the house and took the women out. Their ride was a bus, the kind that used to be everywhere on the streets before the apocalypse. Zhang Fan had collected quite a few of them earlier. Bailey Xiling acted as the driver, steering the bus while everyone admired the scenery outside through the windows. Today marks the 46th day since the apocalypse began, and the black rain has been falling for 46 days. A thick layer of black water has accumulated on the roads, estimated to be about 10 centimeters deep. In some low-lying areas, ponds have even formed. The pitch-black ponds seem as if they are made of ink, dark and enchanting, dark and sinister, dark enough to make one's heart uneasy. It stands to reason that after such a long period of rain, especially for plants soaked in water, their roots should rot and they should wither and die. But that's not the case. Whether it's the plants in the green belts or the trees lining the streets, they are all full of vitality and incredibly lush. In fact, they are even more luxuriant than before the apocalypse, seeming to have grown significantly taller, with some plants even climbing up high-rise buildings. Black rain, though called rain, is not actually rain but a special liquid substance. It has a terrifying decomposing effect on animals, but it is not only harmless to plants, it even promotes their growth. In the previous life, plants grew wildly and completely covered Xi'an City in less than a year. The lush vegetation turned this ancient cultural city into a lost world within a primordial forest. When will this black rain ever stop? If it keeps going like this, will it eventually submerge the entire city? From the current situation, there's no sign of
the black rain stopping at all, and many places have already been flooded. The Greenfield new city where we live is just a bit higher in elevation. If it were in a low-lying area, it would probably be flooded too. It's raining every day, and it's making me so depressed. When will it ever end? The women chatted casually while complaining. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from ahead. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a heavy truck driving toward them. It was a common type of dump truck, carrying over 14 tons of load. It sped forward at an extremely fast pace, its wheels crushing the puddles on the ground, splashing up walls of water several meters high. The cars scattered haphazardly on the road were violently rammed aside by the heavy truck. The heavy truck kept advancing. The heavy truck came straight on without slowing down, seemingly about to crash into the bus everyone was riding. The women screamed in fear, about to activate their wall-phasing ability to enter the virtual realm and avoid the oncoming heavy truck. Domain. At that moment, Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, and the domain quietly spread out, enveloping the entire bus. The wall-phasing function of the domain activated, and the bus was instantly pulled into the virtual realm, leaving the real world. The heavy truck charged forward as if it had hit the air, rolling straight over the bus and speeding away. That scared me to death. Damn, I almost thought I was going to get hit just now. Shit, are they in such a hurry to reincarnate? Driving so fast, don't they know how dangerous it is? What if they hit and kill someone? Are you out of your mind? The women started cursing one after another. Rumble. However, that's not all. The roar of an engine sounded again as another heavy truck sped toward them at an even faster speed than the previous one. Boom. The heavy truck passed through the bus once more without stopping at all, chasing after the one that had just left. What the hell are these guys doing? If Brother Zhang hadn't let the bus enter the virtual realm, we definitely would have crashed into them. Who are these people? Look, another one is coming. After the two heavy trucks, a third one appeared, then a fourth. A total of 18 heavy trucks lined up in a long convoy, speeding down the road and swiftly passing through the bus body. The commotion caused by the 18 heavy trucks was enormous, naturally attracting a large number of zombies to follow. A dense swarm of xenomorphs formed a tide that covered the sky, surging forward like a raging wave. Unfortunately, the heavy trucks were too fast. Even though the xenomorphs were incredibly quick, they ultimately couldn't catch up with the speeding trucks. Why are there so many aliens? This is terrifying. By the way, they shouldn't be able to attack us, right? We're in the virtual realm, so under normal circumstances, they definitely can't attack us. The only concern is if some aliens can also enter the virtual realm. Seeing the overwhelming swarm of aliens rushing in, even though they were in the virtual realm, the group of women still felt a bit intimidated. There was no other way. There were simply too many aliens, densely packed like a swarm of locusts crossing the land. Just looking at them made people shudder. Zhang Fan was naturally unafraid, not only unafraid but also excited at the sight of a challenge, feeling a bit eager to act. His domain ability in the Super Adamantine Azure Dragon battle body had just been perfected, and Zhang Fan was itching to test them out. And now, the opportunity had arrived. You all stay obediently in the car. I'll go kill all these aliens and collect their crystal cores. Brother, be careful. Don't worry. Zhang Fan gave a quick word of advice, then swiftly stepped off the bus and walked toward the surging alien horde. Zhang Fan's steps were light, his movements graceful, and as he advanced slowly, his body began to transform. The skin turned pale cyan, faint cyan dragon scales emerged on the surface of the body, dragon horns grew on the forehead, and a dragon tail extended from the back. Silently, Zhang Fan transformed into the Super Edmund Azure Dragon battle form, taking on a dragon-human shape. It's not over yet. Zhang Fan's right hand seemed to turn into liquid like flowing water, then quickly changed shape, transforming into a blade. After becoming a blade, the right hand solidified once again, forming a true Edmund alloy battle knife. Roar, roar, roar. The alien army also spotted Zhang Fan, roaring, growling, and screaming as they charged toward him. Kill! Zhang Fan stomped on the ground, splashing a large spray of water, and his entire body transformed into a pale cyan streak as he dashed forward. From the perspective of the women, they only saw a cyan streak rushing toward the black torrent. Zhang Ji will be okay, right? Wang Yuan asked nervously. She was one of the 6 women brought by Yang Wenk and did not have a deep understanding of Zhang Fan's strength. The other 5 women were similar, all showing signs of worry. They really liked their current life, eating well, dressing warmly, living comfortably, and even staying in a big villa. Although lacking a man, there are occasional moments of emptiness and loneliness. But compared to being toyed with and humiliated by Yang Wenk, this is much better. Wang Yuan and the others were well aware that everything they had now was given to them by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was their support, and of course, they didn't want anything to happen to him. Rest assured 100 times over. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Xiling showed a relaxed expression. Brother Zhang's strength is beyond your imagination. These aliens aren't even enough for him to cut down. But Sister Xiling, there are just too many of these aliens. It feels like there are more of them than all the teachers and students combined at our school during the Monday flag-raising ceremony. There must be at least 1,000, right? Wang Yuan said worriedly. Before the apocalypse, Wang Yuan was a history teacher
teacher at a high school in Xi'an. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a high level of education. Numbers mean nothing in front of Brother Zhang. Bailey Xiling sneered disdainfully, just keep your eyes wide open and watch. Really? Wang Yuan and the others were half convinced. At this moment, Zhang Fan had already charged into the army of aliens, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. With a swift motion of his blade, Zhang Fan sliced off most of an alien's head. Blue blood splattered, and it died instantly. Zhang Fan's figure flickered and reappeared in front of a second alien. The blade flashed, and this alien also met the same fate. Its body and head separated. Then the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. Zhang Fan moved like a ghost, weaving through the tide of aliens. Streams of blue blood splattered. One banana-shaped head after another flew off. One alien after another was killed on the spot. Zhang Fan's speed was too fast, so fast that only after images could be seen, along with aliens constantly falling dead to the ground. 1, 2, 3. The number of dead aliens kept increasing, almost by several per second. In less than half a minute, hundreds of aliens had fallen. The women on the bus watched with bated breath, not daring to make a sound, afraid of missing this visual feast. So amazing. Is this even human? My eyes are dazzled. Xiling, you all say Brother Zhang is amazing. I never really had a clear idea, but now I finally understand. Really, he's incredible. Those ferocious aliens are like watermelons and cabbages in front of Brother Zhang, letting him chop them up at will. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. The slaughter continues. Seemingly feeling that the speed was too slow, Zhang Fan's left hand also transformed into a battle blade, then began spinning rapidly. His entire body was like a spinning top, whirling madly amidst the alien tide. His hands, transformed into battle blades, spun with his rapidly rotating body, resembling the teeth of a chainsaw, relentlessly slicing through the xenomorphs. The tough exoskeleton covering the xenomorphs, so strong that even bullets couldn't penetrate it, was a complete joke in front of his twin blades. Every xenomorph that was struck was either cut cleanly in half, had its limbs severed, or was decapitated on the spot. The scene was bloody, brutal, and almost unbearable to look at, yet there was a violent aesthetic to it that made it impossible to turn away. As more and more aliens were killed, the remaining ones gradually became afraid and started to flee. Aliens are not fools. On the contrary, aliens are highly intelligent and cunning creatures. Realizing that Zhang Fan was unbeatable, they decisively retreated. With the first one, came the second, the third, the fourth. Gradually, more and more aliens began to flee, eventually forming an avalanche-like momentum, and all the aliens started to escape. Escape? Zhang Fan sneered. I haven't had enough fun killing yet, and you think I'll let you escape? Swish, swish, swish. Golden rays shot out from Zhang Fan's body, and upon landing on the ground, they formed numerous shadow clones. Stop them. Zhang Fan let out a cold snort. Yes, master. The shadow clones vanished in an instant, and when they reappeared, they were everywhere, blocking the aliens' path. Rise. The shadow clones roared in unison, causing the ground beneath their feet to shake violently. The next moment, a high wall rose from underfoot, then shot up from the ground, quickly soaring skyward. In the blink of an eye, a nearly 100-meter-tall earthen wall appeared around the alien army, forming a circle of encirclement and blocking their path. The shadow clones stood atop the high wall, guarding the aliens like sentinels, strictly forbidding them from crossing the wall. Change the approach. Zhang Fan reverted to using both hands, and the domain quietly spread out. Medusa's eye. Swish, swish, swish. Gray vertical eyes, tightly shut, appeared in mid-air. It was none other than the Medusa's eye. A quick glance revealed there were dozens of them. The eye of Medusa originally had only one, but ever since it was upgraded to an SSS-level superpower, its might had greatly increased. Especially when fused with domain abilities, the eye of Medusa transformed from a single target ability into an area of effect skill. Kill. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. Dozens of gray vertical eyes suddenly opened, immediately firing dozens of gray beams that struck the surrounding aberrations. These struck aliens, without exception, rapidly petrified and ultimately all turned into stone. In an instant, dozens of aliens were petrified, transforming into lifelike alien stone sculptures. Again. Next, Zhang Fan also used techniques like controlling vibranium threads, annihilation lightning, solar true fire, absolute zero, and death rays. Zhang Fan almost tried every offensive function of his domain abilities one by one. After a series of actions, the alien army was completely wiped out by Zhang Fan. Not a single one escaped. How exhilarating. That was truly satisfying. Zhang Fan let out a hearty laugh, feeling extremely delighted, as if it was even more thrilling than an entire night of passion. Killing can be addictive. Especially this kind of effortless battle. It really becomes addictive. Once you experience it, you can't stop. Looks like I'll need to come out more often in the future when I have time. Exercising is good for physical and mental health. A surge of solar true fire rose from Zhang Fan's body, burning away the blood and flesh fragments on him. Zhang Fan retracted the solar true fire, instructed the shadow clones to collect the alien crystal cores, and walked toward the bus. This massacre killed at least over 1,000 xenomorphs, yielding more than 1,000 xenomorph crystal cores, which must not go to waste. Zhang Fan returned to the bus and was met with the women's gazes gazes of utmost admiration. Especially the 6 of them, including Wang Yuan, who looked at Zhang Fan as if he were a deity, their admiration written all over their faces. Zhang Fan, however, remained calm. If you train diligently, you can be as powerful as me. The efficiency of shadow clones in collecting crystal cores surpasses expectations, gathering hundreds of alien crystal cores daily. Since all aliens have evolved into second-level aliens, the current alien crystal cores are also second-level cores. A second-level crystal core can increase 2 points of physical attributes and 1 point of mental attributes, which is twice the effect of a first-level crystal core. The women absorbed second-level crystal cores, rapidly enhancing their strength. And the alien crystal cores collected by the shadow clones are enough for everyone to use. Brother Zhang, we will. The women nodded repeatedly. While everyone was talking, the shadow clones had already collected the alien crystal cores, packed them into bags, and brought them over. Zhang Fan shrank the bag and put it into his pocket. The bus restarted and continued aimlessly wandering. However, not long after, heavy trucks came from behind, one after another, totaling more than a dozen. 3 of the heavy trucks overtook from the left, blocking the middle of the road, cutting off the path, and forcing the bus to stop. The remaining heavy trucks blocked the rear of the bus. In an instant, the bus carrying Zhang Fan and the others was surrounded by more than a dozen heavy trucks. What the hell are these people up to? Didn't they leave? Why are they back again? Who knows what they want to do? They're not planning to mess with us, are they? Brother, what should we do? The group of women couldn't help but feel nervous. At this moment, they were not afraid of being surrounded by aliens. Instead, they were somewhat apprehensive about dealing with humans. Interesting. Zhang Fan's lips curled up. Someone actually dares to block my car. Zhang Fan's tone was very calm and relaxed, as if facing something insignificant. The women were influenced by him, and their anxious hearts gradually settled. At this moment, a group of people got off the heavy truck and walked toward the bus. This group of people was wearing thick raincoats, wrapping their bodies tightly, even covering their faces. Drops of black rain fell on the raincoat, slid down its surface, and dripped into the puddles on the ground. Brother, can wearing a raincoat block the black rain? Bai Li Xiling asked. Wearing several layers can do the trick. Zhang Fan nodded. As long as the skin doesn't come into contact with the black rain, there's no risk of infection. Oh, Bai Li Xiling nodded. This group of people stepped through the puddles and strode up to the bus. One of them banged on the door. Open the door. Open it quickly. A person heavily pounded on the bus door, producing dull thuds. Bro, what should we do? Bai Li Xiling quickly looked at Zhang Fan. What are you afraid of? Open it. Zhang Fan said casually. Okay. Bai Li Xiling nodded firmly and pressed the door opening button. As soon as the car door opened, this group of people immediately rushed in. Their entire bodies were covered in thick raincoats, with their faces and eyes concealed by masks and goggles. Wrapped tightly, fearing even a trace of the black rain, a group of people rushed onto the bus, scanning everyone inside. When they saw the bus full of stunningly beautiful women, their eyes widened, staring blatantly. Zhang Fan even heard the sounds of gulping and gasping. Although wearing sunglasses, the gazes of these people made the women feel very uncomfortable and annoyed. The others were still tolerable. Although dissatisfied, they didn't show it and just felt upset inside. Bai Li Xiling, however, did not hold back and said coldly, "What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before? Hey, little girl, I have to say, whether before or after the apocalypse, I've never seen so many high-quality beauties." A man hidden beneath a mask chuckled and then looked at Zhang Fan. Kid, you're something else, managing to keep so many beauties around. You're even better at enjoying life than me. From the tone of this man, it wasn't hard to tell that he was quite displeased. This is normal. Anyone who sees another man surrounded by so many beautiful women is bound to feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. Kid, let me ask you a question. I hope you answer honestly, or else, humph. The man changed his tone and asked, have you seen a convoy of heavy trucks pass by? Around a dozen or so? Oh, you're asking about that. Zhang Fan was somewhat surprised. You know, I actually saw them. They were the kind of trucks commonly seen at construction sites, used for hauling dirt. As for the number, probably around 19 vehicles, and they were moving really fast. Yes, that's them. The man became a bit agitated, his tone turning urgent. Quick, tell me, which direction did they go? The direction is exactly opposite to the one you just came from, Zhang Fan said. Are you sure? The man frowned slightly and threatened, little brother, don't lie to me, or you won't have a good time. I'm sure. Zhang Fan shrugged and pointed to the direction where a group of heavy trucks had left. Ladies, it's this direction, right? The women didn't understand what Zhang Fan wanted to do, but they still obediently nodded. It's this direction. Okay. The man took out a walkie-talkie. Attention all vehicles, turn around immediately and head towards Mingwang Road. Car 1 received. Car 2 received. Vehicle 3 received. Set off immediately. The man ordered again. A dozen heavy trucks restarted, forming a long convoy, rumbling toward Mingwang Road. The masked men who got on the bus did not get off but instead found seats and sat down. The man who had spoken earlier said to Bai Li Xiling, little sister, start driving. What do you want to do? Bai Li Xiling said, my brother has already answered your question. questions. Why haven't you gotten off the bus yet? Hee hee, little sister, that's quite a thing to say. The man swiftly took off his hat, mask, and glasses, revealing a chubby, greasy face. It's so dangerous outside. How risky it is for you girls to go out alone. If I hadn't run into you, that would be one thing. But since I have, I can't just stand by and do nothing. The chubby, greasy man rubbed his hands together and said with a lecherous smile, let's go together. I'll protect you. Protect us? Bailey Xiling sneered. Look at you. Do you think you can protect us? I bet you even have trouble getting onto the bed. Enough. Get off the car quickly. We don't have time to bicker with you. Alright then, since you put it that way, little sister, I won't hold back anymore. The chubby, greasy man snorted, listen up. Big brother has taken a liking to you. Just obediently come with me and be my women. Big brother guarantees you'll live the good life. You. Bailey Xiling looked disgusted. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in a puddle and see what kind of trash you are? How dare you come out here and disgust people? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Bailey Xiling's words were quite blunt, causing all the women to burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs as they laughed heartily. The chubby, greasy man turned blue with anger, glaring at Bailey Xiling. You filthy B***TCH, dare to insult me? Believe it or not, I'll have all my brothers take turns with you. Bailey Xiling was a well-behaved girl in front of Zhang Fan, but in front of others, she was extremely fierce. Who are you cursing at? Bailey Xiling stood up furiously, her eyes blazing with anger like an enraged mother leopard. Don't think that just because you've had plastic surgery, I can't tell you look like Zhu Beiji. Look at yourself, you're absolutely disgusting. Filthy B***TCH, you're asking for death. The chubby, greasy man was, after all, a local boss with nearly 100 underlings under his command. How could he tolerate being humiliated like this? A chubby, greasy man erupted with dazzling electric arcs. Amidst the crackling explosions, countless electric arcs converged into a current as thick as an arm, striking toward Bailey Xiling. Though Bailey Xiling was furious, she had been on guard. Seeing the current coming, she immediately entered the void realm. The current struck the driver's seat, directly burning a charred hole into it, emitting wisps of black smoke. Ha! The chubby, greasy man was taken aback. He actually dodged? How dare you attack me? Go to hell! Bailey Xiling was not someone with a good temper and directly activated gravity control. A terrifying gravitational field descended, and the gravity on the chubby, greasy man increased dramatically. The terrifying gravity acted on every part of the greasy man, every cell, every organ. Caught off guard, the chubby greasy man let out a muffled groan and was directly forced to kneel on one knee. However, before he could adapt to the suddenly increased gravity, it abruptly shifted from vertical downward to vertical upward. Under the effect of the vertical upward gravity, the chubby greasy man left the ground and shot rapidly into the sky. Then he slammed heavily onto the car roof, denting it, and the greasy man screamed in pain. At this moment, Bailey Xiling adjusted the direction of gravity again, changing it from vertical upward to vertical downward. Under the influence of gravity, the chubby greasy man was slammed to the ground again. In this way, the chubby greasy man was completely treated like a ball. One moment it hit the ceiling, the next it slammed onto the ground, shaking the car violently and flattening the floor. This greasy uncle looks fierce, but turns out to be all show and no substance. Xiling, well done. Xiling's gravity control is amazing. This fat guy is completely subdued. So miserable. Serves him right. With such little ability, he still dares to have improper thoughts about us? Does he even deserve it? Watching the greasy man being tossed up and down like a ball, Li Shu and the others felt quite delighted. The greasy man had decent physical endurance. Although he was thrown around until he was completely disoriented, he wasn't actually injured much. But the resentment in his heart reached its peak, and the grief and anger were overwhelming. A bunch of useless trash. What are you standing there for? Kill her. Hurry up and kill this filthy B***TCH. I want her dead. Hearing the greasy man's roar, the other masked men suddenly snapped out of it and quickly launched their attack. Filthy B***TCH, let go of our boss. Kill this bitch. The other cloaked men cursed and lunged forward. The next second, they froze in place, completely motionless. It was Zhang Ying who acted. She used the stasis field to immobilize all of them on the spot. Trying to bully us with numbers? I won't allow it. Zhang Ying snorted coldly, then looked at Zhang Fan. Brother, how should we deal with these people? Kill them, Zhang Fan replied casually. Okay. Zhang Ying directly activated Medusa's eye, turning all the cloaked men into stone statues. Zhang Ying withdrew the static field, and several stone statues fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Seeing this scene, the chubby, greasy man who had been tossed around like a balloon felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body trembling. At this moment, the anger and frustration in his heart completely vanished, replaced by deep fear. The greasy man suddenly realized that this time he had hit a brick wall. Not to mention Zhang Fan, even Bailey Xiling and Zhang Ying could easily crush him, or even kill him. Looks like you've learned your lesson. Zhang Fan waved his hand, let him down. Bailey Xiling nodded, withdrew the gravity control, and let the greasy man down. The greasy man looked at Zhang Fan in horror. He wanted to beg for mercy, but when the words reached his lips, he just couldn't say them. Tell me, why were you chasing that group of people earlier? earlier. Zhang Fan took the lead and asked for the alien queen. The chubby greasy man didn't dare to hide the truth. Li Tong and his group discovered and enslaved an alien queen. Alien queen? Zhang Fan's pupils contracted. Alien queen? The women looked at each other. What is an alien queen? A female alien? Alien queen is a very special type of alien. Zhang Fan explained calmly, ordinary aliens do not reproduce themselves, just like worker bees. Alien queen can. This type of alien is like a queen bee or queen ant, continuously laying eggs and creating an alien colony. Moreover, all the aliens born from the alien queen will unconditionally obey her commands. This means that enslaving an alien queen is equivalent to controlling an entire alien species. Is there really such an alien? Everyone found it somewhat unbelievable. Alien queens are very rare. Generally speaking, among a million aliens, there might not even be one alien queen. But as long as one appears, it will be a huge disaster, whether for the aliens or for human survivors. Because the eggs laid by the alien queen cannot grow normally, they need to parasitize a host to mature. And the host can be a human, an animal, or, of course, another alien. Speaking of this, Zhang Fan looked at the chubby, greasy man with a hint of doubt in his eyes. I'm very curious. How did you know about the alien queen? Zhang Fan knew about the alien queen because, in his previous life, by the late stage of the apocalypse, humanity's research and understanding of the aliens had already reached a considerable depth. What about this life? The apocalypse has only been going on for a month and a half. In such a short time, someone already knows about the alien queen and even started fighting over it? Isn't it too early? The chubby, greasy man hesitated, seemingly unwilling to say more. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Do you want to end up like your companion, turned into stone? The chubby, greasy man shuddered all over and quickly said, I have a subordinate who awakened the superpower of keen hearing, capable of listening to all sounds within a radius of several kilometers. This morning, my subordinate overheard a conversation between Li Tong and his underling, learning information about the alien queen. My subordinate also overheard that Li Tong has an underling with a detection-type superpower. This superpower can probe all information about a living being, including their name, superpowers, and so on. Li Tong learned about the information regarding the alien queen through this underling and carried out the capture. Just as I guessed, Zhang Fan wasn't surprised. At this stage, being able to know about the alien queen's information must have been through some special superpower. The fact is indeed so. Brother, what should we do? Bailey Xiling stared straight at Zhang Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. Should we take that alien queen? You want to raise an alien queen? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. If it were in a previous life, if given the chance to enslave an alien queen, Zhang Fan would definitely not miss it. Enslaving an alien queen means having an army of aliens. In the apocalypse, having an alien army would absolutely allow one to dominate the world and sweep through invincible. But in this life, Zhang Fan wasn't very interested. First of all, Zhang Fan already possessed the slave godless ability. As long as he is willing, he can completely enslave countless xenomorphs and form a xenomorph army. Therefore, the xenomorph queen holds little value for Zhang Fan. Secondly, Zhang Fan possesses unlimited plundering abilities. Compared to enslaving a xenomorph army, Zhang Fan is more interested in plundering superpowers to continuously strengthen himself. In this high martial era of the apocalypse, personal strength is the top priority. Everything else is meaningless. Yes, Bailey Xiling nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then you'd better think it through. Zhang Fan said with a faint smile, the alien queen needs to evolve to level 5 before she starts laying eggs. Secondly, alien eggs need to parasitize in order to grow, and parasitism requires a host. You'll have to catch the host yourself. Ha, that's so troublesome? Bailey Xiling was a bit dumbfounded. It's just so troublesome. Zhang Fan shrugged. At any time, breeding is not easy, let alone raising an alien queen. If you think you can just raise an alien queen and wait for an army of aliens to form on its own, you're completely mistaken. Forget it, it's too much trouble. Bailey Xiling shook her head like a rattledrum, still not raising it. The other women, upon hearing this, also completely lost interest in keeping the alien queen. Zhang Fan was even less interested. He directly took out the chubby, greasy man and then continued strolling leisurely with the women. In the days that followed, Zhang Fan's life completely returned to peace, or rather, completely to a salted fish state. Shadow clones collect supplies. Shadow clones collect crystal cores. Women wash clothes and cook. Women plant fruits and vegetables. Women raise livestock. Zhang Fan lay at home all day, doing nothing except absorbing alien crystal cores. If the shadow clone discovered a high-quality superpower, the shadow clone would be responsible for capturing the person, and Zhang Fan would simply handle the plundering. Day after day lying at home, he completely turned into a slacker. But not only did Zhang Fan's limbs not degenerate, his cultivation speed actually became faster and faster, and his strength grew increasingly terrifying. At the same time, the superpowers he plundered are becoming more and more numerous. The ability to integrate into the domain is integrated into the domain. The ability to integrate into the Super Adamantium Azure Dragon battle body is integrated into the Super Adamantium Azure Dragon Dragon Battle Body.
As more and more superpowers are integrated, the domain abilities in the Super Adamantium Azure Dragon Battle Body are becoming increasingly abnormal. Finally, after merging 999 types of SSS-level superpowers, Zhang Fan's domain ability in Super Adamantium Alloy Battle Body finally underwent a transformation, evolving into a god-level superpower.
A god-level domain, controlling everything, mastering everything, ever-changing, and omnipotent. A god-level Super Adamantium Azure Dragon Battle Body, indestructible and unbreakable. With these two god-level superpowers at his side, Zhang Fan is completely invincible.
Whether it is an alien or a human with superpowers, no one at the same level can be a match for Zhang Fan. What's more, Zhang Fan's cultivation speed is equally astonishing, always ahead of any alien or human. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed, and Zhang Fan finally reached level 10. The level 10 Zhang Fan was unimaginably powerful.
An invincible body. The spirit is invincible. However, this is still not enough. Zhang Fan used the SSS-level Mountain God domain to refine the entire Earth into his own domain.
Zhang Fan became the true master of Earth, completely invincible on the planet.